Volume 5. Book 13, Chapter 21. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 21, The Passing of Time. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip, Translation Nations. A 10,000-foot tall mountain was being thrown around unceasingly. The person who was throwing around the enormous mountain like a tiny pebble was precisely the extremely bored Yi Chu. Sigh, that guy Ao Wushu had reached level 8 Demon Emperor already. And now, even Boss Wu Lan reached level 8 Demon Emperor. Amongst the three of us, only I am still a level 7 Demon Emperor. When will I be able to reach the white-silver stage? Yi Chu was muttering to himself. His two hands, like machines, were continuously doing the throwing motion. Yi Chu. A voice sounded. Yi Chu heard someone calling him. He turned around to look at who it was and saw that Qinyu was walking over with a smile on his face. Yi Chu said, "Oh, it's you, Qinyu. What brings you over to my place today? Is there something that you need? Yeah, I do have something that's a bit important." Qinyu walked to Yi Chu's side and then stopped moving. Something important? Yi Chu raised his brows up. He stared at Qinyu with his wide-open tiger eyes. "Qinyu, you have something important that you need me for?" I, Yi Chu, still know of my own standings. If we were to compare the intellects, then this brain of mine is unable to compare to yours. As for strength, Ao Wushu and Boss Wu Lan are both stronger than me. What did you come to me for? Qinyu pondered about it for a while in his mind. He then smiled and said, "Yi Chu, I'll get straight to the point." "Good, I like frank and straightforward people. If I can help you out, I'll definitely help," said Yi Chu heartily. Qinyu nodded. "In that case, I'll tell it as it is. Yi Chu, I have reached a bottleneck in the martial technique that I train in and was unable to continue. However, as my soul's realm level was already very high, I do not wish to not be able to progress for a long time. Thus, I wanted to train external techniques in my body. Therefore, I came to find you. If you wanted to train your body, why did you come find me?" said Yi Chu loudly. Right after he said those words, Yi Chu immediately opened his eyes wide. "Could it be that you want the training martial technique of my dinosaur clan?" "That's right." Qinyu nodded. "Yi Chu, are you willing to teach me the martial technique of your dinos?" "No can do." Before Qinyu could finish, Yi Chu had already interrupted. Resolute and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chu opened his eyes wide and stared at Qinyu and said, "Qinyu, the martial technique of my dinosaur clan is something that cannot be taught to foreign clansmen no matter what." Qinyu felt helpless. Headache. What he worried about the most was encountering a situation like this. However, he still ended up encountering such a situation. He also knew that some clans regard their clan's martial technique to be of the utmost importance. From the way it seems, it would appear that the dinosaur clan was one such clan. Calm down, calm down." Qinyu tried his hardest to calm himself. Squeezing out a smile, Qinyu looked at Yi Chu and said, "Yi Chu, you don't have to say anymore. No matter what you say, I would still not teach you the martial technique of my dinosaur clan," said Yi Chu solemnly. He then ran to that tall mountain and started throwing it again without looking back to Qinyu at all. The 10,000 meters tall mountain was being tossed up and down unceasingly. Qinyu smiled and said, "Fine, Yi Chu, I won't force you to teach me the martial technique of your dinosaur clan. It should be fine for me to chat with you, no?" "Yeah, that's fine. I'm rather moody right now." Yi Chu immediately smiled all over. He then lamented to Qinyu. "Qinyu, you don't know about this. Back then, I, Ao Wushu and Boss Wu Lan were all level 7 Demon Emperors. Afterwards, Ao Wushu reached level 8 Demon Emperor and recently Boss Wu Lan also reached level 8 Demon Emperor. Only I still remain a level 7 Demon Emperor. This really caused me to be angry and anxious. However, cultivation is something that cannot be hurried." Sigh. Right after hearing those words, Qinyu understood Yi Chu's current frame of mind. It ought to be because the training of your dinosaur clan's martial technique would take a longer period of time and that's why you're slower than the other two, said Qinyu while smiling. Nonsense. Yi Chu directly rejected what Qinyu said. The martial technique of my dinosaur clan was something that was created through the countless experts, the countless seniors of all the different clans through countless years. For my cultivation speed to be slow, it was definitely because of myself. "Oh, that's right, Yi Chu, why are you unwilling to teach me the martial technique of your dinosaur clan?" Qinyu asked. Yi Chu replied solemnly. "There are a lot of different subclans in our dinosaur clan. My Tyrannosaurus Rex clan was the strongest clan of the dinosaur clan. The seniors from my clan had told us juniors when we were younger that no matter what, we cannot teach the human cultivators of our dinosaur clan martial technique. Qin Yu nodded. He knew of Yi Chu's hometown. In that cosmic space, the human cultivators fought against the dinosaur clan. Yi Chu, can you think of the reason why your clan's seniors refused to teach the human cultivators of the martial technique of your dinosaur clan? Also, what kind of human cultivators were the human cultivators that your seniors told you about? Qin Yu tried to entice Yi Chu. Yi Chu proudly smiled. Of course I know about it. In the cosmic space that I was from, the dinosaur clan fought against the human cultivators. If we were to teach the human cultivators of our martial technique, then the human cultivators would have grown a lot stronger. As for the human cultivators, they are obviously the human cultivators from the cosmic space that I was from. In all of history, I reckon that there wasn't another person that came to the immortal, devil and demon realm from my cosmic space. The probability of one arriving to a new cosmic space from another cosmic space, especially to a cosmic space of the same rank, was extremely low. For example, Qin Yu's master, Lei Wei, accidentally passed through a black hole and went from the cosmic space where Earth was located to the cosmic space where Qin Yu's hometown was located in. Isn't that right? Qin Yu smiled as he spoke. Yi Chu, you also understand that seniors didn't want the human cultivators to become stronger. However, I, Qin Yu, am a human from the immortal, devil and demon realm. Even if I ended up learning your dinosaur clan's martial technique, it would still not affect your dinosaur clan. Furthermore, this is the immortal, devil and demon realm. Other than you being from the dinosaur clan, there is no other dinosaur clansman. If you were to teach me your martial technique, who would say anything about it? Yi Chu was slightly startled. Immediately after, he suddenly realized it and started laughing out loud. You're right. I am currently the only dinosaur clansman in the immortal, devil and demon realm. There is no need for me to be restricted by the rules of my clan. However, Yi Chu looked at Qin Yu with a deceitful expression. Since I am the sole dinosaur clansman in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, this signifies that, other than I, there is no other person in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm that could teach you it. The rarer something is, the greater its value. This dinosaur martial technique is even more precious because of that. How could I possibly give you it so casually? After saying those words, Yi Chu even gave Qin Yu a wink and proudly smiled. Qin Yu felt helpless. This Yi Chu was truly crafty. Once he realized that he was the sole dinosaur clansman in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm and could stop caring about the rules of his clan, he actually came out with this. Go ahead, speak, what do you want? As long as it's something that I can do, I will do it. Qin Yu smiled helplessly. Yi Chu shook his head and then pondered for a short period of time. In the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, I am the only person that know of the dinosaur martial technique. For me to teach you the dinosaur martial technique was not something that's impossible, it's just that you ought to have enough sincerity. Only through having an exceptional amount of sincerity would it be possible. Top quality immortal artifact? Said Qin Yu carefully. Yi Chu shook his head. Divine artifact? Qin Yu's brows started to crease. Yi Chu shook his head once more. He had a face filled with unconcern. Then what do you want? Qin Yu grew anxious. Yi Chu replied while smiling. My demand isn't high either. It's truly too boring to be inside the Jianglan's realm. My dinosaur clan loves slaughter the most. Qin Yu started to smile. That's good, don't you love to fight and kill? Once I encounter an enemy, I would immediately send you out to let you slaughter them, how's that? Yi Chu shook his head and said. Boss Wu Lan had only told me to help you once. The words of Boss Wu Lan must certainly be listened. Thus, there is no chance for me to kill for you. However, I am also fond of fighting. How about this, you are to accompany me for 100 years and then I'll teach you the dinosaur martial technique. Accompany you for 100 years? Qin Yu's heart trembled. If he were to fight against Yi Chu, he'll likely be trampled upon. Suddenly, a divine light shined through Qin Yu's mind. Immediately, he said to Yi Chu, weren't you bored and want someone to accompany you and fight? That's simple, there's all those spiritual beasts within the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, I'll send out several hundred of them to play with you, what do you think about that? Men, Yi Chu muttered to himself for a while. Finally, he said loudly. In that case, you send out 100 spiritual beasts and those 4 demon emperors must be among them. Let those 100 spiritual beasts have some fun with me. Other than that, you still have to fight with me for 100 years. Well, that's the request. If you agree to it then good, if not, then we'll just go about our own ways. Qin opened his eyes wide. Who would have expected that Yi Chu actually got even more excessive? If you don't want to, then we can forget about it. After saying that, Yi Chu turned around to leave. Qin bit down on his teeth. Even if his teeth were to be broken, he could only swallow them down. Fine, Yi Chu, I accept your demand. Yi Chu immediately turned around while smiling all over. That's more like it. Heh. Yi Chu seemed to have imagined the appearance of him trampling over Qin. Seeing Yi Chu's appearance, Qin raged in his heart. However, in a blink of an eye, a smile appeared on Qin face. Qin, I believe in your trustworthiness. Yi Chu turned his hand around and took over a moonwhite-colored jade plate. This is the jade plate that my dinosaur clan used to record our martial technique. From the way I see it, your body seems to be pretty tough and durable. It appears that you're already comparable to that of a level 2 or 3 demon emperor. Thus, you should directly start on the final section of the 3-section martial technique, the 9 steps dark gold body. The previous 2 sections are respectively for the heavenly demons and demon kings to train in. It's fine for you to disregard them. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin immediately took the moonwhite-colored jade plate. So cold. The right hand that Qin received the jade plate with was involuntarily trembling. This moonwhite-colored jade plate was like an extremely cold ice cube. Its temperature was frightening cold. Immediately after, Qin took in this jade plate into his blazing profound ring. He had decided to check it out carefully after going back to his own residence. Yi Chu said while smiling. Qin, then you better accompany me well. To trample upon those spiritual beasts is boring. It's only joyous to trample upon you, my nominal master. Sure. Qin also had a face filled with smiles. After an hour. Qin, not bad. There's no need for 100 years, this single hour was sufficient. You can go. Yi Chu's voice sounded as if he was seriously injured. The current Yi Chu's voice was weak and without strength. How could I possibly do that? Am I, Qin, someone who doesn't keep my words? Qin voice sounded. A rumbling sound echoed. It's not that you're not keeping your words, big brother Qin, boss Qin, please spare me. Afterwards, Yi Chu's miserable shirk sounded. Boss Qin, it's my bad, I beg of you. After a while. Men, since you begged me, then I will leave. Qin left smiling. His body was untainted by even a speck of dust. A pitiful Yi Chu with a bloody nose and a swollen face remained laying on the ground. Yi Chu had a pitiful and helpless expression on his face. Oh, heavens, how did I forget that Qin is omnipotent in the Jianglan's realm? Inside the Jianglan's realm, for Qin to attack, Yi Chu would only be trampled upon. Inside a private room in Qin residence. Qin sat cross-legged. Unable to refrain himself, he started to recall the scene from earlier when he trampled upon Yi Chu and started to smile. The sensation of everything being just as planned was truly enjoyable. Afterwards, Qin stretched out his arm and the moonwhite-colored jade plate appeared in his hand. Immediately, Qin sent his immortal awareness into it. A large amount of information was directly transmitted into his brain. In merely a snap of the fingers time, Qin came to completely understand the dinosaur martial technique from the other cosmic space. 9 steps dark gold body, it sounds pretty exaggerated. The information regarding the utmost martial technique of the dinosaur clan appeared in Qin's mind, the information regarding the 9 steps dark gold body. The dinosaur clan's martial technique focuses mainly upon the training of all the bones in the body and secondly upon the training of the muscles. Regardless of whether it's man or dinosaur, their bones are naturally harder than their muscles. The training of the bones would cause the bones to become even harder. For Emperor-level experts, when they reach the latter stage of the dinosaur martial technique, the hardness of their bones would become comparable to those of divine artifacts. TSK, according to what's written, once one reached the level of level 7 Demon Emperor or level 8 Demon Emperor, one ought to be frighteningly strong. Furthermore, the bones in the body were naturally easier to use than divine artifacts. Qin started to gasp in admiration. Training in the 9 steps dark gold body, there's a 9 in 10 chance that one would be able to pass the divine tribulation successfully. Those who failed would be because of receiving a trial regarding their heart. It's truly exaggerated. In short, this jade plate listed the 9 steps dark gold body to be extremely amazing. However, Qin also knew that the level 7 Demon Emperor Yi Chu possessed strength to match Emperor Yu when he was a level 8 Immortal Emperor. Thus, the might of the dinosaur martial technique can be seen clearly. No wonder I've never seen Yi Chu doing any seclusion training, so it turned out that the dinosaur clan's martial technique was something that can be trained just by moving about. Qin then stood up and started to walk toward the door of the private room. From where Qin sat to the door of the private room was a distance of 7 steps. Xinyu merely walked 3 steps before his body started to glow red. The 4th step, the red glow disappeared. 5th step, an orange light started to glow on Xinyu's body. 6th step, the orange glow disappeared. 7th step, Xinyu walked out of the private room. He walked to the lake in front of his residence. There was already no more glowing light on Xinyu's body. Xinyu turned over his hand and took out a fishhook. He then sat down beside the lake and started fishing. With my body's original level of toughness, I can directly enter the 3rd step of the 9 steps dark gold body. I wonder, how long would it take for me to reach the 9th step? Xinyu muttered to himself. Suddenly, a cheerful expression appeared on his face. Oh, a fish took the bait. Years passed. In the endless amount of years, Xinyu started a long period of the most peaceful time since his birth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 22. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 22, 1,000 Years of Bitter Training. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. 9 Steps Dark Gold Body was divided into 9 different stages. They are respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, silver, and dark gold. Once one executes this martial technique, one's entire body's bones would undergo an astonishing change. Following the changes every time, the light that the bones and the body radiates would also change accordingly. Once the entire body's bone radiating a dark golden glow, it signified that one have successfully mastered the technique. This 9 steps dark gold body mainly cultivate the bones of the body and the muscles as a complement. Xinyu originally possessed a very tough body, so when he started using this martial technique, he immediately reached the 3rd stage. The bones in his body started radiating a golden yellow color. The only reason why Xinyu's entire body was glowing was because he immediately reached the 3rd stage all of a sudden. Under normal circumstances, the glow that the bones give off would only be faintly visible on the surface of the bones. It was impossible to be seen from one's body unless the user decided to show it intentionally. Xinyu sat by the lake and continued to fish tranquilly. Inside his body, on each and every one of his bones appeared some talisman seal marks and patterns. It was not only the bones, as when Xinyu was training in this technique, the dense seals marks and patterns even appeared on his skin. So that's the case. 27,000 talisman seal marks and patterns. One cannot imagine how many experiments the seniors of the dinosaur clan had gone through in order to find the optimal combination. Xinyu was smiling. If one were to use immortal awareness to examine, one could notice that on Xinyu's bones and skin where the marks and patterns appeared on, were electric snakes. These electric snakes were unceasingly permeating through every part of Xinyu's body. His entire body's bones and muscles were undergoing a transformation. Other than these electric snakes, the green glow was also unceasingly permeating into every part of Xinyu's body. Bones and muscles were incapable of directly absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to progress and transform. However, the electric snakes that are brought by the transformation brought by the marks and seals were able to assimilate into the bones and muscles. It allowed the insides of the bones and muscles to unceasingly disintegrate and reborn. With 3,000 talisman seal marks and patterns as a single group, they are able to cover the entire body. On Xinyu's body were 9 groups of talisman seal marks and patterns. These groups stack atop of each other. It's just that when one trains in the different stages of the martial technique, the usage of these talisman seal marks and patterns were different. After carefully inspecting his body for a long time, Xinyu finally understood. Even if I don't train, my life elemental energy would still allow my body to become even more valiant. Xinyu was very clear in his differentiation. At this moment, countless amount of tiny electric snakes were transforming his body. However, like the transformation, numerous green rays of light were also assimilating into his body. Those green rays of light were precisely the life elemental energy. Without Xinyu even sensing it, his body was being slowly toughened unceasingly. Ha! Xinyu suddenly laughed. When the dinosaur clansmen trains, they feared that they might suck in too many electric snakes, causing their bones to be unable to bear them and end up fracturing. Thus, they have to follow the prescribed order and train slowly. However, I possess the elemental life energy and do not have to take that into consideration. With an intention of his mind, the 27,000 talisman seal marks and patterns started to give off a faint radiance. The amount of electric snakes suddenly increased. A crackle sound can be heard from Xinyu's body. The muscles on his body had also started to tremble. Time flows. In a blink of an eye, 300 years had already passed by. At this moment, Xinyu was playing Weiqi with Wulan. The rules of Weiqi was even something that Xinyu taught Wulan. After all, Wulan had never played this game before. Although Qin Yu wasn't skillful in the game, it was still simple for him to bully the beginner Wu Lan. In the past 300 years, Wu Lan had rarely won against Qin Yu in the game. TL, Weiqi, or more famous in the Western world by the Japanese name, Go. Big brother, big brother. An impatient voice sounded from afar. Your third brother is calling you, you should go. As for this match, we'll just end it here. Wu Lan was about to meddle with the game pieces. Hey, stop. With an intention of his mind, Qin Yu created an invisible energy and protected the game board. Immediately after, Qin Yu smiled and said, Big brother Wu Lan, you're about to lose this round and you actually wanted to ruin the game at this moment, that can't do. You little rascal. Wu Lan had a helpless smile on his face. Big brother. Hey, you arrived beside Qin Yu. He had a completely emotional expression. Big brother, Linger, the emotional Yu was unable to finish his sentence. What about Linger? Qin Yu looked at Yu with a puzzled expression. Yu gulped and then said Linger is pregnant. Pregnant. Both Qin Yu and Wu Lan opened their eyes wide in shock. Mixed hair bird, what did you say? A figure came by flying like lightning. Ho Fei had arrived, he was also looking at Yu with eyes wide open in shock. Yu said loud and emotionally. That's right, Linger is pregnant. I'm about to become a father. I'm about to become a father. At this moment, Qin Yu, Ho Fei and Wu Lan were all unable to refrain themselves from displaying a cheerful smile on their faces. Ever since Bai Ling became pregnant, all the people in the Zhonglan's realm became excited. After all, cultivation is a very long journey without much things happening. Now that they found out that Bai Ling was pregnant, naturally everyone became excited. Not only Qin Yu and his two brothers, Yi Chu, Wu Lan, Shizhan, the four great demon emperors and even the ice cold Ao Wushu had came over. You all are to stay outside, do not come in. The only female amongst the four great demon emperors, Demon Emperor Dongshui had shut the group of people outside of the main gate. As for herself, she entered the courtyard mansion. Outside of the main gate. Xiaohei, don't worry, Bai Ling is a level 9 demon king, it wouldn't be a major issue for her to give birth to a child. At the very most, her vitality might get injured, that's all. Consoled Qin Yu. Qin Yu had heard about the birthing of children from the people in the demon realm. The stronger the divine beast, the harder it is to give birth to a child. However, death from birthing was something that had never happened before. I know. Yu nodded. Sigh, I wonder what our child's true form would be. Who cares about what rank the child would be, at the very least it's still a divine beast. Muttered Ho Fei from aside. Mixed hair bird, you're a high level or a super divine beast. Bai Ling is also a low level divine beast. 8 or 9 out of 10 chances your child would also be a divine beast. We just don't know what rank your child would be. Ao Wushu, who had been cold and silent the entire time, also interrupted in. It'll either be an eagle or a skylark. That's not necessarily true. Wu Lan smiled and said. It could also be a variation divine beast. Of course, the probability of that is very low. However, this child's father is a variation divine beast, so I believe it would also not be ordinary. Variation divine beasts are rare to begin with, what would the child of a variation divine beast be? Nobody was certain about that. After all, the amount of cases of such incidents were negligible. These bunch of bored men started guessing outside of the courtyard mansion. Only Yu was worried and would peek into the courtyard every now and then. It's born. A pleasantly surprised voice sounded from inside the courtyard mansion. Soon after, the slightly pale-faced Bai Ling and Dong Shui walked out. At this moment, Bai Ling was holding a little chick in her arms. Immediately, all of the people surrounded her to see what exactly its true form was. It appears to be a skylark, but why is it black? Said Ho Fei in astonishment. There are a lot of different categories in the skylark clan. There are those with yellow feathers, white feathers, and even multicolored feathers. However, there are none with black feathers. Yet, this little chick was black feathered. It's good to be black, same as me. Yu was filled with joy. He walked over to Bai Ling. Linger, thanks for your trouble. Bai Ling smiled and shook her head. She then lowered her head to look at that cute black chick. From the way it looks, it's exactly like when Xiaohei was younger. Qin Yu said while smiling. He recalled the time in his childhood when he first met Xiaohei. Xiaohei truly resembled this black chick. It's just that one was an eagle chick whereas the other was a skylark. Big brother. Hearing Qin Yu saying it like this, Yu grew a bit embarrassed. Qin Yu smiled. Fine, I won't say any more. Xiaohei, have you finished thinking of the name for this child? Yes, if it was to be a boy then the name would be Hei Tong.
If it was a girl, then Hei Tong, said Heiyu straightforwardly. All the people were startled. Bai Ling looked at Heiyu with a puzzled expression.
Big brother you, why are the names the same?
Oh, the sound is the same but the characters are different. As he said that, Heiyu wrote the characters out to show everyone.
Only then did everyone realize that it was different. TL, Hei Tong, boy, Tong child, Hei Tong, girl, Tong red. Hey, little Bai Ling, is it a boy or a girl? Asked Ho Fei hurriedly.
Bai Ling smiled brilliantly. It's a girl. After little Hei Tong was born, she became the happy child, the beloved daughter, of everyone in the Jianglan's realm. After little Hei Tong passed her 4 and 9 heavenly tribulation, she knew and them found out that Hei Tong did not possess inherited memories. Evidently, little Hei Tong was not a high-level divine beast or super divine beast. Actually, ever since they saw that little Hei Tong's true form was that of a skylark, everyone had already somewhat realized that. That's because the Skylark clan was a weak clan of the Bird clan. Their strongest divine beast was only that of a mid-level divine beast. Although little Hei Tong was a bit special, but as her true form was that of a skylark, it was destined that she would not be very powerful.
The elemental spirit energy in the Jianglan's realm was abundant. After approximately 100 years, little Hei Tong passed the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation. With her eldest uncle Qinyu gifting her a top-quality defensive immortal artifact and a top-quality offensive immortal artifact, passing the 9 and 9 heavenly tribulation was effortless for her. Afterward, little Hei Tong obtained her human form and turned into an adorable young girl. What? You've reached the 5th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body? Nearly 500 years have passed. Yichu looked at Qinyu with an astonished expression.
Training the body requires one to be very careful. Otherwise, if the bones were to break, then it'll require a large amount of energy to repair them. The harder the bones were, the harder it is to repair them after breaking them. Thus, the dinosaur clansmen were all very careful when they trained. They would rather train slowly than let their bones break. After all, when they reach around a level 7 demon emperor or so, their bones were comparable to divine artifacts. Just by thinking about how hard it was to repair a broken divine artifact, and one would know how hard it was to repair the broken bones.
Is that fast? Qinyu instead asked.
However, he secretly though in his heart. And here I thought it was slow to only reach the 5th stage after over 500 years.
Not fast? I've never seen anyone who trained in the 9 steps dark gold body faster than you.
I've stayed in the 7th stage for all these years and never managed to achieve a breakthrough the entire time. You must know, my soul realm's level had already reached level 8 demon emperor. It's precisely because one must be careful when training the body.
Eldest uncle, play with me. A cute girl wearing black clothes ran over. Dad and second uncle are always together fighting each other to train and refuse to play with me.
Okay, I'll play with you.
Qinyu helplessly smiled.
In the blink of an eye, Qinyu and his brothers had already trained for 1,000 years in the Jianglan's realm. Qinyu, Ho Fei, Heiyu, and Bai Ling were current sitting around a table. It's truly fast, 1,000 years had passed.
Gasped Ho Fei. He then looked to Heiyu.
Mixed hair bird, your cultivation speed was truly fast.
You've reached level 5 demon emperor from level 1 demon emperor in 1,000 years. I am certain now that you're definitely a variation super divine beast. Fei, why are you so certain about that? Qinyu asked in doubt.
Ho Fei replied helplessly.
Big brother, I'm already a level 6 demon emperor.
However, even though I'm a level 6 demon emperor, I am still only able to reach a draw with this guy if I used that heaven-startling 18 stick strikes. I am only able to win against him through using the heaven-startling 9 stick strikes that I have yet to completely master.
Really? Qinyu was astonished.
Ho Fei was a super divine beast. Even if he was only using the heaven-startling 18 stick strikes, it was still very valiant and enough to defeat a level 7 demon emperor.
Why would I lie about that? Sighed Ho Fei. Heiyu and Bai Ling took a glance at each other and were secretly laughing.
Ho Fei said to Qinyu. Big brother, you don't know about this, but the super divine beast of the Pang clan are extremely fast. However, their defense were not that great.
Qinyu nodded. He too knew about that. Ho Fei then pointed at Heiyu angrily.
However, this abnormal Heiyu, his speed and martial technique are much faster than me. While that's that, the black feather armor created from his feathers, their defense is now so strong that they're already approaching divine armor level. My ordinary attacks are simply unable to break through his defense. Furthermore, his black feather armor is composed of layer upon layer of feathers. Through the layers, they dampen the attack power.
His defense is truly abnormal.
Astonished, Qinyu looked at Heiyu. He knew that Heiyu's martial techniques are extremely fast.
Back when they were on the mortal realm, Heiyu knew about all of the martial techniques that Zhongju knew.
Furthermore, Heiyu's feathers were terrifyingly hard since youth. Who would have expected that they're actually almost as hard as divine armors now?
Abnormal defense, frightening speed.
On top of that, he has the cloud-piercing spear given to him by Uncle Lon. With all these years of fighting with me, achieving comprehension through battles, his attack power was something that I needn't mention.
Simply, he's perfect. He's definitely a variation super divine beast. He's even more terrifying than normal super divine beasts. He has simply no weakness at all.
Contained in Hou Fei's words that were filled with grief and indignation was also jealousy.
Qin Yu was filled with happiness. The stronger Xiao Hei was, the happier Qin Yu was.
Big brother, how did your training go? Your soul realm's level had increased to a level where I can't even see through anymore.
Both Hou Fei and Heiyu looked to Qin Yu. Bai Ling also looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu lightly smiled and said,
My soul realm's level had already reached the third layer of heavenly soul.
It is very natural for you all to be unable to see through me.
As for the 9 steps dark gold body, I've reached the 6th stage over 200 years ago. And now, I'm not far from the 7th stage.
Qin Yu was very confident.
Even though he's only at the 6th stage, he was already comparable to the level 7 demon Emperor Yi Chu.
That's because he possessed life elemental energy.
Even if his bones were to break, he was still able to rapidly restore them. Furthermore, as the bones in his body were approaching the hardness of divine artifacts, it was also not that easy for them to break.
Big brother, monkey, does that mean that we can go out now?
Heiyu said suddenly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 23. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 23, Black Ravenstar. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Go out?
Both Qin Yu and Hou Fei were slightly startled. They had already grew used to the peaceful livelihood of 1,000 years.
For such a request to be asked suddenly, it momentarily startled both of them. Big brother, second brother.
Bai Ling also have a completely guilt-ridden expression. All these years, Big brother you and I have always been worried about my older sister. I believe that with our current strength, as long as we do not encounter the Peng Demon Emperor, we would not be in much danger. Furthermore, even if we ended up encountering the Peng Demon Emperor, we can still save our lives through using the Jianglan's realm.
Heiyu also looked at Qin Yu and Hou Fei.
Big brother, you decide.
Hou Fei looked toward Qin Yu and gave Qin Yu the decision-making power. Qin Yu pondered about it for a moment. Fei Fei is now a level 6 Demon Emperor.
However, as he's a super divine beast, he was able to match up against a level 7 Demon Emperor. And if we were to add on his strongest stick technique, then he would still not be inferior when being pitted up against an ordinary level 8 Demon Emperor. Qin Yu was making his judgment in his mind. Xiao Hei is a level 5 Demon Emperor. As a variation super divine beast, his defense, attack, and his martial techniques were all perfect. He ought to be able to match up against a level 7 Demon Emperor.
As for I've reached the 6th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body.
Adding on my life elemental energy, I'm more than sufficient to match up against a level 8 Demon Emperor.
Hou Fei, Heiyu, and Bai Ling were all looking at Qin Yu awaiting for his decision.
Qin Yu was, after all, the eldest brother amongst the 3 brothers.
Good, let's go out. Qin Yu had a slight smile on his face. Ah, that's great.
It's been a long time since I've last gone out, it's certainly delightful to take a stroll outside.
Hou Fei became the first one to celebrate. Heiyu and Bai Ling looked at Qin Yu with grateful appearances. They knew that
Qin Yu did not have much hope and expectation of the outside world. According to Qin Yu's own intentions, he ought to continue training in the Jianglan's realm wholeheartedly all the way until he can open the 3rd layer of the Jianglan's realm.
Big brother, thank you, said Heiyu solemnly. Haha, actually, I also want to take a stroll outside, said Qin Yu while lightly laughing. Heiyu did not say any more.
It's more than enough for him to remember it in his heart. However, at this moment, Bai Ling though of a matter. Big brother, I remember that you've said that you have to open all 3 layers of the Jianglan's realm.
Your current strength is much stronger than what it was 1,000 years ago. Are you capable of opening the 2nd layer now?
The 9 steps dark gold body martial technique is mainly focused on refining the body.
Although I possessed the 6th stage 9 steps force, but the 9 steps force was actually not powerful.
It was merely about the same level as that of a level 5 Demon Emperor. To use it to open the Jianglan's realm, Qin Yu lightly smiled as he shook his head. At the same time, he lifted up his right hand. Blue-colored finger rays were constantly being emitted from his 5 fingertips. Comparing to his own body, this 9 steps force's power was truly not strong. However, when compared to the black hole energy that did not undergo any improvement, it was still much stronger. Black hole realm, Qin Yu sighed in his heart. The stellar transformation martial technique was a bind in Qin Yu's heart. When would he be able to create the next stage? Even Qin Yu himself didn't know it. With his soul realm's level, Qin Yu did not even bother to specially train that in the past 1,000 years. However, the meteoric tears still caused it to reach the 3rd layer of the heavenly soul realm. Of course, Qin Yu merely just stepped into the 3rd layer of the heavenly soul realm. It would still require him a long period of time to completely consolidate it. Current, with the 9 steps force, I am unable to open the 2nd layer of the Jianglan's realm, said Qin Yu helplessly. A strength of level 5 or 6 golden immortal was required to open the 1st layer of the Jianglan's realm. As for the 2nd layer, I really do not know what level I must reach in order to open that. Hou Fei, Yu, and Bai Ling were overwhelmed with shock. Qin Yu was already that powerful, yet he was still incapable of opening the 2nd layer of the Jianglan's realm. Then, how powerful must one be in order to open the 3rd layer of the Jianglan's realm? At the very least, it would appear that one must ascend to the divine realm. Big brother, could it be that Uncle Lan is from the divine realm? Suddenly said Hou Fei with a low voice. Yu and Bai Ling also looked at Qin Yu with the same expression. Yu also spoke. Big brother, back then, Uncle Lan had brought Monkey and I to a mysterious place to train. A year in the outside world was 100 years there. That type of time proportion was exactly the same as the 2nd layer of the Jianglan's realm. That kind of remarkable power, no one in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm was capable of doing that. Even the Dragon Emperor, Great Ape Emperor and those other people were incapable. They're more than only what the mixed hair bird said. There's also my black stick and mixed hair bird's cloud-piercing spear. Those weapons are very strange. We were able to use them since the time when we were on the mortal realm. At that time, we did not discover anything extraordinary about them. However, even at our current level, we were still able to use them. This black stick and cloud-piercing spear were still incomparably hard as before. Even till now, I've never found anything that's more solid than them, said Hou Fei with his brows creased. Yu nodded. Also, when I'm holding the cloud-piercing spear, it was as if it became easier for me to sense the heaven and earth. For me to be able to progress so fast, it was not only because of my aptitude and my inherited memories. The cloud-piercing spear that was given to me by Uncle Lan was also one of the major helping factors in my progress. A treasure like this is something that I've never heard about before. Back on the mortal realm, Hou Fei, Yu, and the rest of the people had originally only thought that Uncle Lan was a powerful loose immortal. When Hou Fei and Yu reached Shang stage, they had thought that Uncle Lan was a strong expert from the immortal realm. And now, they were already emperor-level experts of the immortal, devil and demon realm. However, when they began to think about it now, Uncle Lan appeared to be even more frightening. The stronger they became, the more aware they were of the unfathomable depths that is Uncle Lan. That's right, I've also thought of all that you two said before. For example, Uncle Lan's clone was left behind in the Niyang's realm without even Wu Lan noticing it at all. There's also the Jianglan's realm. I've also even came to suspect that Jianglan's realm surpasses the category of divine artifacts, said Qin Yu with a light smile. In the Jianglan's realm, every time when Qin Yu sensed that everything was within his control and that he was omnipotent, Qin Yu would feel that Uncle Lan who refined the Jianglan's realm was all the more unfathomable. About the 3rd layer of the Jianglan's realm, according to reasoning, I'm afraid I would have already reached the divine realm before opening it. What you all said was correct, Uncle Lan and Lear are likely to be people from the divine realm. Qin Yu had a calm expression. That's because he had already expected all of this. Although the journey was endless, he had prepared to have his feet firmly planted on the ground and walk the entire journey till the end. Yu, Hou Fei, and Bai Ling merely took a breath in and did not say any more. Well then, everyone should prepare for a bit. Tomorrow we shall set off for the core planet of the bird clan, Black Crow Star. Qin Yu stood up and said. Black Crow Star, the core planet of the demon realm's bird clan. There are 2 cities on the Black Crow Star. They are respectively the Black Crow City and the Imperial City. Comparing the area, the Black Crow City was 10 times as large as the Imperial City. Inside it was a large amount of bird clan's experts and troops from other realms stationed there. It was a place that anyone can come and go. The Imperial City was different. Other than the guards and maids of the Imperial City, only the super divine beasts, high-level divine beasts, emperor-level experts and their families were allowed to live there.
Of course, those who received invitation from the Imperial City were also allowed to enter. Inside the Imperial City. In the deepest part of the Imperial City was the Imperial Palace, the residence of the successive generations of Peng Demon Emperor. According to the commands of this generation's Peng Demon Emperor, the entire Imperial Palace had been rebuilt. The entire palace that was originally covered in a golden color had been changed to deep purple color, a purple so deep that it was almost black. Underneath the Peng Demon Emperor were the strongest 3 great demon emperors. All these of them were level 8 demon emperors and high-level divine beasts. One of them was even an extremely powerful variation high-level divine beast. Although variation super divine beasts were incomparably rare, there were still some variation high-level divine beasts in the demon realm. Although there were not many, there were still at least 6 or 7 of them. A white-clothed incomparably beautiful woman was quietly lying on the bed. This was the sole female amongst the 3 great demon emperors underneath the Peng Demon Emperor, a level 8 demon emperor, by phone. She was also the wisdom sac for the Peng Demon Emperor. Almost everything was first determined by phone before sending the commands. Only the extremely major events were sent to the Peng Demon Emperor to undertake. A nearly transparent muslin veil was drifting. Inside the veil was a beautiful and alluring white-clothed woman. Outside the muslin veil was a youth wearing black clothes standing there respectfully. "Milady." The black-clothed youth didn't dare to lift his head up to glance at all. By phone lifted her brows. She said indifferently, "Did you manage to find Xiao He?" The black-clothed youth responded respectfully, "Milady, ever since 100 years ago when we found the whereabouts of Xiao He to be on the Jade Shepherd Star, he had since then disappeared into thin air. No matter how hard we investigate, we were unable to find the slightest amount of information leading to his trail. Have you checked all of those who are Emperor level?" By phone asked. "Yes, milady, we have searched all of the Emperor level experts that we managed to discover," said the black-clothed youth respectfully. Bai Feng's voice contained within it a trace of anger. "All these years passed yet not even a trace of Xiao He's trail was discovered. I believe you all know that killing Xiao He was an order personally given by His Majesty. His Majesty held this matter in great importance. For you all to be unable to find any clue in 100 years, His Majesty's patience is already at his limit. You all ought to know what the outcome would have been if His Majesty was to get angry." The black-clothed youth started to shiver all over, fear had flashed through his eyes. The Peng Demon Emperor, he kills people like drinking water. His ruthlessness was something that even his 3 great demon emperors feared. Needless to mention people of the black-clothed youth's caliber. "Enough, scram." Bai Feng tried her best to contain her anger. The extremely cultivated her actually unexpectedly cursed. "Yes." The black-clothed youth hurriedly withdrew himself. After the black-clothed youth left, Bai Feng got up from her bed. She lifted open the muslin veil and exposed her astonishing appearance. At this moment, her beautiful brows were slightly knit. She muttered, "Where exactly did this Heiyu hide to? Sigh, did His Majesty hold this matter in too much of an importance? No matter how talented this Heiyu is, no matter how perfect he is, how could he be of match against His Majesty who possesses the inherited treasure?" Only the few trusted aides of the Peng Demon Emperor knew about Heiyu's identity. The rest of the people who were chasing after him had always thought that he was Xiao He instead. Black Crow Star, Black Crow City. Xinyu, Hou Fei, and Heiyu had slightly changed their appearance. They had even changed the color of their clothes. They had Bai Ling and Heitong stay safely inside the Jianglan's realm before leaving the Jianglan's realm and rushing directly to the Black Crow Star's Black Crow City. "This Black Crow City is truly huge, it's much bigger than the little planet that I hid myself on," said Heiyu as he looked around. "This Black Crow City is the Bird Clan's core planet city, how could it be small?" said Xinyu while smiling lightly. A voice suddenly sounded in Qinyu's mind. "Big brother, we've already arrived on the Black Crow City. However, how do we get into the Imperial City?" It was Hou Fei sending a voice transmission using his demon awareness. Xinyu looked to Hou Fei beside him. He pondered for a moment before sending a voice transmission back. "I'll have someone probe around first to see whether or not they can enter the Imperial City." Xinyu didn't want to try it out himself. Instead, with an intention, he took out from the Jianglan's realm the weakest one amongst the demon emperors from the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, Ming Zhang. Upon seeing Xinyu, Ming Zhan immediately slightly bowed his body and sent a voice transmission saying, "Master." Xinyu nodded satisfiedly. This Ming Zhang also knew that they were currently on the street and did not directly call Xinyu out as his master. Xinyu commanded, "Ming Zhang, this is the core planet of the Bird Clan, the Black Crow Star.
You are to go to the Imperial City for me and check if you can find a way to enter the Imperial City.
If there is no way to enter it, then you can just come back.
By no means should you set off an alert.
Yes. Ming Zhang bowed.
Immediately after, he turned into a ray of light and soared to the sky.
Qin Yu lightly smiled as he took a glance at Hou Fei and He Yu.
Let's go, we'll find a place to sit down first.
Rescuing Bai Ling's sister by Xian was no simple task. They cannot directly rush into the Imperial City. If they were to do that, they would likely be surrounded and attacked. Don't worry, let's find a restaurant to eat and drink first. We've yet to eat anything good in the past 1,000 years.
Hou Fei's eyes were shining. Although there were some fishes in the Jianglan's realm, but if one were to compare the ability to cook, how could Qin Yu and them be comparable to the chefs of the restaurants? The three brothers then charged into a luxurious restaurant not far from where they stood. In a single stretch, they ordered several tens of different dishes.
Soon after, they started to eat and drink.
After they ate and drunk their heart's content, the three found a place and stayed there.
Big brother, why isn't your subordinate back yet? Hou Fei was slightly anxious. Qin Yu instead was able to sense Ming Zhang's location. Rest assured, Ming Zhang is en route back.
Merely a while later, a ray of light shot directly into the courtyard manor that Qin Yu and his brothers stayed in. Qin Yu and his two brothers came out from the main hall and looked at the Ming Zhang who's kneeling on one knee on the courtyard.
Ming Zhang, what's the outcome? Asked Qin Yu.
Ming Zhang answered respectfully. The rules set up by the Pang Demon Emperor are very strict. It was absolutely impossible for foreigners to enter the Imperial City. Even if they were an emperor-level expert from the Bird Clan, they would still have to go through an investigation by the Imperial Palace before being allowed to obtain an Imperial City's title plate and enter the Imperial City.
This subordinate was unable to find any means of entering the Imperial City. Qin Yu frowned.
It turned out that the situation was pretty bad.
You can return and rest. Qin Yu directly took Ming Zhang back into his Jianglan's realm.
Soon after, Qin Yu lowered his head and started to ponder. If nothing were unexpected, Bai Ling's sister ought to be in the residence of Zhongju in the Imperial City.
However, none of the three were able to send transmission to Zhongju. Hou Fei and He Yu also started to ponder. We cannot teleport there. Trying to sneak into it was even harder. What can we do? Hou Fei started to mutter.
However, Qin Yu, who was pondering, had a slight smile on his face.
He looked to his two brothers.
Fei, Xiao He, I thought of a way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 24. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 24, Seeing Zhongju. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. What's the method? Both Hou Fei and He Yu looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled as he said. We've all dug into a dead end, but does that mean that we must enter the Imperial City? Don't forget, all we got to do is rescuing Bai Xian. Dug into a dead end?
Hou Fei and He Yu took a glance at each other. They were both confused.
Qin Yu continued. Our goal was saving Bai Xian, it was not to enter the Imperial City. Although Bai Xian is in the Imperial City, but saving her is not hard. Although we cannot enter the Imperial City, but we can let Bai Xian come out from the Imperial City. Won't this solve the problem? Let Bai Xing come out from the Imperial City? How'd we do that? Hou Fei looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked toward the east. Isn't Bai Xian in Zhongju's place?
Let's get in contact with Zhongju first and let Zhongju come to the Black Crow City. We'll have a good chat with him and then make him hand over Bai Xian to us.
Big brother, it's highly likely that Zhongju is the one who wanted to kill me. He Yu frowned.
Qin Yu shook his head and muttered.
I believe that the one that wanted to kill you should not be Zhongju.
For one, Zhongju does not have any hatred or desire for revenge against you.
Secondly, if he wanted to kill you, why didn't he do that the first time he saw you in the immortal, devil and demon realm? He Yu was startled.
He was unable to refrain himself from muttering.
True, if he wanted to kill me, why didn't he do that the first time he met me on the immortal, devil and demon realm?
Also, according to my understanding toward Zhongju, he was not a person like that. Furthermore, he had also saved Bai Xian. We can forget about the nonsense that he took a fancy upon Bai Xing. I do not think that's the case at all.
Qin Yu said indifferently.
Furthermore, the strongest assurance that I have is, this Zhongju knows of how powerful Uncle Lan is.
Both He Yu and Hou Fei's expression turned.
That's right, his battle blade was given to him by Uncle Lan. It's made of the same material as the black stick and the cloud-piercing spear. He definitely know about how powerful Uncle Lon is.
Ho Fei agreed.
As long as this Zong Ju was not having a fever, he would not come trying to kill us.
He Yu also nodded.
Furthermore, with our current strength, we truly don't have many people that we would fear. With the three brothers joining hands, other than the Dragon Emperor, Pine Demon Emperor, Great Ape Emperor, Cyan Emperor, Emperor Ni, and a couple others at their tier, the other people, including the Blood Devil Emperor, were all people that the three brothers could care less about.
But we do not have a way to get in touch with Zong Ju, suddenly said Ho Fei.
That's simple. At this moment, He Yu also smiled. Having had a method to rescue by Xin, his mood was currently very good.
Doesn't Big Brother have a very good relationship with the Prince of the Dragon Clan?
As long as you send a transmission to him and ask for his help, then, with the countless troops of the Dragon Clan, sending a transmission to Zong Ju is definitely not a hard task.
Right. Xin Yu smiled as he nodded.
Soon after, with a wave of his hand, the transmission secret array appeared directly on the middle of the courtyard.
Xin Yu simply entered the transmission secret array and, with a flip of his hand, took out his transmission spiritual pearl.
At once, he started to send a transmission to A.O. Woming.
Big Brother Woming, it's me, Xin Yu.
I have a matter that I hope that Big Brother would lend me a hand on.
Xin Yu sent a transmission.
At this moment, Ho Fei and He Yu were standing aside and watching him.
After a moment. Ah, it's Xin Yu. It's been 100 years since I last had any news of you. Whatever you need my help on, just go ahead and tell me.
As long as I am capable of helping, I would definitely help you out,
said A.O. Woming very frank and straightforwardly. Xin Yu immediately replied. Big Brother Woming, I am wondering if any of your Dragon Clan's troops on the Black Crow City is able to get in contact with Zong Ju? Zong Ju. Are you talking about that super divine beast, golden-winged great ping bird Zong Ju? Asked A.O. Wushu in confirmation.
While there's many people named Zong Ju, there's only a single super divine beast with the name Zong Ju.
That's right. Xin Yu nodded.
Without even the need of checking, I am certain that there's definitely someone. All the important people of the major powers, our Dragon Clan are definitely able to get in contact with them,
said A.O. Woming with absolute certainty. Having received this information, a smile immediately appeared on Xin Yu's face.
Ho Fei and He Yu, who stood to the side and watched, had also roughly guessed the result.
Xin Yu, where in the Black Crow City are you all at right now?
I'll immediately summon from my Dragon Clan over.
As for contacting Zong Ju and whatnot, you can just go ahead and ask him. I'll inform him beforehand about everything, said A.O. Woming enthusiastically. Soon after, Xin Yu told A.O. Woming their location and the alias they used to check in.
The two then chatted with each other for a moment before disconnecting. Xin Yu waved his hand and took the transmission secret array back into his blazing profound ring.
Big Brother, how was it?
Although Ho Fei and He Yu managed to guess the result, they still wanted to receive the confirmation from Xin Yu.
Xin Yu smiled and nodded. Everything went smoothly. What we need to do now is stay here and await for the expert from the Dragon Clan. Ho Fei and He Yu immediately blossomed into a smile.
Afterwards, the three began drinking as they waited for the expert from the Dragon Clan.
After a cup of tea's time. May I know if this place is the residence of young Master Xixuan?
A voice sounded from outside the courtyard mansion. Xin Yu and his brothers started to smile at the same time. When the three of them checked in, Xin Yu gave the alias Xixuan. Furthermore, with the strength of the three of them, they were able to immediately determine that the person outside was a level 4 Demon Emperor and also from the Dragon Clan.
Xin Yu stood up and personally opened the door. This Dragon Clansman had the appearance of a youth.
When he saw the three people inside the courtyard, he was shocked to find that he was unable to see through any of them. Immediately, he cupped his hand respectfully and said, "This humble self is Yupan of the Dragon Clan," paying his respect to the three seniors.
Xin Yu closed the door and then smiled amiably. I believe you're sent over by Big Brother Woming? Precisely.
Hearing Xin Yu speaking like this, Yupan no longer doubted anything in his mind.
He immediately said, through His Highness's transmission, I am aware that the three seniors wanted to contact Zong Ju.
My transmission spiritual pearl is capable of contacting Zong Ju. What might the three seniors want to transmit? At this moment, He Yu and Ho Fei had also walked over.
He Yu spoke. Tell Zong Ju that if he still remembers Uncle Lon, then come to the Black Crow City and meet us.
Brother Yupan, at that time, it would do well if you can just bring Zong Ju to us.
Xin Yu and Ho Fei also nodded. He Yu's message was more than enough to rouse Zong Ju. Okay.
Although this demon Emperor Yupan does not know who Uncle Lan was, he also did not bother to ask. Holding his transmission spiritual pearl with his hand, Demon Emperor Yupan started to send the message to Zhongju. In merely a moment later, Demon Emperor Yupan raised his head to look at Qinyu and them. He smiled and said, "3 seniors," that Zhongju had already responded. "He'll be on his way to Black Crow City right away." Although it is said to be after a short moment, it was actually close to an hour. After Demon Emperor Yufan sent the message to Zhongju, Zhongju had came to the residence of Qinyu and his brothers. Knock. Knock. The courtyard door was knocked on. Demon Emperor Yupan looked to Qinyu. Qinyu lightly nodded. Demon Emperor Yupan walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door was only a single person, Zhongju. Zhongju had came without any servants or subordinates. When Zhongju walked in, he saw Qinyu and his brothers. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. "Demon Emperor Yupan, thank you for your help, we would not need to bother you anymore now," said Qinyu while smiling. "3 seniors, this humble self shall take his leave." Immediately after, Demon Emperor Yupan turned and started to leave. While he was leaving, he also nodded and smiled to Zhongju. Zhongju saw Qinyu and his brothers. Puzzled, he said, "You all are?" When Qinyu and his brothers arrived on the Black Crow Star, they had changed their appearance. Furthermore, their strength now surpassed Zhongju's, so Zhongju was also unable to sense their aura. Naturally, he was unable to determine who they are. Qinyu and his brothers changed their appearance and returned back to their original appearance. Sure enough, it's you 3. Upon seeing them changing their appearance back, Zhongju immediately started to smile. "Oh Qinyu, upon seeing the words Uncle Lan, I had already guessed that there's a high chance of it being one of you 3 brothers sending me the message. Originally I had thought that it'll be 1 or 2 of you, never had I expected that it's all 3 of you." At this moment, Zhongju appeared to be very happy and excited. "Never had I expected that," Zhongju gasped in admiration. "You 3 brothers, in merely several hundred years, had actually reached such a level. I had already sensed that you 3 brothers were extraordinary back in the mortal realm, however, your accomplishments still astonished me greatly." Hey, you did not have the slightest smile on his face. He stared at Zhongju and said, "Zhongju, let me ask you, why is the Peng Demon Emperor chasing after to kill me?" Qinyu and Hofei was also looking at Zhongju. Zhongju took a glance at Heiyu, he then said helplessly, "Heiyu, to be honest, the fact that His Majesty was chasing after to kill you was a bit related to me." Qinyu started to frown. He did not believe Zhongju to be such a person. "Zhongju, the Peng Demon Emperor originally did not chase to kill me. Only after I met you did I start to become chased by the Peng Demon Emperor. Furthermore, he had also exterminated the entire Bai family. I hope that you'll tell me everything from the beginning till the end." Hey, you had a very solemn expression. Zhongju took a deep breath. He said, "Hey you, when we first met each other again in the immortal, devil and demon realm, your strength was already very good. At that time, we had even sparred with each other. Afterwards, when I returned to the Imperial City, unintentionally, I mentioned you to His Majesty. During that time, I even praised you highly and told His Majesty about all your strong points. I've told him that you're a future elite of our bird clan. It seemed like you were telling the Peng Demon Emperor the goods of my 3rd brother?" At this moment, Hofei instead called Heiyu his 3rd brother. "That was indeed my thought. Senior Uncle Lan had graced upon me. Even if I were to see that Heiyu's potential was great, I would still not do those despicable things. It's just that, never had I expected that, after hearing what I said, His Majesty ended up sending a death warrant command for you." Zhongju had a face filled with confusion. Qinyu had carefully paid attention to Zhongju's eyesight and expression the entire time. He was certain that Zhongju was not telling lies. If Zhongju was to be lying and able to fake his eyesight, expression, aura and whatnot like so, then Qinyu also would have nothing to say. "You're saying that you also don't know why the Peng Demon Emperor wanted to kill me?" Hey, you looked at Zhongju while frowning. Zhongju nodded and said, "That's right, I truly do not know why. However, what I do know is that it was precisely because of my introduction of you to His Majesty that His Majesty grew the intention to kill you. Even though I still do not know why His Majesty wanted to kill you. Tell me about the reaction, expression and all the words the Peng Demon Emperor had and said back then," said Qinyu suddenly. Zhongju was slightly startled. "Regarding that, I am unable to remember everything clearly. I will tell you all that I remember," said Zhongju with a light smile. Qinyu nodded. Zhongju then continued. "I had told His Majesty before that, according to Heiyu's strength, I had concluded that he was a variation divine beast. When I told His Majesty about my conclusion, His Majesty's expression had changed at once. He started to question me instead whether I'm truly certain that Heiyu is a variation divine beast. Shinyu carefully listened without saying a word. Furthermore, I told him that Heiyu possessed inherited memories and that many of the martial techniques in the inherited memories were techniques specific to the super divine beasts of the Pang clan. When I was confused about this aspect, His Majesty said a single sentence. Zhongju carefully recalled what happened. What did he say? Heiyu spoke out. That Heiyu is not related to you, you do not need to know why. Zhongju imitated the Pang Demon Emperor's voice from back then. As for what the other expression His Majesty had, to be honest, when talking with His Majesty and being under the aura of His Majesty, very rarely do I dare to look straight up His Majesty. Only occasionally would I glance at him. Thus, I was unable to recall clearly the majority of His Majesty's expression. Shinyu nodded. Shinyu then lightly smiled and said, That Pang Demon Emperor said that Heiyu is not related to you, you do not need to know why. His unspoken implication was that Heiyu is related to him, the Pang Demon Emperor. Furthermore, for him to say those words, it signified one thing. Toward Heiyu, the Pang Demon Emperor knew more than you, Senior Zhongju. Shinyu said those words with a lot of certainty. Shinyu, don't call me senior, it's making me ashamed of myself. Promptly said Zhongju. In the immortal, devil and demon realm, the ranks of senior and junior was determined by each other's strength. Currently, Shinyu and his brothers are all stronger than Zhongju. In that case, I'll call you Brother Zhongju. Shinyu could only take a step back. Hearing Shinyu saying it like this, Zhongju could only agree to it. Big brother, when that Pang Demon Emperor heard Brother Zhongju mentioning that Heiyu was a variation super divine beast, his expression changed. Why is that? Could it be that the Demon Emperor was jealous of a variation super divine beast that's much inferior in strength compared to him? Ho Fei was filled with confusion. He is someone who possessed inherited treasure, why would he be afraid of others? Oh, that's right. Zhongju suddenly remembered. I remembered that His Majesty had once asked about what Heiyu's true form was. After I told him about it, His Majesty did not have any reaction. Shinyu nodded. Shinyu had already had his own determination in his mind. We'll put this matter aside for now. Shinyu smiled and said, Brother Zhongju, we've come this time around in order to rescue Bai Xin. We know that Bai Xin is currently at your place, we're wondering whether or not you can send Bai Xin over to us? Ho Fei and Heiyu also looked to Zhongju. Oh. Zhongju suddenly nodded. So that's the reason why you all came. Back then, when the Bai family was exterminated, although it was not I who set out to do it, but its cause was also related to me. At that time, I was only able to save Bai Xin. Since you've all came, I'll immediately bring Bai Xin over. Heiyu immediately had a smile on his face. Shinyu said gratefully. In that case, we shall request this of Brother Zhongju. What's there the need of requesting, this is all that I can do. Said Zhongju with a light smile. Since I do not have anything else now, I'll return back and bring back Bai Xin directly over here. By all means, after you all receive Bai Xin, immediately leave here. Zhongju had a very solemn expression. We know. Shinyu nodded. We three brothers shall wait for Brother Zhongju here. Zhongju nodded. He then turned into a ray of light and shot toward the east. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 25. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 25, Tracking. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Observing from above, the enormous Black Crow star only had two cities. One was the extremely big Black Crow City, and the other was the extremely small Imperial City. After flying out of Black Crow City, a figure immediately teleported to the outskirts of the Imperial City. Once the guards of the Imperial City saw that the person who arrived was Zhongju, they promptly opened the gates of the city and respectfully welcomed Zhongju into the city, after which they closed the city gates. Black Crow City, Shinyu and his brother's residence. Currently, there were more than only Shinyu and his two brothers in the courtyard. There were also Bai Ling and Hei Tong. Big brother, second brother, would my sister really be coming in a moment? Bai Ling had a face filled with astonishment. The current her still found this a bit unbelievable. Heiyu who stood to the side lightly held Bai Ling's hand. Linger, rest assured, you'll be able to see sis Bai Xin in a bit. Shinyu and Ho Fei stood to the side, they were also very happy. Xiao Hei and Bai Ling, I reckon that they were always worried in the 1,000 years they spent in the Zhang Lan's realm. Shinyu sighed in his heart. After knowing Bai Ling for such a long time, Qin Yu had also came to understand Xiao Hei's wife's temperament. He was thus also able to guess that Bai Ling had been worried the entire time.
Eldest uncle, second uncle, I'll be able to see my big aunt soon?
The extremely clear and mischievous Hei Tong secretly pulled Qin Yu in Ho Fei's arms.
She asked in a low voice. Ho Fei loved to fool around with Hei Tong. He laughed. That's right. Wait here patiently. Ever since you've been born and all the way till now, you still haven't met your big aunt before. In a short moment, you'll be able to meet her. And that was all because of me, your second uncle. Ho Fei extended his face to the front of Hei Tong. Come, little Tong Tong, give second uncle a kiss. No. Hei Tong twisted her face.
She then immediately placed her little mouth toward Qin Yu's face and kissed.
Qin Yu was stunned. You want me to kiss you? I instead won't kiss you, I'll kiss eldest uncle instead. Hei Yu raised her head up complacently. Hei Tong's current appearance was still that of a girl.
After being spoiled by her elders, her temperament was more of that of a child. If Hei Yu and Bai Ling wanted to teach Hei Tong a lesson, they even needed to first get the approval of Qin Yu, Ho Fei, Wu Lan, Yi Chu and others. After all, little Hei Tong grew up being watched by Wu Lan, Yi Chu, Qin Yu and the others.
Little Tong, come to mom.
Bai Ling reached out her hand and said with a smile. Hei Tong hopped onto Bai Ling's leg. She then looked at Hei Yu with a pitiful expression.
Dad, I want to go out to play. No, Hei Yu resolutely refused. Hei Tong's round big eyes were opened wide.
Dad, all these years, I have always been in the Jianglan's realm.
I'm about to die from boredom. I want to go to the city and have a stroll.
Dad, I've already reached the heavenly demon stage, yet I have never even been out once.
What kind of temperament did Hei Yu have? He still had the same ice-cold appearance. Eldest uncle? Hei Tong looked to Qin Yu pitifully.
Hei Tong was very certain that whether it's her own father or her second uncle, they all listened to the words of her eldest uncle. As long as her eldest uncle agreed to it, everything would be settled.
Qin Yu looked at little Hei Tong.
When he was undergoing the 9-in-9 heavenly tribulation, not only had he wandered through the Qianlong continent, he had even fought through the seafloor cultivation realm, charged into the Nine Swords immortal mansion and even set the Tinglong continent aflame with heavenly flames. Compared to himself, little Hei Tong did indeed experience a lot less. Xiao Hei, when our strength was at the level of little Tong's, we had experienced a lot. Little Tong did indeed experience too little.
After we receive by Xin, we shall accompany little Tong and stroll around the Black Crow City. Qin Yu spoke out. Hei Tong immediately looked to her father Hei Yu. What big brother said is correct. It was true that we cannot let little Tong live under our wings all the time. Hei Yu nodded his head as if he had reached a realization. Little Tong, after we receive your big aunt, we'll bring you to the Black Crow City and have some fun. Yay, dot. Hei Tong immediately started beaming with joy.
Immediately after, she started to mutter.
Big aunt, come quickly. Once you've come, I'll be able to take a stroll around the Black Crow City.
We'll change topic from Qin Yu and them playing with little Hei Tong noisily in the courtyard. Currently, Zhongju had returned to his mansion house.
As a super divine beast golden-winged great ping bird, Zhongju's status was extremely high. His status was second only to the Peng Demon Emperor and the 3 level 8 Demon Emperors.
Inside the garden in Zhongju's mansion house, a woman bearing a strikingly resemblance to Bai Ling was sitting beside the pond. She was staring blankly at the tranquil and mirror-like pond. After a long time, she took a deep sigh. Soon after, she continued to stare at the pond. Little you, youngster sister, you all must survive.
A low voice sounded from Bai Xin's mouth.
A single thread of tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. In these past couple hundred years, Bai Xin had always lived in Zhongju's mansion house. Zhongju could be considered to be extremely good to her, he had never made things difficult for her.
However, once she thought of her sisters, brothers, parents and elders that have died, Bai Xin felt very pained in her heart. Now, there was only Bai Ling and her left from the Bai family. Bai Xin. Zhongju walked in front the entrance of the garden. He walked on the white stone path and directly toward where Bai Xin was at. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Xin knew that someone had come. She promptly wiped away her tears and stood up respectfully. Her respectful appearance was not merely because Zhongju's status was high and could control her life and death, the most important reason was because she believed that Zhongju was a good man, at the very least he was very good to her. Young Master Zhongju. Bai Xin addressed Zhongju the same way as the servants did. Zhongju slightly nodded to Bai Xin. He then said to her via voice transmission. By Xin, didn't you want to see your younger sister in Heiyu? By Xin raised her head to look at Zhongju with astonishment.
Seeing the expression of certainty that Zhongju had in his eyes, Bai Xian's heart burst into an overwhelming feeling of happiness. However, she also knew that this matter was not something that can be spoken. Immediately, she said via voice transmission.
Young Master Zhongju, you're willing to let me see my younger sister and little you? Zhongju lightly nodded. Where are they? Bai Xian immediately asked via voice transmission. Zhongju smiled. They are currently in the Black Crow City. I'll bring you over. We'll reach there in a short while. Black Crow City? Bai Xian was startled.
At this moment, Bai Xian had more than just a pleasant surprise in her heart, she was also worried.
Bai Xian looked at Zhongju and sent a worried voice transmission.
Young Master Zhongju, this is the core planet of the Bird Clan, how are little you and my younger sister able to get here?
Zhongju lightly smiled. Bai Xian, you ought to know that Heiyu has two brothers, right? Bai Xian nodded. Immediately after, she sent a transmission. Could it be? No need to talk any further, you'll know about everything once you meet them, said Zhongju via voice transmission. As for now, you should make some preparation to leave the Imperial City with me. Yes. Bai Xian was so emotional that she ended up saying yes from her mouth. At the west gate of the Imperial City. Open the city gates. Zhongju commanded indifferently. Yes, young Master Zhongju. The guards that watched over the city gate saw that it was Zhongju and immediately replied respectfully. They then started the valve that controlled the city gate. Immediately, a rumbling noise sounded unceasingly. The extremely large city gate with the thickness of a mile was being opened. Effortlessly, Zhongju brought a maid with him out of the city gate. This maid was naturally Bai Xian in disguise. What's with young Master Zhongju? It's the second time young Master had left the city today. It seemed that young Master had only came back a while ago. Who knows, this time around he brought with him a maid. I reckon that he's going to buy some stuff. Those city guards started to gossip idly. Their daily lives were actually awfully dry and dull. They were unable to manage major events and was only able to manage trifle matters like opening the city gates. And at this moment, a black-gowned male was standing by the city gates watching Zhongju and Bai Xing departing the city. Reporting to the Lord, young Master Zhongju and Bai Xian had exited the city gate. This black-gowned man held a transmission spiritual pearl in his hand, he had sent the information out. Times. It is that same drifting muslin veil. Within the muslin veil lay a beautiful young woman, the sole female amongst the three great experts under the Peng Demon Emperor, level 8 Demon Emperor Bai Feng. Standing outside the muslin veil was the same black-clothed youth. Very good, you can go. Bai Feng's simple and elegant voice sounded from within the muslin veil. The black-clothed youth respectfully bowed and then quietly left Bai Feng's residence. As for Bai Feng, she had instantly disappeared from her bed. In the airspace of the Imperial Palace. Bai Feng was dressed in a set of white clothes and standing up high in the sky. Her soft red lips opened and, in a low voice, she said, Aoku, how long must I wait for you to come out? Bai Feng, you do not have to worry about me. A deep and hoarse voice sounded. At the same time, a figure appeared beside Bai Feng. This man was very tall, an entire 2 heads taller than Bai Feng. His 2 eyes were filled with viciousness. Although this man was very tall, he was not skinny either. Instead, he gave off a very oppressive sensation. The 3 great experts underneath the Peng Demon Emperor, the first one was a high-level divine beast from the Crane clan, Phoenix Tail Crane, Bai Feng. The second was a high-level divine beast from the Eagle clan, Cyan Flame Eagle, Lu Tuesday. The third was the strongest amongst the 3 variation high-level divine beast, double-headed dragon vulture, Aoku. Aoku's mother is from the Vulture clan. His father is however from the Dragon clan. It was rumored that Aoku was related with the current Dragon Emperor Ao Feng. Of course, this was merely a legend that no one can confirm. However, the prowess of Aoku was without doubt. He was the strongest amongst the 3 great experts. Aoku, now that His Majesty and Lutu are not in the Imperial City, you ought to know about everything. You're in charge of the general situation, that I know, said Aoku coldly. Well then, my demon awareness had already sensed that Zhongju and that woman have started to teleport. If we do not leave now, then it'll become troublesome. Bai Feng humped coldly. Afterwards, Aoku and Bai Feng turned into 2 rays of light and shot toward the city gate. The Black Crow City was extremely wide, nearly the length of a single city wall was no less than 1 billion miles. Only cultivators were able to construct such a frightening city.
If mortals were to come, then they would not be able to walk the entire billion miles in their entire life.
And at this moment, Aoku and Baifeng were flying into the Black Crow City from the sky. Your demon awareness is a bit stronger than me, you'd best not slip up and lose them. Baifeng laughed.
Rest assured,
said Aoku coldly.
Baifeng lightly smiled and said, His Majesty was truly amazing. Originally we were going to kill Bai Xian, however His Majesty still bestowed her to Zhongju and instead ordered our people to secretly monitor Bai Xian.
Who would have expected that? The Heiyu that we were unable to catch and kill after all our painful efforts, we would be able to catch him soon using this method. Baifeng was very certain that Zhongju had brought Bai Xian out so that she can be together with Heiyu and Bai Ling. After all, if he wanted to do something, he had countless amount of maids he could take with him. Why must he take Bai Xian instead? Baifeng, had you informed His Majesty about this matter? Aoku suddenly spoke out.
You need not worry about the way I handle matters. Baifeng lifted her brows and said.
The two were chatting as they flew above the Black Crow City. Suddenly, Aoku spoke and said. Zhongju had landed outside of a courtyard mansion. There's quite a few people inside that courtyard mansion.
I only managed to examine a single person. That man is a level 6 demon emperor. I didn't dare to examine again as I'm afraid that I might be discovered.
Aoku was very shrewd. His demon awareness had only discovered Ho Fei before he stopped observing anymore. Level 6 demon emperor? Baifeng's eyes shone. That man is a fiery-eyed water ape. He ought to be one of the two brothers that His Majesty said Heiyu had. Aoku's voice suddenly changed. We can attack now. Times.
Inside the courtyard mansion, Xinyu, his two brothers, Bai Ling and Heitong were chatting.
Big brother, could it be that Zhongju was deceiving to us? Said Ho Fei with a frown.
If he were to deceive us and send people to encircle and annihilate us, then we'll be in a real bad situation.
Xinyu shook his head. He most likely won't.
If he really wanted to eliminate us at a single stroke, then his skill to lie was trying too amazing.
My immortal awareness has already sensed him. Xinyu's immortal awareness clearly sensed Zhongju flying over with Bai Xian.
He currently brought with him a female. Her strength is that of a level 7 demon king.
Xinyu said clearly. Right, that's my older sister.
When my older sister was caught, she was at the level of level 7 demon king.
Bai Ling was filled with emotion. After a while, Zhongju and Bai Xian landed outside of the courtyard mansion. Xinyu turned to little Heitong and said. Heitong, you go and open the door. Make sure to properly greet your big aunt. Heitong immediately had a face filled with happiness.
Cheerfully, she was about to run over there.
However, right at this moment. Zhongju, you truly have a large nerve.
A clear and cold voice sounded from the sky. A figure appeared in the sky above the courtyard mansion.
It was Baifeng. She and Aoku had been using their demon awareness and secretly following Zhongju and Bai Xian the entire time.
Right when Zhongju landed in front of the door and was about to knock, the two of them directly teleported over here. Immediately, the situation turned quiet.
Both Zhongju and Bai Xian who stood outside the door and Xinyu and them who were inside the courtyard mansion were shocked. And just at this moment. Little Tong, Linger, get in the Jianglan's realm.
Xinyu's immortal awareness voice transmission sounded in the minds of Little Tong and Bai Ling almost simultaneously.
Heitong and Bai Ling both looked to Xinyu.
With an intention of his mind, Xinyu took the two into his Jianglan's realm. At the same time, his voice transmission sounded in Ho Fei and Heiyu's minds. That woman up there is a level 8 demon emperor, be careful. While he was sending the voice transmission, Xinyu's figure had turned into a ray of light.
He planned to save Bai Xian. Bai Xian. You ought to be the eldest brother amongst the three, Xinyu, right?
The door of the courtyard mansion exploded open into bits. At the same time, a hoarse voice sounded from outside the door.
An extremely cold and detached Aoku had appeared. He held Bai Xian's neck with a single hand.
His eyes were fixed directly on Xinyu. Baifeng had teleported into the air, yet Aoku teleported to Bai Xian's side.
That's because Aoku knew how important his opponent considered Bai Xian to be.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 26. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 26, A Battle. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Xinyu's body suddenly stopped. He stared at Aoku who was outside the door. He saw Aoku and then took a glance over at Baifeng up in the air. Immediately, an idea came into Xinyu's mind. Could it be that Zongju deliberately brought people over to deal with him?
Young Master Zongju, you are the future pillar support of our bird clan. As the second golden-winged great pink bird, how could you dare, disobey His Majesty's order?
You actually futilely attempted to deliver Bai Xian to He Yu and them, coldly said Bai Feng in the air. Zongju's current complexion turned somewhat ugly. Lords Bai Feng and Aoku. Zongju straightened his waist and looked to the two. When His Majesty wanted to kill He Yu, you two were at that time also supporting his decision. And at that time, I have already told you all that, behind He Yu and his two brothers was a mysterious expert. He Yu must not be killed. However, you all didn't believe me. Fine, in the future, when you all regret your decision, you'd best not blame me. After Zongju said those words, he turned around. Young Master Zongju, you're trying to leave already? Said Bai Feng coldly.
Zongju immediately turned around. He stared at Bai Feng with an extremely cold expression.
Bai Feng, could it be that you want to kill me? Zongju's voice was very loud. His grandeur overshadowed Bai Feng's with a single voice. Zongju then took a glance at Aoku. If you two dare to kill me, then come and kill me. After Zongju finished saying those words, without caring for the other two, he turned into a ray of light and flew toward the horizon. Bai Feng and Aoku looked at Zongju leave like that but did not bother to obstruct him from leaving. Super Divine Beast golden-winged great peng birds were extremely precious to the bird clan. Their status was extremely precious. Furthermore, Zongju was neither a phoenix super divine beast or a seven-colored peacock super divine beast. He was a golden-winged great peng bird, a super divine beast from the strongest clan of the bird clan, the Peng clan. Even if the Peng Demon Emperor wanted to kill Zongju, he would still have to give out a good enough justification. As for Bai Feng, Aoku, and them, the most they could do is criticize Zongju. Kill? The two of them did not have the courage to do such a thing, nor do they have the power. Humph. Bai Feng humped coldly. Zongju's disrespectfulness toward her caused her to be awfully unhappy. Immediately after, Bai Feng and Aoku's attention turned to Qinyu, Hofei, and He Yu. Although they do not dare to kill Zongju, they still dared to kill Qinyu and He Yu. As for Hofei, as they knew of Hofei's standings, they also didn't dare to casually kill him. They both knew that behind Hofei stood the Great Ape Emperor, who even the Peng Demon Emperor had to take into consideration. Qinyu felt that the power in his entire body was boiling. It's been 1,000 years now. In this entire 1,000 years, Qinyu had not truly fought to the death before. Qinyu had fought through battles after battles since youth, even his blood contained within it an addiction to battles. Fei Fei, Xiao He, they're two level 8 demon emperors. They're about enough for us to test out our strength. Qinyu's voice contained within it some excitement. Hofei licked his lips. His eyes started to shine. He shot a glance at Aoku and then glanced at Bai Feng. As for He Yu, he was looking at Aoku with an enormous amount of killing intent. That's because Aoku was still holding Bai Xian in his hand. Big brother, I'm already tired of waiting. Hofei held his black stick in his left hand. As for his right hand, it was unceasingly opening and closing. His two fiery eyes were firmly staring at his opponents. Oh, pretty courageous. Bai Feng sneered. Aoku's figure moved and arrived beside Bai Feng. He was still holding Bai Xian in his hand. Everyone understood that with Aoku's strength, he would be able to kill Bai Xian easily with merely an intention. Bai Xian's gaze was on He Yu the entire time. Little Yu. Elder sister Bai Xian, I will definitely save you. He Yu's entire body's muscles were trembling. He said resolutely. Brat, you're dreaming. Aoku's hoarse voice sounded. And right at this moment, Qinyu and his brothers all sensed that the space was oscillating. In merely a moment later, more than a dozen people have arrived on the airspace above the courtyard. Those people all respectfully said simultaneously. Paying our respect to the two lords. You all are to bring Bai Xian back into the Imperial City. Aoku threw Bai Xian to the leader amongst the group that came. The leader amongst the group immediately received Bai Xian. The current Bai Xian appeared to be under a restriction. She was surprisingly motionless. Aoku's hoarse voice sounded once again. We do not need you all here anymore, you can go, Yes, me lord. These over a dozen people disappeared from Qinyu and his brother's scope of view in nearly a moment later. Big brother. Hey, you sent a voice transmission to Qinyu. I'll chase over and save sis Bai Xian. Don't be impetuous. Qinyu immediately stopped He Yu.
Shinyu was very certain that for these two great experts to dare give by Xin to their subordinates in front of them, this signified that they have enough certainty that they would be able to make Shinyu and them unable to easily save by Xin.
Shinyu, Hou Fei, Heiyu, is that right?
Bai Feng lightly smiled and said. You do not have to look over anymore, it's impossible for you all to save by Xin.
I know of Aoku's temperament, he always does his work with a backup. At this moment, Bai Xin most definitely has Aoku's energy in her body.
Even if you all managed to save her, Aoku would still make herself detonate in merely a moment.
Aoku slightly nodded. Heiyu's expression slightly changed. Sure enough, that was the case. Shinyu, it was said that you've once wiped out all of the immortal emperors underneath Emperor Yu.
However, I am not convinced that a little brat like you who've only ascended a couple hundred years ago would be that powerful.
Aoku have been staring at Shinyu the entire time.
For you to dare to come to the Black Crow Star, you must have the awareness of death.
After he finished, Aoku's body's entire aura started to rise.
Fei, Xiaohei, this guy with a broken voice is mine.
You two take care of that woman, said Shinyu with a clear voice. Let's compete and see who defeats our enemy first.
Sure.
Hou Fei and Heiyu spoke in unison.
At the same time, a several thousand-foot-tall gigantic ape mirage appeared behind Hou Fei's back.
That giant ape appeared to be howling to the sky.
Soon after, the mirage of the gigantic ape disappeared in a flash. At the same time, golden-colored hair appeared on Hou Fei's body and his lips turned purple.
Ice-cold black feathers immediately appeared on Heiyu's body.
Each and every feather appeared like black iron as they flickered with a metallic radiance. Between his brows was a black feather scale.
Battle form. Hou Fei and Heiyu simultaneously entered their battle forms.
One of them held a long black stick and the other held a long black spear.
Ha, several juniors.
Aoku's hoarse voice was filled with disdain. Bai Feng, who was up in the air, also had a face filled with indifference. She did not bother to care about Hou Fei and Heiyu at all. That's because she had discovered that Hou Fei was only a level 6 demon emperor and Heiyu was only a level 5 demon emperor. Even if they were super divine beasts, they were still somewhat inferior compared to her. On Shinyu's legs were blue-colored trousers. On his body was an extremely skin-tight blue shirt. They were created through his 6th stage of 9 steps force energy.
To the current Shinyu, top-quality immortal armor was completely useless. As for divine armor, he didn't have any.
Guy with the broken voice, enough of the rubbish talk.
Shinyu's gaze was fixed on Aoku. Aoku's brows creased.
His dry and rough lips slightly opened. I dislike others saying that I have a broken voice. After he finished saying that, a gigantic spiked club appeared in his hand.
Following a curve, as if he had teleported, he arrived beside Shinyu in an instant. TL, spiked club is called Wolf Tooth Club in Chinese. An attack. Go!
Hou Fei shot straight toward the sky at a rapid speed. At the same time, he brazenly raised his black stick high up and smashed it toward Bai Feng. As for Heiyu, he flew with a weird trajectory and, with a speed even faster than that of Hou Fei's, arrived behind Bai Feng and started to attack.
Shinyu against Aoku. Hou Fei and Heiyu against Bai Feng. The battle had started. Aoku's spiked club strike was extremely heavy. Furthermore, this spiked club was a divine weapon. Even though it was merely a low-quality divine weapon, but because of the fact that it was extremely heavy, Aoku had decided to pick this spiked club as his weapon and gave Bai Feng the other mid-quality divine long sword. Against the incoming strike from the spiked club, Shinyu stood motionless and was firmly staring at the spiked club. Courting death. Aoku sneered in his heart. He began to pour even more of his demon elemental energy into the spiked club. He wanted to kill Shinyu with a single club strike. Shinyu's figure slightly moved a couple centimeters. The spiked club that was originally going to land on Shinyu's chest instead landed on Shinyu's left arm. At this moment, Shinyu brazenly used his left arm like a clamp and clamped the spiked club between his arm and body. Ah! Aoku was filled with astonishment. The spiked club's strike was so valiant, how could it be so easily clamped by Shinyu? Logically, Shinyu ought to be smashed to pieces. Humph! If you don't enter your battle form, then you're not even capable of breaking my bones. Shinyu sneered in his heart. His right hand, containing within it an endless amount of power, ruthlessly smashed forward. Aoku's spiked club was still being clamped. He was simply unable to dodge in time. Shinyu's punch landed firmly on his chest. The sound of bones breaking sounded. Blood came splashing. Aoku was knocked flying backwards. While he was flying backwards, the injuries on his body was also being rapidly recovered. At the same time, the spiked club had suddenly turned small and flew directly back into Aoku's hand. Boom! An extremely vague stick silhouette was seen.
As if emerging from hell, it suddenly smashed onto Bai Feng's waist. Bai Feng's figure was sent flying rapidly downwards and smashed violently against the ground. Upon hitting the ground, several tens of enormous cracks appeared on the surface of the ground. Bai Feng's entire person had already sunk deep into the underground to the subterranean level.
Ha, stupid woman. If you do not enter your battle form, then against you, only myself will be enough,
shouted Hou Fei complacently with his hands on his waist. If level 8 Demon Emperor Bai Feng was not to enter her battle form, then she was still not a match against Hou Fei using the heavenly startling 9 stick strikes. After all, Hou Fei, who was a level 6 Demon Emperor using the heaven startling 9 stick strikes, was comparable in fighting power to a level 8 Demon Emperor in their battle form. For the first exchange, Qin Yu and his brothers had complete dominance.
Boom!
A ray of white light shot out from the underground.
It immediately arrived beside Aoku. That white light turned into a woman.
That woman's entire body was covered in white-colored feathers. Only the top of her head was covered in a layer of red feathers.
Bai Feng had entered battle form.
Aoku was however firmly staring at Qin Yu, and his hoarse voice rang out.
I didn't think that you would be this strong. Trying to pulverize my body with a mere low-quality divine weapon? With only that measly amount of power, how could it possibly be able to?
Qin Yu said with a light smile. The toughness of his bones were at a level close to that of divine artifacts. For a single low-quality divine weapon to try to break through his body, it was a very difficult task. The 6th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body was still nothing great. The 7th stage would allow one's body to become comparable to that of a low-quality divine weapon. If one was to reach the 8th stage, then no matter how much a low-quality divine weapon attacks, it would still be unable to break through the body. It was so strong that the low-quality divine weapon might itself break apart.
Tisk tisk, black dragon scales appeared on Aoku's entire body. A black horn appeared on his forehead. 2 enormous feathered wings appeared on his back.
At the same time, a dragon tail grew on his pelvis. Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu were all stunned.
What kind of battle form is this?
The 3 of them were all astonished.
Even the Dragon Clan's battle form do not possess a dragon tail.
As for the Bird Clan, when they enter battle form, they also usually would not grow wings. From He Yu to Bai Feng, neither of their battle forms have wings.
Aoku's extremely tall body stood straight.
His arm that was covered with dragon scales held within it a spiked club. His enormous feathered wings were slowly moving up and down. His dragon tail was also unceasingly swaying about. A valiant aura caused Qin Yu to become alert.
Aoku, these 3 brats actually possesses some skill. Let's settle this matter quickly by going all out, said Bai Feng quietly. I know. Aoku nodded. Suddenly, Bai Feng and Aoku, who have entered their battle forms, charged at Qin Yu and his brothers with a rapid speed. Old rules, Aoku charged toward Qin Yu whereas Bai Feng charged toward Hou Fei. Boom! 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 With his 2 feathered wings, Aoku's speed was extremely fast. His spiked club had turned into a blur. As for Qin Yu, he was also flashing unceasingly like Aoku. Again and again, they would ram into each other frighteningly, and Aoku would again and again spray blood out from his mouth. His eyes had also turned more and more crimson red. Fuck, this brat isn't scared of death. Aoku once again had his dantian area smashed by Qin Yu's fist. It's just that, through the dampening caused by the dragon scales, Qin Yu's fist had most only managed to jolt his bones. Furthermore, Aoku's dense energy had already removed Qin Yu's attack energy from his dantian area. Boom! Boom! Dot! Qin Yu had just dodged that spiked club, but the dragon tail landed on his body. Qin Yu was knocked back several meters. If that spiked club attacked with full power, it is capable of breaking my bones. Although this dragon tail is unable to break my bones, but its power was also quite strong. Qin Yu had a fierce expression on his face. I should have confused him by now. Time to use my divine weapon. Divine Sword Sky Piercer. With Qin Yu's current strength, he was able to display an enormous amount of power using the Divine Sword Sky Piercer. Bang! Qin Yu forcibly blocked the spiked club a single arm. With a kacha sound, the bones in his left arm ruptured. Bang! At the same time, Qin Yu's right fist smashed upon Aoku's abdomen. Abruptly, the Divine Sword Sky Piercer appeared. Qin Yu held Sky Piercer in his hand, his 6th stage of 9 steps dark gold body containing the astonishing dinosaur power exploded out. With a single sword strike, he directly pierced through the dragon scales and was about to pierce the dantian area if he stretched out a bit more. But Qin Yu was not able to pierce through. Aoku's dragon tail had wrapped itself around Chinyu's right arm and not allowing him to pierce any bit further. Aoku's eyes looked at Chinyu fiercely. He said via voice transmission. As I already know that you are brothers with Hofei and Heiyu, so how could I not know that in the mortal realm you have obtained divine artifacts from Ni Yang's realm? Brat, I knew that you had this trick up your sleeve the entire time. I have waited a long time. Moreover, my nascent soul is not located in my dantian. Even if you managed to pierce through it, it would still be of no use. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 27. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 27, Delaying for Time. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip. Right when Chinyu was shocked. Die. Aoku had a face filled with malevolence. He held his spiked club with his two hands and started to increase his strength once again. Ruthlessly, he smashed down the spiked club onto Chinyu's head. Wherever the spiked club passed, the space started to warp. Bang! Chinyu's arm firmly blocked the incoming strike. The spiked club that contained within it Aoku's endless amount of demon elemental energy caused Chinyu's arm's bone to start to crack. Chinyu knew that the situation was bad and immediately flew backwards. The two of them separated once again. On the contrary, Aoku strangely did not chase after Chinyu. Instead, he merely stood there and looked at Chinyu. His pair of dead fish eyes was fixed on Chinyu. His hoarse voice sounded. Chinyu, I truly never expected for your body to be so tough. According to the information that came from Zhongju, you've merely ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm a couple hundred years ago. Who would have thought that? You've already achieved such a level in a mere couple hundred years. Your talent is truly the best amongst the people that I have came across. Chinyu looked at Aoku who stood in front of him and began to ponder rapidly. Killing Aoku truly was hard. This Aoku's demon elemental energy was truly too strong. Numerous times, his fists landed on Aoku's body. However, their energy was offsetted by Aoku's demon elemental energy. Furthermore, Aoku's divine weapon, the spiked club's strength was something that cannot be left unblocked. Seems like I can only rely on my divine sword Sky Piercer and my Sky Piercing Finger. A cold flash shined across Chinyu's eyes. With the 6th stage 9 steps forces power and using the black hole to speed up, the Sky Piercing Finger's power ought to be able to injure Aoku. Right when Chinyu was about to attack. Bang! Bifong crashed into the ground with a rapid speed, splitting open the ground that she smashed onto. The crater extended over several tens of miles. However, in the blink of an eye, Bifong once again flew back into the sky. Gaga, eat another one of your grandfather's stick strikes. Hofei's arrogant voice resounded through the heaven and earth. At the same time, a countless amount of stick silhouettes covered the heaven and earth. From all directions, they came at Bifong. Bifong had an extreme headache. She actually had a special move. As her true form is that of a phoenix tail crane, there was a special finishing move in her inherited memory, Phoenix Tail Needle. The Phoenix Tail Needle was extremely strong that even Aoku would have to be extremely careful of it. However, Bifong knew of Hofei's status and didn't dare to use that move. To not use her special finishing move and be confronted with Hofei's stick silhouettes that filled the entire sky, Bifong could only feel vexed as she get trampled on by Hofei. PFFF. As if the space had been pierced through, the long black spear have instantly arrived in front of Bifong. Humph, Heiyu? Fine, I'll vent my anger out on you. Bifong, who had been trampled upon by Hofei the entire time, suddenly changed her gaze to Heiyu, who have always been in the surrounding and would occasionally and suddenly attack her. A gorgeous red ray was shot out from Bifeng's body. It was directly shot toward Heiyu's abdomen. Bifeng's special finishing move, Phoenix Tail Needle. Heiyu's expression took a huge change. His figure merely shifted downward several tens of centimeters. TSK tisk dot. That gorgeous red ray was shot at the black feather battle armor on Heiyu's body. The black-scaled battle armor was created through overlapping layers upon layers of feathers. That red ray appeared to be extremely hot. It burned away 3-4 layers of Heiyu's black-scaled battle armor's feathers at once. Poochie. That red ray had already entered into Heiyu's body. Xiao Hei. Chinyu, who noticed the scene, was greatly alarmed. Mixed hair bird. Hofei was also greatly alarmed. He had never expected that Bifong, who was being trampled upon by him the entire time, actually had such a powerful attack that penetrated even Heiyu's battle armor that was almost as powerful as a divine armor. You with the white feathers, if you have the skills, come and attack me. As if he had turned mad, Hofei started to radiate a dazzling golden shine. His black stick had turned to twice of its original length. Golden Abyss. Bifeng's expression changed. Divine armor golden abyss, a treasure that the great ape emperor possessed. She did not expect that the great ape emperor had actually given that to Ho Fei. With the golden abyss, even if Bai Feng used her phoenix tail needle to attack Ho Fei, she would still be unable to succeed. That is because after all, Ho Fei was a level 6 demon emperor super divine beast, his strength was merely a bit weaker than Bai Feng's. The black stick frantically came smashing down. Each smash was extremely exquisite. As for defense? Ho Fei had completely given up defense, all he knew was attacking. The attacks from the clan of the Great Ape Emperor are truly frantic. He even has the Divine Armor Golden Abyss for defense. Furthermore, I cannot kill that Ho Fei either. This is truly a difficult and annoying battle. Bai Feng felt extremely grudged in her heart. The Black Crow City was extremely wide. However, currently, with the residence of Qin Yu and his two brothers as the center, an area of 100 meters around them has turned into a death zone. The battle they had started just recently had already caused the death of several thousands of people and injured several tens of thousands. As for the other people, they have already hid themselves and taken shelter. At this moment, several million people were on the sky and ground. They were watching from the sidelines from far, far away. A stick silhouette soared to the sky like a long dragon. Like planets were colliding into each other, a wave of collisions sounded unceasingly. Those collision sounds were Qin Yu and Aoku fighting each other. Boom! It was unknown whose attack landed on the ground, but immediately, the entire earth appeared to be shaking like an earthquake struck. An extremely large crack started to spread. Numerous amounts of people were standing afar, watching from the sidelines and discussing about the fights. Lord Yang, who is fighting over there? They actually dared to fight on the Black Crow Star? Asked a robust burly man to a black-clothed old man. This black-clothed old man is a level 2 demon emperor level expert. He was someone of considerable status on the Black Crow Star. The black-clothed old man looked to the battle in the distant. Who? How can you not tell after seeing those auras? A battle of this level, even if it was me, if I am to go closer, then I'll likely be killed already. The cultivators in the surroundings were all shocked. Lord Yang, I have heard from my master that it was 2 of the 3 lords from the Imperial City who are fighting against some people. Gasped a youngster. 2 of the 3 lords from the Imperial City? The black-clothed old man's eyes opened wide. All of the people in the surroundings were stunned. The 3 lords underneath the Peng Demon Emperor, all of them were level 8 demon emperors and high-level divine beasts. Their strength was comparable to Emperor Yu when he was a level 8 immortal emperor. Of course, these 3 lords, compared to the current Emperor Yu, a level 9 immortal emperor, were still a bit inferior. Yo! An extremely sharp and reverberating sound sounded. A stick silhouette of several tens of miles long came crushing down on the center of the battlefield from high up in the sky. At the same time, there were 2 figures in the middle of the battlefield that soared to the sky. At the time when these 2 figures flew to the sky, they were still colliding with each other unceasingly. The sound of the collision rumbled in the ears of the people watching from several hundred miles away. Qin Yu, your ability to recover is truly frightening. That Aoku was unable to refrain himself from speaking. The 2 of them separated several miles from each other all of a sudden and then immediately rammed into each other again. They were striking each other's body. In the immortal, devil and demon realm, the methods of attacking was mostly divided into 2 types. One was fighting from afar through controlling one's flying sword, magics or barriers. The second is closed-ranged combat. Although attacking from the distant might appear to be very powerful, it's very hard for one to kill someone from afar. That is because the flying sword that is controlled by one's energy is weaker than when it's being held by one's hand and attacking with one's full power. However, closed-ranged combat. If one was to be slightly carefree, then one would lose one's life. As for Qin Yu, he relied on his body's valiant defense and continued to conduct closed-range combat unceasingly. Aoku, likewise, was also relying on the speed and defense that he gained when in his double-headed dragon vulture's battle form to conduct closed-ranged combat unceasingly. Every time the 2 of them fought each other, they were trying to kill their opponent. There was one time where the 2 of them were several miles away from each other and instantly collided with each other. At the same time, they threw their attack like lightning to their opponent. The spiked club came crashing toward Qin Yu's head. This time around, Qin Yu did not bother to block it with his arm like he usually do. This time around, you're definitely going to die. Qin Yu's eyes were like lightning. Bang! Qin Yu merely slightly dodged his head. The spiked club ruthlessly smashed down on Qin Yu's shoulder. The sound of the bones breaking was something that caused one to shiver all over when heard. However, Qin Yu merely slightly frowned. His eyes shined cold. Almost simultaneously, Qin Yu's left hand's index finger was immediately pierced into Aoku's abdomen. Meteor finger technique, sky-piercing finger. The extremely pure and concise blue-colored energy of the sixth stage 9 steps force started to be rotated by the black hole in reverse. The blue-colored 9 steps force reached a frightening level.
And at the moment when Qin Yu attacked with his left hand's forefinger, the divine sword Sky Piercer that he held in his right hand was also pierced toward Aoku's chest. As if he had already anticipated that, Aoku's dragon tail immediately wrapped itself around Qin Yu's arm. If Qin Yu did not have his arm's strength, then his divine sword Sky Piercer would not be able to pierce through Aoku's defense. Aoku had a slight smile on his face. However, in a wink's time, his expression changed.
PFF. Sky-piercing finger.
Qin Yu's finger that he did not cared for unexpectedly erupted with an astonishing penetrating power. It continuously penetrated through his numerous layers of dragon scales. The extremely dense demon elemental energy in his body only managed to weaken the blue finger energy by 80% before being unable to weaken it anymore.
No nascent soul?
Qin Yu clearly sensed that his sky-piercing finger's energy had penetrated through Aoku's body.
However, he did not manage to attack Aoku's nascent soul. Ah!
Aoku's dead fish eyes started giving off a dazzling radiance.
Afterwards, his entire body's muscles started to twist and warp.
With a SII sound, the sound of his muscles ripping apart echoed unceasingly.
In front of Qin Yu's eyes, Aoku was surprisingly split into two. The two halves of Aoku once again started to wriggle around and grow.
In a short while, they turned into two people. Two Aokus appeared in front of Qin Yu. They looked at Qin Yu coldly.
Body clone technique? No. What's going on? What kind of martial technique is this? These two Aokus' strength are actually the same, they both have the power of Aoku at his peak. Qin Yu was startled. The two Aokus took a glance at each other and then immediately looked to Qin Yu. The Aoku on the right laughed. Qin Yu, stop looking. Let me tell you, these two are both my true body. Amongst the 3 great lords under His Majesty, I am the strongest one. Even Bai Feng has a special finishing move like the Phoenix Tail Needle. Did you think that I merely had that bit of skill from earlier? The two Aokus were looking at Qin Yu but did not attack him. How could there be two true bodies? Qin Yu spoke. These two Aokus also possessed a lot of patience. The one on the left sneered and said, "My true form is that of a variation high-level divine beast, double-headed dragon vulture. Splitting into two, that is the remarkable ability from my inherited memories. Earlier, you were equally matched against a single true body of mine, your strength could be considered to be pretty good. However, against the two of me, you will be no match." Qin Yu listened as Aoku continued. He did not say a single word. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. "Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, don't fight anymore. Quickly, come over." Quietly, Qin Yu sent a voice transmission. Ho Fei and Hei Yu, who were currently fighting against Bai Feng, heard Qin Yu's voice transmission. They believed Qin Yu completely and immediately threw off Bai Feng and flew toward Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, he directly took Ho Fei and Hei Yu into the Jianglan's realm. "Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, you two are to return to the Jianglan's realm first, I'll join you guys shortly." Qin Yu's voice transmission sounded in Ho Fei and Hei Yu's minds. Whoosh! Bai Feng's figure immediately appeared beside the two Aokus. Puzzled, she said. Aoku, Hei Yu, and Ho Fei disappeared. The two Aokus both frowned. Soon after, they looked to Qin Yu coldly. Like vipers, those two pairs of eyes stared at Qin Yu. "Aoku, I already know what you were scheming. There is no need for you to hide anymore." Qin Yu had a slight smile on his face. "Scheme? What scheme?" Aoku was still pretending. Qin Yu lightly smiled and said, "Ever since the beginning when the two of you appeared, I have been suspicious of whether you two wanted to kill us or to arrest us and why the Peng Demon Emperor and the other level 8 Demon Emperor was not here. Against you all, the two of us are more than enough." Bai Feng spoke. Qin Yu shook his head. "Aoku, Bai Feng, at the beginning it could be that you two were arrogant and thought that you two would be sufficient to handle us. However, after fighting with us for such a long time, you also ought to know that the two of you were unable to kill us. If the Peng Demon Emperor and the other lord was to be on the Black Crow Star, then they would definitely have appeared. However, we have fought for such a long time yet the Peng Demon Emperor still hasn't appeared. Therefore, I have determined that the Peng Demon Emperor was not on the Black Crow Star to begin with," said Qin Yu with confidence. "As for the two of you, when you're fighting against us, for example Bai Feng, did not use your full strength in the beginning. After you were trampled upon later did you decide to use the Phoenix Tail Needle.
As for Aoku, you fought against me for such a long time. Had it not been the fact that you sensed that my sky-piercing finger and divine sword were able to kill you, you would also not use your full strength and split into two true bodies.
Shinyu stared at the two. What does this all signify? It signified that you are delaying. I reckon that the Peng Demon Emperor is en route back here or might even be arriving on the Black Crow Star in a short moment. At this moment, Shinyu's immortal awareness has covered the entire Black Crow Star. With the meteoric tear's assistance on top of Shinyu's current third layer Heavenly Soul Realms level, even a level 9 Demon Emperor cannot escape his investigation. The two Aokus fused into one and immediately looked at Shinyu. Shinyu, you are very smart. What you said was correct. The moment I fought against you, I immediately became aware that even if I were to turn into two and fight against you with two true bodies, the most I could do is defeat you. However, if you were to flee, I would be unable to catch you at all. Thus, I could only delay for time. You're still trying to delay for time. The Peng Demon Emperor has already arrived. Shinyu smiled brilliantly. He turned into a ray of light and rapidly shot toward the group of people in the Black Crow City. Aoku and Baifeng was startled. They immediately prepared to chase but discovered that they were unable to find Shinyu with their demon awareness. This Shinyu is truly cunning. Why did he say that His Majesty had arrived earlier? Did His Majesty really arrive? Baifeng puzzled. Aoku also had a trace of puzzlement on his face. However, in a blink of an eye, the two of them had a slight bitter smile on their face. That was because the Peng Demon Emperor's voice sounded in their minds. Where is Heiyu and his two brothers? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 28. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 28, Announcing to the World. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
After a battle of Emperor-level experts, the battlefield that spanned nearly 1,000 miles was turned into complete ruins. At the moment, there were two people high up in the sky above the battlefield. Nearly a moment later, two more people appeared in the sky.
Phoenix Tail Crane Baifeng, Cyan Flame Eagle Lu Tu, Double-Headed Dragon Vulture Aoku. These three people were the three great experts underneath the Peng Demon Emperor. Their status were second only to the Peng Demon Emperor. Currently, the Emperor of the entire bird clan and these three people were all in the sky above the Black Crow City. Your Majesty, said Aoku and Baifeng, bowing respectfully. The two of them did not have the arrogance that they displayed earlier. All they had on their face was respect and even a trace of worry and fear. Beside the Peng Demon Emperor was the Cyan Flame Eagle, Demon Emperor Lu Tuesday. Demon Emperor Lu Yu wore a cyan-colored battle armor. His eyes would occasionally flicker with a violent battle intent. It's just that, in the presence of the Peng Demon Emperor, his loftiness had completely vanished. Standing in the middle was the Emperor of the Bird Clan, the Peng Demon Emperor. The Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan, his true form is that of a golden-winged great ping bird. His strength is that of a level 8 Demon Emperor. However, as he was the Peng Demon Emperor who possessed an inherited treasure, he was able to easily defeat his three subordinates, the three great experts, by himself. The Peng Demon Emperor was covered in gold from head to foot. He wore a golden gown, golden battle boots, and a golden crown. His pair of cold eyes that did not contain any emotion landed on Baifeng and Aoku in front of him. Your Majesty, Aoku, and I had never expected for Heiyu and his brothers to be that powerful. We have been delaying this entire time. However, that Shinyu surprisingly discovered our intention at the final moment. And thus, the three of them escaped. Your Majesty, this time around, it is I and Aoku who did not handle our works efficiently. Your Majesty, please punish us, said Baifeng respectfully. Your Majesty, please punish us. Aoku also said the same. Both Aoku and Baifeng knew very well that the Peng Demon Emperor hated people avoiding their responsibilities. If you were to avoid responsibility and not recognize your mistake, then even if you were not in the wrong, it was still very possible for the Peng Demon Emperor to kill you. Oh, the three of them are that powerful? Even the two of you were unable to deal with them? The Peng Demon Emperor opened his mouth for the first time. His voice was a bit sharp and gave off a soul-penetrating sensation. No one dared to be disrespectful to the Peng Demon Emperor as his emperor's domineering aura was omnipresent. Your Majesty, Baifeng said respectfully. Shinyu and his two brothers were indeed very strong. This subordinate fought against Hofei and Heiyu by herself and only managed to reach a tie against them with great difficulty. As for Shinyu, he fought against Aoku and even forced Aoku to split into two true bodies. Aoku added, Your Majesty, Hofei is at level 6 Demon Emperor and Heiyu is at level 5 Demon Emperor.
As for Chinyu, this subordinate was unable to see through his level. However, his soul's realm's level was not much inferior compared to your majesty's. His body was extremely tough. Even this subordinate had to use his all in order to cause him harm with my divine weapon.
The Pine Demon Emperor raised an eyelid.
Like two profound golden rays of light, his eyesight was shot straight at Aoku.
Chinyu is really that strong? His body's toughness is at a level close to that of a low-quality divine artifact?
Yes. Furthermore, Chinyu's recovery ability was extremely astonishing. Right after his bones were smashed apart by this subordinate, it would recover itself in merely a moment.
Aoku added. He also possessed a divine sword and an extremely sharp finger technique.
If this subordinate did not use his two true bodies, then he might have suffered a defeat instead.
The Pang Demon Emperor nodded.
His clear and cold gaze glanced at the two.
The Pang Demon Emperor said indifferently. I understand, return to the Imperial Palace now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Bai Feng, Aoku, and Lu Tu all bowed and accepted the command. Afterwards, the four of them all turned into rays of light and shot toward the direction of the Imperial City.
Inside the Zhonglan's realm,
Chinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, and Bai Ling are gathered together. Big brother Yu, what do we do now? Big sister was once again captured by the Pang Demon Emperor's subordinates, how do we save her?
Bai Ling was so worried that she was about to cry.
Heiyu was only able to hold Bai Ling's hand and console her. Linger, don't worry, we will definitely think of a way.
Heiyu was also extremely worried in his heart. When he first ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm, Bai Ling's older sister, Bai Xian, had also cared for Heiyu greatly.
Hofei mucked up his mouth and said, we've alerted the enemy now. To go through Zone Ju is likely impossible now. To save Bai Xian now, it's very hard. Then what do we do? Asked Bai Ling worriedly.
Both Chinyu and Heiyu were frowning. They were both pondering. However, saving Bai Xian now is a lot harder than when they first arrived on the Black Crow Star. Even the Pang Demon Emperor and Lu Tu have returned.
Oh, that's right. Big brother, why did you suddenly have us enter the Jianglan's realm earlier? Hofei suddenly recalled what happened earlier and asked. Heiyu also looked to Chinyu. Chinyu smiled and said.
Earlier, that Aoku and Bai Feng had been trying to delay the entire time. I have determined that the Pang Demon Emperor was temporarily not on the Black Crow Star. However, for Aoku and Bai Feng to be delaying, they were definitely waiting for the Pang Demon Emperor to come back and capture us. That's why I had you two enter the Jianglan's realm.
Delaying time? Hofei and Heiyu were startled.
Only after they thought about the battle earlier did they manage to slightly realize it. Furthermore, ever since I started suspecting that, I spread my immortal awareness out to cover the entire Black Crow Star. At the final moment, my immortal awareness suddenly discovered two level 8 demon emperors arriving on the Black Crow Star's interstellar conveying array. Those two people are likely to be the Pang Demon Emperor and the final one of the three great lords, said Chinyu with much certainty. Level 8 demon emperors were incomparably sparse. For there to appear two at once, furthermore one of them possessing an aura similar to that of Zongju's, which was specific to the golden-winged great Pang bird, Chinyu determined it to be the Pang Demon Emperor.
The Pang Demon Emperor has really returned? Hofei was greatly alarmed. Chinyu nodded. Heiyu also started to frown. If the Pang Demon Emperor were to return, then it would become a lot more complicated.
He is someone who possesses an inherited treasure. His strength was close to that of the Dragon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor. With the strength that the three of us possess, it is simply impossible for us to even battle against him.
Not only that, Hofei said grudgingly.
According to what I learned from the Great Ape Emperor, the Dragon Emperor's inherited treasure was able to allow the Dragon Emperor's defense and attack to increase a lot. As for this Pang Demon Emperor, his inherited treasure was that crown on his head. That crown was able to triple his speed while also increasing his attack.
Triple? Chinyu and Heiyu were shocked. Hofei nodded. That's right.
The Pang Demon Emperor roamed the world unobstructed with his speed to begin with. With the inherited treasure, there is not a single person that can match him in speed in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. Against the Pang Demon Emperor, I reckon that we would be defeated before we even saw his shadow. The Pang Demon Emperor who prevailed over his opponents with speed, even if his speed wasn't increased, there were still not many people in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm that can match his speed. Once his speed tripled, it would turn to only him attacking his opponents, whereas his opponents cannot even imagine hitting him. Furthermore, speed is also attack power. Upon the moment when speed reaches the extreme, the attack power that it brings forth is also extremely powerful. According to what the Great Ape Emperor said, the Dragon Emperor's defense and attack are both very powerful, but his speed is not up to much. As for this Peng Demon Emperor, his speed is very fast and attack is also pretty powerful, but his defense is not up to much.
Hou Fei spoke frankly with assurance.
After following the Great Ape Emperor's son Yuan for a long time, Hou Fei also came to know a lot of things. Defense not up to much, but he ought to have a divine armor.
Qin Yu spoke. Hou Fei nodded and said,
"That's right, he does have a divine armor, a low-quality divine armor."
However, Qin Yu had never heard that anyone possessed a mid-quality divine armor yet.
Divine armors are, after all, extremely precious.
Low-quality divine armor worn by a level 8 demon emperor, even if one were to attack it, who can possibly break through it?
He Yu spoke.
Qin Yu nodded. A level 8 demon emperor super divine beast wearing a low-quality divine armor was still considered to have weak defense to the Great Ape Emperor?
Likely, even if Qin Yu and his brothers attacked him at the same time, they would still be unable to break through the defense.
How would I know? Anyways, that's what the Great Ape Emperor said.
He said that the Peng Demon Emperor's only weak point was his defense and the Dragon Emperor's weak point was his speed.
Hou Fei spoke frankly. Then what's the weak point of the Great Ape Emperor? Qin Yu asked.
Hou Fei smiled and said, "According to what the Great Ape Emperor said himself, he does not have any weak point. With the Great Ape Emperor's stick techniques, once he executed his stick technique, then even with the Peng Demon Emperor's attack, it is still very hard for him to break through the Great Ape Emperor's defense. As for attack, once he executed the heaven-startling 3 stick strikes, even the Peng Demon Emperor wouldn't dare to take it on firmly.
Speed?
The Great Ape Emperor's comprehension is already at a very high level. Although his body might not be able to keep up, his long stick speed was able to keep up with his opponent."
Hou Fei smiled again.
"Although he said he doesn't have any weak points, but from how I see it, the Great Ape Emperor is a bit inferior in all aspects. His defense is not as strong as the Dragon Emperor. His speed is slower than the Peng Demon Emperor.
Only his attack is powerful enough." Qin Yu shook his head and smiled. "Let's not talk about those 3 anymore. With their strength, any one of them could easily defeat us. Their so-called weak point is stronger than even our strong points."
Hearing this, Hou Fei and He Yu was unable to refrain themselves from smiling helplessly.
The reality was as such. "Big brother." Bai Ling looked to Qin Yu. "My older sister, how are we to save her?" "Linger." He Yu frowned and reprimanded. He Yu did not wish to force his big brother.
Especially after the Peng Demon Emperor returned, saving Bai Xian had clearly become much more difficult.
After being reprimanded, Bai Ling grew quiet. "Enough." Qin Yu smiled. "You all stay here first.
I'll go to the Black Crow City and inquire about some information first.
You all don't have to say anymore. When I conceal my aura, there are not many people that can discover me. Furthermore, if the situation turns bad, I can also enter the Jianglan's realm."
I do not believe that the Peng Demon Emperor could find the Jianglan's realm.
Hou Fei started to laugh. "That's right, unless the Peng Demon Emperor dared to do what Emperor you did and refine the entire Black Crow Star, otherwise, it is impossible for him to find the Jianglan's realm. Even if he finds it, he still cannot break through it." He Yu also smiled. "Men, well then, I'll go out first."
After Qin Yu finished, he disappeared from the Jianglan's realm.
Black Crow Star.
Inside the Imperial City's Imperial Palace. The Peng Demon Emperor returned with the 3 great experts. At the same time, he had commanded Zhongju to come to the Imperial Palace. When Zhongju received the command, he also became somewhat nervous. "Humph, I do not believe that the Peng Demon Emperor would truly dare to kill me."
Zhongju clenched his teeth and steadied his pace.
He directly headed toward the Imperial Palace's dynastic speech hall. The Peng Demon Emperor wore a golden crown on his head. On his body was a golden gown and on his feet a pair of golden battle boots. He was sitting on top of the dynastic speech hall. Below the dynastic speech hall, Aoku, Lu Tu, and Bai Feng sat on the 2 sides with their legs crossed. In front of the 3 of them were short tables.
On top of the tables were many delicacies. Aoku, Lu Tu, and Bai Feng simultaneously looked to the entrance. They saw Zhongju calmly walking into the dynastic speech hall. Soon after, Zhongju said respectfully, "Zhongju paying his respect to your majesty." "Sit," said the Peng Demon Emperor indifferently. "Thank you, your majesty." Zhongju walked to one side and sat down.
It just so happened that in the lower section of the dynastic speech hall, there were 2 tables on each side.
"Zhongju." The Peng Demon Emperor's sharp voice sounded. "I've heard that you secretly brought Bai Xian out this time around and even tried to deliver her to He Yu and them?" Zhongju lightly bowed and said. Yes, there is no sense for me to quibble. Is there something that you want to say? The Pine Demon Emperor looked at Zhongju with his two eyes. Zhongju nodded and smiled. Your Majesty. Your Majesty ought to know that I have a relationship with Qinyu and his two brothers. I have also received grace from their sex elder before. They asked for my help and I owed them a favor, so how could I not help them? This time could be considered as me returning them their favor. Furthermore, it's merely a single by Xin. A mere demon king, what harm is there to give her to them? By Xin is indeed of no importance, but, The Pang Demon Emperor's voice suddenly grew cold. A frightening aura came crushing down on Zhongju. But that He Yu is extremely important. I must definitely kill He Yu. I must definitely have him dead. Do you understand? The voice fuming with rage between gritted teeth caused Zhongju's heart to quiver. The Pang Demon Emperor's voice slowed down. Zhongju, you ought to know that I hold you in very high regards. Other than me, you are the sole golden-winged great ping bird from the Pang clan. I do not wish for the next Pang Demon Emperor's status to be obtained by the dark electric great ping bird. The bird clan possessed 4 different types of super divine beasts. Phoenix, 7-colored peacock and the 2 super divine beasts from the Pang clan. Golden-winged great ping bird and the dark electric great ping bird. Each successive Pang Demon Emperor was either a golden-winged great ping bird or a dark electric great ping bird. As I am a golden-winged great ping bird, I look after you especially. However, you'd best not think that I would not kill you. I'm warning you this time, if you were to violate my desire one more time, then I would rather have the dark electric great ping bird become the next Pang Demon Emperor and kill you. Understand? The Pang Demon Emperor's gaze was still ruthless as always. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhongju's heart was quaking in fear. He knew very well of the temperament of this generation's Pang Demon Emperor. If one were to violate his wish, he will definitely kill them. This time around, because Zhongju was a golden-winged great ping bird whose status was extremely precious on top of having the same true form as the Pang Demon Emperor, did the Pang Demon Emperor make it into merely a warning instead of killing him? Bai Feng. The Pang Demon Emperor looked to Bai Feng. This subordinate is present, said Bai Feng respectfully. The Pang Demon Emperor commanded. That Qinyu and his brothers regard Bai Xian of high importance, I command you to announce to the entire world that after 6 months, Bai Xian will be executed on the Black Crow Star's Yellow Lion Mountain. Zhongju's heart was startled. Execute Bai Xian? And also announcing to the entire world? Isn't that obviously to attract Qinyu in them? The Pang Demon Emperor continued. In these 6 months, restrain Bai Xian's power and tie her up on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain. Aoku, you are to lead 3 demon emperors and a group of guards to watch over the surroundings. At the same time, set up the profound golden illusion array in the area where Bai Xian would be tied up. Bai Feng, you are to spread out this news, you must make sure that it becomes public knowledge. Aoku, you are in charge of setting up the profound golden illusion array and watching over Bai Xian's surroundings. Once He Yu and his brothers appear, your first task is to notify me. The Pang Demon Emperor's gaze swept past. Bai Feng and Aoku immediately bowed. This subordinate accepts the order. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 29. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 29, Infiltrate. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. On a little street in Black Crow City's East City District, a short-haired and extremely radiating youth was walking on the street. He currently had a smile on his face. However, the other people on the street, when they saw the youth, consciously stepped aside for him. That's because no one was able to sense this youth's aura. This youth was precisely Qinyu with a changed appearance. Never had I expected that after I trained in the 9 steps dark gold body, it became harder for me to conceal my aura. Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. After he trained in the 9 steps dark gold body, his bones and muscles have become stronger. However, that can't be considered as much. After all, one's body strength couldn't be discovered with immortal awareness. However, after training one's body to a certain point, it would start radiating force. Qinyu possessed the 9 steps force within his body. The 9 steps force was actually assimilated into every part of Qinyu's body. And, with the 9 steps force covering every part of Qinyu's body like so, it was very easy for others to discover it. Therefore, Qinyu absorbed all of the 9 steps force in his body into the black hole. At the same time, he stopped executing the 9 steps dark gold body martial technique. Only by doing this would be not radiate any aura.
This black hole is strange indeed. Whatever enters it becomes undetectable by the immortal awareness of others.
Xing Yu had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Actually, this black hole could be considered a space tunnel.
It cannot be considered as being completely in the immortal, devil and demon realm, thus others naturally cannot discover it.
Xing Yu's pace was not fast.
However, his goal was very clear, the expert of the Dragon Clan, Yupan's residence. If he were to try and gather information by himself, who knows how long it would take. However, by using the troops from the Dragon Clan, it would be a lot easier. After all, the Dragon Clan has an information system on the Black Crow Star. Traveling back and forth through the crowd, after 4 hours, Xing Yu had walked half of the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, His Majesty has ordered that in 6 months, on the peak of the Yellow Lion Mountain, Bai Xin shall be executed.
Please look at the notice board for the detailed information.
A pair of Imperial City's guards were flying in the air and announcing this loudly. Once they spoke, a large amount of people on the street immediately started to gather toward them.
Publicly announcing the execution of someone?
It was something that's rarely seen on the Black Crow Star.
It was only done when a crime is extremely great and evil. However, this Bai Xin was someone that not many people on the Black Crow Star know of. Bai Xin? Xing Yu's figure turned into a blur.
In a mere 2-3 steps, he arrived at a location closest to the guards.
A black crystal plate was attached to a tall wall by the curb. There are 2 rows of golden writings on the black crystal plate. Those golden writings were unceasingly radiating a golden light. Although it is currently daytime, the golden light was still very clear. When it turned to night, it's likely that one would be able to see the golden light from far away. Xing Yu carefully looked at those 2 rows of words. Bai Xin of the Skylark clan, who did not comply with His Majesty's order and committed the crime of disobedience, will be tied on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain for 6 months. After 6 months have passed, on the 3rd of November, she shall be executed on the Yellow Lion Mountain summit. Xing Yu's eyelid jumped.
6 months, public execution, and announcing it to the world in such a way.
Xing Yu muttered to himself. He had managed to guess what they wanted to do. This Peng Demon Emperor actually used this kind of method. Xing Yu became angry.
It was very clear that the Peng Demon Emperor wanted to force Xing Yu and his brothers to go save Bai Xin. As for the summit of that Yellow Lion Mountain, it was definitely extremely dangerous. Even if it wasn't, the Peng Demon Emperor would likely also have set down an inescapable net to capture Xing Yu and his brothers. If Xing Yu and his brothers were to show up, it would be very likely for them to be captured or even killed.
However, if they do not show up, Bai Xin would be killed. Yellow Lion Mountain, Yellow Lion Mountain.
Xing Yu repeated this in his mouth a couple times. Soon after, he disappeared from the street.
He had already entered the Jianglan's realm. Where's that youth that was standing beside me? Could it be that he used teleportation in a place with all these people?
Furthermore, earlier when the guards posted the announcement board to the wall, there was still some energy fluctuation. Although it was light, it was still very likely for him to enter a space crack and die. The cultivators that saw Xing Yu disappearing were shocked.
Bro, don't bother with people who act so recklessly. Say, who do you think this Bai Xin is to make the emperor publicly announce her execution? The number of people in the surroundings started to discuss again.
Inside the Jianglan's realm,
He Yu and his wife Bai Ling were currently talking. What they were talking about was precisely Bai Xin.
The 2 of them were unable to have a peaceful mind unless they saved Bai Xin.
Big brother Yu, how about we infiltrate in and see? Once we find an opportunity, we'll save big sister. As soon as we save her, we'll return to the Jianglan's realm. It shouldn't be dangerous.
Bai Ling was so worried that her mind was about to become disordered.
He Yu shook his head. You're being silly. Linger, you talk about infiltration, but how do we infiltrate the Imperial City?
You talk about going to save your sister, but now, she's imprisoned under heavy layers, how do we save her?
Sigh, Bai Ling's eyes were red.
For this matter, she had cried multiple times already.
He Yu sighed and then hugged Bai Ling.
Suddenly, the sound of footsteps sounded from outside. Bai Ling immediately sat straight.
He Yu looked toward the outside of the door.
Upon seeing the person who came, his face displayed a delighted expression.
Big brother, did you manage to obtain information regarding Big Sis Bai Xin? Xing Yu nodded and then sat on a chair. Really? Big brother, then when should we go out and save my older sister? Bai Ling asked hurriedly. Xing Yu shook his head.
With a slightly worried expression, he said.
When I left earlier, before I even managed to see
Yupan, I discovered that the Peng Demon Emperor had announced something to the entire world.
Big brother, what is it? Is it related to Bai Xin? Ho Fei walked in from outside.
The residences of the three brothers were very close to each other. Right after Qin Yu walked in from outside, Ho Fei had immediately noticed it and also walked over.
Hearing Ho Fei's question, Qin Yu nodded. That's right, it's related to Bai Xin.
The Peng Demon Emperor announced to the world that after 6 months, Bai Xin will be executed on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain.
Executed?
Bai Ling was startled. He Yu also looked at Qin Yu with shock.
Qin Yu nodded.
Bai Ling hurriedly said,
Big brother, we must definitely save older sister.
We must definitely save her before the 6 months period ends.
Otherwise, older sister will be executed. Public execution? He Yu muttered.
Big sis Bai Xin can't be considered a major criminal who has committed a great crime of extreme evil. If the Peng Demon Emperor wanted to kill her, he could easily do it directly. However, he decided to announce to the entire world that he would execute her in 6 months. It's definitely a scheme.
Qin Yu nodded.
That's right, that Peng Demon Emperor has also decided that during those 6 months, she will be tied up on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain, and then he will execute her.
Hell, tying her on the Yellow Lion Mountain summit for 6 months, isn't it obvious that they want us to walk into a trap? Ho Fei grew a bit angry.
Qin Yu also felt grudged.
He Yu and Bai Ling took a glance at each other. He Yu stood up and said to Qin Yu and Ho Fei.
Big brother, monkey, I know that this time around that Peng Demon Emperor has certainly laid down an inescapable net waiting for us.
This was all caused by us wanting to save Bai Xin. Big sis Bai Xin is not related with you too.
Big brother, this time, the matter of saving Big sis Bai Xin, I will go by myself.
What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Qin Yu's brows creased. He looked at He Yu with an ice-cold gaze. Xiao He, tell me, if I were to be in this sort of circumstance, would you look on without lifting a finger? He Yu was stunned. You silly mixed-hair bird, gaga. Ho Fei started to laugh. Well then. Qin Yu took a light breath and said.
Since there's a 6 months time range, the guards would become more intense toward the end of the 6-month range.
I reckon that the first half-month time won't be so intense. I have decided to rescue Bai Xin after a month and a half.
He Yu, Bai Ling, and Ho Fei looked to Qin Yu. For that Peng Demon Emperor to dare use such method, it means that he is certain that he'll be able to capture us. In our plan to save Bai Xin, our biggest reliance is the Jianglan's realm.
Qin Yu looked to his brothers and spoke his idea. This time around, after we save Bai Xin, if we cannot escape, then we shall enter into the Jianglan's realm. We do not have to care about what happens in the outside world. We can just focus on cultivating and training in the Jianglan's realm. After all, the outside world is not very attractive to us. After our strength reaches the peak level or after we have undergone the divine tribulation and ascend to the divine realm, the Peng Demon Emperor naturally cannot do anything to us. Qin Yu smiled and said.
Qin Yu's best preparation was that if they were unable to escape, then they would enter the Jianglan's realm and train till the peak level before figuring out what to do. With the Jianglan's realm in his hand, Qin Yu was not afraid that the Peng Demon Emperor could do anything to him and his brothers. That's right, after saving Bai Xin, if we cannot escape, then we'll enter the Jianglan's realm.
Fuck, this bastard Peng Demon Emperor.
Although we cannot provoke him in the immortal, devil and demon realm, but we'll kill him after we reach the divine realm. After we have reached the divine realm where he would not have the inherited treasure anymore, let's see if he'll still act arrogant, said Ho Fei aggrievedly. Hearing Ho Fei saying such, Qin Yu, He Yu and Bai Ling all started to laugh. Right, we'll kill him after we reach the divine realm,
said Qin Yu while laughing. The Black Crow Star only had 2 cities, the Black Crow City and the Imperial City.
The rest of the land was filled with plains, mountains, forests, wetlands, ocean and such.
On certain small places there might be some people living within it.
However, the amount of people in those places were extremely sparse. The summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain. The Yellow Lion Mountain was the location where successive generations of Peng Demon Emperors execute people who have committed great crimes of extreme evil. On the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain stood a black pillar. A lot of the sinners have been tied on this pillar before they received their punishments.
And now, Bai Xin was tied on this pillar.
She had already been tied onto this pillar for close to a month now and had neither eaten nor drunk anything. Logically, people who have reached her level would not have to eat or drink anything. However, Bai Xin's nascent soul was completely restricted, she was unable to even use the slightest amount of her energy. Without any energy in her body, Bai Xin had been in a state of starvation the entire time. However, she possessed the body of a level 7 demon king and was no mortal. Thus, even if she was to be starving, the worst that could happen would be that her body would gradually dry up. It was impossible for her to die from starvation because, after all, her soul was already able to exist outside of her corporeal body. Unfortunately, even her soul is restrained right now.
Xin had a face like a beggar's.
To be blown by the wind and dried by the sun for an entire month on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain had caused her to be in a very sorry state.
Death? Xin sighed deeply in her heart. If only I had died earlier. Qin wished for death.
It's just that currently, her life and death was no longer under her control. All she could do was to continue to endure days like this, being tied up on the mountain's summit, being blown by the wind and dried by the sun, being surrounded and watched by countless amount of people.
That's right, surrounded and watched. Currently, there was a large amount of people on the foot of the Yellow Lion Mountain watching Xin. Those who were declared to be publicly executed were generally all extraordinary people. A lot of people would come to see those extraordinary people being publicly executed. Xin, who wasn't famous, also managed to attract a lot of people. Who is this Xin? There's even a large formation array that's arranged in the surroundings. Even demon awareness cannot pass through that array.
A person watching from the foot of the mountain cursed helplessly.
Who knows?
However, to be able to be executed on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain could be considered as becoming famous in the immortal, devil and demon realm. Compared to the other mediocre people, she's much better off, said a middle-aged man while sighing. A lot of cultivators wished for fame and did not care about life or death. After what the Pang Demon Emperor did, Xin's name have spread all over. This actually caused a lot of people to become envious of her.
On a certain corner on the waist of the Yellow Lion Mountain, there was a man that's currently in a hidden location.
It was Qinyu, who had been probing around the Yellow Lion Mountain for 3 entire days. Qinyu had been surveying with his eyes, hitting up a chat with other people and all kinds of other methods.
Currently, Qinyu understood nearly everything regarding the Yellow Lion Mountain. Demon Emperor Aoku lead within 3 mediocre demon emperors. The true people who watched over Xin every day were those 30 pitiful guards.
And on the summit of the mountain, there was also a large formation array that encircled Xin.
Qinyu already had a risky plan in his mind.
This was the only method that Qinyu could think of.
Sigh, brother Wine, these days are truly boring. Lord Aoku and them are relaxing comfortably.
However, us brothers have to change shift every 2 hours.
Stop complaining.
It would be disastrous if you were discovered. 2 guards were chatting with each other out of boredom. 5 guards were set as a group as they watch over Xin. There are a total of 6 groups. These 6 groups change shift every 2 hours.
Level 9 Demon King. Disguising as a level 9 Demon King. With my current strength, that Aoku might be able to discover it if he were to use his demon awareness to check. Men, I can only take a gamble.
From not afar, a man was looking at these 2 guards. These past couple days, after following these groups of guards changing shift, Qinyu have already determined that it'll be the time for these 2 guards to change shift soon. However, Qinyu still have not discovered yet that the guards taking on the shifts were all working in groups of 2 or 3.
I do not believe that Aoku would always examine with his demon awareness.
With an intention of his mind, Heiyu suddenly appeared beside Qinyu. Xiao Hei, we are to quickly kill one of those 2 each and use our soul-searching technique to obtain their memories.
Immediately after, we are to take on their shift and enter the Great Formation Array. Qinyu said via voice transmission. Heiyu nodded.
On the summit of this Yellow Mountain Lion, only Aoku has a stronger soul realm level than us. The other 3 demon emperors do not amount to much. As long as Aoku does not examine us, no one would be able to discover our impersonation.
If he were to discover us, then we'll just have to take them on. Got it. Heiyu nodded.
Afterwards, Qinyu and Heiyu charged toward the 2 guards not far from them with lightning speed. These 2 guards were level 9 demon kings. Under the hands of Qinyu and Heiyu, these guards did not even have the slightest power to resist. Qinyu directly absorbed these 2 guards' bodies into the Jianglan's realm to destroy the corpse and extinguish the marks. Qinyu and Heiyu's appearances and figures immediately changed to the appearance of those 2 guards. Li Yan, it's time to change shift.
Hurry up.
A voice sounded from afar.
Got it. I'm coming.
Brother Wang, let's go, it's time to change shift.
Qinyu answered. At the same time he said to Heiyu next to him.
These 2 impersonators started to walk directly toward the man calling for them from afar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 30.
Book 13 3 Brothers, Chapter 30, Soul.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
The night slowly arrived. 5 guards walked toward the profound golden illusion array. Amongst the 5 guards were Chinyu and Heiyu. The profound golden illusion array was a type of extremely powerful illusionary formations. This great formation array was set up by the level 8 demon emperor Aoku himself. With the current strength that Chinyu possessed, he was still unable to break through this formation array. In order to save by Xin, the only method for him to do so was to pass himself off as a guard and infiltrate the formation array. Heiyu's gaze was directed toward the black pillar in the middle of the profound golden illusion array. A person was tied on top of the black pillar.
Big sis by Xin.
Heiyu's heart shivered. Even though her messy long hair was covering her face, even though the dust made by Xin appear like a beggar, Heiyu, although watching from far away, was still able to tell right away with a single glance that the figure tied to the black pillar was the big sis by Xin who cared greatly for him. Xiaohei, try to make your expression more natural.
What are you looking around for?
Xinyu's voice sounded in Heiyu's mind.
Heiyu suddenly woke up to reality.
Xiaohei, that silly appearance that you had earlier could have easily made others doubt you.
Xinyu said via voice transmission.
He completely understood the reason why Xiaohei had that sort of appearance.
However, they cannot allow any slip-ups after getting this far.
If they were to be discovered, their only choice would be to fight their way through. However, even if they were to fight their way through, they'd still need to at least enter into the Great Formation Array.
Otherwise, how could they save by Xin?
Brothers, listen up. The leading man among the group spoke with a clear voice. Soon, it will be our turn to enter into the profound golden illusion array. This profound golden illusion array changes every 2 hours, and every time it changes, the passages changes too. Although us brothers have guarded over it multiple times already, but no matter what, we cannot be careless when entering the Great Formation Array. If anyone were to carelessly fall into the formation array, I'm certain everyone knows what would happen.
Everyone immediately shouted their agreement in unison.
The space that the profound golden illusion array occupied was pretty bright.
In the middle of the Great Formation Array was the region whereby Xin was tied up. In the vicinity of the black pillar that by Xin was tied to were 5 guards watching over it.
Seeing this scene, Xinyu grew a bit confused.
In order to watch over by Xin, why must they make the guards enter into the Great Formation Array in order to watch over her? Could it be that they feared that someone could break through the Great Formation Array and suddenly appear inside the Formation Array?
Xinyu's guess was actually the reason indeed.
That was because after all there are many talented individuals in the world. Who knows, maybe Xinyu and his brothers were proficient in formation array techniques.
However, Xinyu did not know that there was another very important reason for this arrangement.
Well then, it's time. The leader said to Xinyu and the other 3.
I'll inform everyone of what the passage route will be these next 2 hours. Everyone, make sure to not step on the wrong place. Afterwards, the leader sent the passage route of the profound golden illusion array to the other 4.
Xinyu and Heiyu glanced at each other.
Their gazes contained within them a hint of a smile. Soon after, under the guidance of the leading man, Xinyu and the other 4 followed the safe route and slowly walked toward the center of the profound golden illusion array. And at this moment, the 5 guards who saw Xinyu and the others coming, all had smiles on their faces.
Xiaohei, our luck's pretty good. That Aoku unexpectedly still hasn't used his demon awareness, but...
Xinyu felt a lot more relaxed in his heart.
At this moment, even if they were to be discovered by Aoku, Xinyu was still certain that he could save by Xin in a split second and rapidly flee through the passage. Even if he were to be surrounded by the Peng Demon Emperor and them, he would still be able to enter into the Jianglan's realm and train peacefully. Xinyu has the intention to explore the immortal, devil and demon realm, but what Xinyu wanted more was for his strength to increase so that he can see Lier sooner. I bet that Aoku just isn't as hardworking as he seems,
said Heiyu via voice transmission. He was unable to restrain his gaze from falling onto by Xin who was getting closer and closer. Seeing Heiyu's appearance, Xinyu felt somewhat helpless in his heart but didn't really care about it. Thus, the 3 guards plus 2 fake guards began to slowly move toward the center safe region. Xinyu and the others finally passed through the profound golden illusion array and arrived in the center safe region.
Hey, you're finally here.
Well then, we brothers will go take a rest, said the leader amongst the 5 guards that were currently watching over by Xin, while smiling. Afterwards, the 5 happily departed from the profound golden formation array according to a sequential order. Xinyu and the others casually spread themselves out around the black pillar.
By Xin had hazy teary eyes. Little you, younger sister, this is all that I can do for you too. By Xin mumbled in her heart.
The scene of that day appeared before her eyes. The scene where she was captured and brought back into the imperial city by Aoku and then summoned by the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan.
A large and wide great hall.
At the top of the great hall was the Pang Demon Emperor, who was completely encased in golden color.
Below him kneeled Bai Xin, and standing respectfully beside her was Aoku. Are you Bai Xin?
The sharp voice appeared to be able to pierce through her soul.
It brought Bai Xin shivers through her entire body. Bai Xin, who was kneeling on the ground, raised her head upwards to look.
She couldn't clearly see the appearance of the Pang Demon Emperor. All she managed to see was his pair of ice-cold and ruthless eyes.
I ask you a question, are you not going to respond?
The Pang Demon Emperor's tone grew a bit higher.
Yes, I am Bai Xin. Bai Xin's voice was very low.
It was somewhat hoarse. The Pang Demon Emperor, encased in a golden color, said indifferently.
Bai Xin, you also ought to know about your current situation. Your soul and your nascent soul are completely restricted.
It is impossible for you to even kill yourself. I have already decided to tie you up on the black stone pillar, on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain, in order to use you to lure Heiyu and his two brothers.
You're despicable. Bai Xin angrily glared at the Pang Demon Emperor.
However, Bai Qin instead felt as if the Pang Demon Emperor was thousands of miles away from her.
The distance between the two was truly too great. I wish to make a deal with you. The Pang Demon Emperor's voice was very ordinary. It was as if he wasn't angry at all. Bai Xin ferociously flipped back her head.
She refused to look at the Pang Demon Emperor. Bai Xin, even if you were to not cooperate, it would still be impossible for you to kill yourself or escape. I will still be able to tie you up on the black stone pillar on the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain. You ought to be able to guess that Heiyu and his brothers would rush over to save you. At that moment, I can still kill Heiyu and his two brothers.
As for now, the deal that I am proposing, it could bring about a bit of benefit to you.
The Pang Demon Emperor's voice appeared to contain a hint of a smile.
Benefit?
Bai Xin's heart moved. She raised her head and looked to the Pang Demon Emperor. Currently, Bai Xin doesn't even have the ability to control her own fate. It was all in the control of the Pang Demon Emperor, so, does she even have the qualifications to conduct a deal?
I only want you to become my spiritual beast. I can assure you that if you were to accept, I would definitely not kill Heiyu and Bai Ling. What do you think? Contained within the Pang Demon Emperor's voice was enticement. Bai Xin's heart was jolted. Become the Pang Demon Emperor's spiritual beast? Able to save her younger sister and little you? Bai Xin raised her head up.
Her clear gaze landed upon the Pang Demon Emperor. No matter how hard she tried to squint, she was still unable to see the Pang Demon Emperor's facial appearance.
Pang Demon Emperor, did you think that a little woman like myself is that easily deceived? For you to try that hard, wasn't it all to kill little you? What? Now you're not going to kill him anymore?
I do not believe that I would benefit you that much by becoming your spiritual beast.
No. I said that I am not going to kill Heiyu and Bai Ling.
Of the two brothers that Heiyu has, the oldest brother, Jinyu, is someone that I must kill.
My true target is him.
As for the matter about me chasing after Heiyu the entire time to kill him, it was also because of Jinyu,
said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently. At this moment, Bai Xin suddenly realized.
Her Bai family and even Heiyu have been wondering why the Pang Demon Emperor had been chasing to kill Heiyu. After all, Heiyu held no grievance nor hatred with the Pang Demon Emperor. Only now did she realize that the Pang Demon Emperor wanted to kill Heiyu because of his big brother Jinyu.
Bai Xin, do you agree? Said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently. Bai Xin was pondering.
The Pang Demon Emperor continued. Even if you were to not agree, you'd still be tied to the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain and would still be unable to save Jinyu and them. However, if you were to become my spiritual beast, you'd instead be able to save Heiyu and Bai Ling, and I'll still be able to kill Jinyu.
Isn't this getting the best of both worlds? Could it be, you're afraid that after becoming my spiritual beast, you'll be mistreated and killed by me? Death? How could I be afraid of death? Bai Xin raised her head and looked at the Pang Demon Emperor, sitting at the top of the Great Hall. Pang Demon Emperor, I agree to become your spiritual beast. However, you have to swear that you won't kill Heiyu and Bai Ling. Bai Xin realized that even if she didn't agree, there would be nothing she could do. However, if she were to accept, she would instead be able to save Heiyu and Bai Ling. She didn't understand why the Pang Demon Emperor wanted her to become his spiritual beast, but Bai Xin wouldn't care even if her soul were to be scattered, so why would she care about becoming his spiritual beast? As for the so-called true target that the Pang Demon Emperor wanted to kill, Heiyu's big brother, Jinyu. Bai Xin nearly felt a bit guilty in her heart. Good, I promise you. The Pang Demon Emperor promised her very straightforwardly.
I, Ping Demon Emperor, Zhong Yan, hereby swear that as long as Bai Xian becomes my spiritual beast, I, Ping Demon Emperor, Zhong Yan, absolutely shall not kill He Yu and Bai Ling. If I were to violate this oath, then my soul shall be scattered. The Pang Demon Emperor's voice was very firm and resolute. Word by word, as Bai Xian heard them, a smile appeared on her face. Come. Bai Xian released her guard and closed her eyes. A spiritual beast ring was shot out from the Pang Demon Emperor's hand. It enveloped Bai Xian's head. Soon after, it assimilated into Bai Xian's brain. Finally, it fused with her soul. Bai Xian and the Pang Demon Emperor's deal was a success. Bai Xian was then brought out. Only Aoku and the Pang Demon Emperor remained in the Great Hall. Aoku looked to the Pang Demon Emperor with a puzzled expression. Respectfully, he asked. Your Majesty, wasn't your true goal killing He Yu? That Qin Yu shouldn't be of much importance to your Majesty, right? It's merely to deceive that Bai Xian, said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently. Then, the oath that your Majesty swore earlier, Aoku looked to the Pang Demon Emperor. The Pang Demon Emperor turned around and left the Great Hall. An indifferent voice sounded in the main hall. I merely swore that I would not kill He Yu and Bai Ling. However, just because I won't kill them, does that mean that you all can't kill them either? Aoku suddenly realized. Bai Xian was in that kind of hazy and muzzled state. Death, when will I die? Bai Xian searched for death in her heart. If only I can see little Yu again before my death, that'll be so good. When He Yu first entered into the Bai family, Bai Xian and her sister Bai Ling both came to like their junior. Especially after He Yu displayed his astonishing talent and his power increased at an astonishing speed, the two sisters both fell in love with He Yu. It's just that after Bai Xian saw that Bai Ling had gotten together with He Yu, she had decided to hide her feelings in the bottom of her heart to never speak of them again. Big sis Bai Xian. A faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded in Bai Xian's mind. That voice was so familiar to her. When she was still in the Bai family, she had heard that voice numerous times before. Am I dreaming? Bai Xian's lips curled in a bitter smile. Big sis Bai Xian, it's me, little Yu. I've come to save you. The voice once again resounded in her mind. Bai Xian was suddenly woken up and immediately looked forward with her eyes shining brightly. What she saw in front of her was a very ordinary guard. Except that the guard's eyes were extremely familiar to her. Xiao Hei, is that you? Bai Xian had grown emotional. She wanted to send a voice transmission, but her soul was restricted and thus was unable to send a voice transmission. If she wanted to speak, she could only speak with her voice. Qin Yu, who stood to the side, noticed the scene and also started to slightly smile. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Xiao Hei, do not speak too much. Once we get closer, we'll immediately proceed to rescue her. Qin Yu was secretly glad. They have yet to discover Aoku doing any probing with his demon awareness. Got it, big brother. At this moment, He Yu rejoiced. Big sis Bai Xian, my big brother and I have come to save you. Just wait a bit. After He Yu finished saying those words, he and Qin Yu glanced at each other. The two of them were about to kill the other three guards in a flash. When Bai Xian spoke with He Yu, Bai Xian's mind was filled with emotions. She still didn't realize the crisis. However, at this moment, she awoke. Who? A burst of wind. Qin Yu's hands were like sharp blades as they simultaneously pierced into two guards' abdomens. He directly squeezed and crushed the two nascent souls into pieces with his hands. As for He Yu, he also displayed an astonishing speed. With a single move, he killed the other guard. Her power was restricted, her soul was also restricted, so the current Bai Xian could only speak with her voice. Little Yu. Her hoarse voice sounded. To not eat or drink for all this time, even though Bai Xian was still alive, but her throat had long since dried up. Merely, at this moment, Bai Xian was striving to speak. Her dried-up throat produced a hoarse voice. Qin Yu and He Yu both looked to the direction of the voice. Run away, run away. Bai Xian tried her hardest to speak those words. Rest assured. He Yu's figure was like lightning. His hand, like a knife, directly severed the rope that tied Bai Xian. He Yu looked at Bai Xian with an excited expression. Big sis Bai Xian, you won't ever suffer any hardships again. I guarantee it. Bai Xian had a worried expression on her face. Pang Demon Emperor, he's about to come. Her hoarse voice sounded. Although others might not know, Bai Xian herself was very certain. After becoming the Pang Demon Emperor's spiritual beast, it was likely that whatever she thought in her mind was all known to the Pang Demon Emperor. The instant Heiyu sent a voice transmission to her, it's likely that the Peng Demon Emperor probably already knew about it. "It's alright, they still haven't discovered us yet," said Heiyu via voice transmission.
"Big sis by Xin, don't speak.
Let's go."
Shinyu looked at Heiyu.
Quickly. Like lightning, Shinyu and Heiyu began to walk through the safe route that they were familiar with.
However, in only a moment, the stars had moved.
The entire profound golden illusion array started to move, it was changing unceasingly.
"Heiyu, you are definitely going to die this time around." Numerous silhouettes were floating in the air. They were coldly looking at Shinyu and Heiyu. Their leader was precisely the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 31. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 31, How to Escape. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Shinyu was shocked upon seeing this scene.
This profound golden illusion array had already reached its peak, it was no longer in the same state that it was earlier anymore. The safe route that they were preparing to walk was definitely no longer an option. And, what was most important, was that the existence of the Peng Demon Emperor and the other experts on the outside had weighed heavily upon Shinyu.
How did this happen? How did the Peng Demon Emperor discover us? Shinyu was unable to understand.
Could it be that the soul jade slips of the guards we killed were shattered and discovered?
Shinyu guessed in his mind.
No, that shouldn't be the case. They shouldn't constantly be checking whether or not the soul jade slips have been shattered. Usually, one would only check it once a day. So how could he discover us this fast? Even now, Shinyu still did not understand what went wrong in his plan.
"Big brother." Heiyu stood beside Shinyu.
His brows were also creased.
How did the Peng Demon Emperor and them come so quickly? Even if Aoko were to investigate with his demon awareness, you should be able to sense it, big brother. Shinyu nodded.
Indeed, if they were to use demon awareness to investigate and search for them, then Shinyu would definitely notice that. Furthermore, the Peng Demon Emperor, Bai Feng, Lu Tu and Aoku are all here. It's obvious that they were prepared.
Shinyu was still very calm. He had already succeeded in saving Bai Xin, so what if they are unable to escape from the profound golden illusion array? If they were to directly enter into the Jianlan's realm, what then could the Peng Demon Emperor do to them? "Big brother, I do not have many requests anymore, now that we've saved Big Sis by Xin.
Even if we are unable to escape today, it'll be fine for us to just enter the Jianlan's realm and continue our training slowly. We could care less about what that Peng Demon Emperor would do on the outside. Once we reach the divine realm, we shall properly trample upon him," said Heiyu to Shinyu via voice transmission.
"That's right, haha."
Shinyu suddenly raised his head and started laughing. Heiyu also started to carefreely laugh. Their laughter spread far and wide from the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain.
"You're still laughing?"
sneered the level 8 Demon Emperor Bai Feng, who stood in the air outside of the Great Formation Array.
Shinyu and Heiyu both smiled. The immortal, devil and demon realm had nothing that was greatly attractive to the three brothers.
Although the three brothers still wanted to explore some wonderful and fantastic regions, but the brothers wouldn't care even if they were to not go.
"You in the golden clothes, you're the Peng Demon Emperor, right?"
Shinyu smiled as he said to the Peng Demon Emperor outside.
"Impudent."
Aoku, Bai Feng, Lu Tu as well as the group of demon emperors standing behind the Peng Demon Emperor shouted nearly simultaneously.
"Shut your mouths," said Shinyu indifferently. "I'm talking with the Peng Demon Emperor, what are you all trying to butt in for?" At this moment, Shinyu's frame of mind was still extremely relaxed.
He wanted to see what exactly the Peng Demon Emperor could do.
"You?" Aoku and the other demon emperors immediately grew angry.
The Peng Demon Emperor raised his hand and the rest of the demon emperors immediately didn't dare to utter a voice, they just continued to stare at Shinyu angrily. The Peng Demon Emperor looked at Shinyu with his emotionless eyes.
"You are Shinyu? That lucky fellow who managed to obtain the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and the bewitching god painting? The Shinyu who used the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and killed a whole bunch of immortal emperors underneath Emperor Yu?"
"Correct," said Shinyu as he looked at the Peng Demon Emperor. With Shinyu's current soul realms level and the assistance from the meteoric tier, he was able to clearly see the appearance of the Peng Demon Emperor. What caught Shinyu's attention the most was that this Peng Demon Emperor's two brows were like sharp swords. His icy cold gaze caused Shinyu to have some impressions about him in his mind. These kinds of people are usually extremely ruthless and fierce. They belong to the type that would rather kill the entire world than have the world betray them. Peng Demon Emperor, you appear to know me pretty well.
Could it be that you also want to obtain the 10,000 Beasts Atlas and the Bewitching God painting?
Said Qin Yu while smiling.
Bewitching God painting. The Peng Demon Emperor sneered. That Bewitching God temple is not something that appeals to me. How could the treasures within it be comparable to my inherited treasure? As for the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, I know that it contains 3 high-ranked demon emperors. However, in the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, not even level 9 demon emperor experts, other than the Dragon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor, would dare say that they can rival me. Really? Qin Yu asked.
Of course.
Said the Peng Demon Emperor naturally. What about Emperor Ni? The Cyan Emperor?
Said Qin Yu while smiling. The Peng Demon Emperor's expression slightly changed.
Qin Yu continued. And the legendary 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star realm?
The Peng Demon Emperor's 2 eyes burst forth like lightning as he stared at Qin Yu.
Never had I expected that you actually know quite a bit. Emperor Ni is a phoenix birthed by the world.
Furthermore, now that she's reached level 9 Demon Emperor, even at a moment of crisis, she can still turn into flames. Killing her is truly somewhat hard.
However, I am able to seriously injure her.
As for the Cyan Emperor, I am truly unable to see through him. The 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star realm, I do not take them into consideration under normal circumstances.
Do not take them into consideration? Qin Yu's brows creased.
The Peng Demon Emperor said indifferently. The people of the Dark Star realm rarely ever get involved with the matters of the outside world.
So why would I be afraid?
Even if we were to fight, the 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star realm would only be comparable to us 3 great demon emperors.
Qin Yu was startled. It would appear that the 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star realm were truly extraordinary people. Qin Yu, you said all that just to prove a point? However, is Emperor Ni inside your 10,000 Beasts Atlas? What about the Cyan Emperor or the 3 great sovereigns of the Dark Star realm? You don't have any of them. Thus, you'll definitely die today.
Of course, you can go ahead and flee into that Qingyu immortal mansion or whatever. That idiot Emperor Yu was unable to break through a mere immortal mansion, but I do not believe that even I will be unable to break through it.
The Peng Demon Emperor was filled with confidence. Qin Yu had a very brilliant smile on his face. Qingyu Immortal Mansion?
Even now, the people of the immortal, devil and demon realms still think that the place where he had been hiding was inside the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. How could these people possibly know that where he was hiding was actually an unprecedented spatial divine artifact, John Lan's realm? Even when Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor joined hands and used the matchless greatsword to attack, they were still unable to damage the John Lan's realm in the slightest. Even if the Peng Demon Emperor were to be 10 times as powerful as them, he would still likely be unable to even shake the John Lan's realm.
Sigh, Peng Demon Emperor. I am very confused. How did you manage to discover that I'm here?
Seeing that you've gathered a large group of troops, it seems like you were already prepared.
Qin Yu asked.
Even if they were to go into the John Lan's realm and train, at the very least he wanted to figure out how the Peng Demon Emperor had discovered them.
You're very confused? The Peng Demon Emperor started laughing. Aoku, by phone, and Lu Tuesday.
At the same time, the Peng Demon Emperor's gaze was directed toward Bai Xin.
He lightly smiled and said, "Oh Qin Yu, look over there. That young lady Bai Xin is currently emotionally close and unwilling to separate from He Yu." Qin Yu turned around to look. At this moment, Bai Xin was talking to He Yu. He Yu looked to Qin Yu. With a smile, he said, "Big brother, I've already broken the restriction placed upon big sis Bai Xin. Bai Xin, you still have 10 breaths time. Make sure to hurry up and carefully chat with your good younger brother. If you're late, then you won't have any opportunity to chat with him again in your lifetime," said the Peng Demon Emperor while smiling. However, his voice was like a cold wind permeating through Qin Yu and He Yu's bodies, making them tremble. He Yu immediately grew extremely angry. He smiled and looked at the Peng Demon Emperor. "Peng Demon Emperor, 10 breaths time? You must be dreaming. Do you think that you will have the opportunity to kill Big Sis Bai Xin?"
The Peng Demon Emperor smiled yet did not respond.
"Little you." Bai Xin pulled He Yu's face toward to herself. She smiled happily. "Let Big Sister look at you." Big Sis Bai Xin. He Yu felt that something appeared to be amiss. He started to panic a bit in his heart. Qin Yu also felt some panic in his heart. It was as if there were something he hadn't noticed. Demon elemental energy ran through her entire body. Bai Xion's skin was back to the delicateness that it had before. Her appearance also returned to the beauty that she had before. Her two beautiful eyes were looking at Heiyu. She always had a smile on her face. It was as if she was very happy, extremely happy. Big sis by Xin, what's wrong? What's wrong? Heiyu said worriedly. Heiyu and Xinyu were simply unable to anticipate that by Xin would become the Peng Demon Emperor's spiritual beast. After all, in order for one to become a spiritual beast, one must be completely willing to become one. They did not believe that Bai Xin would be willing to become the Peng Demon Emperor's spiritual beast. Don't ask. Bai Xin smiled as she shook her head. She only continued to look at Heiyu as if she was planning to forever immortalize Heiyu's appearance in the bottom of her heart and in the depths of her soul, never forgetting. 10 breaths time. At the very least, in these 10 breaths of time, little you is mine. Bai Xin's heart was extremely relaxed. Time's up. The Peng Demon Emperor's voice sounded. Xinyu and Heiyu both sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, Bai Xin, who was in Heiyu's bosom, suddenly trembled faintly. Her eyes started to become disorganized. It's just that she had a peaceful and happy smile on her face. It was as if she had fallen asleep. Even till her death, Bai Xin had never told Heiyu that she loved him. Big sis Bai Xin, big sis Bai Xin, in a panic, Heiyu shouted repeatedly. However, although Bai Xin appeared to be asleep, she would never wake back up. Heiyu's demon awareness had already discovered that Bai Xin had died. It's just that he was unwilling to accept it. Big sis Bai Xin. Heiyu's voice that was filled with grief, indignation, pain and suffering sounded. Xinyu, who stood to the side, also felt a burst of pain in his heart. Xinyu immediately turned around to look at the Peng Demon Emperor outside the Great Formation Array. The Peng Demon Emperor currently had a complacent smile on his face. How did Bai Xin become your spiritual beast? Having reached this point, if Xinyu was to still be unable to guess the reason, then he would truly be a fool. Under those circumstances, Xinyu cannot think of any other reason that could cause Bai Xin's death. You finally managed to guess it. The Peng Demon Emperor lightly smiled and said, I believe that you also know why my people could arrive so promptly. Xinyu had a steady face. As Bai Xin was the Peng Demon Emperor's spiritual beast, the Peng Demon Emperor likely already found out during the first time Heiyu sent a voice transmission to Bai Xin. At that moment, the Peng Demon Emperor directly notified his troops and came over via teleportation. Everything was clear now. Yet Xinyu was still confused. Why would Bai Xin become the Peng Demon Emperor's spiritual beast? Peng Demon Emperor, I'll kill you. Heiyu glared angrily at the Peng Demon Emperor. His words appeared to come out through his teeth, they were filled with murderous intent. I'm the one who is going to kill you, you little bastard. The Peng Demon Emperor looked to Heiyu coldly. However, don't worry, there will definitely not be anything unexpected happening this time around. Each and every one of you will fall under my hand. Especially you, little bastard Heiyu. Your Majesty, everyone is here. Aoku suddenly said respectfully. A group of demon emperors had flown over to the Peng Demon Emperor from afar. The Peng Demon Emperor smiled. Immediately start the Sealing Element Refining Flame Array and encircle the entire range of the Profound Golden Illusion Array. No matter how Heiyu and them try to flee, they would definitely be within the Profound Golden Illusion Array. Sealing Element Refining Flame Array? Hearing this name, Xinyu was shocked. Xinyu, the Sealing Element Refining Flame Array is arranged together with 16 Demon Emperors. Of these 16 Demon Emperors, 4 of them are level 7 Demon Emperors. In order to break through this Sealing Element Refining Flame Array, one would require the strength close to that of a level 9 Demon Emperor. That's right, that Ao Wushu in your 10,000 Beasts Atlas might be able to break through it. Said the Peng Demon Emperor with a light laugh. You most certainly should send him out. Xinyu gradually calmed down. Xiao Hei, don't grieve anymore. Our current strength is insufficient, we are still not a match against the Peng Demon Emperor. He possesses the inherited treasure, it's nearly impossible for us to kill him in the immortal, devil and demon realm. Xinyu sent a voice transmission and consoled Heiyu. We possess the Jianglan's realm and do not have to care about that Sealing Element Refining Flame Array. We'll directly enter the Jianglan's realm and continue our training, and once we have reached the Divine Realm, we'll find this Peng Demon Emperor and settle the debt. Heiyu was hugging Bai Xin's corpse. Big brother, take big sis Bai Xin's corpse into the Jianglan's realm. I'll properly bury her after I return to the Jianglan's realm. Heiyu's hoarse and gloomy voice sounded. Xinyu sensed that something was wrong. From Heiyu's hoarse voice, he was able to sense Xiao Hei's anger and grief. With an intention of his heart, Xinyu directly absorbed Bai Xin's corpse into the Jianglan's realm.
Yu raised his head and looked coldly at Peng Demon Emperor and them. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Yu.
Big brother, I temporarily do not wish to return to the Jianglan's realm. Today, I must definitely kill one of them. Don't be stupid. Yu replied via voice transmission.
Yu merely shook his head but did not respond. Yu felt helpless in his heart. Xiao He have grown up together with him, he was very clear about Xiao He's temperament. If he had set his mind on something, he would definitely do it. That temperament was very similar to Qin Yu's.
Yu, don't forget that you still have Bai Ling and He Tong. I could take a step back and temporarily not take you back into the Jianglan's realm, however, during moments of crisis, no matter whether or not you've managed to kill any of them, you must still return to the Jianglan's realm.
Qin Yu stared at Yu. In order to take someone into the Jianglan's realm, the person being taken must not resist. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have already absorbed Yu into the Jianglan's realm. After all, that was the safest method.
Okay. Yu agreed. Your Majesty, we have finished arranging the sealing element refining flame array. A demon emperor said respectfully.
The Peng Demon Emperor nodded in satisfaction.
Bai Feng, Lu Tu, Aoku. You three are to enter the sealing element refining flame array with me.
These two brats have yet to enter the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, it would appear that they want to fight against us.
We shall satisfy their desire. The net of light of the sealing element refining flame array covered a third of the Yellow Lion Mountain.
Amongst this third was the summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain.
The net of light of the sealing element refining flame array disappeared temporarily. Led by the Peng Demon Emperor, the three level 8 Demon Emperors, Bai Feng, Lu Tu, and Aoku calmly entered the sealing element refining flame array. Soon after, the net of light once again resumed its activity.
The Peng Demon Emperor stood with his hands crossed.
Aoku, you go and remove the profound golden illusion array. Aoku, Bai Feng, Lu Tu, you three are in charge of Yu. As for me,
I'll play with that Qin Yu.
With the restriction of the oath, the Peng Demon Emperor didn't dare to personally kill Yu.
However, as he had his three strongest subordinates attack him at the same time, it would be strange if Yu was able to survive against them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 32. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 32, Yu's Birth Information. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
With the sealing element refining flame array, the Peng Demon Emperor and them did not fear that Qin Yu and Yu would be able to escape. Aoku directly stepped forward and removed the profound golden illusion array. The array was easily removed. Upon seeing Peng Demon Emperor and the other three coming in, Qin Yu merely looked to Yu by his side.
You're still trying to fight a feudal battle? Aoku, Bai Feng, and Lu Tu sneered.
Immediately after, the three of them turned into three blurs and shot directly toward Yu. The three of them were joining hands to take care of Yu together according to the Peng Demon Emperor's command.
It was very clear that the Peng Demon Emperor wanted Yu to die.
And with the current circumstances, the three of them also didn't believe that they would fail. Xiao He, it's impossible for you to get the opportunity to kill them, it's best for you to give up for now, said Qin Yu via voice transmission.
At the same time, he was prepared to send Yu into the Jianglan's realm. Yu turned around to take a glance at Qin Yu. He finally gave up resisting. Huff!
The three blurs pounced upon empty air.
Where'd he go?
Aoku, Bai Feng, and Lu Tu looked at each other in dismay. Yu, who was previously in front of them, had disappeared into thin air.
The three of them looked to Qin Yu simultaneously. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Don't bother searching anymore, Yu is already inside the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. And I too."
Right when Qin Yu was preparing to enter the Jianglan's realm, suddenly, a divine light shined through Qin Yu's mind.
Maybe I could even safely leave here.
Qin Yu decided not to enter the Jianglan's realm.
Qingyu Immortal Mansion.
Humph, it'll merely delay your death. In the distance, the Peng Demon Emperor was currently walking over indifferently. It appeared that the Peng Demon Emperor was very confident in breaking through the Qingyu Immortal Mansion.
Aoku, Bai Feng, and Lu Tu appeared to have the same idea without speaking and started to attack Qin Yu like lightning.
However, at the moment before they attacked, Qin Yu had already acted. His speed was extremely fast. Leaving behind only a blur, Qin Yu had rushed in front of Aoku.
Old friend, it's the second time. Qin Yu appeared in front of Aoku. Aoku was greatly alarmed. He was very clear about Qin Yu's strength.
If he were not to change into his two true bodies, then with merely a single body, especially with his current form that hasn't even changed to battle form. Shinyu possessed enough strength to kill him.
With lightning-fast speed, Aoku went into battle form.
His divine weapon, the spiked club, was also sent smashing forward ferociously.
Bang!
Like two colossal meteorites colliding, the rumbling noise sounded unceasingly.
Shinyu and Aoku separated simultaneously. Why didn't Shinyu use his extremely sharp finger technique? Aoku started to ponder.
During their last fight, Shinyu almost killed him when he used his divine sword Sky Piercer in his sky-piercing finger. That was something that was still fresh in Aoku's memory. The stronger the collision, the stronger the rebound. Borrowing the strength of the rebound, Shinyu's body did a beautiful curve and immediately arrived beside another level 8 Demon Emperor, in front of Baifeng. Amongst the 3 Demon Emperors, Baifeng was the weakest.
Humph!
Baifeng humped coldly. The mid-quality divine weapon long sword in her hand turned into a red ray of light as it was thrust at Shinyu.
Wherever the divine sword passed, the space would warp all over.
Shinyu merely moved several centimeters, the rest appeared to be unchanged.
Tisk! The divine sword pierced into Shinyu's body.
Like a regular metal sword piercing through solid leather, the divine sword appeared to have been jammed. It barely managed to pierce through several centimeters. Baifeng was shocked. She had heard that Shinyu's body was extremely strong, almost as strong as a divine artifact. However, she was unable to restrain her shock when she experienced it for herself.
PFFF. PFFF. Shinyu did not bother with Baifeng's divine sword being pierced into his body.
Instead, he began to speed up the 9 steps force through his black hole. Using that, he shot out the most frightening sky-piercing finger and destroyed Baifeng's defense, piercing through her dantian. At the same time, Shinyu had also thrust his divine sword into it.
Bang!
The 9 steps force contained in the divine sword also erupted. Baifeng's nascent soul had luckily escaped the sky-piercing finger, but against the 9 steps force that was shot in all directions from the divine sword that was thrust into her dantian, her nascent soul was finally hit.
The nascent soul with extremely weak defense crumbled on the spot. How could this be?
Baifeng had a face filled with disbelief. She had never expected that she, an existence in the bird clan that was second to only the Peng Demon Emperor, would die here, die in a battle that seemed like a certain victory. She was even unable to use her special finishing move, the Phoenix Tail Needle.
Bang! Baifeng's body landed on the ground heavily.
Level 8 Demon Emperor Baifeng, dead. Regarding this mid-quality divine sword, I'll kindly accept it. At the instant Shinyu killed Baifeng, he had snatched her divine sword. At the same time he took the divine sword, his immortal awareness had already covered the entire surrounding. All of the people on the scene, including the Peng Demon Emperor, had every single one of their actions closely monitored by Shinyu. Especially the Peng Demon Emperor, Shinyu had always been careful of him. At this moment, Aoku and Lu Tu, who saw the scene, were astonished. Baifeng, who was their partner for all these years, had unexpectedly died just like that. And at the same time Baifeng's corpse landed on the ground, a golden light appeared to have traveled through time and space, arriving in front of Shinyu.
How could he be this fast?
Shinyu, who had already spread out his immortal awareness to pay attention to the Peng Demon Emperor, upon noticing that the Peng Demon Emperor had started to move, only managed to move his body slightly before the Peng Demon Emperor's attack arrived in front of him.
Bang!
A heavy fist landed on Shinyu's chest, who had a face filled with shock. Like a ray of light, Shinyu crashed onto the black pillar. The black pillar, that was specially designed to restrain people, broke apart with a loud rumble and toppled over.
However, Shinyu was not stopped.
He continued to ruthlessly smash into the ground. His crash jolted the entire summit of the Yellow Lion Mountain.
Your body's truly strong. The Peng Demon Emperor clenched his fist.
If Shinyu's body had been a bit weaker, then he wouldn't have been smashed into the ground. The punch would instead have pierced his body.
Where'd he go? Aoku and Lu Tu flew to the hole that Shinyu smashed into.
That hole was very shallow, its depth was only about the length of a man. Shinyu had merely just been smashed into it but had already disappeared into thin air.
The Peng Demon Emperor's voice sounded.
Don't worry, that Shinyu had already disappeared the moment when he smashed into the ground. I think that Shinyu Immortal Mansion must have changed into some sort of speck and is hiding on the ground, said the Peng Demon Emperor as he pointed at the location where Shinyu landed.
Your Majesty is truly brilliant, praised Aoku and Lu Tuesday.
The Peng Demon Emperor said cold and matter-of-factly.
Enough.
For Baifeng to be killed by Shinyu under the circumstances from earlier, Baifeng was truly being too careless.
Her death cannot be blamed on others. We'll leave here and go outside of the Sealing Element Refining Flames array. We'll have them use the extremely silent heavenly flame to burn everything down.
Yes.
Aoku and Lu Tu accepted the order.
With the Peng Demon Emperor in the lead, Aoku and Lu Tu followed behind him on either side and flew out of the range of the sealing element refining flames array. Compared to the time when they came in, they have lost a member, by foam. Inside the Jianglan's realm. Phew, that speed was truly fast.
Qin Yu had a lingering fear just thinking about it.
With Qin Yu's chest as the center, a hole was caved in.
The majority of his breastbones were broken.
Had it not been for his life elemental energy recovering him rapidly, that punch would have likely pierced a hole through Qin Yu's body.
However, at this moment, Qin Yu had completely recovered. I suspect that the Peng Demon Emperor is about to use the sealing element refining flame array and burn everything down now?
The corners of Qin Yu's mouth were slightly raised.
However, I don't know if I could be fortunate enough to go back out this time around.
Immediately after, Qin Yu's figure started to rapidly fly toward a faraway location. It was precisely the residence of the three brothers.
16 demon emperors were currently controlling the sealing element refining flame array from all directions outside of the Great Formation Array.
Seeing the Peng Demon Emperor and the other two coming out, the 16 demon emperors all bowed.
Your Majesty.
The Peng Demon Emperor slightly nodded.
Listen, that Qingyu Immortal Mansion is inside the sealing element refining flame array. You all are to burn everything inside the sealing element refining flame array clean first. Afterwards, I'll personally go in and slowly handle that Qingyu Immortal Mansion. The Peng Demon Emperor ordered the 16 demon emperors.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The 16 demon emperors immediately started executing one hand seal after another.
The Peng Demon Emperor took a glance at the scene. Currently, they were using blue heavenly flames to burn all the mountain rocks and so on in the formation array. Only when they reach things that they cannot burn with the blue heavenly flames would they use extremely silent heavenly flames. The Peng Demon Emperor turned around to look. Immediately after, he started flying toward a plain below the Yellow Lion Mountain.
Lu Tu and Aoko followed him and flew toward that plain.
The Peng Demon Emperor landed and then casually crossed his legs and Saturday you two can sit too. My demon awareness has completely covered that sealing element refining flames array. If anything were to happen, I would know immediately.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lu Tu and Aoku also sat down with their legs crossed. Your Majesty, this subordinate has a sentence that he doesn't know whether or not he should say,
said Aoku with a low voice.
Speak. The Peng Demon Emperor said indifferently.
Aoku nodded.
Your Majesty, even if that Heiyu was to cultivate, Your Majesty possessed an inherited treasure.
So how could they Heiyu possibly overtake Your Majesty? Why must Your Majesty place so much importance in killing him?
Even if we were to spare his little life, it would still not mean much.
You're short-sighted. The Peng Demon Emperor laughed lightly.
Lu Tu, Aoku, back when I was contesting for the status of the Peng Demon Emperor with Fang Chong, you ought to also know what happened.
Lu Tu nodded.
That Fang Chong and Your Majesty were both level 7 Demon Emperor super divine beasts. Your Majesty is a golden-winged Great Peng bird whereas he was a dark electric Great Peng bird. You were both super divine beasts of the Peng clan. The contest for the title of Emperor is certainly something that we subordinates remember clearly. I must admit, if we were to compare merely the strength, then I would have been a bit inferior to that Fang Chong. Although the dark electric Great Peng bird and the golden-winged Great Peng bird are both super divine beasts, the dark electric Great Peng possess more than just fast speed, they also possess some mysterious and remarkable abilities.
Back then, the chances of me obtaining the title of the Peng Demon Emperor were not very favorable.
Lu Tu, back then, Fang Chong had married a woman from your clan.
Do you still remember that? Asked the Peng Demon Emperor while smiling. Lu Tu nodded. That woman could also be considered a prodigy of my Eagle clan. Her true form was merely that of an ordinary Eagle clansman, she wasn't even a divine beast.
However, her cultivation speed was comparable to that of a high-level divine beast.
Lu Tu was currently the clan chief of the Eagle clan.
His true form was also that of the strongest high-level divine beast of the Eagle clan, the Cyan Flame Eagle.
The Peng Demon Emperor nodded.
That Fang Chong was originally also a very ambitious and ruthless person. I had contested against him for my entire life. Back then, he was generally cold toward me. However, who would have expected that such a person would fall for a woman from your Eagle clan? I merely planned a simple strategy but was able to cause Fang Chong to be seriously injured and even lose his life to my hand. For Fang Chong to lose to Your Majesty, that was also because of his insufficient training of his heart and mind.
Flattered Lu Tuesday. The Peng Demon Emperor nodded. To be alive, how could one allow oneself to be bound by another? If I want to kill someone, then I'll kill. If I want to go against the heavens, then I'll go against the heavens. Only such would one be happy.
The Peng Demon Emperor had a trace of cruel pride in his gaze. I, Zhong Yan, could be considered as someone who feared neither the heaven or earth. However, who would have expected when Fang Chong was greatly injured back then, he would cut open the space with all his might and manage to open the space tunnel between the immortal, devil and demon realm with the mortal realm. He threw away that little bastard into that space channel. That, to the me that feared neither the heaven or earth, actually caused me to be uneasy and fearful. Although the Peng Demon Emperor said he was fearful, his expression did not change. From Zhongju, I came to know how frightening the child of the dark electric great ping bird and a female eagle clansman, who was not even a divine beast, was. Not only is his speed comparable to mine, he also possesses all the remarkable abilities that the dark electric great ping bird possessed. At the same time, the eagle clan's defense is usually pretty good. However, this Heiyu's defense is even more frightening. He's truly a perfect variation super divine beast. If that was all there was, then I would not be afraid. What I was most concerned about was his cultivation speed. He has only cultivated for only how many years? Yet, he's already a level 5 demon emperor. I have never heard of such a frightening cultivation speed from the bird clan ever before. The Peng Demon Emperor laughed coldly. Although this little bastard cannot threaten me in the immortal, devil and demon realm, but if I were to continue to ignore him, then with his cultivation speed, it's very possible for him to surpass me one day in the divine realm. Aoku, say, would I ignore him and let him keep on living? Aoku came to a realization. This subordinate sight was truly narrow and shallow. I truly have not considered the matters that'll happen after ascending to the divine realm. The majority of these demon emperors like Aoku were worried about the divine tribulation. They do not have the confidence that they'll be able to pass the divine tribulation, so who amongst them would care to think about what would happen after they have ascended to the divine realm? However, the Peng Demon Emperor possessed an inherited treasure that allowed him to pass the divine tribulation effortlessly and had already begun to think about the future. When Zhongju spoke of this Heiyu, I was almost completely certain that he was Fang Chang's little bastard. His true form was that of an eagle. But does the eagle clan possess such a powerful divine beast? Furthermore, he also knew many of the remarkable abilities that only the super divine beasts of the Peng clan possessed. If his father wasn't Fang Chong, then how would he possess the remarkable abilities of the Peng clan? To have such a son, Fang Chong should be proud. Unfortunately, today, his son would also die. As the Peng Demon Emperor said those words, he raised his head and looked to the sky above him. They ought to have about finished the refinement now. Inside the Zhonglan's realm, Qinyu, Hou Fei, and Heiyu were currently together. Xiao Hei, don't be too heartbroken. Qinyu and Hou Fei were both looking at Heiyu. As the owner of the Zhonglan's realm, Qinyu was able to hear the voices in the surroundings of the Zhonglan's realm. Thus, the chat of the Peng Demon Emperor, Aoku, and Lu Tu earlier was naturally heard by him. When he heard that it was regarding Heiyu's birth information, Qinyu, with merely a thought, made the voice of the Peng Demon Emperor in them sound in the surroundings of the three brothers. So, it turns out that my father and mother are both dead. Heiyu's eyes were a bit moist. Mixed hair bird, I'm about the same as you. Even now I still do not know who my father is. Hou Fei consoled Heiyu. Xiao Hei, don't be sad. Qinyu started to smile. He changed the topic and said, Hey, I did not expect that the plan that I thought of out of the spot actually worked. Xiao Hei, Fei, we do not have to hide inside the Zhonglan's realm the entire time anymore in the future. How come? Hou Fei looked to Qinyu. Heiyu also dry his tears and looked to Qinyu. Qinyu explained. I know that the Peng Demon Emperor would think that the Zhonglan's realm would be by certain places near where I landed. However, he never expected that, during the first time I fought against Aoku, the Zhonglan's realm had already turned into a speck of dust and attached to his clothes. With how exceptional the Zhonglan's realm was, even if Aoku were to use his demon awareness to search, he would still be unable to find the speck of dust that the Zhonglan's realm had turned into. They're currently outside the ceiling element refining flames array and have just finished talking. I suspect that they'll be flying up now. Let's go up. The Peng Demon Emperor said indifferently. Aoku and Lu Tu accepted the order. The three of them flew toward the sky rapidly. None of them noticed that during the moment when they were flying toward the sky, a speck of dust dropped from Aoku's body, landed on the ground, and blended into the plane, becoming one of the countless dust specks in the sand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 33. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 33, Training Atop the Meteorite. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The 16 demon emperors were floating in the air in their respective positions. At the same time they were controlling the extremely silent heavenly flames and burning that final lump of liquid. The Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan, Aoku, and Lu Tu have arrived beside the airspace of the sealing element refining flames array.
Your Majesty.
Upon seeing that the Peng Demon Emperor had come, the 16 Demon Emperors immediately greeted him respectfully. Never had I expected that after refining less than half of the Yellow Lion Mountain, we'd actually obtain materials to refine a top-quality demon artifact,
said the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan with a light laugh. His current mood was extremely good. Lu Tu, Aoku, have you two discovered the Qingyu Immortal Mansion?
Aoku and Lu Tu both spread out their demon awareness to search for the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Their demon awareness covered the entire sealing element refining flames array, including that lump of liquid that was being burned and boiled unceasingly. After a long time, Aoku and Lu Tu were still carefully inspecting that lump of liquid.
It's better I do it myself, said the Peng Demon Emperor indifferently.
This subordinate is incompetent,
said Aoku and Lu Tu respectfully.
That Qingyu most certainly turned that Qingyu Immortal Mansion into a droplet.
Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries to imitate the liquid, it's still fake. There will certainly be a loophole. The Peng Demon Emperor's demon awareness was also spread out.
It turned into numerous waves and covered that lump of liquid in an instant. Trying to distinguish each and every droplet from the lump of liquid was extremely hard.
Aoku and Lu Tu stood to the side and didn't dare to disturb. Below, at the location where the Peng Demon Emperor, Aoku, and Lu Tu were resting before,
a figure suddenly appeared. It was precisely Qingyu who had changed his appearance.
Qingyu raised his head and took a glance.
The corners of his mouth were slightly raised.
Peng Demon Emperor, you can continue to slowly search. If you find me, then I'll truly admire you.
After staying for merely a blink of an eye's time, Qingyu disappeared from the plane.
Teleportation. Man? Aoku turned around and looked to below. What's wrong?
Lu Tu, who stood beside him, asked. At the same time, he also turned around to look below. The plane was exactly the same as before, there wasn't a single thing on it.
What are you looking at? Nothing.
Aoku turned back forward and smiled to Lu Tu beside him. My brain must have played a trick on me.
Aoku had actually sensed an extremely slight amount of energy fluctuation.
That fluctuation merely lasted for a wink's time before disappearing.
Aoku had thought that it was his own misperception. Lu Tu laughed.
Let's wait until His Majesty finds out where the Qingyu Immortal Mansion is.
After we take care of Qingyu and them, we won't have much to do in the future anymore. That's true. Aoku sighed. With their status, what matters in the Bird Clan would actually need them to move out in normal circumstances. Unfortunately, the current Aoku and Lu Tu had no idea that the current Qingyu had already arrived on the interstellar conveying array of the Black Crow Star. Effortlessly, he had escaped via the interstellar conveying array. As for the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan, he was still trying to find the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Never had I expected that this Qingyu's ability to conceal himself would be truly profound. The Peng Demon Emperor no longer had any smile on his face. After being unable to find the Qingyu Immortal Mansion after such a long time, he too had grown angry. I do not believe that I can't find it. The Peng Demon Emperor's gaze was icy cold. His demon awareness split into millions and millions of parts. Each and every one of his demon awareness parts then covered a speck of liquid droplet each. The Peng Demon Emperor was carefully examining each and every speck of liquid droplet for differences. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to find anything. After 2 entire hours, the Peng Demon Emperor ended up admitting his defeat. Even an extremely conceited individual like him couldn't last any longer. All of you, use your demon awareness to search. Find out exactly where that Qingyu Immortal Mansion is hiding, said the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan coldly. His gaze swept past the 16 Demon Emperors as well as Lu Tu and Aoku. Whoever manages to find the Qingyu Immortal Mansion shall be rewarded greatly. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately, the 16 Demon Emperors, along with Aoku and Lu Tu, a total of 18 people, started to carefully search for the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. The result was self-evident, still a failure. Your Majesty, this subordinate has an idea, suddenly said a Demon Emperor respectfully. Speak. The Peng Demon Emperor's eyes shined. That Demon Emperor said respectfully. We merely have to control the extremely silent heavenly flame to make it occasionally burn and occasionally not burn. That lump of liquid would switch between solid and liquid form. I reckon that no matter how strong the Qingyu Immortal Mansion's ability to change itself is, there would inevitably be a slip-up.
This method was practically the same method that Emperor Yu used in order to find Xinyu in his sealing element refining flames array. Good. Upon hearing that, the Peng Demon Emperor thought that it was a feasible idea.
You are to command and deploy everyone. Quickly, find that Xingyu immortal mansion for me.
Yes, Your Majesty. That Demon Emperor had a cheerful expression in his eyes. Immediately, he promptly went to command the rest of the Demon Emperors. He would make them burn the lump of liquid with extremely silent heavenly flames.
And then suddenly make them remove the extremely silent heavenly flames.
By continuing this process, the lump of liquid would occasionally condense together, and then in the next instant melt into liquid. All of the Demon Emperors were carefully searching for the Xingyu immortal mansion.
Failure. Failure. Still a failure. 6 entire hours. The Peng Demon Emperor and his subordinates had used a wide variety of methods. The Peng Demon Emperor even went into the sealing element refining flames array himself and refined that lump of liquid into a top-quality demon artifact. He even dripped his blood on it to make it his own. After becoming the master of that top-quality demon artifact, the Peng Demon Emperor had also carefully inspected it. However, he was still unable to find the Xingyu immortal mansion.
The Peng Demon Emperor even removed the blood contract with that top-quality demon artifact and used his pawn claws to directly crush the top-quality demon artifact into pieces. At last, the Peng Demon Emperor had no choice but to admit that there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the Xingyu immortal mansion had already left the sealing element refining flames array. He did not believe that he was unable to discover the Xingyu immortal mansion even after using all those different kinds of methods to find it.
How exactly did that Xingyu escape from here? This question had vexed the Peng Demon Emperor for a long time. When the Peng Demon Emperor finally gave up on searching for the Xingyu immortal mansion, Xingyu had already left the star field that the Black Crow Star is located in. He was currently rushing toward the northeast of the Bird Clan's territory with astonishing speed. Occasionally, he would use the interstellar conveying arrays and occasionally he would use his own greater teleportation to move about. In merely 3 days, Xingyu had arrived on a star field in the northeastern section of the Bird Clan's territory. Cyan Flame Star Field.
Cyan Flame Star Field, located toward the extreme north section of the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm. To its east was the Bird Clan's territory's most chaotic location, the Chaotic Star Field. Further eastward was the location of the legendary Bewitching God Temple. The Bewitching God Temple was located between the Bird Clan's territory and the Dark Star realm. The Chaotic Star Field was truly chaotic. It was so chaotic that even Xingyu didn't want to enter it. Thus, he decided to stop in the more peaceful Cyan Flame Star Field. The Cyan Flame Star Field was the headquarters of the Eagle Clan. The Eagle Clan was one of the extremely powerful clans amongst the Bird Clan. When comparing strength, the Eagle Clan would only be second to the Peng Clan. The current clan chief of the Eagle Clan was the level 8 Demon Emperor Lu Tuesday. He was also one of the 3 great experts underneath the Peng Demon Emperor. Of course, now that Bai Feng had died, only Aoku and Lu Tu remained.
Cyan Flame Star Field, Flowing Mist Star.
A man was currently hovering in the vast skies of the Flowing Mist Star and looking down from above. His gaze swept past all directions.
What a beautiful and tranquil planet. Xingyu had a smile on his face. Men, this'll do.
I've decided to make this planet the place where we brothers will stay in the future.
Afterwards, Xingyu directly landed onto the ground. With an intention of his mind, Hofei, Heiyu, Bai Ling, and Heitong have all appeared.
Big brother, where is this?
This place seems pretty beautiful, said Hofei while laughing. Xingyu nodded and said,
This is the Flowing Mist Star of the Cyan Flame Star Field. The Flowing Mist Star is a border planet of the Cyan Flame Star Field. According to the introduction written on the interstellar map that Big Brother Woman gave me, this planet is a very ordinary planet. It is about as ordinary as the Maple Moon Star that I was on before.
The strongest people here are likely only level 7 or 8 Demon Kings.
Big brother, did you decide to choose this place as the residence of us brothers?
Heiyu was dressed in a white gown.
His long hair was drifting in the wind. He was giving off a sense of elegance.
Xingyu nodded. He then looked to Heitong.
While it doesn't matter much to us 3 brothers, but little Tong cannot be with us the entire time and not enter a city. That's why I picked here to be our future residence.
Ah. Heitong's eyes shined brightly. Eldest uncle, will I truly be able to go out and play? Don't worry. We cannot ignorantly step onto internal areas of this planet. Who knows whether or not there are subordinates of the Peng Demon Emperor in there? Xingyu lightly smiled and said. Bai Ling spoke.
Big brother, although the Peng Demon Emperor's strength spreads wide and far, his troops are only gathered on certain galaxies' large or important planets. On a small planet like the Flowing Mist Star, there are barely any foreigners. Majority of them are just passerbys from the interstellar conveying arrays.
That I know, that's the reason why I chose such an ordinary planet. Yu nodded. But, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Suddenly, 6 figures appeared on the ground. Of these 6 people, one of them was a level 4 demon emperor Dong Shui.
The other 5 people were 2 level 9 demon kings and 3 level 8 demon kings.
They were all spiritual beasts from the 10,000 Beasts Atlas.
Master,
said Dong Shui and the rest respectfully.
Big brother, this is?
Ho Fei, Yu, and the rest were all confused.
Yu instead did not respond. He said directly to Dong Shui. Dong Shui, this planet is the Flowing Mist Star, an extremely ordinary planet. The strongest person here is merely a level 7 or 8 demon king.
I command you all to control this planet completely within 100 years.
Master's intention is? Dong Shui asked puzzled. Yu smiled and said. It's very simple. Control this planet completely and everywhere.
I want to make the overwhelming majority of the people on the Flowing Mist Star controlled by us.
Even if a foreigner were to step onto the Flowing Mist Star, you must know about that too. It'll be fine once you are able to accomplish that. Local tyrant? Said Ho Fei while laughing with a gaga sound. Big brother, your intention is for us to become the local tyrant here? Not us, but Dong Shui. Said Yu with a light laugh.
Furthermore, Dong Shui shall also become a background controller.
The acting controllers shall be these 5 demon kings.
They shall control the entire Flowing Mist Star. As for anything that they cannot settle easily, Dong Shui would then take care of that. Master, for such a planet, a single year is more than enough for the 6 of us to control it, said Dong Shui confidently. A planet like the Flowing Mist Star was naturally extremely easy for a level 4 demon emperor like Dong Shui to obtain. Even if it was to achieve complete control, a year is indeed more than enough.
Eldest uncle, you're having them control the Flowing Mist Star, then what do we do? Asked Hei Tong. Yu smiled and said. You ought to know that I, your father, your second uncle and even your mother have statuses that cannot be leaked. Such a thing like controlling the planet does not require us to do it ourselves. We merely need to hide ourselves in a secret place and not allow anyone to know about us. Ho Fei, Yu, and the rest of the people's eyes shone. They had completely understood Qin Yu's intention. Qin Yu's gaze grew sharper. He stared at Dong Shui. Dong Shui, I'm giving you 100 years. After 100 years, you must obtain a level of control where, even if the Pang Demon Emperor were to send someone to the Flowing Mist Star, you'd be able to obtain all information regarding that person. Although the Bird Clan's territories all belong to the Pang Demon Emperor, I want this Flowing Mist Star to be under our complete control. When the subordinates of the Pang Demon Emperor arrive here, they shall become blind. Whatever they see, shall be what we want them to see. Dong Shui, are you able to accomplish that? Qin Yu looked at Dong Shui.
Dong Shui said confidently. Please rest assured, Master.
100 years? This subordinate will definitely be able to achieve it. Xiao Hei, Bai Ling, do you still remember what I have told you to? Said Qin Yu with a smile. Hei Yu and Bai Ling nodded. Hei Yu rubbed his daughter's head. Big brother, what you said was correct. I must let this child experience the world for herself. Father, mother, eldest uncle, you all. Hei Tong had a face filled with puzzlement. Qin Yu looked to Dong Shui. Dong Shui, I am leaving Xiao Tong in your hands. You can let little Tong live in the Flowing Mist Star for these 100 years. Your status shall be her master. Pang Demon Emperor and them do not know of little Tong's existence, she should not be in any danger. Yes, master, said Dong Shui respectfully. Father, mother, eldest uncle, second uncle, could it be that you're not going to stay on the Flowing Mist Star with me? At this moment, Hei Tong had came to a realization. For now, no. This place is still not sufficiently safe yet, said Qin Yu with a light smile. Stay on the Flowing Mist Star? At the very least, it's a no-go for now. Qin Yu already had a plan in his mind. He would spend 100 years in the cosmic space to comprehend the cosmos. Qin Yu really wanted to thoroughly comprehend the next stage of the stellar transformation cultivation technique. Likely, compared with the 9 steps dark gold body strengthening technique, Qin Yu cared more about his own stellar transformation. After being reluctant to part, little Hei Tong followed Dong Shui and the other 5 demon kings into the city of the Flowing Mist Star. As for Hei Yu, Bai Ling, and Ho Fei, they entered into the Jianglan's realm. According to the plan, they are to spend 1,000 years in the Jianglan's realm.
1,000 years in the Jianglan's realm was 100 years outside.
Hefei and Heiyu were to train in the Jianglan's realm, whereas Qinyu was to train in the cosmic space. The boundless cosmic space. Countless amount of enormous planets were slowly floating in the cosmic space.
And, at this moment, next to a beautiful blue-colored planet were several tens of enormous meteorites flying past. The meteorite in the middle of these several tens of meteorites was the largest. It had the length of close to 10,000 miles.
However, such a size could only be considered as extremely small in the cosmos.
In the middle of the surface of this meteorite was a man sitting cross-legged.
It was precisely Qinyu. Surveying his surroundings, comprehending the boundless cosmos, this was the current cultivation method of Qinyu.
Sitting atop this meteorite, Qinyu was drifting about the cosmos unceasingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 34. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 34, Unite. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. His soul has completely united into one with the cosmos.
Sensing the pulse of the cosmos, Qinyu's own soul's aura has grown more and more faint. Ultimately, it appeared to have completely disappeared.
A blazing star, a flaring large fireball. Round after rounds of flames were erupting from the fireball.
A round of flame had even broken into the meteorites.
Another group of meteorites came flying over from the opposite direction.
Those meteorites flew past the meteorites that Qinyu was with. Qinyu was seeing with his eyes, sensing with his soul. Gradually, what he saw with his eyes and what he sensed with his soul started to fuse with one another. Every moment Qinyu sat on the meteorite, the 9 steps dark gold body's execution speed was increased to the maximum.
Those 27,000 seal marks and patterns were flickering with a blue color. Qinyu's bones and his entire body's muscles were being transformed unceasingly.
The cells and such within his bones were also being changed unceasingly. Even if the bones were to be unable to support the unceasing changes and fracture, the life elemental energy within Qinyu's body would automatically restore them. Training and cultivating without any worry, there was no one in the dinosaur clan who had ever trained like that. In the blink of an eye several tens of years have passed. Qinyu has separated himself from the state where he had assimilated with the cosmos. A slight smile appeared on his face. Several tens of years are merely a flash of time. The stellar transformations cultivation technique that Master created, although it had only reached the state of being able to pass the heavenly tribulations, was such a developed cosmic cultivation technique. If it were to reach its true final state, its profoundness would be something that surpasses all of the cultivation techniques of the immortal, devil and demon realm by far. The more he managed to comprehend, the more aware Qinyu became.
Fei Fei and Xiao Hei's cultivation speed are pretty fast. I'll continue my comprehension. Qinyu removed the distracting thoughts in his mind and once again assimilated his soul with the cosmos.
He had returned to a drifting yet profound state. Inside the Jianglan's realm. Several tens of years in the outside world means that several hundreds of years have passed in the Jianglan's realm. Hefei and Heiyu had both obtained some significant improvements in their strength. A body covered in silver hair, with 2 golden eyes and a violet lip, Hefei held his long black stick in his hand.
He was gaga laughing with excitement. Soon after, he roared. "Mixed hair bird, watch my strike."
The long black stick was like a long black dragon as it soared to the sky before arriving directly in front of Heiyu.
Insignificant skill.
Heiyu sneered. His figure rapidly changed. Swiftly, he turned into 9 blurs and easily dodged the incoming stick strike. At the same time, a long black spear suddenly appeared in his right hand. Like a water snake, the long spear was suddenly shot out. The long black stick and the long black spear merely lightly touched each other before separating. An exchange at the speed of lightning.
The exquisiteness of Hefei's stick technique and Heiyu's spear technique were clearly seen.
The two of them did not use any force, rather, they were competing the exquisiteness of their techniques. During the moment when the long black stick and the long black spear collided with each other, they were appearing and disappearing. Sometimes, they appeared to have entered into the space itself. They were extremely fantastic.
"Big brother, you, second brother, you two should take a rest."
Bai Ling walked over from the courtyard with a smile on her face.
2 blurs landed on the ground.
The 2 figures have only gradually became clear.
Hefei was donned in a golden battle armor and radiating a battle aura.
As for Heiyu, he was wearing all white and was giving off a sensation of a desolate killer. "Aya, mixed hair bird, I've never expected that after you reached level 6 Demon Emperor, your spear technique would also improve greatly. It's about to reach the level of my heaven-startling 9 stick strikes.
However, I still haven't used the 8th and 9th stick strikes yet. Once I use them, you'll definitely lose." said Ho Fei confidently. Hey, you lightly smiled. You've achieved complete comprehension of the heaven-startling 9-stick strikes? How many hundreds of years has it been?
You've even reached level 6 Demon Emperor level from level 5 Demon Emperor. Although I still haven't reached level 7 Demon Emperor, I've almost finished the comprehension of the heaven-startling 9-stick strikes.
It's just the final 9th stick strike that's a bit problematic. Ho Fei's face didn't go red.
Just wait, I'll reach level 7 Demon Emperor level very soon. Heiyu did not respond, he merely put away his long spear, walked to the stone chair on the side, sat down and started to rest. Bai Ling was sitting beside him. Ho Fei also put away his black stick and sat on another stone chair. Monkey, Big Brother said he'd be outside for 100 years, but would he really be there for precisely 100 years? If during the 100th year's time Big Brother were by chance, at his most critical moment, how could we possibly disturb him? Asked Heiyu with a frown. However, if that was the case, when should we go out and wake Big Brother? Ho Fei laughed. That's simple. Why must we bother to go call for Big Brother? When Big Brother himself decide that it's about time, he'll naturally come and get us out. Ho Fei wasn't worried at all. Heiyu also nodded. Bai Ling, who sat to the side, instead grew a bit worried. If Big Brother were to continue his comprehension the entire time, then does it mean that we are to stay in the Jianlan's realm the entire time? It's been a long time since I've seen Little Tong. I really want to see Little Tong at an earlier date. Linger. Heiyu frowned and reprimanded her. So what if we are to see Little Tong a bit later? Big Brother's cultivation is the most important. Oh. Bai Ling could only agree. The tranquil days continued on. Inside Wu Lan's residence in the Jianlan's realm. Boss Wu Lan, Boss Wu Lan. A voice that sounded like a thunder suddenly rumbled loudly. It woke up Wu Lan, who was currently resting inside his room. Helplessly, Wu Lan walked out from his residence. He saw the excited Yi Chu that ran over and smiled helplessly. Yi Chu, why are you shouting so loudly? Yi Chu had a face filled with pride. Boss Wu Lan, look. Look? At what? Wu Lan was puzzled. Look carefully. Yi Chu had a face filled with smiles. Look, what has changed about me? Confused, Wu Lan looked at Yi Chu for a moment. He then started to smile. Oh, you finally reached a breakthrough. Yi Chu hit his chest with his fist and said happily. That's right. After all these years, I've finally reached a breakthrough. Ha ha. That icy cold Ao Wushu was the first one to reach level 8 Demon Emperor and would frequently act arrogantly in front of me. Now, let's see if he dares to act so arrogant anymore. Actually, Ao Wushu had never acted arrogant. It's just that his icy cold manner naturally caused others to think that he was acting arrogantly. Ha, level 8 Demon Emperor, MN, you and Wushu better train faster. With Qinyu's current cultivation speed, he'll likely undergo the divine tribulation and ascend to the divine realm earlier than you. If that really is the case, then I'm afraid that we'll be separated. Instructed Wu Lan. Boss Wu Lan, what do you mean? Yi Chu grew calm. Wu Lan said solemnly. When Qinyu ascend to the divine realm, if you and Ao Wushu were to not have passed the divine tribulation, it's impossible for the two of you to ascend to the divine realm together with Qinyu and I. You'll only be expelled back to the immortal, devil and demon realm by the divine realm. But the rules of the cosmos are as such. It's just like when ascending to the immortal, devil and demon realm from the mortal realm, one must achieve the level of Deshang before being able to ascend. Thus, even if Qinyu were to bring people along with him in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, they'll still be automatically expelled by the immortal, devil and demon realm. Although the Jianlan's realm was exceptional, but it's merely a spatial divine artifact space and not a true space. Wu Lan explained carefully. True space? Yi Chu was a bit puzzled. Wu Lan nodded. He smiled and said, true space naturally possesses spiritual energy, elemental spirit energy or other energies. There's also life forms and so on. However, the Jianlan's realm is a space within a spatial divine artifact. The elemental spirit energy within it is also absorbed from the outside world. It is impossible for the Jianlan's realm to have energy in and of itself. Oh, boss, Wushu and I must pass the divine tribulation before being able to go to the divine realm, but what about you? Yi Chu had a guess in his mind. Wu Lan lightly smiled. I am originally from the divine realm, it's very natural for me to return to the divine realm. Even if I were to not train and not have even the slightest amount of improvement, I would still able to ascend to the divine realm with Qinyu inside the Jianlan's realm. However, you all are different. Men, the Qinyu's cultivation speed is too fast. It would be good if he were to slow down a bit. said Yi Chu after mucking his mouth grudgingly. Although I've reached level 8 Demon Emperor, it will be extremely hard for me to break through to level 9 Demon Emperor from level 8 Demon Emperor. Wu Lan merely had an indifferent smile. Although Yi Chu and the rest were pressured, Wu Lan did not have any pressure. Inside the Imperial Palace of the Black Crow City, the Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan as well as the two level 8 Demon Emperors Lu Tu and Aoku were currently seated around a table. Lu Tu, it has already been 80 years.
In this period of time, have you managed to discover any information regarding Yu and them? Asked the Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan indifferently.
After all these years, the Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan did not have a lot of hope in catching Yu. Somewhat helpless, Lu Tu replied respectfully.
Not even the slightest bit of information. Your Majesty. Aoku interrupted.
If Yu and them were to hide in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion the entire time and not come out, then no matter how hard we try, it's still impossible for us to find them.
The Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan nodded. How could he not know about that? However, he truly wanted to kill Yu. MN?
Suddenly, the Peng Demon Emperor frowned.
He turned his hand around and took out a transmission spiritual pearl. Gradually, a smile appeared on the Peng Demon Emperor's face. Lu Tu and Aoku took a glance at each other.
They were filled with amazement.
The matters of the Bird Clan's territory used to mostly be taken care of by Feng.
And now, they were mostly taken care of by Lu Tuesday. Only an extremely small amount of matters would be reported directly to the Peng Demon Emperor.
And now, the Peng Demon Emperor actually have a smile on his face. It was truly a rare occurrence.
After a moment, the Peng Demon Emperor put away his transmission spiritual pearl while smiling.
Your Majesty, did something delightful happen? Said Lu Tu with a smile. Aoku also looked to the Peng Demon Emperor.
The Peng Demon Emperor smiled and said, It's nothing that can be considered as an exaltation, it's just that Emperor Yu and his wife the Mystic Emperor of the Immortal Realm had made an exchange with me. They want to kill that Qingyu, I want to kill that Yu, thus we merely decided to help each other.
Your Majesty, when you were chasing to kill that Yu, you had announced his name as Xiao He the entire time. Yu's true name was something that others didn't know of, so how did this Emperor Yu manage to know? Asked Lu Tu in confusion. Feng was killed by Qingyu.
Although not many people know about this, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor's power in Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm is still quite good. I reckon that they managed to obtain this information from somewhere. Said the Peng Demon Emperor with a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 35.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 35, Stellar Space.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. In the boundless cosmos, countless planets were slowly moving about in the cosmic space. The group of meteorites rapidly passed through stars and planets. In the middle of this group of meteorites, on the biggest meteorite, a person was sitting cross-legged and unmoving. It was unknown how long he has been sitting there, nor was it known when he would get up. Traces of green light were slowly being radiated from Qinyu's head. The corners of Qinyu's lips were slightly raised. He had a smile on his face. His eyes had been open the entire time, tranquilly watching. Suddenly, Qinyu stood up. He was proudly standing on this rapidly flying meteorite. It's been 90 years, I've already trained in seclusion for 90 years. Qinyu's mind was very serene. He felt as if his entire frame of mind was slowly fluctuating with the pulse of the cosmos. It was a marvelous sensation. However, Qinyu knew that, in these 90 years, he had let his soul assimilate with the cosmos and his frame of mind fluctuate with the cosmos. A cultivation of 90 years, Qinyu's soul realm's level had naturally achieved the rank of a level 9 Immortal Emperor state. He was merely a step away from completing the third layer of the Heavenly Soul Realm. Qinyu did not care much about the progress of his soul realm. After all, when in battle, what mattered was one's strength. In last several hundred years in the Jianglan's realm, Qinyu had stayed on the 6th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body. And now, he has finally reached the 7th stage. The 9 steps force had also changed to purple from blue. Now, the bones in Qinyu's body were comparable in toughness to a low-quality divine artifact. Adding on the assistance of the life elemental energy, Qinyu's body could be considered to be a divine artifact that could be renovated at any time. There was no need to explain how powerful that is. Unfortunately, there was not much progress in the stellar transformations cultivation technique. Qinyu sighed. The comprehension of all these years was actually for the sake of creating the 9th stage of the stellar transformations. However, creating a new stage was no easy task.
Standing on top of the meteorite, Xinyu was casually looking at the boundless cosmic space.
Suddenly,
an enormous and magnificent nebula appeared in Xinyu's field of view. This nebula was radiating a dreamlike brilliance. It was extremely attractive. As for Xinyu, he was naturally attracted by this nebula. The size of this nebula was extremely huge. It was as big as several thousands of planets.
Revolving around tranquility, the entire gigantic nebula was revolving around tranquilly. There appeared to be no pattern in its trajectories. However, Xinyu, who had woken up from being attracted by the nebula, noticed the trajectories of its rotation. Seeing the trajectories, Xinyu appeared to be shocked. His mind that had been in a tranquil state for 90 years started to move excitedly. In this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Xinyu's mind. Xinyu had suddenly opened up to a wide panorama. So that's it. Xinyu smiled.
He closed his eyes and suddenly raised his hands. His hands were moving very slowly.
However, at the moment when his hands were moving, the entire space appeared to be vibrating. Even the lights around Xinyu appeared to be being warped.
Xinyu's hands stopped their movements. His hands appeared to be holding onto a ball of nothingness. With his hands placed in front of his body, Xinyu smiled and closed his eyes. It was as if he was experiencing a wonderful sensation. At the moment when Xinyu's hands stopped moving, suddenly, the several tens of rapidly flying meteorites stopped. It took merely a split second for the meteorites to stop from the high speed that they were flying at. All these several tens of meteorites stopped in midair and were motionless.
Huff! Xinyu's hands involuntarily shook slightly.
With Xinyu as the center, a visible space ripple appeared. The several tens of meteorites that had stopped moving suddenly moved. With the meteorite that Xinyu was on as the center, the several tens of meteorites started to rotate. There were meteorites above Xinyu, meteorites to Xinyu's left, meteorites in front of Xinyu, meteorites below Xinyu. The meteorites formed a spheroid with Xinyu as the center. Like this, the several tens of meteorites revolved around Xinyu. Sometimes, the meteorites would revolve above Xinyu, sometimes below. Their trajectories were not circular, nor could they be considered an ellipse shape. If one were to look at them, then they would appear to not have any pattern at all.
However,
if there were to be an expert on the scene, then they would notice that these several tens of meteorites were rotating with the same pattern as the dreamlike nebula. Merely, every single meteorite represented a huge lump of energy within the nebula. Like so, these several tens of meteorites were revolving unceasingly.
The faraway nebula was also revolving like so unceasingly.
They were rotating with the same trajectory. The only difference between them were their sizes.
However, in the other space that Xinyu's black hole in his dantian leads to, inside the 2-3 meters long and wide space that belonged to Xinyu, that extremely thick golden black hole energy was also slowly moving.
Although slow, they were still moving.
Time passed.
The several tens of meteorites have always maintained their current state.
12 entire years.
Lifting his hands up like holding a ball, Xinyu, who had maintained this pose for 12 entire years, suddenly opened his eyes. Right at the moment when Xinyu's eyes opened, the several tens of meteorites that had been rotating about, forming an enormous sphere, suddenly stopped.
Ah, the comprehension of 100 years has finally borne fruit. So that's the case.
Xinyu's face was filled with smiles.
Extremely confident smiles.
He placed his hands behind his back. His feet were still on the largest meteorite.
I've broken my promise.
Although I said 100 years, it took me 102 years.
Xinyu had a self-mocking smile.
Afterwards, Xinyu looked to the several tens of meteorites that still remained in the air. He casually waved his hand, and those several tens of meteorites proceeded according to the trajectory that they had before. As for Xinyu, he instead stood up in the air. After a while, he used greater teleportation and disappeared from the cosmic space. In a flash, Xinyu appeared on an uninhabited planet.
Now that my soul realm's level has also reached level 9 Immortal Emperor's level, with the assistance of the meteoric tier, who could compare with me in the degree of unity with the cosmos? With my current great teleportation distance, there's not much need for interstellar conveying arrays anymore. Immediately after, Xinyu disappeared again. Xinyu's current greater teleportation range was about 10 times the range it was before.
It used to be that for him to move a tenth of a galaxy's distance with a single teleportation was already pretty powerful. However, now, Xinyu was able to cross an entire galaxy with a teleportation. There was no need for interstellar conveying arrays anymore. Even if it was to be crossing from a single galaxy to another one, Xinyu was able to do so with a single greater teleportation. Only when crossing from a star field to another star field, with the distance between the two being too great, would Xinyu require the use of an interstellar conveying array.
The 8th stage was the black hole realm. What exactly will the 9th stage be?
Hey, there's no need for me to worry, all I need to do is continue my development according to these circumstances.
The current Xinyu was completely relaxed. Inside Xinyu's Dantian space, the current black hole was already not at all like before.
It no longer had the 3 golden rings of lights and has turned into a golden channel. On the other side of the channel, in the flower paste space, there originally existed a 2-3 meters range area that belonged to Xinyu. However, the space that belonged to Xinyu has now reached about 10 meters in length and width. At the same time, this space was slowly enlarging at an extremely tiny and undetectable rate. In this flower paste space, the small space that belonged to me has turned into a stellar space now, said Xinyu in his heart. Inside the stellar space, an astonishing change had occurred to the previously immobile black hole energy. Currently, there was a lump of energy rotating about, much like the enormous nebula that Xinyu had seen. As for the black hole energy, it was being revolved and gathered unceasingly, turning into tiny golden specks. Upon the moment when Xinyu's awareness entered into this stellar space, he discovered a countless amount of golden specks were slowly revolving according to a methodically arranged trajectory and forming a nebula spheroid. Upon closer inspection, one would discover traces of muddled flower paste energies were passing through the stellar space and into it. Only through absorbing the flower paste energy was the golden black hole energy able to form those golden specks. Those countless amounts of golden specks were formed through the slow transformation of flower paste energy. The flower paste energy from the outside was being absorbed. As more of the flower paste energy was absorbed, there formed void areas within the flower paste space. As the void was formed, the stellar space naturally expanded. This flower paste energy is truly profound.
What exactly is that flower paste-like energy?
Xinyu pondered in his heart. Immediately after, he started to smile. Inside the flower paste space, this flower paste-like energy is boundless and everywhere, taking up all of the space. Only through absorbing a lot of it, will my stellar space be able to occupy a greater area.
Xinyu did not understand it completely.
However, his intuition tells him that the flower paste-like energy was a good thing and thus he should absorb it unceasingly. Also, the greater the size of his stellar space, the better. Currently, Xinyu is still slowly absorbing the flower paste-like energy, to allow the amount of golden specks that formed the spheroid nebula inside his body to become greater. Xinyu also understood that all he was doing right now was storing up reservation power. He had yet to actually reach the gateway to the 9th stage.
Cyan Flame Star Field, Flowing Mist Star. The Flowing Mist Star is as beautiful and tranquil as before.
Xinyu appeared in the sky of the Flowing Mist Star. In merely 2 or 3 steps, he arrived at the largest city of the 3 great cities on the Flowing Mist Star, Vast Sky City. The city gates of the Vast Sky City was wide and broad. Upon seeing Xinyu walking toward the gate guard started to have a hard time breathing. He did not even dare move forward to inquire who Xinyu was.
Who is this person?
No, I must immediately go notify the Lord. Seeing Xinyu's figure walking past, that guard had already decided what to do in his mind.
There are numerous cultivators in Vast Sky City.
However, majority of them are only level 1 heavenly demons. Rarely are Demon King level experts ever seen. At the very least, as Xinyu walked, the strongest person he had discovered was merely a level 1 Demon King, and it was also the sole Demon King that he saw. Thus, as it could be seen, there are very few experts on the Flowing Mist Star.
Master. Dong Shue's figure suddenly appeared beside Xinyu.
She said to Xinyu respectfully.
Xinyu took a glance at Dong Shue and then slightly nodded. Did you manage to complete the mission that I assigned you?
Yes, Master, it is complete.
Currently, the entire Flowing Mist Star is under our control.
No matter who it was that entered the Flowing Mist Star, they were unable to escape our surveillance, said Dong Shue respectfully.
Xinyu nodded indifferently. Good, bring me to your current residence.
Yes. Immediately after, Dong Shue turned into a ray of light and shot off toward the sky.
Casually, Xinyu followed behind Dong Shue.
In merely a blink of an eye, Xinyu followed Dong Shue to another city. They have arrived in front of the palace gate in the extreme north of the vast pattern city.
Master, this is our current residence,
said Dong Shue respectfully.
Xinyu slowly raised his head.
His gaze landed on those 3 large words and muttered.
5 Willows Palace, why such a name?
Master, to the outside, it was merely said that 5 demon kings had constructed this palace here. The master of this palace was thus those 5 demon kings. Those 5 demon kings were the spiritual beasts that Master had dispatched, 2 level 9 demon kings and 3 level 8 demon kings. This subordinate merely hides herself behind the scenes, said Dong Shui respectfully.
Qin Yu nodded. I believe there are no subordinates of the Peng Demon Emperor on the flowing mist star right now? Asked Qin Yu. Dong Shui nodded and said, yes. For this tiny planet, the Peng Demon Emperor would not dispatch his experts over. Furthermore, even if he were to dispatch people over, they wouldn't be able to tell Master's identity. Only 100 years ago did the Peng Demon Emperor send people over to transmit an order to the 5 Willow Palace to tell them to pay attention in the case where 3 male experts were to appear and to immediately inform them if they were to appear. This Peng Demon Emperor is truly smart. Qin Yu had a smile on his face.
Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu, with the strength of them 3 brothers, one must be at least a level 8 Demon Emperor in order to discover their identity.
However, how many level 8 Demon Emperors were there in the entire bird clan?
With their current arrangement of reporting upon noticing 3 male experts, it would allow for a high chance of success.
Well then, Dong Shui, where would we normally live at? Asked Qin Yu.
Dong Shui said respectfully. Master, the Pure Flow Mansion inside the 5 Willows Palace is the place that this subordinate has prepared for Master.
Master and the other lords could live there.
Master could also stroll around the flowing mist star as you wish.
This subordinate is able to guarantee that on the flowing mist star, there definitely will not be anyone who could find out Master's identity. MN Qin Yu's immortal awareness spread out.
It seems like Little Tong's attire has changed. With a single step, Qin Yu arrived inside the 5 Willows Palace. Inside the garden of the Clear Flow Mansion. In the Clear Flow Mansion, other than Dong Shui and He Tong, others were absolutely not allowed in.
The current He Tong now looked like a woman.
She was dressed in a yellow garment. With bright eyes and white teeth, her appearance was very adorable and pretty.
At this moment, He Tong was fiddling with a flower.
From time to time, a smile would appear on her face. Who knows what she might be thinking about in her mind?
Little Tong. A familiar voice sounded.
Puzzled, He Tong turned around. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, pleasantly surprised, He Tong yelled,
Eldest uncle.
As she yelled, she immediately fell into Qin Yu's embrace.
With but a thought from Qin Yu,
He Yu, Hou Fei, Bai Ling, Yi Chu, and Wu Lan suddenly appeared inside the courtyard. He Yu, Hou Fei, and the rest were startled. Immediately, they started looking around.
However, they quickly came to a realization and sprung up in ecstasy.
Father, mother, Uncle Wu, He Tong's eyes were shining.
Little Tong.
Bai Ling was so happy that her eyes turned red.
Big brother. Hou Fei and He Yu were looking at Qin Yu with excitement.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 36.
Book 13 3 Brothers, Chapter 36, Stirrings of Love.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin.
Whether it was Qin Yu with his brothers Hou Fei and He Yu, or He Yu with his family, it had been a long time since they last saw each other.
Everyone was very excited. On the same day, they set up a banquet in the Pure Flow Mansion of the 5 Willows Palace. Exchanging glasses, everyone was very excited and smiling. Qin Yu's gaze swept past. His immortal awareness that had already reached the level of a level 9 immortal emperors clearly discovered everyone's strength. Suddenly, Qin Yu looked to Yi Chu in amazement. Yi Chu, you've also reached level 8 Demon Emperor? For Fei Fei and Xiao He to have a large improvement was something that Qin Yu had expected. With the black stick and the cloud-piercing spear, which were bestowed by Uncle Lan and their aptitude as super divine beasts, there was no need to puzzle over their fast improvement speed. This Yi Chu appeared to have been stuck at the level 7 Demon Emperor level for a long time. How did he manage to achieve a breakthrough in nearly 1,000 years? What? Only you're allowed to have such a fast progress and not me? Said Yi Chu complacently. Suddenly, he looked to Qin Yu and said puzzledly. Qin Yu, could it be that you've achieved another breakthrough in the 9 steps dark gold body? Qin Yu smiled and was about to speak. You'd best not tell me that you've reached the 7th stage, said Yi Chu solemnly. Oh? Qin Yu was puzzled. Why doesn't this Yi Chu want him to tell him? I'm afraid that I cannot take the shock, said Yi Chu with resentment. It's merely been 100 years outside of the Jianglan's realm for you. To reach the 7th stage from the 6th stage in 100 years, if you were to have truly accomplished that, then you're beyond human. Qin Yu understood. Ha. I have already stayed at the 6th stage for several hundred years during the time in the Jianglan's realm when I bitterly trained for 1,000 years.
For me to reach the 7th stage now, it can't be considered as being extremely fast," said Qin Yu while smiling.
Yi Chu said stammeringly. "You've actually reached the 7th stage?"
Earlier, Yi Chu was merely guessing and joking around. Never did he expect that Qin Yu had actually reached the 7th stage.
"Yes, I've reached the 7th stage.
However, I'm afraid that I'm still a bit weaker than you, as you've already reached the 8th stage.
Fei Fei, you've improved pretty fast." Qin Yu looked to Ho Fei.
Gaga, of course."
Ho Fei's face was filled with contentment. Currently, Ho Fei was already a level 7 Demon Emperor.
One must know that the further down the line, the harder it'll become to progress. Even with Ho Fei's talent and the assistance from the Black Stick, it still took Ho Fei nearly 1,000 years before he could reach a breakthrough. Monkey merely achieved a breakthrough 10 years ago. If Big Brother were to open the Jianglan's realm from the outside at exactly 100 years' time, then Monkey would likely still be a level 6 Demon Emperor," said He Yu deliberately entering from the side. "You don't have to be jealous of me, mixed hair bird. It'll take you at least several more thousands of years before you can reach a level 7 Demon Emperor," said Ho Fei with an air of complacency. Qin Yu instead was inwardly pondering to himself. In this bitter training, his brother's strength had increased a lot. Especially Ho Fei, he was now a level 7 Demon Emperor Super Divine Beast. He's now at the same level as Ao Woming. If one were to add on his mystical stick techniques, then he's comparable to a level 9 Immortal Emperor.
As for Qin Yu, there was hardly any discrepancy between them.
At the very least, if a level 8 Immortal Emperor were to stand in front of Qin Yu, then this level 8 Immortal Emperor would be courting death.
Qin Yu.
Wu Lan, who stood to the side, said while smiling. "Seeing the current strength of you three brothers, even if 3 level 9 Immortal Emperors attacked you all would still be capable of escaping safely. There is not much assistance that I, Wushu and the others could provide to you all now." Wu Lan clearly believed that Qin Yu had enough strength to defend himself.
"Still not enough,"
said Qin Yu grudgingly. "With our current strength, although we would not be particularly afraid of Emperor Yu or Mystic Emperor, but that Peng Demon Emperor is truly difficult.
Back then, I personally experienced his speed. His speed was at the very least 3 or 4 times my own. If we were to truly fight, then I'd be at a complete disadvantage. Furthermore, the Peng Demon Emperor's attacks are very powerful. Even with my current defense, I believe that he would be capable of breaking my defense with merely a single fist." Peng Demon Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Great Ape Emperor.
These 3 individuals are not people that ordinary level 9 Immortal Emperors can be compared with,"
said Qin Yu after exhaling a long breath. With Qin Yu's current strength, he no longer feared ordinary experts. However, an enemy that possessed an inherited treasure was still too powerful. If I were to fight against the Dragon Emperor, I'd be completely unable to match up against him. However, against the Peng Demon Emperor, I am still able to block his attack during the moment of crisis and save your life," said Wu Lan with a light smile. Yi Chu, who stood to the side, also opened his large mouth. He laughed and said, "Qin Yu, you can rest assured.
With Boss Wu Lan's strength, although he's unable to block the Dragon Emperor, he is able to block against that Peng Demon Emperor. Even I, once my 9 steps dark gold body reaches the 9th stage, too would dare to compete against that Peng Demon Emperor."
Qin Yu looked to Wu Lan in amazement. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised. Back then, the Dragon Emperor used his strength to suppress Immortal Emperor Ni Yang and forced him to release Ao Wushu. At that time, Wu Lan had already resigned himself to being inferior to the Dragon Emperor. Qin Yu had thought the entire time that, as Wu Lan was inferior to the Dragon Emperor, he ought to be inferior to the Peng Demon Emperor too. After all, the Peng Demon Emperor is about at the same level as the Dragon Emperor. However, who would have expected that Wu Lan would say that he can block the Peng Demon Emperor? "Senior Wu Lan, wasn't the Peng Demon Emperor's strength about the same as the Dragon Emperor?" He Yu, who stood to the side, asked. Qin Yu, Ho Fei, and the rest all looked to Wu Lan. They too were wondering about that. Wu Lan lightly smiled and said, "As the saying goes, each person has their strong points and weak points. Although there are barely any discrepancies between Peng Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, I just happen to possess a strong point that could restrain this Peng Demon Emperor. Thus, I am able to block him. Of course, I could only block him. His speed is too fast, it's impossible for me to defeat him." "Oh," Qin Yu somewhat understood. "Uncle Wu, you're so powerful." Little Tong hereby offers Uncle Wu a toast. Hei Tong, who had been by the side listening the entire time, suddenly stood up and said while beaming with smiles. Upon seeing Hei Tong, Wu Lan had a pampering expression in his eyes. Good, the wine offered by Little Tong, I will definitely drink that." Wulan, Yichu, and even Ao Wushu were very pampering toward Hei Tong. After all, they watched her grow up. After the feast, Xinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, and Bai Ling remained in the Clear Flow Mansion. Wulan also remained in the Clear Flow Mansion. To Wulan, training wasn't of dire importance. As for Yichu, he returned back into the Jianglan's realm to train. Yichu wanted to use the Jianglan's realm to assist him in becoming a level 9 demon emperor sooner. The days on the Flowing Mist Star were very tranquil and happy for Qinyu and them. Occasionally, the three brothers would spar with each other. Occasionally, they would enjoy drinking to their heart's content. Occasionally, they would enjoy the sceneries of the Flowing Mist Star. Essentially, the three brothers lived free and leisurely. As for Wulan, he had also been freely strolling around the three cities of the Flowing Mist Star. He was spending his days contentedly. On a certain day, Qinyu and his two brothers were drinking inside the courtyard mansion. As Qinyu continued to drink, he suddenly came to a stop. His gaze turned to the sky. It was as if he was thinking about something. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" Hofei and Heiyu took a glance at each other. Soon after, Hofei laid down his wine cup and asked, "Oh." Qinyu woke back up from his recollections. "Earlier, I was thinking, it has been several hundred years since we arrived in the immortal, devil, and demon realm, even if we aren't counting the extra time spent in the Jianglan's realm. I wonder if my royal father, big brother, and second brother have ascended to the immortal, devil, and demon realm yet," said Qinyu with a slight sigh. "With my royal father and them's cultivation speed, I reckon they have yet to ascend." However, as to what the reality is, it was also hard to say. Who knows, maybe my royal father and them would cultivate very fast. Qinyu had a bitter smile on his face. Heiyu, who stood to the side, consoled. "Big brother, you don't have to mind too much about it. Once one sets foot on the path of cultivation, one will only be able to rely on oneself. If you can help, then you'll help. If you can't, then you also shouldn't think too much about it." Qinyu nodded. "Hey, big brother, are you able to open the second layer of the Jianglan's realm now?" suddenly asked Hofei. "Your strength ought to be very powerful now, you should be able to, right?" Qinyu shook his head. Opening the second layer of the Jianglan's realm? Although Qinyu's current strength was pretty good, as his 9 steps dark gold body has reached the 7th stage and his 9 steps force was also pretty powerful, it was still insufficient in opening the second layer of the Jianglan's realm. "I am still quite a bit of distance away from being able to open the second layer of the Jianglan's realm. This is not something that we can rush." As Qinyu said that, he suddenly turned his head around. Hofei and Heiyu also turned their head around toward the doorway. What they saw was Hei Tong dressed in yellow garments laughing charmingly. "Little Tong, did something happen?" said Heiyu with a bit of icy coldness. However, his speech also gave off a sense of a strict father. Hei Tong glanced at Heiyu. She then chuckled. "Father, I want to go to take a stroll on the green-blue star." "Green-blue star?" Heiyu was puzzled. "Why do you want to go there?" "I believe this Flowing Mist Star is not small, you should be fine taking a stroll across the 3 cities of the Flowing Mist Star." Hei Tong humphed. She then switched targets and looked to Qinyu. Her large eyes were brightly looking at Qinyu. "Eldest uncle, I want to go to the green-blue star, Green-blue star, that's the core planet of the green-blue galaxy that the Flowing Mist Star is located in. In that place, crooks are mixed in with the honest folks." "Why do you want to go there?" asked Qinyu. "I just want to go. I already went there last year with Master. No one there knows who I am. It's not dangerous for me," Hei Tong hurriedly explained. Upon hearing that, Qinyu smiled. "Fine then, if you want to go then you can go. Yay, eldest uncle is the best to me." Hei Tong immediately hugged Qinyu and said happily. "Big brother." Heiyu said with a frown. "Hey, mixed-hair bird, it's just the green-blue star." "What's so alarming about that?" said Hofei. Qinyu said. "Xiao Hei, my soul's level has already reached that of a level 9 immortal emperor's. Even if it were the Peng Demon Emperor, his soul's level is merely at a level 8 Demon Emperor's. As long as I follow Little Tong, no danger would come to her." Qinyu was very confident. With how high his soul realm's level was now, there were barely any people in the immortal, devil, and demon realm that are capable of discovering him. Yet, he was able to discover them. "Well, okay." Heiyu nodded. He then looked to Hei Tong with a strict expression. "Little Tong, you must certainly listen to your eldest uncle." "Eldest uncle, you're also going?" said Hei Tong with an ugly expression. "What, I can't?" asked Qinyu with a smile. He had a feeling that Little Tong had a little secret. It's fine.
Haitong tried her best to squeeze out a smile. As the core planet of a galaxy, the number of experts here on the green blue star was clearly greater than on the flowing mist star. There were also a lot of immortal and devil experts.
The crooks are mixed in with the honest folk. Currently, Xin Yu and Haitong were in a restaurant. Within the Haitong's hand that was placed underneath the table was a transmission spiritual pearl. "Eldest uncle, I want to go out and stroll the city by myself,"
said Haitong as she stared at Xin Yu.
"By yourself?" Xin Yu was a bit puzzled.
Haitong nodded her head repeatedly. She then puffed her cheeks and started to act coquettishly.
"Eldest uncle, just let me go and stroll around. I'm going to see what kind of trick you have in your mind."
Xin Yu's immortal awareness had already discovered the spiritual transmission pearl in Haitong's hand.
"Fine, but make sure to not make trouble and create difficulties for me." "Hee, definitely.
Cheerfully, Haitong rushed out of the restaurant. Immediately, she had slipped away.
However, Xin Yu's immortal awareness had covered the entire green blue star in an instant.
Unless there were experts at the level 9 Immortal Emperor's Soul Realms level, no one else could determine that Xin Yu was looking over them.
"Hey, Yue, have you heard that a large movement has happened in our immortal realm?" An immortal inside the restaurant spoke.
"Having been in the demon realm the entire time, I've grown unfamiliar with what's happening in the immortal realm."
Another cyan-clothed youth nodded his head and said, "That's right, a large movement has occurred in the immortal realm. A couple hundred years ago, Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor combined their powers. Not long ago, another power had suddenly emerged. I think their leader was called the Flame Emperor. And a couple days ago, the Cyan Emperor has abdicated his power and gave his leader position to his brother." "The Cyan Emperor is completely fine, why would he abdicate?" asked that immortal.
The youth called Yue shook his head.
"Who knows why? Back then, Emperor Yu abdicated after being knocked down by Senior Qinyu. However, this Cyan Emperor, his reputation has spread wide and far, why would he abdicate? The Cyan Emperor abdicated?" Qinyu's brows creased. He raised his wine cup and drained the cup with a single gulp. However, he was still pondering in his heart. "I remember that during the time on the Crescent Moon Bay, a certain marital technique of the Cyan Emperor seemed to be successfully accomplished. For him to abdicate now, could it be that he is going to undergo the divine tribulation?" Qinyu was shocked. Furthermore, when did there emerge a Flame Emperor in the immortal realm? Never heard of him. I'll forget about it. Qinyu decided not to think further about it.
And at this moment, the people in the restaurant were chatting unceasingly. Some were chatting about the great figures of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Others were chatting the trifle matters of certain sections.
Suddenly, Qinyu's eyes shined.
So it turns out that this little lass Haitong wanted to come to the green blue star for precisely this. Inside a private room of another restaurant.
Haitong was currently chatting with a level 1 heavenly demon level youth. This youth appeared to be very simple and honest. There was always a guileless smile on his face. "Big guy, you didn't grow worried waiting, right? It took me a month in order to come out," said Haitong while giggling. Her quick-witted eyes were spinning around and around as they looked at that simple and honest youth. The simple and honest youth shook his head repeatedly. "No, not at all. I have nothing important to do anyway. Usually, I just train on a mountaintop outside of the city. Big guy, here you go."
Haitong stretched out her hand and 10 high-quality elemental spirit stones appeared on top of the table.
"Seeing that your strength is that weak and you're that poor, take these elemental spirit stones and go home and cultivate with them. I have a lot of these." The simple and honest youth shook his head repeatedly. "No, I can't. I can't take these. If you're not taking them, then I'll be leaving." After saying that, with an angry expression, Haitong prepared to leave. The simple and honest youth grew anxious. Momentarily, he didn't know whether he should prevent Haitong from leaving or take those 10 high-quality elemental spirit stones. However, Haitong's eyes were currently flickering with a smiling expression. This naughty little lass. So she has fallen in love. Xinyu, who was in another restaurant, started to smile. He raised his wine cup and slowly started to drink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 37. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 37, Wafan. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Merely by looking at this youth's nascent soul,
he's only at the level of a level 1 heavenly demon. However, when looking at his soul realm is that of a level 3 heavenly demon.
This is truly strange. Qin Yu was puzzled. With how powerful Qin Yu currently was, he was able to see through that youth from a single glance. This youth, his true form ought to be an ordinary demonic beast from the Flying Bear clan, he was not even a divine beast. TL, not sure if this is a typo from the author, but he wrote Flying Bear clan. Not sure if he meant Flying Birds aka Bird clan aka just a regular Bird clan's demonic beast. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu continued to monitor Haitong and that youth in the restaurant. I'll accept it, okay? The simple and honest youth said hurriedly. Only then did Haitong sit back down complacently. That's more like it. Haitong appeared to be very happy. Big guy, last time when I met you, I didn't even have the time to get your name yet. Can you tell me your name? The simple and honest youth took a deep breath and roused up his courage before saying. My name is Guofan. Guofan, oh, Guofan. Haitong recited the name softly a couple times. My name is Haitong. A voice suddenly sounded. This voice was very low, it was so low that Guofan didn't even hear it. Guofan was startled. Young lady, what did you say earlier? Not going to repeat it if you didn't hear it properly. Haitong immediately stood up and proceeded to walk out of the private room. Guofan, accompany me in strolling around the street. Is she called Haitong? Haitong is a great name. Guofan muttered a couple times in a low voice. Immediately after, he promptly stood up. Coming. Guofan. His true form was merely that of an ordinary demonic beast of the Flying Bear clan. His mother had already been killed long ago by her enemy. Only his father was alive. It was just that his father's cultivation level was even weaker than his own. However, Guofan strived to improve himself. Upon reaching the heavenly demon level, he departed from his hometown and arrived at this large planet, the Green Blue Star. He was unable to afford living in the Green Blue Star city and thus was only able to live in the wilds, outside of the city. Usually, he would clench his teeth and continue to bitterly cultivate. His goal was to strive harder and harder until one day where he could become a man amongst men, so that his father could be proud of him, so that he no longer have to live in the bottom class. Simple and honest? Majority of the people who met Guofan thought of him as being simple and honest. However, being simple and honest was merely Guofan's manner of conduct. In reality, he was very intelligent and understood everything. Guofan, look. The sculptures here are extremely refined. Haitong was standing in front of a shop by the street excitedly. She was carefully looking at each and every little sculpture dolls of this shop. The majority of the sculptures in this shop come in pairs. Haitong walked into the store and immediately took fancy upon a pair of sculptures. Guofan, look, doesn't this fat doll look like you? It's cute just like you. Haitong suddenly turned around and spoke to Guofan with her head raised. The current Haitong was laughing very happily. Upon seeing Haitong, who was laughing with her head raised up high, Guofan's heart suddenly started throbbing. However, a sense of inferiority rushed forth from the bottom of Guofan's heart. Subconsciously, Guofan clenched his fists. He liked Haitong. However, ever since the first time he met her where she casually gave him a transmission spiritual pearl so that they could contact each other, with merely that, Guofan knew already that Haitong's status was not something he could match up against. Guofan had once thought of leaving. However, he still had a trace of hope in the bottom of his heart. This is me, this is you. Haitong picked out another doll, this time it was a female. Happily, she smiled and said, Guofan, these two dolls, should we purchase them? Boss, I'm buying these two carvings. Guofan immediately turned around and said to that boss. 3 low-quality elemental spirit stones, said the old man unenthusiastically. 3 low-quality elemental spirit stones. Although it sounded very cheap, in reality it was merely 2 carvings. Had it been during normal times, Guofan would definitely not spend 3 low-quality elemental spirit stones in purchasing carvings that are almost completely useless. Here are 3 low-quality elemental spirit stones. Without any hesitation, Guofan handed over the payment. Guofan turned around to look to Haitong. His face suddenly turned a bit red. Tong, can I call you Tong Tong? Ah. Haitong opened her eyes wide as she looked at Guofan. After a short moment, she reacted. Tong Tong, if you want to call me that then go ahead. Your mouth is grown on your face, I cannot control what you say. After disorderly mumbling for a bit, Haitong walked out of the store with the 2 sculptures and a reddened face. Yay! Guofan clenched his 2 fists.
He was excited from the bottom of his heart.
Truly guileless. However, he's doing a bit better than how I was back then. Shin Yu was watching everything from beginning to end.
At the very least, this Guofan dared to take the step forward. I, on the other hand, had spent all that time with Lear and didn't dare to say a single sentence. Just by seeing Guofan's expression from earlier, Shin Yu had grown fond of this simple and honest youth. If this Guofan wanted to become Heitong's life companion, at the very least, Shin Yu believed that he would definitely support him. At this moment, Guofan still didn't know that there was a super expert paying attention to him. He was still very excited. His face had even grew a bit feverish. The current Heitong, on the other hand, was even more extreme. Her face was so red that it's comparable to that of an apple.
Guofan and Heitong walked on the street side by side.
They were momentarily stunned as to what to say.
Guofan, why aren't you talking?
Heitong suddenly spoke.
I don't know what to say. At this moment, Guofan was feeling somewhat blank.
Heitong suddenly said.
Guofan, which street are we on now? How many turns have we made?
Guofan looked to the surroundings and suddenly discovered that it seemed like they were lost. Guofan, who was overly excited earlier, was in a completely floating and fleeting state. His brain was in a complete chaos. He was not looking at where they were going at all. The turns they made were also all done in random.
Oh, that's right, I remembered.
Guofan suddenly saw a building that was over 100 floors tall. Upon seeing this signature building, Guofan immediately recalled where they were. After all, he had been in the Green Blue Star for quite a while now.
I am not certain about the name of this street. However, I do know about the directions.
Heitong also appeared to have regained her liveliness.
Guofan, can you tell me about your parents? My father, he's a servant in a restaurant on an ordinary planet of the Green Blue Galaxy.
My father's greatest wish is for me to attain the level of Demon King.
If I were to become a Demon King, then I would become a big shot in the planet that we are from. Guofan's gaze turned misty.
He shook his head and said, However, I do not wish to confine myself in a small planet.
That's why I came to the Green Blue Star. I have been striving my hardest in cultivating, giving it my all. I believe that there will definitely be a day where I achieve success.
Subconsciously, Guofan had clenched his right fist tightly. Heitong raised her head to look at Guofan. Suddenly, she sensed that the current Guofan was somewhat different from the Guofan who was ordinarily simple and honest.
However, the current Guofan was even more attractive to her. Guofan, do you have a goal? Suddenly asked Heitong. Goal? I do not have a clear goal.
I merely want strength, so that no one will be able to oppress me and my relatives.
I merely want to live comfortably and happily with my relatives.
However, I know that in a world like the immortal, devil and demon realm, one must possess sufficient strength in order to not get oppressed.
Thus, I must strive my hardest,
said Guofan resolutely.
Foolish boy. Shin Yu smiled.
He then raised his head and took a gulp of wine from his wine glass.
Live comfortably and happily, not being threatened and oppressed by others.
Even if you were to reach Emperor level, there are still others that could threaten you. Although this kind of goal might look to be very easily obtainable, in reality, even if you reach Emperor level, you still won't have reached your goal. Seeing Guofan, Shin Yu remembered himself during the times in the mortal realm.
The him from back then wanted his relatives to live happily and not be threatened.
As he forged ahead, his current strength was already close to the level of ordinary level 9 Immortal Emperor. However, he still has to strive harder.
Foolish boy, I hope that you'll be able to live a more relaxed life than mine.
Everyone has their own path.
Likewise, Guofan has his own path too. Guofan continued to chat with Heitong.
He was talking about his past, his friends, his relatives.
Gradually, half a day passed. Guofan, I'm afraid that I can only stay on the Green Blue Star for a couple days. If it wasn't for my eldest uncle, then I reckon that I wouldn't even be able to come to the Green Blue Star at all,
said Heitong helplessly with her mouth bulged up. Puzzled, Guofan said,
Could it be that your parents aren't even willing for you to come to the Green Blue Star? My parents have an enemy. This enemy is very powerful. My parents are a bit weaker,
said Heitong helplessly.
However, I know that my eldest uncle and them are very powerful right now. Soon, they would not have to fear that enemy anymore. I believe your eldest uncle and them would succeed. Guofan nodded. Young lady, are you from our Eagle clan? Suddenly a voice sounded.
Guofan and Heitong simultaneously raised their head and looked over. What they saw was a black-clothed youth smiling and walking over with two middle-aged men. That black-clothed youth carefully looked at Haitong. Eagle clan, furthermore a divine beast from the Eagle clan.
Uncles, this one should conform the requirement, right?
The two middle-aged men both looked at Haitong with an expression as if they were inspecting goods. Soon after, one of the middle-aged men nodded and said, "This woman conforms with the regulation."
"Ah. After so long, I've finally found one who is attractive,"
said the black-clothed youth excitedly.
"What are you all doing?" Haitong opened her eyes wide and said angrily.
Guofan, who stood to the side, also sensed that something was amiss. However, he continued to stand beside Haitong. No matter what happens, he would not hide himself.
The black-clothed youth said while beaming with smiles,
"Young lady, I am Lu Chu of the Eagle clan. My true form is that of a cyan flame eagle, the high-level divine beast of our Eagle clan. According to the rules of the clan, as a high-level divine beast, my life companion ought to be from our Eagle clan. At the same time, she ought to be a divine beast. Only then would our descendants have a higher chance of being a cyan flame eagle."
"In your dreams." Haitong grew angry. She looked like an angry little lion.
"You little scoundrel, you actually dared to act like so to this young lady.
I will definitely make you regret it."
"Little lady." A middle-aged man standing behind the black-clothed youth said indifferently,
"Young Master Lu Chu is the next clan chief of our Eagle clan. As an Eagle clansman, you have a responsibility to devote yourself to our clan. As young Master Lu Chu has chosen you, you must comply. This is your honor. If you were to resist, then the consequences of your action is not something that you are capable of bearing." Haitong cursed in rage. "Utter bullshit. How truly bold and vigorous. Your angry appearance is truly adorable." The black-clothed youth appeared to be very happy. Haitong's angry appearance was indeed adorable.
Xinyu, Hofei, and them had mentioned this before, and Haitong was even happy about that. However, at this moment, Haitong was extremely angry.
"Tong Tong, you leave first." Guofan suddenly stood in front of Tong Tong.
His gaze was determined like water.
"Tong Tong is already my life's companion.
If you all want to snatch her, then you must first go through me." At this moment, Guofan didn't care about his life or death at all. At this moment, Guofan believed that he must stand forward.
"Go through you? Brat."
The black-clothed youth appeared to have heard some kind of joke.
"Are you sure you're not stupid?
You're merely a level 1 heavenly demon. This young lady is even stronger than you."
"Do you know what level I am? Level 1 Demon Emperor. Do you know the strength of my two uncles? They're both a lot stronger than me." Guofan's heart shivered. 3 Emperor level experts. Emperor level used to be something that he felt eminent and unapproachable. However now, Guofan, who was determined even in the face of death, didn't move in the slightest. Haitong, contrary to expectations, was not worried. She merely looked at the current Guofan. She was carefully looking at Guofan's expression. It was as if she was planning to forever remember that expression in the bottom of her heart. "Big brother Guofan, you are unable to obstruct them at all. Why do you still try to obstruct them?" "If I were to not do this, then after today, I would regret it for the rest of my life."
Guofan slightly raised his head. He stared at the 3 Emperor-level experts in front of him.
"They could kill me. However, they cannot make my heart surrender to them. Even if I am to die, I would look down upon them from the bottom of my heart."
A determined light flashed past Guofan's eyes. At this moment, the scene of his father entrusting the task upon him appeared in Guofan's mind. His father was awaiting him with anticipation.
"However today."
Guofan clenched his teeth, his gaze grew even more resolute.
"Attaboy, you have guts."
The black-clothed youth smiled. "If you look down on me, then go ahead and do that. I'll just kill you right now and seize the girl that you like. What could do you about it?" The black-clothed youth's gaze was filled with an indifferent disdain.
"Eldest uncle, if you were to continue to watch passively from the sidelines and not come out, then I would ignore you from today on."
Suddenly Haitong shouted loudly. Xinyu, who was watching from the restaurant, was startled.
"Huff!" A grave and stern man suddenly appeared before Haitong and Guofang. However, at this moment, this man had a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. "Eldest uncle, you finally decided to show up," said Haitong with a bulged mouth. "These 3 people are too hateful." Xinyu took a glance at Guofan. "You're called Guofan? Men, not bad, a pretty decent lad."
Guofan felt that Xinyu's amiable gaze was giving him a burst of warmth from the bottom of his heart.
In this split second, he appeared to not be afraid of those 3 Emperor-level experts at all. "Who are you?" You wish to step into the matters of our Eagle clan? Shouted the black-clothed youth. He was giving off the aura of a person of high status. Eagle clan? I don't even care about your clan chief Lu Tu, so why would I care about you three babies? Said Chinyu with a light smile. Guofan saw a scene that had made him stupefied. Three blurs suddenly appeared before the three men. Soon after, the three blurs disappeared. Chinyu returned back to where he was standing. It was as if he had never moved at all. Bang! 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 The three men suddenly fell to the floor with a loud bang. What I hate the most is people forcing others. Especially forcing my relatives. With a wave of his sleeve, the three corpses turned to ash and disappeared. After reaching the 7th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body, one's entire body's bones were as strong as a low-quality divine artifact. Shinyu's entire body, regardless of whether it was his fists, feet, or fingers, they were all comparable to divine artifacts. Furthermore, they are divine artifacts that could restore themselves in an instant. Attacking with his strength, how could 3 demon emperors, with the strongest amongst them being a level 5 demon emperor, be able to escape alive? Little Tong, since that guy has died, it would become a bit troublesome for us to stay here. Let's go back, said Chinyu while smiling. Go back? Can't we wait a couple more days? Heitong suddenly turned around to look at Guofan. Her gaze was filled with reluctance in parting. Guofan was also reluctant to part. We cannot stay here any longer. Chinyu did not fear the level 8 demon emperor Lu Tuesday. However, he disliked trouble. Hearing Chinyu saying that they cannot stay any longer so resolutely, both Heitong and Guofan's eyes were filled with a sense of loss and reluctance to part. Chinyu suddenly pointed at Guofan. However, this fellow could follow us. If he were to stay here, then he'll definitely be killed when the Eagle clan investigates. Yay, I knew that eldest uncle is the best. Excited, Heitong hugged Chinyu. Chinyu smiled. And who was it that said that she would ignore me from today on? Eldest uncle, Heitong's face grew red. However, she still sneaked a peek at Guofan. Guofan's face was also filled with a happy expression. Only, he still sneaked a peek at Chinyu. Earlier, the 3 emperor-level experts that he had thought to be eminent and unapproachable were killed in an instant. I don't know when I would be as strong as Heitong's eldest uncle? Subconsciously, Guofan clenched his fists. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 38. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 38, Divine Tribulation. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. In the outskirts of the Green Blue Star City. Big Brother Guofan, my eldest uncle is about to use greater teleportation. You just have to stand still. Heitong said to Guofan in a low voice. Shocked, Guofan asked. Could it be that we're not going through the interstellar transmission array? Even ordinary demon emperors would rarely use greater teleportation to travel. After all, the gap between the distance one could travel with greater teleportation and interstellar conveying array was too great. If we were to use the interstellar conveying array, then with merely the time we stood in line, I would have already been able to bring the 2 of you back with me. Grabbing a person with each hand, Chinyu directly executed the greater teleportation and disappeared with Heitong and Guofan. Bringing 2 people with him, Chinyu was unable to arrive on the flowing mist star right away. He took a stop on an uninhabited planet. Then, with another greater teleportation, he brought Heitong and Guofan with him to the flowing mist star. Inside the guest room of the Pure Flow Mansion inside the 5 Willows Palace. Hofei, Heiyu, Wulan and even Dong Shui were all carefully inspecting Guofan. TSK, never had I expected that. Little Tong, you little lass, how long has it been since you've been out yet you've already brought back with you a guy? Your second uncle, still don't even have a partner yet. Ridiculed Hofei with his head stretched out as stared at Guofan and Heitong back and forth. Heitong, with her cheeks puffed, would occasionally look at her elders in front of her before lowering her head down in embarrassment. As for Guofan, he was somewhat reserved. He was able to sense that, the people in front of him, each and every one of them was an extraordinary expert. Big Brother Guofan, let me introduce you. Heitong pulled Guofan and brought him toward Wulan first. Big Brother Guofan, this is Uncle Wulan. Uncle Wulan loves me the most. You can call him Uncle Wulan like me. Wulan nodded as he smiled and laughed. Guofan paying his respect to Uncle Wulan. Guofan was very reserved. Although he wanted to act naturally, the group of people in front of him, albeit they were only standing there casually, were giving him an immense amount of mental pressure. After all, these people were all emperor-level experts.
Furthermore, they were extremely powerful emperor-level experts.
Heitong then looked to Qinyu. This is my eldest uncle, you also know him. My eldest uncle is a very good person.
Furthermore, his words are very useful.
Guofan pays his respect to eldest uncle.
Hearing what Heitong said, Guofan also understood that this eldest uncle's words are very useful amongst this group of people.
Qinyu lightly smiled and then nodded. This is my second uncle, he's unrespectful toward his elders and always makes fun of me.
Heitong creased her nose and said.
Immediately, Ho Fei glared at her.
The group of people in the guest room all started to laugh. Even Heiyu, whose expression wasn't that good the entire time, had a smile on his face.
Ho Fei immediately opened his mouth and was about to speak. However, my second uncle plays with me the most.
He also cares about me a lot from the bottom of his heart, said Heitong sweetly. Only then did Ho Fei nod satisfiedly. He smiled and said,
Seems like you, girl, still know of my thoughts. Guofan pays his respect to second uncle,
said Guofan respectfully.
And then, Ho Fei nodded ostentatiously.
Immediately after, he opened his eyes up wide and said, Young man, listen carefully. If I were to find out that you've bullied little Tong in the future, then I'll chop you into 8 pieces. Fire-like radiance was being emitted from Ho Fei's wide-open eyes. This caused Guofan to be startled.
Guofan merely nodded.
At the same time, he took a glance at Heitong beside him.
This is my master.
You met her last time I was on the Green Blue Star.
Heitong introduced Dong Shui.
Immediately, Guofan saluted. Last time when Heitong went to the Green Blue Star with Dong Shui, Guofan had also gotten to know her when he got to know Heitong.
Heitong pulled Guofan's hand and brought him in front of Heitong, and Bai Ling somewhat solemnly, she said. They are my father and mother.
Guofan opened his mouth, he didn't know what to address them as. Heiyu frowned and humped coldly, causing Guofan to tremble in his heart.
Heiyu regarded strength highly. However, this Guofan was merely an ordinary demonic beast.
Heiyu was even worried that, once he and his 2 brothers ascend to the divine realm, how could that Guofan be able to take care of his daughter? Seeing Guofan's current scared appearance, Heiyu grew even more angry.
Guofan, it's fine for you to call them uncle and auntie,
said Qinyu as he smiled. Guofan looked at Qinyu with a thankful expression before immediately turning back toward Heiyu and Bai Ling respectfully, he said.
Guofan pays his respect to uncle and auntie.
Good. Good. Bai Ling was very happy.
Heiyu merely lightly nodded. Afterwards, a banquet was held in the Pure Flow Mansion.
Guofan henceforth became a person of the 5 Willows Palace.
The 5 Willows Palace could be considered as the local tyrant of the Flowing Mist Star.
No matter how enormous the power of the Eagle clan was, the instant their power spread to the Flowing Mist Star, they would become unable to identify Guofan's status.
In the banquet, Qinyu, Heiyu, and Ho Fei walked out from the guest room. Xiaohei, it seemed like you don't really like this Guofan.
Qinyu was able to tell that Heiyu didn't like Guofan.
Heiyu said indifferently. Since little Tong likes this foolish boy, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just that this Guofan's aptitude is truly ordinary.
If we were to talk about the cultivation speed, then all 3 of us brothers are exceptional.
However, this Guofan,
I could never imagine him being able to protect little Tong in the future.
Don't think about it too much. Everyone has their own fate. While innate talent is important, one's effort is even more important. How would you be able to know how much Guofan will be able to accomplish in the future?
Furthermore, what's most important is the fact that little Tong likes him, said Qinyu while easing Heiyu's anxiety. Upon seeing Heiyu's expression, Qinyu knew that Heiyu didn't agree with him. Immediately, he switched the topic. Xiaohei, this time around on the Green Blue Star, I killed 3 demon emperors of the Eagle clan.
One of them is even a high-level divine beast, the Cyan Flame Eagle. I estimate that this Eagle clan won't let the matter be.
Eagle clan? Heiyu and Ho Fei were slightly startled. However, their expression remained unconcerned. Now, in the entire bird clan, there was only the Peng Demon Emperor that would cause the 3 brothers to be careful.
I am saying all this so that you 2 can take note of it. I will immediately order Dong Shui to take note of any foreigner on the Flowing Mist Star.
After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qinyu also did not care much about it in his heart. Inside the core planet of the bird clan, the Black Crow Star's Imperial Palace,
Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan was current drinking and chatting with his 2 level 8 Demon Emperor subordinates Aoku and Lu Tuesday. Lu Tu suddenly took out a transmission spiritual pearl.
After a moment, Lu Tu's brows creased. He immediately stood up and said respectfully to the Pang Demon Emperor.
Your Majesty, something has happened in this subordinate's clan. Currently, I am requesting to be allowed to return to my clan to settle the matter. What grand matter is it?
It shouldn't be too late for you to leave after we finish drinking,
said Aoku while smiling. The Pang Demon Emperor's gaze landed on Lu Tuesday. What major matter has happened?
Lu Tu immediately replied respectfully. A couple days ago, my clan's future clan chief as well as 2 demon emperors were killed by a mysterious expert on the green-blue star.
Mysterious expert? Said the Pang Demon Emperor disdainfully. The next clan chief of your Eagle clan, I remember he seemed to be a level 1 demon emperor? How strong were the other 2 demon emperors? I reckon that the person who killed them possessed merely an ordinary level of strength.
Lu Tu replied respectfully.
Toward your Majesty, that mysterious expert's strength was naturally only ordinary.
However, that person killed the future clan chief of my clan. As the current clan chief, I must take care of this mysterious expert.
Leave after you finish drinking, said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently, without any tolerance. Yes. Lu Tu didn't dare to say any more.
This drinking session was determined to be unable to continue unpeacefully. After drinking another 2 cups, the Pang Demon Emperor picked up a transmission spiritual pearl.
Zhong Yan, it's been a while since we contacted each other. That message caused the Pang Demon Emperor to stop drinking completely.
That's because the man who sent the transmission was an expert that even the Pang Demon Emperor cannot see through. It was the expert known as Eternal, the Cyan Emperor.
Brother Chi Chang, what matter might you have in finding me?
The Pang Demon Emperor was still courtesy toward the Cyan Emperor.
The Cyan Emperor transmitted.
I do have a matter for which I was searching for you. To be honest, in about a year's time, I will be undergoing the Divine Tribulation.
Undergoing the Divine Tribulation?
The Pang Demon Emperor's heart jumped.
That's right.
I have decided to invite all my friends from the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm to attend my Divine Tribulation. I contacted you because I want to inform you to come and attend my Divine Tribulation.
Zhong Yan, are you interested in watching me undergo the Divine Tribulation? The tone of the Cyan Emperor's transmission seemed to be very relaxed.
A beam of light flashed past the Pang Demon Emperor's eyes.
Of course I'll be interested. Brother Chi Ching's Divine Tribulation, since you've invited me, how could I not show up?
Usually, when people undergo Divine Tribulation, they would not tell others of where they'll be taking on the Divine Tribulation in order to prevent being disturbed by others.
However, the Cyan Emperor instead was inviting people. That was something that's more strange.
It's just that toward people like the Pang Demon Emperor, it was beneficial for them to watch a Divine Tribulation. Thus, he would naturally not miss this opportunity.
Good. I estimate that my Divine Tribulation would arrive after a year. As for the exact time, I am still uncertain right now.
I have already decided upon the location where I'll be undergoing the Divine Tribulation. It'll be on an uninhabited planet on the Angelica de Hurica galaxy of the Immortal Realms Plate Rho star field, the Ridge Peak star. You merely have to arrive to the Jade Wave star and my subordinate will naturally guide you to the Ridge Peak star when the time comes.
The Cyan Emperor declared the details of the location and timing. The Pang Demon Emperor responded via transmission.
Good, I will certainly be there when the time comes.
Zhong Yan, you can also spread this information out.
As long as they are able to arrive on the Ridge Peak star during the time of my Divine Tribulation, then each and every one of them may attend my Divine Tribulation,
said the Cyan Emperor.
Soon after, the Pang Demon Emperor and the Cyan Emperor cut off their transmission. However, the transmission from this time caused the Pang Demon Emperor to be confused. Inside the Bird Clan's Imperial Palace, the Pang Demon Emperor was thinking hard with creased brows.
Your Majesty, Aoku called with a low voice. Aoku and Lu Tu were both confused as to what the Pang Demon Emperor were thinking. The Pang Demon Emperor lifted his head up. He looked to Aoku and Lu Tuesday. Lu Tu, Aoku, let me ask the two of you, if the Cyan Emperor were to undergo the Divine Tribulation, why would he invite everyone from the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm?
Undergoing the Divine Tribulation is a major event, is he not afraid of others stirring up trouble for him?
Your Majesty, did you say the Cyan Emperor is about to undergo the Divine Tribulation? Both Aoku and Lu Tu were astonished.
In their minds, they had still thought that the mysterious Immortal Emperor, the Cyan Emperor, was still a level 8 Immortal Emperor. Who would have expected that he was about to undergo the Divine Tribulation? That's right, Chi Ching is about to undergo the Divine Tribulation. Furthermore, he invited a countless number of people, from the Immortal, Devil and Demon realm, to attend his Divine Tribulation.
Say, what do you think this Chi Ching has got up his sleeve?
The Pang Demon Emperor was pondering with his brows creased. TL, Chinese phrase that the Peng Demon Emperor used was, "What kind of medicine do you think this Qi Qing is selling in his gourd?" Lu Tu suddenly spoke. For the Cyan Emperor to dare do such a thing, it signifies that he is certain that he'll be able to pass the divine tribulation and he isn't worried that others will cause problems for him. Aoku also nodded his head in approval. That old fox Cyan Emperor, he's extremely secretive. For him to have cultivated all these years, he most definitely has a few special tricks up his sleeve. The Peng Demon Emperor nodded and laughed coldly. Back when I was still a child, this Qi Qing was already one of the hegemons of the immortal realm. However now, Qi Qing is no longer in any limelight. For him to suddenly invite countless people to watch him undergo the divine tribulation, I shall see what kind of powerful trick this Qi Qing has in his sleeve for him to be so confident in passing the divine tribulation. Not only the Peng Demon Emperor. On this date, the Immortal Realm's Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, and the newly emerged Flame Emperor, the Devil Realm's Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor, and Azura Devil Emperor, and the Demon Realm's Big Shots of the Bird Clan, Dragon Clan, and Beast Clan all received the Cyan Emperor's transmission. The content of his transmission was very simple. He was merely inviting a bunch of people to watch his divine tribulation. Furthermore, when the Cyan Emperor was sending his transmissions, he also informed those he sent the transmissions to that they could spread the news of his divine tribulation so that even more people could go and attend it. No matter who it was, as long as they could arrive there at the time, then they would be allowed to attend his divine tribulation. Such a large-scale invitation of experts of the immortal, devil and demon realm to attend the divine tribulation, such a thing was extremely rare in the history of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Of course, the majority of the people who have done such a thing in history were mostly one of the three emperors of the demon realm. Not a single immortal emperor of the immortal realm dared to do such a thing. Qin Yu, who was on the flowing mist star, had likewise received the Cyan Emperor's transmission. In his transmission, the Cyan Emperor even praised Qin Yu. He praised how Qin Yu was actually able to kill the level 8 Demon Emperor by foam all by himself. This signified that Qin Yu had, at the very least, become one of the peak experts of the immortal, devil and demon realm. Only a small number of people could slightly suppress Qin Yu. Flowing Mist Star. Inside the Clear Flow Mansion of the Five Willows Palace. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, you two are to prepare yourselves. In a couple more days, we'll be setting off. This time, the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation is also a good opportunity for us. Let's watch how the divine tribulation is first, it would help us prepare ourselves in the future. Said Qin Yu directly. Divine tribulation, we must most certainly check it out. Ho Fei was somewhat excited. Hey, you muttered. Big brother, how many of us are going this time? The immortal realm is located awfully far from the flowing mist star. If we were to go, it would take us quite some time to return. The three of us. Wu Lan and Bai Ling could follow us too. As for Guofan and Little Tong, they'll be staying in the Five Willows Palace. With Dong Shui taking care of them and adding on the fact that this flowing mist star could be considered as being under our rule, other people could not find them, so they should be very safe. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then said. Hey, Yu and Ho Fei also nodded in approval. Suddenly, Qin Yu flipped his hand around and took out a transmission spiritual pearl. Qin Yu, have you also received the Cyan Emperor's transmission? This transmission was sent from the Prince of the Dragon Clan, A.O. Woming. Yes, I've received that too. Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu, you must definitely go this time around. A public divine tribulation, it would definitely attract a great amount of experts. Not only would Granny Yinhua, Emperor and I, and them go, some true hidden experts might also appear. Those hidden experts do not care about reputations but instead care greatly about the divine tribulation. This occasion is certain to be huge. A.O. Woming appeared to be somewhat excited. True hidden experts? Qin Yu also started to look forward to it. Exactly how many hidden experts were there in the immortal, devil and demon realm? Unless he truly met them, he would never know about them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 13, Chapter 39. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 39, The Gathering on the Ridge Peak Star. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. 2 days later. Dong Shui, in the period of time that we'll be away, Little Tong and Guofan are not allowed to leave the flowing mist star. They are to continue to stay within the Five Willows Palace and train. Qin Yu entrusted the task to Dong Shui. Yes, master, said Dong Shui respectfully. Seeing how serious Qin Yu was, Hei Tong and Guofan didn't dare utter a word. Hei Tong already knew that her own eldest uncle was usually very good to her. However, when he gets serious, he's extremely strict. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, you can both go into the Jianglan's realm first.
I'll let you out when we reach the immortal realm. This demon realm is still not safe enough. Xin Yu turned around and said.
Xin Yu was certain that the Peng Demon Emperor had never relaxed his hunt for Qin Yu and his brothers. With the strength of the Peng Demon Emperor's subordinates, it was simply impossible for them to see through Qin Yu and them. Thus, there's a 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the Peng Demon Emperor had his subordinates pay attention to 3 extremely powerful males. Should the 3 of them set off together, there was a danger of being discovered. However, if Qin Yu were to set off by himself, then he would be definitely safe. After all, with his current Soul Realms level, even if the Peng Demon Emperor were to appear before him, he would be unable to discover his strength.
Big brother, we know.
Furthermore, this mixed-hair bird is eager to stay with Bai Ling,
said Hou Fei while laughing. He Yu could only helplessly smile. Soon after, Hou Fei and He Yu entered the Jianglan's realm, whereas Qin Yu started using greater teleportation, proceeding toward the immortal realm at a frightening speed. The immortal realm was very wide. In the demon realm, all 3 territories, the Beast Clan's territory, Dragon Clan's territory and the Bird Clan's territory, all possessed regions bordering the immortal realm.
Amongst them, the Beast Clan's territory bordered the most of the immortal realm and the Bird Clan's territory bordered the least. There were 2 paths to reach the immortal realm from the Bird Clan's territory. The first path was very close, crossing over the Dark Star realm and entering the immortal realm.
The current Qin Yu was still not completely confident in entering the Dark Star realm.
Thus, he chose the second path, to proceed to the southeast end of the Bird Clan's territory and use the interstellar conveying array on the bordering planet. After spending 10 days, Qin Yu casually arrived at the bordering planet. There are quite a lot of experts. Immediately after he arrived on the bordering planet, Qin Yu spread out his immortal awareness and discovered that there were actually 10 Emperor-level experts on this sole planet of the Bird Clan's territory that led to the immortal realm. The number was truly astonishing. These Emperor-level experts appeared to be from the same group and were about to pass through the interstellar conveying array together.
I suspect they're also planning to watch the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation. With a movement of his foot, Qin Yu arrived by the interstellar conveying array. The exact number of demon emperors, 8 demon emperors were chatting with each other and laughing. This Eagle Clan's strength is truly large. Qin Yu gasped with admiration in his heart.
All these 8 demon emperors in front of him were from the Eagle Clan.
Who knows how many demon emperors there are in total in the Eagle Clan?
As the second strongest power in the Bird Clan, their reputation was well deserved. In reality, Qin Yu was not very knowledgeable about the Bird Clan. Although the Peng Clan is the most powerful in the Bird Clan, their numbers are greatly inferior to the Eagle Clan. It's just that the Peng Clan possess 2 types of super divine beasts and also a lot of experts, that's why their power eclipses that of the Eagle Clans.
As for the Eagle Clan, their strongest is only a high-level divine beast. However, their numbers are great.
Big brother, that man behind us seems to be very powerful.
I am unable to see through him, can you? Man? Where did this expert come from? I can't see through him either.
Then he's at the very least a level 7 demon emperor. I reckon he's a certain hidden expert from our Bird Clan. Clan Chief has mentioned before that once the information about the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation spreads out, it will definitely attract a large number of hidden experts. Hidden experts, they are usually hidden from view but would show up when they have the opportunity to see others undergoing the divine tribulation. Stop looking at him, who knows how powerful he is. If you were to offend him, then we brothers might all lose our lives here. The 8 demon emperors were talking with each other through demon awareness. Finally, they came to a common understanding and decided to pretend to not notice Qin Yu.
Following the rules, the 8 of them entered the interstellar conveying array and were then transported to the immortal realm.
Afterwards, Qin Yu paid the fees for the interstellar conveying array and also stepped into one. After a flash of light, Qin Yu was transported from the Bird Clan's territory to a bordering planet in the immortal realm. Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu were flying beside each other in the sky, watching the ground.
Immortal realm, this is immortal realm. I've never come to the immortal realm before. Gasped He Yu in admiration. Hou Fei also took a deep breath, he nodded and said. I've never been here either.
Qin Yu recalled the past. I still remember when I journeyed to the Devil Realm from the Immortal Realm. That time, I was being chased by Emperor Yu and ended up only being able to hide myself in the Jianglan's realm. Finally, after bitterly training, I managed to open the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas, and then defeated Emperor Yu and his men. If I were to fight Emperor Yu again now, then I wouldn't fear him in the slightest.
Qin Yu was filled with confidence.
His 9 steps dark gold body had reached the 7th stage. Qin Yu was definitely able to match up against the level 8 Immortal Emperor level Emperor Yu from back then. Adding on Qin Yu's astonishing recovery ability, even the current level 9 Immortal Emperor level Emperor Yu, Qin Yu was also able to compete against him. Gaga, big brother, if we were to meet Emperor Yu and them again, then with us three brothers together, we would crush them to pieces.
Ho Fei's words contained within it a tyrannical aura. Qin Yu slightly smiled.
If Qin Yu and his brothers were to join hands, then they certainly would not be afraid of Emperor Yu and his wife.
The matchless great sword was still able to cut into his body.
However, unlike before, it was not going to be able to pierce through his body so easily. Furthermore, the current black hole has become even more stable. Collapsing it is now much harder.
Qin Yu was very confident in his own cultivation technique.
The nascent souls that others had are very weak. However, his own black hole was able to easily swallow other people's sword energy. It was extremely stable.
Let's go. We three brothers shall take a nice stroll across the immortal realm. Hopefully Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor won't not discover us.
If they were to discover us, then we three brothers would give them a nice trampling.
Laughed Qin Yu. Ho Fei and He Yu's eyes also shined.
Soon after, the three brothers arrogantly traveled about in the immortal realm.
They were not in a rush to get to the Angelica de Hurica Galaxy's Ridge Peak star.
Although the date of the divine tribulation was not precise, it would roughly be in about a year. It was definitely possible for Qin Yu and his brothers to play around for half a year before going over. Hiding their strength, the three brothers proceeded to wander the immortal realm. They ran into quite a few people who overestimated their capabilities. Easily, the three brothers defeated them. Against the people they met, they might either give them a small punishment or restrict their power. Against the few hateful scum they met, they killed them directly. They lived their lives free and leisurely. There was even a sense of chivalry. The three brothers woefully ate and drank around the different places of the immortal realm.
They enjoyed the peculiar sceneries of the immortal realm.
Although it was merely half a year, the days were a lot more enjoyable, compared to the 1,000 years that they had spent before.
Angelica de Hurica Galaxy. Jade Wave Star.
After a burst of light, Qin Yu and his two brothers arrived on the Jade Wave Star. Compared to before, the three brothers, who had enjoyed traveling around the immortal realm, were a lot more cheerful.
Jade Wave Star. Qin Yu gazed his surroundings.
He started to remember the time when he left the Jade Wave Star and immediately met with the unfortunate fate of being surrounded by Emperor Yu. I suspect that the Cyan Emperor was related to me being surrounded by Emperor Yu's men last time around.
Qin Yu understood it very well in his heart. Merely, he didn't want to have another enemy.
Furthermore, after knowing the Cyan Emperor, he thought that the Cyan Emperor was still a pretty decent person.
Three seniors, may I ask if you three came to watch His Majesty's divine tribulation?
A man wearing a standard battle armor walked over.
Precisely. Qin Yu nodded. May I ask where that Ridge Peak star is at?
That man wearing the standard battle armor smiled. His Majesty has already set up his arrangements.
Over there are three newly constructed conveying arrays.
Those three conveying arrays lead to the Ride Peak star. The three seniors could take those conveying arrays. As for the expense of using them, it is a single low-quality elemental spirit stone.
A single? Qin Yu was shocked.
No matter how close the place was, it would cost at the very least 2 low-quality elemental spirit stones. That was because one stone was the cost of using the interstellar conveying array, whereas the other one was the profit taken by the controller of the planet.
That's correct. His Majesty has set the fee to be a single low-quality elemental spirit stone. It is merely a formality.
His Majesty would not care about the mere cost of using the conveying arrays. The man wearing the battle armor had an expression of admiration in his eyes.
In the immortal realm, the Cyan Emperor's prestige was extremely high.
After all, the best refining stone is time. After laughing proudly through the immortal realm for such a long time, the Cyan Emperor's status and strength was unquestionable. The number of people who worshipped him was also enormous.
This Cyan Emperor is certainly someone
worthy of admiration, worthy of admiration. From merely the charge of 1 low-quality elemental spirit stone, Ho Fei grew to admire the Cyan Emperor that he had never seen before. After handing over a single low-quality elemental spirit stone,
Qin Yu and his two brothers stepped into one of the interstellar conveying arrays.
After the flash of light, the three brothers departed from the Jade Wave Star and arrived on the Ridge Peak star.
Ridge Peak star. This planet was originally an uninhabited and nameless planet. The name Ridge Peak star was something that the Cyan Emperor had given it recently. However, ever since the Cyan Emperor decided that he would be undergoing the divine tribulation here, the Ridge Peak star was determined to be a place that would no longer be obscure and unknown. Ridge Peak star, the reason why it's named Ridge Peak was because there were a lot of high mountains on this planet.
The majority of the high mountains were scarlet red, white and gray.
3 seniors.
Immediately after Qin Yu and his brothers stepped out from the interstellar conveying array, a woman greeted them respectfully. As the 3 seniors are emperor-level experts, you could follow this humble self to the first district to watch His Majesty undergo the divine tribulation. Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu took a glance at each other and started to smile.
This Cyan Emperor's arrangements were truly good. You can lead us then, said Qin Yu with a smile.
Soon after, the 3 brothers followed behind the woman and rapidly flew toward the north.
There were a lot of people on the ridge peak star.
In the air, Qin Yu merely used his immortal awareness to cover a section of the planet and immediately discovered millions of cultivators. Almost all of these cultivators were immortals. The number of devils and demons amongst them were very few. To rush to the ridge peak star in a year's time from the devil or demon realm, how could ordinary people be able to do that? Qin Yu understood that the reason why there were so many immortals here was because of the favorable location of the ridge peak star. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that the ridge peak star was set up like an extremely vast barrier. The outermost layer was where the heavenly immortal level experts stayed. The middle layer was where the golden immortal level experts stayed. The innermost layer, the so-called first district, was where the emperor level experts stayed.
In the outermost and middle layers, the Cyan Emperor did not have his men establish any dwellings.
All those dwellings were constructed by the immortals themselves. As for the first district, there were numerous courtyard mansions. They were specially established by the Cyan Emperor's men.
Following the woman, Qin Yu and his brothers descended by the entrance of the first district. Seniors can enter.
There will be people inside who will arrange where seniors will live. Qin Yu and his brothers nodded and then walked past the entrance of the first district.
By the entrance were 4 immortal emperors. The leader amongst them was an old acquaintance of Qin Yu,
the 4th disciple of the Cyan Emperor, Immortal Emperor Songshi. It was the youth that Qin Yu had came to know on the Crescent Moon Bay.
Cultivation Brother Songshi, shouted Qin Yu with a smile.
Immortal Emperor Songshi, who was currently talking with someone, turned his head around.
Qin Yu had already resumed his true appearance.
Surprised, Songshi said,
"Qin Yu, you've come?
I suspect these 2 are the 2 brothers that you've been trying to find?"
"That's right, this is my second brother Hou Fei and this is my third brother He Yu," said Qin Yu magnanimously.
"Oh.
Hou Fei, He Yu.
I've already heard about the strength of you 3 brothers. The future Great Ape Emperor and a man whom the Pang Demon Emperor wanted to kill. You brothers are truly amazing.
Even Demon Emperor by phone was killed by you all,"
said Immortal Emperor Songshi with a smile.
Hou Fei spoke out and said, "Hey, did that Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor come yet?"
"No, they're still not here.
Even the Pang Demon Emperor isn't here. I reckon they'll be here in a couple more days."
However, there are already several hundreds of Emperor-level experts inside the first district now.
There are even some extremely powerful hidden experts, gasped Immortal Emperor Songshi.
Qin Yu and his brothers were shocked. Several hundreds of Emperor-level experts, it was truly astonishing. In the past, the most they had seen at the same time were only several tens of Emperor-level experts.
"Qin Yu, come, I've already prepared your residence. It's next to Granny Yinhua and them,"
said Immortal Emperor Songshi with a smile.
"Granny Yinhua also came?" Qin Yu started to chat with Immortal Emperor Songshi. "That's right, Emperor Ni has also arrived."
"Qin Yu, I recently discovered something. It actually turns out that the strongest people in the Devil Realm weren't the Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor and the Azura Devil Emperor.
There were actually even more powerful experts. I've already came across 2 of them,"
said the Immortal Emperor Songshi mysteriously.
"Oh?"
Qin Yu was prepared to meet a lot of hidden experts this time around. The Hidden Emperor as well as the Black and White Dual Emperors have also arrived.
"There's also the Hidden Emperor's granddaughter,"
said the Immortal Emperor Songshi with a smile.
"Senior Hidden Emperor was actually very interested in my master's divine tribulation." Qin Yu also smiled. How could he not be interested?
The Hidden Emperor was also someone who was about to undergo the divine tribulation.
"Unfortunately, that boy Emperor Yu still hasn't shown up," muttered Hou Fei resentfully.
Hearing that, Qin Yu was unable to refrain from smiling. Before they arrived, Hou Fei had already said that he was going to teach that Emperor Yu a lesson. Ahead is the residence of Granny Yinhua. Right when Immortal Emperor Songshi had finished only half of his sentence, he frowned and took out a transmission spiritual pearl. Soon after, he smiled to Qin Yu and said, "You all have arrived at the right timing. Just a moment ago, the guards on the Jade Wave Star had sent a transmission over saying that Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor have arrived.
I will have to go and personally greet them. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor have arrived?
A sharp ray of light flashed through Qinyu, Hofei, and Heiyu's eyes simultaneously. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 40. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 40, Fighting Head-On. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. Ridge Peak Star, the uninhabited and nameless planet, has now risen to fame.
At the same time, a large number of experts have gathered here. There was also a frightening amount of demon emperors, immortal emperors, and devil emperors gathered here. The level 2 or 3 immortal emperors that used to proclaim themselves hegemons in galaxies have all grown very well behaved here.
None of them dared to act slightly arrogant.
The first district, it was the district of emperor-level experts. At this moment, Qinyu and his 2 brothers were with Immortal Emperor Songshi. Upon seeing the expression on Qinyu and his brothers, Immortal Emperor Songshi felt a bit of helplessness in his heart. Immediately, he advised.
Brother Qinyu, could you all please help me?
This time around, my master is undergoing the divine tribulation. He too would not want people to cause trouble here. I know that you have desire for vengeance against that Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor, but is it possible for you to settle those matters after my master finishes his divine tribulation?
Qinyu, Hofei, and Heiyu took a glance at each other.
The 3 brothers have already come to a decision.
It'll be too much of a disturbance to do it here, let's do it later.
Qinyu made his decision.
Qinyu also knew about when to advance and when to retreat.
Amongst the several hundreds of Emperor-level experts here, there were certainly over 10 level 9 Immortal Emperor-level experts. If they were to attack Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor here, it would become very problematic.
Brother Qinyu, thank you very much. Granny Yinhua has already come out. She's with Emperor and I. Brother Qinyu could go ahead and meet Granny Yinhua and them first.
Your residence is that courtyard mansion to the right of Granny Yinhua's. I have already prepared it for you all.
Well then.
I'll be leaving first to receive Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor now. Immortal Emperor Songshi cupped his hands in appreciation before immediately leaving. Usually, big shots such as Emperor Yu, Flame Emperor, Blood Devil Emperor and so on, were all people that Immortal Emperor Songshi would personally receive. Songshi, a personal disciple of the Cyan Emperor, was a level 7 Immortal Emperor.
For him to personally receive them meant that the Cyan Emperor were giving them enough face. Sigh. Hofei curled his lips and scolded.
And here I was planning to use this opportunity to teach Emperor Yu and that Mystic Emperor a lesson. It'll be hard for such an opportunity to come by again after they assemble together with the Pine Demon Emperor.
Heiyu nodded in agreement. Qinyu lightly smiled.
Who cares if they are working together?
The experts here are from all over the immortal, devil, and demon realm. Even Great Ape Emperor and them have shown up.
Even if the Peng Demon Emperor wanted to attack us, he would still not dare to do it here. When we wait till they separate, the Peng Demon Emperor's speed is too fast, he'll be very hard to handle. Thus, if we were to encounter him, then we'll just escape from him directly.
As for Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor, we could fight against them instead. Qinyu was currently very confident.
With the increase in strength that Qinyu and his brothers have attained, even if they weren't a match for the Peng Demon Emperor, they still have the means to escape with their lives. Qinyu did not believe that running away was a sign of incompetence. On the contrary, he loved to watch the scene of others being unable to catch him and growing irritable and angry.
Granny Yinhua is looking over, let's go greet her,
said Qinyu via voice transmission.
Afterwards, Qinyu and his brothers followed the bluestone path and walked toward Granny Yinhua and Emperor and I.
With Qinyu's current strength, he was capable of seeing through even a level 9 Immortal Emperor.
However, no matter what, he was unable to see through Granny Yinhua. Granny Yinhua's appearance was very amiable.
She was giving off a sense of closeness. As for the level 9 Demon Emperor, Emperor and I, her appearance was very seductive. At the same time, she was radiating a grandeur that come from the bones.
Granny Yinhua, this Qinyu's cultivation speed is truly fast.
Currently, even I am only able to sense his strength through some difficulty,
praised Emperor and I. Granny Yinhua smiled so hard that her eyes turned into a line. She nodded and said, "He's pretty good.
However, this kid still has to strive harder."
Granny, Senior Emperor and I. Qinyu finally arrived in front of Granny Yinhua. Immediately, he greeted them respectfully. While smiling, Granny Yinhua's gaze swept past Hofei and Heiyu. She kindly said, Oh Qinyu, those two young men beside you ought to be the two brothers that you've been seeking, right? That's right. Granny, this is my second brother Ho Fei and this is my third brother He Yu. Qinyu turned around to look toward Ho Fei and He Yu. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, greet Granny. Ho Fei laughed and casually cupped his hand and said. Junior Ho Fei greets Granny Yinhua and Senior Emperor Ni. Junior He Yu greets the two seniors. He Yu did not smile at all. Instead he had an icy cold appearance. Emperor Ni was dressed in a long gown. From afar, she appeared like a blazing flame. As Emperor Ni looked at Ho Fei and He Yu, her eyes started to shine. Qinyu, these two brothers of yours are pretty strong too. Fiery-eyed water ape and a level 7 demon emperor. On top of that, possessing the stick techniques of the monkey and ape clan, I reckon that his strength is comparable to that of a level 9 immortal emperor. This He Yu, he was chased by the Peng demon emperor to the utter extreme. I suspect he's also not someone ordinary. He's ordinary. Merely the third amongst the three brothers. Ho Fei laughed with a gaga sound. Truly a crafty monkey. Granny Yinhua smiled and said. At this moment Qin Yu suddenly sensed something and turned around. Emperor Yu and his wife the Mystic Emperor were walking over side by side. At the same time, the Mystic Emperor Xian Shi was even chatting and laughing with Immortal Emperor Songshi. And at this moment, Emperor Yu and his wife also noticed Qin Yu and his brothers. A sharp cold gaze burst forth from Emperor Yu's eyes. Qin Yu's mind moved. Seemed like this Emperor Yu still bears grudges toward me. Furthermore, his hatred is deep to the bone. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, let's go greet our good friend, said Qin Yu with a smile. Upon hearing such, Ho Fei and He Yu also displayed an evil smile on their face. Qin Yu and his brothers walked side by side to Emperor Yu. The Bluestone Road was not wide. It was merely 3 meters wide. With the three brothers walking next to each other, they completely occupied the road. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor had stopped. Qin Yu and his two brothers as a group and Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor as a group, these two groups stood approximately 10 meters from each other. To them, a distance of 10 meters were completely negligible. The people of the two groups were radiating an extremely sharp aura toward each other. Qin Yu, you've become a level 9 immortal emperor? Emperor Yu's expression suddenly changed slightly. He discovered that he was only able to faintly sense Qin Yu's strength. It was as if Qin Yu's soul realm's level was about the same as his own. Level 9 immortal emperor? I guess so, said Qin Yu as he looked at Emperor Yu. If Emperor Yu believed it to be such, Qin Yu would also not deny it. How is that possible? Back then, on the Reef Yellow Star, you were only a level 1 immortal emperor and had only just opened the 10,000 Beast Atlas's third layer. From then till now, it's been only several hundreds of years. You? Emperor Yu's complexion grew a bit pale. Reaching level 9 immortal emperor level in less than 1,000 years, it was truly a frightening matter. Qin Yu merely smiled. Qin Yu did not say anything. He decided to let Emperor Yu's imagination run wild. As Emperor Yu's soul realm's level was about the same as Qin Yu's, he was unable to clearly see through Qin Yu's strength. That was the reason why he made such a speculation. Hey, you're Emperor Yu? Ho Fei stared at Emperor Yu fiercely. Fiery-eyed water ape, you're that Qin Yu's second brother Ho Fei? That Ho Fei that ascended less than 1,000 years ago? How could this be? Emperor Yu's pupils shrunk. The current Emperor Yu's mind had been thrown in chaos. What exactly is happening? This Ho Fei only ascended less than 1,000 years ago. How did he already reach level 7 Demon Emperor? A level 7 Demon Emperor super divine beast and also possessing the battle comprehension of the monkey and ape clan, I suspect that when compared with me, he'll not be much inferior. Emperor Yu looked to He Yu. You are Qin Yu's third brother He Yu? That's right, my strength is a bit weaker compared to my big brother and monkey, said He Yu coldly. Weaker, although a level 6 Demon Emperor variation super divine beast appeared not to be extremely powerful, He Yu have ascended to the immortal, devil and demon realm about 1,000 years ago. How could Emperor Yu possibly suspect that there was such an abnormal divine artifact like the Jianglan's realm? Emperor Yu came to realize completely. At this moment, Emperor Yu understood one thing: against him and his wife, Qin Yu and his brothers would not fear them in the slightest. Instead, they would rush forth and fight against them. That time, because of the protection from the Dragon Emperor, we did not manage to kill this Qin Yu. Who would have expected that he would actually have reached such a level? If we want to kill him in the future, it'll be extremely hard. Emperor Yu's brows were so creased that they connected into a unibrow. Brother Fengyu, although it's hard for us to kill them, isn't it also hard for them to handle us? Xian Shi comforted Emperor Yu.
Mystic Emperor, unexpectedly, you've reached level 9 Immortal Emperor level now. Your speed is truly fast," said Qin Yu with an appearance as if he was in awe. Xian Shi had indeed reached level 9 Immortal Emperor. She had been cultivating and training along with Emperor Yu. In the special state of cultivating together, she was able to clearly sense the comprehension Emperor Yu had toward the cosmic space. Thus, she was able to break through level 8 Immortal Emperor level and reach level 9 Immortal Emperor level at a very fast pace. So what if there are 2 level 9 Immortal Emperors? If Qin Yu and Hou Fei each took care of one, and then with He Yu mounting sneak attacks? It'll still be very easy for them to handle Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor. My speed in reaching level 9 Immortal Emperor is fast? No matter how fast that is, it's still inferior to yours," said Xian Shi with a smile. Her smile contained within it no killing intent at all. Immortal Emperor Songshi, who stood beside Emperor Yu and Xian Shi, had a bitter expression on his face. He didn't want Qin Yu and his brothers to meet Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor at all. Once these two groups were to meet, it was very possible for them to start fighting. "Brother Qin Yu," Immortal Emperor Songshi spoke. Qin Yu slightly smiled. "Emperor Yu, I wonder if you still remember that time when you and your wife mounted a sneak attack against me. What did I say?" Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor's expression slightly changed. "I, Qin Yu, hereby swear to the heavens, I will certainly kill you one day. I, Qin Yu, and you, Emperor Yu, shall not cease unless either one of us dies." The oath that Qin Yu shouted then seemed to still ring inside their ears. And the Qin Yu who stood in front of them, his smile had turned somewhat cold. Qin Yu coldly smiled and said, "What you two have done to me in the past, I would definitely return with double. Do not bother speaking rubbish to me, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor. If you two have the ability, then go and undergo the divine tribulation right away. If you were to ascend to the divine realm sooner, then you two might be able to live for a bit longer in the divine realm. Otherwise, with my cultivation speed, I would definitely easily surpass you two." At that time, humph. Qin Yu did not give Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor any face at all. He was disinclined to give them face. Now that they've reached this point, is there any room left to save the situation? If Qin Yu were to be able to tolerate it still, then he would not have any self-respect at all. "Worthy nephew Songshi, did you hear that? It's not that I am not giving you face." Emperor Yu turned around and said to Immortal Emperor Songshi. Immortal Emperor Songshi merely felt a headache. Sparks flashed in the space. At the same time, the space had been completely distorted. An extremely sharp aura ripped apart the space. Immediately, it arrived in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu merely saw a pair of eyes that was filled with killing intent. As if he was already prepared, Qin Yu extended his right index finger forward. Bang! The space returned to its previous tranquility. Emperor Yu's figure that was talking with Immortal Emperor Songshi gradually disappeared. Another Emperor Yu appeared in front of Qin Yu. Emperor Yu's index finger collided with Qin Yu's index finger. At the same time, the sword in Emperor Yu's hand, the Great Emperor's sword, was obstructed by Qin Yu's divine sword Sky Piercer. The two of them were not moving. Their eyes were fixed upon each other. Merely, the ground that they stood on have already turned into pieces. Never had I expected that Emperor Yu's finger technique is this outstanding. The electric energy contained within it is the strongest amongst all that I have seen," said Qin Yu with a smile. In the blink of a moment earlier, Emperor Yu's figure had turned fast like a lightning. He had condensed his immortal elemental energy into his divine sword and was planning to pierce through Qin Yu's dantian with it. As for his finger, he had executed another one of his finishing technique and was trying to crush Qin Yu's head to pieces. "What solid fingers!" Emperor Yu merely said those words before disappearing and returning back to where the Mystic Emperor stood. And just at this moment, a boundless voice sounded in the air. "Feng Yu, Qin Yu, this time around, it is I who is about to undergo the divine tribulation. I wish for the two of you to not battle here. I shall let this time pass. If anyone were to attack the other again, then I, Qi Qing, would personally discipline that person." Cyan Emperor's overbearing voice transmission was not heard by only Qin Yu and them, it was also clearly heard by all of the Emperor-level experts on the Ridge Peak Star. "Discipline, humph." Emperor Yu humphed coldly. The Mystic Emperor's expression have also turned slightly ugly. Nominally, the Cyan Emperor's status was the same as Emperor Yu and them. However, based on what the Cyan Emperor had just said, it was very clear that he did not see Emperor Yu and them as equal. It was as if he wanted to discipline them, then he would be able to do so easily. Did this Cyan Emperor finally stop hiding his strength? Qin Yu was instead not angry. Back then, on the Crescent Moon Bay, Xinyu was able to tell, based on what Granny Yinhua and the rest said, that the Cyan Emperor's strength was no weaker than the Dragon Emperor. The mysterious Cyan Emperor, for him to undergo his divine tribulation publicly like so and then sending a voice transmission so tyrannically, to threaten Emperor Yu and Xinyu, it would appear that he no longer wanted to hide his strength.
Little friend Xinyu. A familiar voice sounded from behind.
Xinyu turned around to look and saw the hidden emperor, the black and white dual emperors and the hidden emperor's granddaughter, Lin Lin. They were all walking over toward him. As for Granny Yinhua and Emperor and I, they had already returned to their own residence.
Lin Lin is also here? Xinyu was slightly shocked as this was the first district. Actually, the Cyan Emperor was merely giving the hidden emperor face.
Upon seeing Lin Lin, Xinyu was unable to refrain himself from thinking about his disciple Lu Hanshu, that simple and honest youth that was striving his hardest to improve himself. Unfortunately, his sole disciple had already died.
Quite certain that Xinyu has another disciple called Niuhua.
Then again, he didn't teach either of them. Robin wasn't really a disciple, more like a guy he saved, and then helped grow. Isn't that true for both except Lu Hanshu was given guidance by him directly a few times, Senior Hidden Emperor. With a smile, Xinyu greeted the Hidden Emperor. Let's go to my place and chat. There's quite a lot of people here.
That's true. Hidden Emperor Lin Yin nodded.
That Lin Lin also looked at Xinyu and Xinyu also smiled to her.
Ho Fei and He Yu were muttering in their hearts.
They thought that their big brother knew a bit too many people. It was if Xinyu knew all of the experts. As the date of the Divine Tribulation grew closer, more and more experts arrived. Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor, Azura Devil Emperor, even that newly established Flame Emperor and some hidden experts had arrived.
On this date,
Xinyu and his brothers were quietly staying in their own residence. They did not go out and chat with the other experts.
Xinyu flipped his hand around and took out a transmission spiritual pearl.
Brother Xinyu, my imperial father and I have arrived on the Jade Wave Star. Soon, we'll be at the Ridge Peak Star.
Even Senior Great Ape Emperor came with us.
Oh, that's right, that Pink Demon Emperor has also joined us and came with us.
It was A.O. Woming's transmission.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 41.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 41, Undergoing the Divine Tribulation.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Robin. The Pang Demon Emperor has arrived? Xinyu's relaxed mood immediately tensed up. Soon after, he said to Ho Fei and He Yu beside him. Fei Fei, Xiao He, come, let's go out.
The Dragon Emperor, A.O. Woming, and the Great Ape Emperor have all arrived.
The Great Ape Emperor also came? Ho Fei immediately stood up.
He Yu was instead not particularly concerned.
Not only them, there's another person, the Pang Demon Emperor.
The Pang Demon Emperor has joined the Dragon Emperor in them, and arrived together with them.
Xinyu muttered.
This matter is a bit troublesome. This Pang Demon Emperor is extremely eccentric, he might even not give the Dragon Emperor in them face and directly attack us. With the Pang Demon Emperor's speed, it was impossible for others to prevent him in time. What Big Brother said is correct. With that Pang Demon Emperor's temperament, he might just directly attack us.
Mixed Hair Bird, it's best for you to temporarily not meet that Pang Demon Emperor. The person that Pang Demon Emperor wants to kill the most is you. Warned Ho Fei. Ho Fei had a cold expression. I'm going out with you too. Xinyu looked at Xiao He. He understood Xiao He's temperament very well.
It was very hard to persuade him. However, the situation that they had guessed earlier was not necessarily going to happen. Furthermore, with his own speed, he should be fast enough to send Xiao He into the Jianglan's realm in time. Furthermore, in this first district was Granny Yinhua, who Xinyu was still unable to see through, even now. Let's go, we'll go out and greet the Dragon Emperor and them together.
Xinyu have made his decision.
The Great Ape Emperor, the Dragon Emperor and them, were people that Xinyu and his brothers must definitely greet. The three brothers exited their courtyard mansion and followed the bluestone path toward the entrance area of the first district.
In merely a short period of time, Xinyu saw a couple familiar figures.
Covered in gold from head to toe, the Pang Demon Emperor Zhong Yan, Level 8 Demon Emperor Aoku and Level 8 Demon Emperor Lu Tuesday. These three men were leading a bunch of demon emperors as they walked over. These people were clearly from the Bird Clan. Xinyu's immortal awareness immediately discovered that there were three groups of people entering into the first district. The first group of people were the people from the Bird Clan. The second group of people were from the Dragon Clan and were led by the Dragon Emperor. As for the third group of people, they were from the Beast Clan, led by the Ox Demon Emperor and Great Ape Emperor. Hey you! Upon seeing Hey you, the Pine Demon Emperor immediately started to emit killing intent from his eyes.
He was planning to attack Hey you right away.
Upon seeing Hey you, Immortal Emperor Songshur, who was leading everyone from the front, knew that the situation had grown bad.
Immediately, he spoke.
Senior Peng Demon Emperor, my master has said that this time around, it is he who is undergoing the divine tribulation. None of the people who have came to this place to attend his divine tribulation are allowed to attack each other here. Whoever it is that violates his will, my master would personally set out to dispose of them.
Qi Qing really said such a thing? The Peng Demon Emperor looked to Immortal Emperor Songshur with an ice-cold gaze.
Yes, that's right. Immortal Emperor Songshur raised his head up and looked the Peng Demon Emperor in the face. He did not retreat in the slightest. And at this moment, Qin Yu was paying close attention with his immortal awareness. His eyes were also fixed on the Peng Demon Emperor.
Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan has never cared about anyone, maybe he would really attack here? Qin Yu was very cautious. Not good.
Qin Yu, who was prepared the entire time and had power stored up in his body, suddenly moved like a spring.
He immediately reached beside Hey Yu.
However, with merely moving this short distance, the golden ray of light that the Peng Demon Emperor had turned into had already arrived in front of Qin Yu. His speed was fast to a frightening level.
Bang!
A walking stick collided with the Peng Demon Emperor's golden claw. The golden ray of light flew back, the Peng Demon Emperor returned to his original place. The Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan shrunk his eyes back and firmly stared at the old granny in front of Qin Yu.
Granny Yinhua. You are that Granny Yinhua?
The Peng Demon Emperor had long since heard about Granny Yinhua's distinguished name. Merely, that time around, Granny Yinhua had only used her mysterious technique to transmit her image. And now, it was also the first time for the Peng Demon Emperor to meet Granny Yinhua.
With a kind appearance, Granny Yinhua coughed a couple times. Sigh, I've grown old and weak now. Qin Yu almost laughed out loud. Granny Yinhua was indeed as frightening as he had thought.
When the Peng Demon Emperor attacked, Granny Yinhua was still a long distance away from Qin Yu. The Peng Demon Emperor attacked first, whereas Granny Yinhua moved out afterward. However, Granny Yinhua instead managed to block the Peng Demon Emperor. With just her speed, Granny Yinhua was already even faster than the Peng Demon Emperor. The Peng Demon Emperor, who possessed an inherited treasure, his strongest strength was his speed. However, Granny Yinhua was even faster. With merely this, the Peng Demon Emperor had grown terrified.
That Qi Qing even considers me to be his big sister, thus, I cannot not give him face.
Since he said he won't allow people to fight here, I must also help him prevent fighting from occurring.
Say, Zhongyan, isn't that right? Said Granny Yinhua with a face filled with smiles.
At this moment, no one dared to look down upon this old granny. The Peng Demon Emperor merely kept staring at Granny Yinhua.
No one knew what he was thinking.
A couple sounds of airspace vibration was heard and the Dragon Emperor, Ao Woming, Ox Demon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor flew past the group of Demon Emperors and landed beside the Peng Demon Emperor.
Zhongyan, what are you doing?
Said the Great Ape Emperor's son Yuan while smiling.
Could it be that you're planning to attack the next clan chief of my monkey and ape clan? Most certainly not. Said the Peng Demon Emperor directly. Earlier, I merely tried to catch someone. That's right, catch someone.
What the Peng Demon Emperor tried to do earlier was to momentarily confine He Yu's strength and arrest him. He didn't dare to kill He Yu at all, that was because he had vowed in front of Bai Xian that he would not kill He Yu.
Catching someone? Say, Zhongyan, are you not giving Qi Qing face?
This time around, it's Qi Qing who's undergoing his divine tribulation.
Ridiculed the Dragon Emperor.
The Peng Demon Emperor took a glance at the Great Ape Emperor and the Dragon Emperor and then humphed. He knew that with the Great Ape Emperor and the Dragon Emperor present, even if he wanted to capture He Yu, it would be very troublesome. Qin Yu and his two brothers, the Peng Demon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor and the rest of the people being gathered here immediately managed to attract the attention of a great number of experts. However, those groups of experts also didn't dare to come closer.
Huff!
A cyan-clothed figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the air.
He soon landed on the ground in between Qin Yu, his two brothers and the Peng Demon Emperor's group. It was precisely the Cyan Emperor who was about to undergo his divine tribulation. The Cyan Emperor was radiating an aura that caused one to be comfortable from his entire body. Qi Qing merely looked at the two sides before immediately smiling lightly to the Peng Demon Emperor and said, Brother Zhongyan, as I invited you to come watch my divine tribulation, I hope that you will give me face. I do not wish for anyone to attack anyone here. Fine, I will give you face. Let's go, said the Pang Demon Emperor ice coldly. Immediately after, he took to the air. Aoku, Lu Tu, and the rest of the demon emperors of the bird clan all immediately followed him to the sky. Immediately after, this group of demon emperors started flying toward their own courtyard mansion. The Cyan Emperor merely took a glance at the Pang Demon Emperor who flew past him. He lightly smiled and then looked to Chinyu. He laughed and said, "Little brother Chinyu, you have brought me quite many troubles." Chinyu could only smile. And at this moment, Chinyu suddenly turned around to look in the distance. What he saw was Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor leading a large group of immortal emperors, greeting the Pang Demon Emperor and his men. They were even chatting and laughing. These two groups, they have indeed joined hands. Not only Chinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, the Dragon Emperor and the rest also took notice of it. Everyone, please rest yourselves. I estimate that the date of my divine tribulation should be about in a month's time. In this month's time, I would have to carefully prepare and would be unable to take care of everyone. Please forgive me, said the Cyan Emperor to everyone around. You still have to prepare? Ridiculed the Dragon Emperor. The Cyan Emperor couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Ha, the Dragon Emperor also laughed out loud. The Dragon Emperor, Emperor and I, the Cyan Emperor as well as the previous Gold Punishment Lord, all had an extremely good relationship and understood each other very well. Upon seeing the scene, Chinyu was unable to refrain himself from gasping in his heart. This Cyan Emperor is truly completely confident in passing the divine tribulation. No wonder he dared to invite so many people to come watch his divine tribulation without caring for others causing troubles for him. The following days waiting for the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation were not boring at all. That was because there were many friends here. At the same time, many immortal emperors, demon emperors, and even devil emperors came to Chinyu to pay him a visit. Chinyu and his two brothers, their reputations were widespread. Furthermore, not long ago, Emperor Yu had mounted a sneak attack against Chinyu, yet instead fought him to a draw. Thus, Chinyu's prowess was as clear as day. The information regarding their simple exchange of attacks was also widely known. Chinyu and his two brothers combined possessed a martial prowess that was comparable to that of the Hidden Emperor and the Black and White Dual Emperors. Thus, it was natural that there were many people who wanted to befriend them. Inside Chinyu's courtyard mansion. Brother Chin, you need not see me off, I'll take my leave. A handsome golden-clothed youth bid his farewell to Chinyu. Chinyu and his brothers saw this golden-clothed youth leave with their eyes. Immediately after, then closed the door. Hey, big brother, from the way I see it, this Flame Emperor's strength is nearly so. Isn't he just a level 8 immortal emperor? How did he manage to suddenly rise to power and obtain a position that's close to that of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor? Said Hofei. That golden-clothed youth from earlier was precisely the newly risen power in the immortal realm, the Flame Emperor. You'd best not underestimate that Flame Emperor, said Chinyu solemnly. I feel that this Flame Emperor is not as simple as he seems to be. Moreover, I think that he's even more powerful than Emperor Yu. Of course, it is merely a feeling that I have. He's that strong? Hofei was shocked. Hey, you also looked at Chinyu with a doubtful expression. As a level 8 immortal emperor, he ought to not be that powerful. Currently, Chinyu and his brothers were not certain about it. However, in the future, when Chinyu's status grew higher, when he would gathered with the big shots from everywhere, at that time he would know about the reason why this Flame Emperor was so threatening. Of course, that is something in the future. A month has passed since the time when Pang Demon Emperor tried to attack Heiyu. Logically, the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation should have arrived. However, there was no news of the date for his divine tribulation yet. Chinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, Bai Ling, Yichu and Ao Wushu were all in the courtyard mansion. Bai Ling, Yichu and Ao Wushu have never seen a divine tribulation before and thus wanted to watch. However, Wu Lan did not come out from the Jianglan's realm. According to Wu Lan, he said, "Don't feel like watching." As they were chatting, a voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Everyone, tomorrow is the date that I, Shi Chang, will be undergoing my divine tribulation. At that time, I hope that everyone would stay in their respective districts and watch my divine tribulation. Please do not enter the center district where I will be undergoing my divine tribulation. This was the Cyan Emperor's voice. Immediately after, the voice dissipated. Following the speech, the entire Ridge Peak Star started to shudder with noise and excitement. Countless people started to discuss the new information they had just received. As for Chinyu and them, they also grew happy. Finally, the wait was over. On the day leading to the divine tribulation, there were already over 1,000 emperor-level experts in the first district.
In the entire immortal, devil and demon realm, about 80% of the emperor-level experts had come to the Ridge Peak Star. After all, watching a divine tribulation was something of great appeal to almost all emperor-level experts. For the majority of the people, they do not even know what kind of situation would occur in the divine tribulation.
Qinyu, Hofei and them were likewise unclear about the divine tribulation.
On the day of the divine tribulation, over 100 million cultivators were gathered on the Ridge Peak Star. Over 1,000 emperor-level experts were gathered in the first district. Over 100 million golden immortal-level experts were gathered in the second district. As for the third district, majority of the people gathered there are heavenly immortals, there are very few heavenly devils and heavenly demons. Densely packed, countless silhouettes flew to the sky.
Each and every one of them stood in the sky. They were looking at the faraway center district. Inside the first district, almost everyone was hovering in the sky watching the center district. Xinyu and his group of people were likewise also in the sky. Xinyu gazed at his surroundings and saw that the Dragon Emperor, Ao Woming, Great Ape Emperor, Ox Demon Emperor, Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Flame Emperor, Blood Devil Emperor, and numerous groups of other experts were all standing in the sky. The most center region, the center district, had a circumference of around 10 miles. This was the location where the Cyan Emperor has prepared to undergo his divine tribulation. Brother Qinyu. Immortal Emperor Songshi flew over to Qinyu.
I'll stay here and watch my master's divine tribulation with you guys.
Sure. Songshi, but why didn't you stay with your senior martial brothers and them? Qinyu asked.
Immortal Emperor Songshi was the fourth disciple of the Cyan Emperor.
The Cyan Emperor had a total of 5 disciples. Each and every one of them was an emperor-level expert.
The strongest among them, the fifth disciple, was even a level 8 immortal emperor. My eldest martial brother and my fifth martial brother don't really get along.
It's very tiring for me to be there.
Songshi shook his head grudgingly.
Qinyu smiled. Oh, that's right. Where is Granny Yinhua? Asked Qinyu. Granny Yinhua's residence was right next to Qinyu's.
If Granny Yinhua was present, Qinyu would easily have noticed her already.
Oh, regarding Granny Yinhua, it seemed like she had some sort of important matter and left ahead of time. Explained Songshi. Qinyu nodded.
He reckoned that Granny Yinhua doesn't care much about divine tribulation either. After all, her prowess was already displayed.
Big brother, the divine tribulation has started. Hofei called to Qinyu's attention. Qinyu immediately looked to the center district.
Only the Cyan Emperor was in that center district of 10 miles circumference.
The Cyan Emperor was standing on the ground with his hands behind his back. He did not use any barrier technique nor was there any preparation. He was merely standing on the ground. The bright and clear sky suddenly turned dark. The entire Ridge Peak Star had suddenly turned dark and silent. It was a frightening silence.
Everyone who was watching the divine tribulation was paying close attention to it, none of them dared to speak a word. An enormous dark red-colored vortex suddenly appeared in the dark sky. That vortex was several thousands of miles wide.
It was spinning unceasingly.
The frightening energy caused the entire space to begin to fluctuate.
Chi. Electric currents were running through the entire Ridge Peak Star.
The space was shocked by the lightning.
Fortunately, the vaporized electric currents did not affect the experts. Qinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, Yichu, Ping Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, Hidden Emperor, and countless other experts all looked toward the sky.
They were staring at that dark red-colored vortex.
Blue-colored electric currents were flickering through that dark red-colored vortex.
At the same time, the dark red-colored vortex started to rotate. Its rotation speed was not fast. However, its rotation was followed by an odd pattern.
MN, what's happening?
Everyone was looking at the scene in front of them with astonishment. That was because with merely the rotation of the dark red-colored vortex, it had caused the area roughly a mile in circumference surrounding the Cyan Emperor to be completely distorted.
Everyone was barely able to see the figure of the Cyan Emperor within that distorted space. Big brother, that dark red-colored vortex has created a large formation array,
said Heiyu via voice transmission. Qinyu also raised his head up to look.
Sure enough, the dark blue-colored lightning that was originally inside the depths of the dark red-colored vortex had started coming out. After the dark blue-colored lightning appeared out from the surface of the dark red-colored vortex, it turned into a large dark blue-colored formation array. That formation array was in the shape of a ring. The interior of the ring was covered with numerous peculiar trajectories where the dark blue lightning was unceasingly traveling through. What kind of formation array was this?
The three great divine tribulations, this ought to be the first great divine tribulation,
muttered Song Shi.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 42.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 42, Three Great Divine Tribulations.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations.
The sky was muddled dark, with black clouds boiling. In the middle of the black cloud was an enormous dark red-colored vortex that spanned several thousand miles. This vortex was spinning unceasingly and causing the space in the area of a mile surrounding the Cyan Emperor to be completely distorted. Xinyu, Dragon Emperor, Peng Demon Emperor and 1,000 other Emperor-level experts were unable to pass through that distorted space. All they could do was to vaguely watch the silhouette in that distorted space.
The Cyan Emperor. Three great divine tribulations?
Xinyu heard what Immortal Emperor Song Shi, who stood beside him, muttered and started to become puzzled.
Xinyu didn't know anything regarding the divine tribulation, thus he immediately asked quietly. Brother Song Shi, you said something about three great divine tribulations, what is that?
The heaven and earth were rumbling. Xinyu and Song Shi's voice was able to be completely neglected. Immortal Emperor Song Shi replied quietly. Xinyu, this was also only something that I've heard from my master. There was a total of three divine tribulations.
The first one was formed by heavenly thunder. The dark blue-colored heavenly thunder is the strongest kind of lightning that Emperor-level experts could control.
As for this first divine tribulation, it is an ancient formation array formed by dark blue-colored heavenly thunder. The power of them falling down together was immensely powerful. It was very hard for even ordinary level 9 immortal emperors to take on.
Xinyu was startled.
No wonder the legendary divine tribulation is extremely hard to pass, and majority of the immortal emperors would fail their divine tribulation. With the first great divine tribulation being that powerful, the following two great divine tribulations are certain to be even more powerful. Immortal Emperor Song Shi said in a low voice.
Xinyu, look, the dark blue-colored lightning is unceasingly flowing about the ancient formation array. That ancient formation array is created by the heaven and earth, it was certainly to be very powerful. And the dark blue-colored lightning is already the strongest lightning that Emperor-level experts could grasp. After it passed through the ancient formation array like so, its power would continue to increase. Immortal Emperor Song Shi continued to gasp in admiration. Not only that, this is merely the first great divine tribulation. The second great divine tribulation is even more frightening. You ought to know that the experts that undergo the divine tribulation would usually have abundant preparations. Majority of them would be able to pass the first great divine tribulation. However, as for the second great divine tribulation, it's extremely hard. Oh? Xinyu started to puzzle.
What might the second great divine tribulation be? Furthermore, I've heard from my master that when the divine tribulation started, the 1 mile circumference around the person undergoing the divine tribulation would be cut off from the rest of the world. The 1 mile circumference that my master is in is filled with illusions. Furthermore, his heart's devil would also unceasingly come about.
The entire divine tribulation would be like so.
If one were to be distracted in the slightest, then one might have one's body crushed to pieces and soul scattered by the divine tribulation. Immortal Emperor Song Shi was also a bit nervous.
The first great divine tribulation is about to land.
Xinyu raised his head and looked at it carefully. That ancient formation array formed by the dark blue-colored lightning appeared like a millstone.
At this moment, the dark blue-colored millstone emerged from that enormous red vortex. At the same time, that dark blue-colored millstone was still slowly rotating. 9 dark blue-colored lightnings.
Xinyu was able to clearly see with his eyes that there are a total of 9 dark blue-colored lightnings continuously revolving about the middle of the millstone with a strange trajectory.
Rumble. The giant millstone formed by the dark blue-colored lightning was slowly revolving.
At the same time, it was slowly descending from the sky. Although this millstone was descending very slowly, it was giving off an impression, as if it was the end of the world.
It's this slow? Xinyu was a bit puzzled.
From his knowledge, the majority of the tribulation lightning would stuck down rapidly. However, this enormous millstone created by 9 dark blue-colored lightning was descending with a rather slow speed. The distance between the enormous red vortex and the Cyan Emperor was nearly 10,000 meters.
However, that millstone flew for 10 entire breaths worth of time before landing.
Over 1,000 Emperor-level experts were able to see the Cyan Emperor lifting his right hand high up against the sky in that distorted space. At the same time, he shouted with a thunder-like voice. Break! The enormous millstone landed with a rumble. It was a clear contrast against the tiny silhouette of the Cyan Emperor.
That tiny palm collided with the enormous lightning millstone.
However, the result of the collision was the enormous millstone started to crack. That ancient formation array had collapsed completely. Like roaming dragons, the 9 dark blue lightnings that composed the ancient formation array started to run about in all directions without any pattern. Whenever they collided with the Cyan Emperor's body, they would immediately dissipate. As expected, the Cyan Emperor possessed extraordinary strength. The Cyan Emperor has been hiding his strength the entire time. He managed to so easily cut open the first great divine tribulation. His strength surpasses ours by far. Hidden Emperor, Emperor Yu, and the rest all started to discuss the Cyan Emperor. These people knew quite a lot about the divine tribulation. They also knew of the might of the first great divine tribulation. Upon seeing how the Cyan Emperor broke through it so easily, they all had somewhat realized Cyan Emperor's strength. Big brother, was that the first great divine tribulation? It appeared just so to me, said Ho Fei to Qin Yu as if he didn't see anything extraordinary. Immortal Emperor Song Shi glared and said, "That's because my master is very powerful. Had it been any other regular level 9 Immortal Emperor, then I reckon they'll be already seriously injured by this first great divine tribulation already." Upon seeing Ho Fei acting like so, Qin Yu could also only laugh wryly. This heavenly lightning has already reached the dark blue stage. With the 9 steps dark gold body, it could only take the lightning head on after it reached the 8th stage. Even the 7th stage would sustain injuries. Yi Chu, who stood to the side, spoke. Ao Wushu also had an extremely serious face. Upon seeing the reactions of the people, Ho Fei stopped saying anything more. Qin Yu lightly laughed and said, "Well then, the second great divine tribulation is already storing up its energy now. Pay close attention, there won't be such a great opportunity to watch it again in the future." Not only the group of people with Qin Yu, the other people also started to discuss the first great divine tribulation from earlier. Merely a moment later, the rich peak star had once again returned to the silence from before. Everyone had their heads raised, they were looking to see exactly what the second great divine tribulation would look like. The black clouds rolled. The direction of the rotation of the enormous red vortex started to change. The outer vortex was still spilling at the same orientation as before. However, the inner vortex started to spin at the opposite direction. Suddenly, electric sparks appeared in the region of the intersection between the inner and outer vortex. Black flames emerged from the area between the inner and outer vortex. The red vortex was several thousands of miles wide. Although it was merely a slight amount of black flames everywhere, but one cannot belittle these black flames should they be gathered together. Black flames? Blue heavenly flames are blue-colored. Extremely silent heavenly flames are golden-colored with a blue-colored exterior. What is this black flame? Asked Qin Yu in a low voice. Divine flame. Immortal Emperor Song Shi had a very solemn expression. The true flame of the nascent souls of immortal emperors are extremely silent heavenly flames. It is rumored that this divine flame is the true flame of deities. It is extremely powerful. True flame of deities? How could anyone be able to take that on? Qin Yu was startled. Ho Fei, who stood to the side, said, "Regarding this divine flame, I actually know about it. Not only deities possess them, in the immortal, devil and demon realm, the beings birthed by flames, the super divine beasts Phoenix and Fire Qilin would also have the divine flame as their true flame upon reaching emperor level. Divine flame, it is said that it can be used to refine divine artifacts. Generally, one could only defend against the divine flame should one possess a divine artifact and use a large amount of energy," explained Immortal Emperor Song Shi. This divine flame would only attack once. As long as you can defend against it, it'll automatically dissipate. If one were to be roasted by the divine flame, then in time even ordinary divine artifacts would melt. No matter how strong a cultivator was, he would still be unable to resist it. "That's not for certain," said Yi Chu, who stood to the side. Upon training the 9 steps dark gold body to the max level, all of the bones in one's body would be as tough as high-quality divine artifacts. Divine flame was only able to melt ordinary divine artifacts and materials that are used to refine divine artifacts. However, high-quality divine artifacts were not something that can be melted with merely divine flames. The divine flame is descending. Hey, you who have been quiet the entire time spoke. Qin Yu and them also saw that the black flames have finally finished gathering. They condensed together into a long black dragon-shaped flame that spanned several tens of meters long. The long black dragon-shaped flame came rushing downward. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The Cyan Emperor directly flew upwards toward the incoming black dragon-shaped divine flame. Generally, one would take on one's tribulations on the ground because the impact that one would receive in the air was even greater. For the Cyan Emperor to do such a thing, it signified that he was either an idiot or extremely self-confident.
The Cyan Emperor was an idiot? Not a single person thought of that. Why isn't Cyan Emperor using his divine artifact? Puzzled Ho Fei.
After the Cyan Emperor flew to the air, everyone was able to see his expression and what he was wearing even more clearly.
The Cyan Emperor was still wearing his ordinary Cyan jacket that was at the very most only a top-quality immortal artifact. Would the Cyan Emperor not have a divine armor? Of course not. However, the Cyan Emperor wasn't using it. Hull the black dragon-shaped flame actually roared.
Afterwards, it opened its dragon mouth and swallowed the Cyan Emperor. That black flame had completely covered the Cyan Emperor. The several tens of meters long black dragon-shaped flame continued to fly downwards. Logically, although the black flames had only covered the Cyan Emperor for a short period of time, even if the person was to be a level 9 immortal emperor, they would still be burned to ashes without divine artifacts. After all, that black dragon-shaped flame was composed of divine flames. Merely a breath's time have passed. Soon after, that black flame have surprisingly disappeared.
Sure enough, this divine tribulation was created by the cosmos and was extremely marvelous. Xin Yu's eyes shined.
Xin Yu was able to clearly see that when the black divine flames were flying past the Cyan Emperor's body, the Cyan Emperor was radiating traces of jade-green ripples. Under the protection of the jade-green ripples, the Cyan Emperor was not damaged in the slightest.
Those jade-green ripples have protected the Cyan Emperor. What exactly is it? Xin Yu was very certain about that. When the black divine flame dissipated, the Cyan Emperor was still wearing his Cyan jacket and had a light smile on his face. Confidence.
Standing in the air and taking on the divine tribulation indifferently, with merely this sort of manner, it was already something that no ordinary people can reach up to. This Cyan Emperor who had stayed at the level 8 Immortal Emperor stage for a frightening period of time has truly hidden his power extremely deep.
I am inferior to the Cyan Emperor. A voice sounded. Xin Yu's extremely sensitive hearing was able to distinguish that it was Emperor Ni who said that. Ha ha. Emperor Ni, you need not mind too much about it.
For the Cyan Emperor to achieve his current prowess, it mostly have to do with the fact that he was lucky back then.
Luck is something that's beyond one's ability to control. Laughed the Dragon Emperor. Emperor Ni's true form is that of a phoenix.
She who was a level 9 demon emperor level phoenix was able to fill the entire sky with extremely silent heavenly flames and attack her enemy. Under the attack from the extremely silent heavenly flames, even if it was to be the hidden emperor, Lin Yin, he would still be unable to survive.
Against Emperor Ni, even the hidden emperor has to flee.
As for the true finishing skill of Emperor Ni, it was charging her entire body into a divine flames and attacking her enemy. As she was birthed by flames, it was possible for her to change her body to flames.
However, there is a limit to the time that she can turn into a divine flame.
And now that she saw that the Cyan Emperor was unaffected by divine flames for a short period of time, Emperor Ni had no choice but to admit that she's inferior to the Cyan Emperor.
Songshur, what kind of martial technique did Senior Cyan Emperor use earlier? What are those jade-green ripples? Xin Yu asked Immortal Emperor Songshur. Songshur had a face filled with confusion. I'm not certain either.
Ever since tens of millions of years ago when my master started to train in a certain kind of special martial technique, I have never seen him fight.
However, my master is very powerful. That's without doubt.
When lecturing us martial brothers, he would always subdue us with only a single move.
Xin Yu nodded to himself.
Songshur and his 4 other martial brothers, the strongest amongst them was now already at the level 8 Immortal Emperor level.
However, they were still subdued by the Cyan Emperor with a single move. One could easily imagine how deep and unmeasurable the Cyan Emperor's strength was.
It's the final divine tribulation of the 3 great divine tribulations, said Immortal Emperor Songshur as he pointed at that enormous dark red-colored vortex.
Xin Yu, this 3rd great divine tribulation is the strongest amongst the 3.
Historically, many powerful emperor-level experts have died to this 3rd great divine tribulation.
Xin Yu also understood that the final one was definitely the strongest.
Thus, he was fully concentrated as he watched on. Perhaps, one day he too might have to take on this divine tribulation. The enormous dark red-colored vortex started to give off bits of black-colored mist. The black-colored mist permeated out from the cracks within the vortex and then started to gather toward the center. A lump of several hundred meters wide mist was formed. This lump of mist started to slowly descend downward.
Black-colored mist? What is that?
Xin Yu was carefully watching on with his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to use his immortal awareness but rather that, for some strange reason, his immortal awareness was unable to permeate into that distorted space. As the black-colored mist descended, Xin Yu finally managed to see the mystery within the black-colored mist.
Lightning, gray-colored lightning.
Xin Yu's eyes were shining. Within that black-colored mist of several hundred meters were numerous gray electric snakes roaming through.
Those gray electric snakes are extremely thin.
At first, Xin Yu had thought them to be just part of the mist, only through great difficulty did he manage to distinguish the two.
I've never seen a gray-colored lightning before. It appears to be something frightening. Xin Yu was carefully watching how the Cyan Emperor would take it on.
The several hundred meters long and wide black mist was extremely large.
It covered half of that 1 mile area.
When it descended upon the Cyan Emperor, it immediately covered the Cyan Emperor completely.
Chi-chi. A cute sound echoed.
The 1,000 Emperor-level experts all clearly heard the sound. Had the space not been distorted, they would also be able to clearly see that the countless amount of electric snakes were striking the Cyan Emperor's body unceasingly.
Divine tribulation, as expected, it's very powerful. Ha ha. The Cyan Emperor suddenly started to laugh out loud.
The Cyan Emperor, who was not moving and continued to let the electric snakes strike upon him, suddenly stretched open his arms. A jade-green-colored water screen, with the Cyan Emperor as the center, started to spread in all directions. Wherever the jade-green-colored water screen passed, everything would turn into nothingness, the black mist and the gray lightning included. Afterwards, the jade-green-colored water screen started to gather toward the Cyan Emperor's body with an even faster speed.
Soon after, it disappeared. The Cyan Emperor was still smiling as he stood in the air. It was as if he had not done anything at all. However, that black mist and those gray electric snakes have all disappeared.
So powerful. Peng Demon Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Great Ape Emperor and other super experts were all shocked. Even the Dragon Emperor and them who are close friends with the Cyan Emperor have never seen the Cyan Emperor's true strength before. The jade-green-colored water screen that the Cyan Emperor had displayed earlier was immensely powerful, its strength was definitely above that of Divine Flame. I reckon that the jade-green ripples that countered the Divine Flame earlier is the same kind of energy as this jade-green water screen.
Xin Yu was still looking at the Cyan Emperor, who was tranquilly smiling in the distance.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 43. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 43, The Cyan Emperor's Punishment. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Translation Nations.
That enormous dark red vortex slowly ascended into the rolling black clouds and disappeared. In merely a blink of an eye, the rolling black clouds had also dissipated. The sky has once again returned to its sunny and cloudless state. That distorted space had also returned to normal.
The figure of the Cyan Emperor also became clear to view now. The divine tribulation has ended. Xin Yu deeply exhaled. The countless people in the Ridge Peak Star also returned from their earlier tense state.
For the majority of the people present, it was the first time they have seen a divine tribulation. The effects of the shock from watching the divine tribulation were obvious.
Everyone. The main character in this divine tribulation, the Cyan Emperor, was standing in midair.
Loud and clear, he said.
The divine tribulation has ended.
I, Chi Chang, have succeeded in passing the divine tribulation by a fluke. I have prepared a banquet on the Jade Wave Star. Everyone, feel free to join.
Huh, everyone can join? There's over 100 million people here. Ho Fei gasped in surprise. Yi Chu's extravagant voice sounded. That Cyan Emperor was being overly modest. Succeeded in passing the divine tribulation by a fluke? You call that a fluke? Then what do we call others passing the divine tribulation? Ao Wushu also nodded and said.
Without using formation arrays and barriers, without using divine artifacts, using merely his own strength and easily passing through all three great divine tribulations. Furthermore, his cyan jacket was not even damaged in the slightest.
This divine tribulation was passed extremely elegantly. Xin Yu smiled and said. If the Cyan Emperor wasn't certain of passing the divine tribulation, then how would he possibly invite the entire immortal, devil and demon realm to come and watch?
Furthermore, he already had people prepare a grand feast on the Jade Wave Star beforehand.
However, the Cyan Emperor's boldness is also something that could be admired. But Xin Yu, now that we've finished watching the divine tribulation, you can let us return now, said Ao Wushu lightly.
Bai Ling pulled He Yu's hand and said,
I'll also go back.
If I were to stay with you all, I'll only be a burden.
He Yu immediately started to comfort Bai Ling.
Afterwards, Yi Chu, Ao Wushu and Bai Ling returned to the Jianglan's realm.
Xin Yu, those three said they're going back. Where are they going to?
Immortal Emperor Songshi, who stood next to Qin Yu, asked in confusion.
Could it be the legendary Qingyu Immortal Mansion with the extremely astonishing defense? Qingyu Immortal Mansion? Extremely astonishing defense? Qingyu could only laugh in his heart and say, yes, they're going back to precisely the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Oh, my master had also told me before that he extremely admired one aspect of Immortal Emperor Ni Yang back then and in two aspects now. Gasped Immortal Emperor Songshi in admiration. Qingyu grew curious and immediately asked, Songshi, tell me what they are. Admire, what's to admire? Hou Fei and Heiyu also looked over.
Immortal Emperor Songshi laughed and said, what my master admired Immortal Emperor Ni Yang before was for his social skills. He was actually able to become close friends with the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord from the Dark Star Realm. In the Dark Star Realm, they would give troubles to and even attack foreigners, should they enter. The three great sovereigns of the Dark Star Realm were an even more eccentric bunch. My master only managed to be in a good relationship with the Gold Punishment Lord of that time and did not manage to befriend either the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord. That was because the two of them were very hard to get along with. For Ni Yang to be able to attain such a good relationship with the two of them, don't you think that was an amazing feat?
Indeed, he's amazing. Qingyu remembered the Blazing Profound Ring.
The Blazing Profound Ring was precisely formed through the fusion of the Black Flame Lord's ring and the White Profound Lord's ring. Just from that, one could already know about how close the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord were with Immortal Emperor Ni Yang.
That's the first aspect. What's the second aspect? Asked Hou Fei.
Songshi smiled and said, back then, my master merely admired his social skills.
However now, my master also admires Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's accomplishment in the defensive barriers.
A mere Qingyu Immortal Mansion possessed such a powerful defense that even when Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor joined hands, they were unable to break through it.
This was truly amazing.
This aspect. I reckon there is no other person who's able to accomplish the same thing in the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon realm.
Cough. Qingyu, Hou Fei, and Heiyu stared blankly.
They have grown speechless. Never had they expected that the rumor of the Jianglan's realm being the Qingyu Immortal Mansion would cause the dead Immortal Emperor Ni Yang's reputation to become even more outstanding.
What's wrong, did you not expect that? Could it be that the accomplishment that Immortal Emperor Ni Yang had in the defensive barrier aspect is not worthy of being admired?
Immortal Emperor Songshi instead asked. Of course it's worthy of being admired, said Qingyu and his two brothers immediately.
Hou Fei even gasped in admiration.
Songshi, what you said is right. Had it not been for Immortal Emperor Ni Yang who made the Qingyu Immortal Mansion to be that sturdy, my big brother would have likely been killed by Emperor Yu on the Reef Yellow Star already.
We ought to thank Immortal Emperor Ni Yang. Big brother, don't you think so too?
Yes, of course.
Qingyu was smiling wryly in his mind. Immediately after, Qingyu started to sweep his surroundings. For the over 1,000 Emperor-level experts on the first district, the majority of them have left using greater teleportation. After all, the Jade Wave Star was located in the same galaxy as the Ridge Peak Star. The distance between them was not great and was a distance that could be reached after 2 or 3 greater teleportations. If they were to line up for the interstellar conveying array, then who knows how long they'll have to wait, as there were over 100 million people. When people came, no one knew about the location of the Ridge Peak Star and thus would have to use the interstellar conveying arrays. However now, for the departure, they do not need to use the interstellar conveying arrays. Everyone has already left, we should be leaving too,
said Qingyu while smiling.
Brother Qingyu, do not rush to return.
You three should come to the celebration in the Jade Wave Star.
My master has prepared a magnificent banquet. There are banquets all over the entire Jade Wave Star. Those golden immortal and heavenly immortal level people would be able to enjoy the banquets in normal cities. As for the Emperor level experts, they are allowed to enjoy the banquets in the Crescent Moon Bay.
Immortal Emperor Songshi invited Qingyu and his brothers.
Qingyu looked to Hou Fei and Heiyu.
There was certain to be a large group of Emperor level experts gathered in the Crescent Moon Bay. For such a large number of Emperor level experts to be gathered in a single place was still an extremely rarely seen occasion. Upon seeing Hou Fei and Heiyu's expression, Qingyu knew that his two brothers also wanted to go and check it out. Well, in that case, we shall stay a bit longer, said Qingyu while smiling. While Qingyu and his brothers were chatting with Songshi, the Cyan Emperor instead had flown over to the location where the Dragon Emperor, Great Ape Emperor, Ox Demon Emperor, Emperor Ni, and Ao Woming were at. Brother Qi-Cheng, once you actually display your power, it's extremely astonishing, said the Dragon Emperor as he laughed.
Ao Woming, who stood to the side, also said,
Senior Cyan Emperor had passed the divine tribulation so easily, extremely admirable.
Great Ape Emperor, Ox Demon Emperor and them all offered their admirations and praise. the Cyan Emperor said while smiling deeply. Everyone, please don't say such a thing. For me to be able to attain my success today, I reckon that everyone knew of the reason. Luck, it was merely that I was lucky. What kind of reasoning is that? Luck is but a single aspect. There's also your insight. If it wasn't for your insight in the bewitching God Temple when you determined that unremarkable thing was extraordinary, then how would you be able to attain your success today? Said the Dragon Emperor.
Upon saying this point, Ao Wuming, who had been confused the entire time, came to realize. So it turned out that the success the Cyan Emperor obtained today had to do with the bewitching God Temple. Well then, everyone, come with me to the Jade Wave Star's Crescent Moon Bay. We'll properly celebrate this occasion. Now that I've passed the divine tribulation, the time that I have remaining in the immortal, devil and demon realm is not long. I will soon ascend to the divine realm. For the next time we meet each other again, I'm afraid that'll have to be in the divine realm. Lamented the Cyan Emperor. Upon hearing those words, the surrounding people all thought of numerous things.
To meet again in the divine realm, what kind of scenario would that be? Let's go. Having known you, Shi Qing, for all this time and knowing that I do not have much time left in the immortal, devil and demon realm with you, today I shall eat and drink to the fullest with you. Said the Dragon Emperor as he laughed out loud.
Afterwards, this group of people all started to use greater teleportation toward the Jade Wave Star in succession. When the Cyan Emperor was inviting the Dragon Emperor, Great Ape Emperor and them, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Peng Demon Emperor, Ao Ku, and Lu Tu were together. From time to time, they would look toward Qin Yu in the distance. They have even set up a barrier around themselves to not let their voices be heard. Brother Zhong Yan, if we were to hesitate any longer, then I'm afraid that we would never have another opportunity to kill Qin Yu. Emperor Yu advised. The Mystic Emperor Xian Shi also spoke out. Brother Zhong Yan ought to understand that Qin Yu and his brothers are already very powerful right now, and it would require a great deal of effort in order to kill them. If we were to not attack them now, then, firstly, with their ability to hide themselves, it would be very hard for us to find them again. Secondly, with their cultivation speed, even if we were to meet the brothers again, it'll likely be very hard for us to kill them. That Qin Yu is trained in a body fortification technique, his current body is as tough as a divine artifact. Brother Zhong Yan ought to know about that. Emperor Yu continued. However, at this moment, Ao Ku and Lu Tu did not say anything. The Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan's brows slightly creased. Following which he took a glance at the distant Qin Yu, who was currently talking with Immortal Emperor Songshi. He too wanted to kill Qin Yu. It's just that the Cyan Emperor had clearly said that they are not allowed to fight. If they were to fight, then it's the same as not giving the Cyan Emperor face. The Cyan Emperor's strength was already illustrated from the earlier divine tribulation. Not only the Cyan Emperor, the person the Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan feared the most was actually Granny Yinhua. He still remembered the time when Granny Yinhua blocked his attack. It was clear that Granny Yinhua's speed was even faster than his. To attack or not to attack? The Peng Demon Emperor frowned. He was hesitating in his heart. Qin Yu had left. Ao Ku suddenly spoke. Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, and the Mystic Emperor looked over. Sure enough. Qin Yu, his two brothers and Immortal Emperor Songshi had used greater teleportation and departed from the Ridge Peak Star. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor grew a bit anxious. Even with their current strength as level 9 Immortal Emperors, they are unable to kill Qin Yu. If they wanted to kill him, they must rely on the Peng Demon Emperor. Brother Fengyu, are you certain that Granny Yinhua is not on the Jade Wave Star? Peng Demon Emperor suddenly asked. I'm certain. Granny Yinhua had already departed before the divine tribulation even started. At this moment, there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that Granny Yinhua would not be on the Jade Wave Star. Said Emperor Yu. A cold light flashed through the Peng Demon Emperor's eyes. Good. In that case we shall go to the Jade Wave Star immediately and then find out where Qin Yu and his brothers are. I'll take care of Qin Yu. Ao Ku and Lu Tu would pin down Ho Fei. The two of you shall kill He Yu. What do you think about that? Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor had joy spelled out in their eyes. Good. After the three of them set up their agreement, they immediately used greater teleportation and departed from the Ridge Peak Star. In the sky above the oceans of the Jade Wave Star, Qin Yu, his two brothers and Immortal Emperor Songshi were alongside chatting and laughing as they flew toward the Crescent Moon Bay. Suddenly, an immortal awareness had covered Qin Yu and his brothers from afar. Emperor Yu's immortal awareness. Qin Yu frowned. Xiao He, Fei, be careful. That Emperor Yu might be planning to attack us. Brother Qin Yu, don't worry.
This is the celebration for my master's successful divine tribulation. How would that Emperor Yu dared stir up troubles?
Immortal Emperor Songshur did not believe that Emperor Yu would start a fight here.
However, Qin Yu instead covered the entire Jade Wave Star with his immortal awareness.
He was able to clearly discover that the Pang Demon Emperor was currently with Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor at a location several million miles away from where they are.
Suddenly. Not good.
Qin Yu discovered that the Pang Demon Emperor have suddenly disappeared.
Clearly he had used greater teleportation.
In merely a moment, Pang Demon Emperor appeared in a location a mile away from them. At the same time, he was rushing toward them with a frightening speed.
A mile?
With the Pang Demon Emperor's speed, it was a distance that he'll be able to cover instantly.
Don't resist.
Qin Yu's first reaction was to directly send his two brothers, Heiyu and Hofei, into the Jianlan's realm. As for Immortal Emperor Songshur, Qin Yu did not believe that the Pang Demon Emperor would attack him. Right after Qin Yu sent his two brothers back into the Jianlan's realm, the Pang Demon Emperor arrived. As for Emperor Yu, he and the Mystic Emperor, Level 8 Demon Emperors Aoku and Lu Tu have also used greater teleportation and teleported to a location a mile away from Qin Yu.
Where's Heiyu?
When Pang Demon Emperor was about to kill Qin Yu, he was astonished to discover that Heiyu had disappeared.
His true goal was for Emperor Yu and them to kill Heiyu.
Now that Heiyu had disappeared, the Pang Demon Emperor was unable to hide his shock for a moment. This also caused his attack to be a bit slower.
Pang Demon Emperor, today is the celebration day for Senior Saiyan Emperor to successfully pass the divine tribulation. You dare to come stir up trouble? Qin Yu rapidly flew backwards and said via voice transmission simultaneously. Xingyu Immortal Mansion. Humph. Once I kill you, Qin Yu, that Xingyu Immortal Mansion would naturally appear.
At that moment, that little bastard Heiyu would not be able to escape either, said the Pang Demon Emperor via voice transmission. At the same time, with his speed at its extreme, he came charging at Qin Yu once again.
Pang Demon Emperor.
Immortal Emperor Songshur, who stood to the side unexpectedly, grew angry. Never had he expected for there to actually be people who refused to give his master face. And at this moment, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku and Lu Tu had also arrived.
Stop!
A furious voice resounded through the heaven and earth. At the same time, a cyan-colored light rushed into the space between Qin Yu and the Pang Demon Emperor from the side. Pang Demon Emperor's golden light ferociously collided with this cyan light.
Pang Demon Emperor was unable to refrain from drawing back.
That cyan-colored light turned into a man.
It was the Cyan Emperor.
Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku and Lu Tu flew to the Pang Demon Emperor's side.
The five of them were looking at the Cyan Emperor.
Zhang Yan, Fengyu, Xianxi, today is the day of my divine tribulation. Furthermore, I have numerous experts from all over the immortal, devil and demon realm to join my banquet. Yet, you all paid no mind to what I have said in the slightest and instead attacked another. The Cyan Emperor have an angry expression on his face. Qin Yu, who stood to the side, rubbed his fists.
He didn't enter into the Jianlan's realm earlier because he wanted to test out his strength fighting against the Pang Demon Emperor.
It would seem that only after one reached level 8 Demon Emperor level would one be able to fight several tens of rounds against the Pang Demon Emperor.
Gasped Qin Yu in his heart.
He then glanced at the Cyan Emperor.
Cyan Emperor appears to be very angry. The Cyan Emperor was indeed extremely angry.
For him to invite the experts from the entire immortal, devil and demon realm to attend his divine tribulation, it was all for the sake of face.
And now, he had decided to hold a grand banquet through the entire Jade Wave Star.
That too was for the sake of face and reputation.
As a man who was about to ascend to the divine realm, what would he care about?
After enduring silently for tens of millions of years, he only managed to be grand and majestic today after great difficulty.
Qi Chang, if I want to kill Qin Yu, what can you do about it? Said the Pang Demon Emperor proudly. Comparing speed, the Pang Demon Emperor feared only Granny Yin Hua. What can I do about it? Ha ha.
I have said that whoever that attacked another, I will personally punish them. The five of you, I will not kill you.
Instead, I will punish you.
The Cyan Emperor's voice had turned cold. Qin Yu and the rest only sensed that the surrounding space had started to tremble.
9 Cyan Emperors suddenly appeared beside the Pang Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu and the rest. These 9 Cyan Emperors have surrounded Pang Demon Emperor and the other 4 completely. Pang Demon Emperor and the rest's expression changed.
That was because these 9 Cyan Emperors possessed the same strength as the true body. Jade green water screens, with the Cyan Emperors as the points, have covered the Pang Demon Emperor and the rest. Pang Demon Emperor and the rest were shocked to find that they can no longer move. Of the 9 Cyan Emperors, 5 of them walked respectively in front of the Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku, and Lu Tuesday.
Bang, dot.
All 5 of the Cyan Emperors extended out their right fist and ruthlessly smashed it onto the faces of the 5 people. The 5 people were unable to move in the slightest and could only watch as the fist came smashing on their faces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 44.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 44, Angry Humiliation.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Translation Nations. Bang! 5 fists ruthlessly smashed onto 5 faces.
The sound of noses breaking were heard almost simultaneously. Blood splashed everywhere. Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku, and Lu Tu were all hit so hard that their faces have turned bloodied. The 9 Cyan Emperors suddenly fused together and turned into a single Cyan Emperor.
The Cyan Emperor looked to the Peng Demon Emperor and the other 4 with a light smile.
Zhong Yan, Feng Yu, Xianxi,
for you all to stir up troubles here, I'll consider this punch of mine to be your punishment.
I hope that you all would know when to advance and when to retreat.
Otherwise,
I do not mind to make my fist even heavier compared to earlier.
That jade green colored water screen has completely returned back to the Cyan Emperor's body.
The binding on the Peng Demon Emperor and the rest were removed.
However, none of them doubted that the Cyan Emperor could once again subdue them.
Qinyu, Immortal Emperor Songshur, as well as the Dragon Emperor, Ao Woming, Great Ape Emperor, and a large group of other people that had arrived afterwards all saw the humiliation that the Peng Demon Emperor and the other 4 received. In an instant, Peng Demon Emperor and the other 4 immediately recovered their injured faces. However, the humiliation from earlier was something that they cannot forget in their entire lifetime.
Huff! The Peng Demon Emperor's chest was like bellows as he took in a deep breath. His complexion had turned dark reddish purple. His gaze was like that of a beast wanting to eat someone. His immense anger was something that everyone present was able to sense.
A never-before-seen humiliation. The Peng Demon Emperor's anger had reached its peak.
Cyan Emperor, you're strong indeed.
The Peng Demon Emperor slowly exhaled. His dark reddish-purple complexion had also turned pale.
Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor's expressions were also very unsightly. However, neither of them did anything.
That was because they have both sensed the gap between them and the Cyan Emperor earlier. If they were to try to attack him, then they'll only be asking for more humiliation. As for Aoku and Lu Tu, they were standing behind the Peng Demon Emperor and not saying a single word.
Qinyu. Emperor Yu looked to Qinyu. If you have the ability, then I dare you to stay beside the Cyan Emperor for your entire life.
Afterwards, Emperor Yu said coldly.
Brother Qi-Qing's countless years of bitter cultivation was truly exceptional. In front of you, I do not even have the capability to move. I, Feng Yu, admit my defeat. After being bestowed the fist by Brother Qi-Qing, I no longer possess the face to participate in your banquet. Thus, I shall take my leave.
Before Emperor Yu was even finished, Peng Demon Emperor had already interrupted.
Peng Demon Emperor looked at Cyan Emperor.
Cyan Emperor, after cultivating for all these years, your strength has actually reached such a level.
Only now did I find out that I was mistaken about a matter. Excessively mistaken. The Peng Demon Emperor's eyes were emitting evil intent.
He shot a glance toward Qinyu. Qinyu was unable to refrain himself from narrowing his eyes.
Zhong Yan, what is it that you want to say? Said the Cyan Emperor indifferently.
Peng Demon Emperor Zhong Yan instead looked to the Dragon Emperor and the Great Ape Emperor. Aofeng, Sun Yuan, we 3 great emperors of the Demon Clan had once thought that we would be able to do whatever we wished in the immortal, devil, and demon realms with our inherited treasures. I had felt that Bewitching God Temple was not something of worth the entire time. However, never would I have expected that the treasure that Qi-Qing obtained in the Bewitching God Temple from back then would allow him to power up to such a level. It would appear that us looking down upon the divine artifacts of the Bewitching God Temple all these years was a mistake. Qinyu, Immortal Emperor Songshur, as well as all the ever-increasing number of Emperor-level experts gathered here were all surprised. So it turns out that the Cyan Emperor being this powerful was because of a divine artifact from the Bewitching God Temple.
What? Cyan Emperor had been to the Bewitching God Temple before? Said Emperor Yu in shock. Mystic Emperor also had an unbelieving expression on her face. In the memories of Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor, Cyan Emperor had never once been to the Bewitching God Temple before. Furthermore, he didn't even fight for the Bewitching God painting. That's right, I've been to the Bewitching God Temple. Merely, that's something that happened tens of millions of years ago.
At that moment, I went to the Bewitching God Temple with 3 other Emperor-level experts. And at that time, Fengyu, Xianxi, you two were merely non-entities in the immortal realm," said the Cyan Emperor indifferently. Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor took a glance at each other. They were both a bit humiliated and angry in their hearts. They felt that in front of the Cyan Emperor, they were like infants in front of an adult. Tens of millions of years ago, the gap between them was immensely great, and now, the gap between them was still as great as before, even though they were all level 9 immortal emperors. For the Cyan Emperor to have such achievements, it was all because of the Bewitching God Temple. As for the most important treasure for exploring the Bewitching God Temple, the Bewitching God painting, it is currently precisely with Qin Yu. I hope that you'll hide that Bewitching God painting well. I reckon there'll be a whole bunch of people coming to take your Bewitching God painting. The Pine Demon Emperor had an expression of fake kindness. Qin Yu's expression turned cold. This sinister scoundrel. Qin Yu swept his gaze around his surroundings. Currently, of the over 100 Emperor-level experts gathered here, the overwhelming majority of them had a look of desire as they looked at Qin Yu. After what the Peng Demon Emperor said, I reckon there'll be even more people wanting the Bewitching God painting. And right at this moment. Peng Demon Emperor, is that Bewitching God painting truly on this Qin Yu? A black-clothed old man bystander suddenly spoke out. This black-clothed old man had a very indistinct appearance. Chillness was naturally being emitted from his body. The other Emperor-level experts were all involuntarily keeping their distances from him. This old man was a hidden expert of the Devil Realm. His level was that of a level 9 Devil Emperor. As for how powerful he was, no one was certain. After all, with Granny Yinhua as an example, these hidden experts' strength were extremely hard to tell. Peng Demon Emperor turned around to look. Upon seeing this black-clothed old man, his eyes immediately shined and said, "That's certain. If Qin Yu did not possess the Bewitching God painting, then why would Emperor Yu spend immense effort in trying to kill him? Brother Fengyu, don't you agree?" Emperor Yu and the Peng Demon Emperor exchanged a glance. He then also smiled and said, "Precisely. I will also not conceal this secret any longer. The Bewitching God painting is indeed on Qin Yu. Furthermore, not only the Bewitching God painting, even the 10,000 Beasts Atlas is on him." Fixed attention. Over 100 Emperor-level experts simultaneously looked to Qin Yu with passionate eyes. The Cyan Emperor's strength was already displayed. Even the Peng Demon Emperor, when in front of the Cyan Emperor, had his hands tied. And the source of the Cyan Emperor's strength was precisely the Bewitching God Temple. Not to mention those immortal emperors, even the Dragon Emperor, Ao Woming, Ox Demon Emperor and them were unable to refrain themselves from yearning for it. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor and them each had their own respective things to rely on and did not yearn for the Bewitching God painting greatly. Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, truly treacherous. Qin Yu sensed that the situation had turned somewhat bad. However, there was nothing he can do about it now. The number of Emperor-level experts gathered in the surrounding grew more and more numerous. Many of the people looked to Qin Yu with the intention to kill. This caused Qin Yu to become even more angry. Qin Yu's ice-cold gaze was ruthlessly swept to those people. He said in his heart, "You bunch of greedy bastards, it's best for you to not anger me. If you were to anger me, then I'll go into the Jianglan's realm and train for several thousands of years and reach the 9th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body. At that time, whoever dares become my enemy shall be killed with no exception." But Qin Yu's gaze that was filled with killing intent instead caused those Emperor-level experts to be shocked. They have remembered that this Qin Yu fought to a standstill with Emperor Yu. For a level 2, 3, 5, or 6 immortal emperor or demon emperor, trying to snatch that Bewitching God painting from Qin Yu was the same as throwing their lives away. Those weaker Emperor-level experts immediately concealed the greed of their heart. However, they were nevertheless prepared to attack him the moment he fell from grace. Humph. Qin Yu sneered coldly. In the immortal, devil and demon realm, sometimes one must be a bit more forceful. While Qin Yu could forget about others should they not provoke him, but if they were to try to come to kill him and snatch his treasure, then he too cannot be too compassionate and lenient toward them. Everyone. Cyan Emperor lightly smiled and said, "For I to attain my current achievement, it is indeed related to that Bewitching God temple." But once the Cyan Emperor said those words, everyone immediately looked to him. As for Qin Yu, he started to frown again. It's just that the treasure that I've obtained was not really a divine artifact. Furthermore, it made me stay at the level 8 immortal emperor level and bitterly trained for tens of millions of years before attaining success. Had it not been for that treasure, I would have long since ascended to the divine realm. For there to be gain, there must be loss. The Cyan Emperor said with a clear voice.
Well then, everyone, the banquet has already been prepared. Everyone, it's best follow me to the Crescent Moon Bay first. Good, everyone, let's attend the banquet.
Immortal Emperor Song Sure also said with a face filled with smiles.
We will not be going, farewell. Emperor Yu suddenly said. The Mystic Emperor also stood beside Emperor Yu. The Cyan Emperor merely smiled and nodded. Qi Chang, I too will take my leave. The Peng Demon Emperor also cupped his hand respectfully.
Afterwards, Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, and them flew away rapidly.
Crescent Moon Bay.
Over 100 tables were placed in an spacious courtyard mansion.
Xin Yu and his two brothers were seated at a table by the corner. Xin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu sat at a table. They were the only ones at that table. A voice-restrictive barrier was placed in the surroundings by Qin Yu. Although Hou Fei and He Yu were sent into the Jianglan's realm by Qin Yu, but they too have heard about what happened earlier. The circumstances are as such. I reckon our following days would be even harder than before. Say, what do you two think we should do? Qin Yu told what happened earlier clearly. He also explained the current situation they are in. So freaking troublesome. Whoever it is that wants to come and steal the bewitching god painting, we'll just kill them directly. If we're unable to defeat them, we'll hide. What are we three brothers afraid of? Hou Fei was filled with anger. He Yu's expression was also gloomy. Big brother, there is no need to be lenient toward those that want to kill us. Qin Yu nodded. Qin Yu understood that ever since the Peng Demon Emperor told everything in front of all those Emperor-level experts, it was likely that more than half of the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon Realms Emperor-level experts have knew about it by now. It was very possible for them to be surrounded to kill. Ha, Qin Yu suddenly laughed. He raised his wine cup and drank the wine. Xiao Hei, Fei Fei, there is no need to care about these. We will properly train and enjoy life at ease. If those people behave themselves, then we can disregard them. However, if they want to kill us and snatch the bewitching god painting, we most certainly cannot just stand there and let them kill us. Qin Yu's intention was very clear. Well then, let's leave first. Qin Yu suddenly stood up. Once the three brothers stood up, the rest of the Emperor-level experts that were laughing and chatting all looked to them. Qin Yu took a glance at his surroundings before proceeding to walk toward the frontmost table with his brothers. Seated at that table were the Cyan Emperor, Dragon Emperor, Emperor and I, Great Ape Emperor and them. Senior Cyan Emperor, everyone, we three brothers still have matter to attend to, so we'll be taking our leave first, said Qin Yu as he cupped his hand respectfully. The Cyan Emperor took a glance at Qin Yu and his brothers. He then smiled and nodded. In that case, I will not be able to send you off. Qin Yu, I will still be on the Crescent Moon Bay for another half a year. If you want to come, then you can come and find me within this period of time. As for after the half year's time, if you want to see me, then I reckon it'll be in the Divine Realm, but. Afterwards, Qin Yu and his brothers left the Crescent Moon Bay under the gaze of numerous Emperor-level experts. On an uninhabited planet. Suddenly, a single figure appeared. It was Qin Yu. Qin Yu was currently using greater teleportation by himself and rushing toward the Cyan Flame Star Field's flowing mist star with a rapid speed. If the three brothers were to journey together, it would have been easier for their identity to be leaked as there are three of them. Thus, it was safer for Qin Yu to proceed onward by himself. In a half-month's time, Qin Yu had reached the Cyan Flame Star Field's flowing mist star from the Crescent Moon Bay. Inside the flowing mist star's 5 Willows Palace. Qin Yu, Hou Fei, He Yu, Bai Ling and the rest were gathered together. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei. Qin Yu said. This flowing mist star could still be considered as being safe. For Little Tong and Guofan to be here, you all could still feel reassured. I am prepared to enter the Jianglan's realm and start training the 9 steps dark gold body. What do you all plan to do? Qin Yu felt that his strength was still not powerful enough. If he was to be truly powerful, then who would dare provoke him? Instead, they'll likely be afraid that he'll come cause problems for them. Big brother, how would we dare be lazy when you're about to start training? Said Hou Fei while laughing. He Yu also nodded and looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from smiling. Linger, I'm sorry. He Yu looked to Bai Ling who stood beside him. Bai Ling merely smiled and shook her head. Bai Ling knew that with her own cultivation speed, it was simply impossible for her to keep up with He Yu. It was likely that when He Yu ascended to the Divine Realm, Bai Ling would be unable to ascend with him. Thus, Bai Ling decided to stay with her daughter He Tong. Qin Yu and his brothers once again returned to the Jianglan's realm and started their seclusion training. As for Bai Ling, He Tong and the rest, they stayed in the flowing mist star and lived their lives peacefully.
As for when Qin Yu and his brothers would once again come out from the Jiang Lan's realm, at the very least for now they do not know. The imperial city of the core planet of the bird clan, Black Crow Star.
Scram!
With a wave of his sleeve, two maids were sent flying. Their blood splashed all over the palace chamber's stairs. Wearing a golden crown, golden boots and golden clothes, Peng Demon Emperor was still standing in his palace chambers.
Without my command, you all are not allowed back in here again. Yes, Your Majesty. The two maids said respectfully while trembling with fear.
Soon after, they hurriedly left here. And at this moment, four figures appeared at a distant place by the palace chambers. They were looking at the palace chambers.
These four people were Aoku, Lu Tu, Emperor Yu, and the Mystic Emperor. Aoku, Lu Tu, what's wrong with Brother Zhongyan? Asked Emperor Yu. Aoku and Lu Tu smiled helplessly.
Soon after, Aoku explained. In all these years, His Majesty has never suffered such a great humiliation before. This time around, after being humiliated like so by the Cyan Emperor, His Majesty has been burning with rage the entire time.
Brother Fengyu, if you all want to come in then come in.
There is no need to stand outside.
Suddenly, Peng Demon Emperor turned around.
His ice-cold gaze was looking toward where Emperor Yu and them stood. Emperor Yu and them glanced at each other and then started to walk toward the Peng Demon Emperor's palace chambers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 45. Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 45, Gathering. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations.
The palace chambers were desolate. There was not a single maid present.
It was giving off a gloomy and cold sensation.
And the sole person in the palace chambers, the Peng Demon Emperor, currently had his hands behind his back and standing without moving.
Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku, and Lu Tu walked into the palace chambers with puzzlement in their hearts. They do not know why the Peng Demon Emperor wanted them to come inside. Brother Fengyu, you all must have also felt the pressure Qin Yu and his brothers brought upon you all, right?
The Peng Demon Emperor stood with his back toward Emperor Yu and them.
However, he suddenly asking a question. Emperor Yu suddenly stopped. However, he still responded. Brother Zhongyan is correct.
The speed in which Qin Yu and his brothers power up is truly too frightening.
For every additional day that they live, it'll be another day of nervousness for me.
With their cultivation speed, even if I manage to luckily pass the divine tribulation and ascend to the divine realm, I'm afraid that once I'm in the divine realm, I'll still be much inferior to them. Emperor Yu's wife Xian, she also felt a bit helpless in her heart.
Following her husband, she also became an enemy of Qin Yu and his brothers.
And now, she too was feeling an immense pressure in her heart. Furthermore, currently, she and her husband no longer have the ability to kill Qin Yu at all.
That's right. Peng Demon Emperor suddenly turned around.
He looked to Emperor Yu with his sharp gaze.
Brother Fengyu, for you to have such a feeling, how would I not have such a feeling too? That third brother of Qin Yu, Yu, was actually a variation super divine beast.
Furthermore, according to my investigation, this Yu's speed is not inferior to the golden-winged great pink bird. His attack techniques are comparable to those of the monkey and ape clan, and his defense is something that no one in the bird clan could compare with. One could say that a variation divine beast like Yu possessed no weak point.
That powerful? Emperor Yu was shocked upon hearing that. As you wanted to kill Qin Yu, you have not considered about Yu much.
Thus, you've naturally not came to realize that.
Peng Demon Emperor's eyes narrowed.
A cold ray of light was emitting from his eyes. In merely several hundred years, this Yu has reached level 6 Demon Emperor level. If we were to allow him to continue his growth, then I'd reckon that he'll be able to reach level 9 Demon Emperor level in another 10,000 years. At that time, with merely his defense, I would become unable to break through it. The Peng Demon Emperor felt helpless. Although the inherited treasure of the Peng clan was extremely powerful and could increase his speed to a frightening level, but on the aspects of attack power. Although his attack power approaches that of a high-quality divine artifact, but when compared to his speed, it was instead a weak point.
Brother Fengyu, are you able to continue to bear and allow them to continue increasing their power? Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan looked to Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu shook his head and replied hurriedly with anger.
I have always wanted to kill Qin Yu, but, currently, we don't even know where he lives.
How do we kill him? There's nothing we can do. No. Peng Demon Emperor smiled coldly and shook his head.
Although we are temporarily unable to find where Yu and his brothers are, but we are able to increase the amount of troops and power we spend on searching for them. That way, we can also restrict them from increasing their attack power.
Restrict? Mystic Emperor, who stood to the side, asked in confusion. How do we stop them from increasing their strength? Pang Demon Emperor laughed and said.
The fastest method of increasing one's strength is not increasing one's original strength but instead obtaining a powerful weapon. If that Qin Yu were to possess a treasure that's comparable to my Pang clan's inherited treasure, then at that time,
I'm afraid that even I would become unable to kill him.
Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor's expression suddenly changed.
Right.
The best method of increasing strength was precisely divine armors and so on. You all have also seen the Cyan Emperor's strength. Back then, he obtained a treasure from the bewitching god temple. I believe the name of that treasure was called 9-Water Elemental Pearl. It was precisely the treasure that allowed him to reach his current prowess, so much that he's stronger than even me now. As for that Qin Yu, he possessed that bewitching god painting. The current Qin Yu's strength was even more powerful than the Cyan Emperor who have explored the bewitching god temple back then. On top of that, with his bewitching god painting, who knows if he would obtain a treasure comparable to the 9-Water Elemental Pearl?
Pang Demon Emperor laughed coldly.
If he were to obtain such a treasure, then we could only have our hands tied and wait for him to capture us and then be killed directly by him.
Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor took a glance at each other.
They both felt that what the Pang Demon Emperor said was right.
That Qin Yu, could he have already left for the bewitching god temple? Mystic Emperor Xian Shi's expression suddenly changed. Mystic Emperor, rest assured.
His Majesty has already anticipated that and already sent a total of 72 demon emperors from the Bird Clan toward the bewitching god temple. They have already set up the 8-9 space sealing array on the entrance of the bewitching god temple. No matter how strong that Qin Yu is, it's impossible for him to enter into the bewitching god temple,
said Aoku confidently. 72 demon emperors? Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor both took a cold breath. To be able to dispatch so many emperor-level experts at once, it's likely that only the 3 great emperors of the demon realm could do such a thing. The amount of emperor-level experts underneath people like the Cyan Emperor, Emperor Yu, and the Mystic Emperor was only equal to a third or even a fourth of what Pang Demon Emperor possessed. Afterwards, Emperor Yu took a breath of relief. He smiled and said, Brother Zhong Yan is truly far-seeing. With the 8-9 space sealing array being set up and the tunnel to the bewitching god temple being only that small, the defense of the formation array at that small space would be extremely powerful. Even if it was me, I'd still be unable to break through it. Humph, the 2 main entrances of the bewitching god temple, the one that's in our demon realm was only large enough to allow 5 or 6 people to enter at the same time. With such a small tunnel entrance, I've had 72 demon emperors join hand and form a formation array. The strength of its defense is so powerful that much less a single Yu, even if 3 Emperor Yes were to be present, I reckon that they'll still be impossible to break through it, said the Pang Demon Emperor confidently. Pang Demon Emperor laughed and didn't say anything. Mystic Emperor Xian Shi smiled and said, Brother Zhong Yan's move is truly amazing. There are a total of only 2 channels leading to the bewitching god temple. One is in the demon realm whereas the other is located in the dark star realm. It was impossible for the people of the immortal, devil and demon realm to be allowed entrance into the dark star realm and use that in trance. And the entrance in the demon realm here has been sealed off. Thus, although Qin Yu possesses the bewitching god painting, it was all in vain as he cannot get through to the bewitching god temple. Of the 2 great channels leading to the bewitching god temple, the one in the dark star realm was indeed something that people not from the dark star realm can enter. Even Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, who possessed a great relationship with the then Dark Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord of the Dark Star Realm, was unable to enter the bewitching god temple from their channel. If he were to be able to enter from that side, then how would he be threatened by Emperor Yu and Mystic Emperor? However, for I to have deployed this formation array, the matter has also become somewhat troublesome, said the Pang Demon Emperor with a frown. That's right, it's indeed a bit troublesome. Emperor Yu also came to realize that this bewitching god temple is something that's possessed by the entire immortal, devil and demon realm. For Brother Zhong Yan to take your own initiative and close off this channel, then the emperor-level experts from the immortal realm and demon realm and even the ones from the beast clan's territory and the dragon clan's territory would be enraged. That was inevitable. A large treasure deposit, but the Pang Demon Emperor dispatched people to seal off the doors to the treasure deposit and not allow anyone to go through, then how would the other powers possibly be able to endure it? Therefore, I have prepared to invite all the leaders of the different parties of the immortal realm, devil realm and demon realm to come to my Black Crow Star and discuss it, said the Pang Demon Emperor with a light smile. Oh? Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor were instead a little startled. Of the 2 great entrances to the bewitching god temple, one of them was sealed off by the 72 demon emperors dispatched by the Pang Demon Emperor. This matter currently does not have a lot of effect yet. After all, the blockage had only been set less than 100 years ago. In 100 years, how many Emperor-level experts would go there?
Thus, the complaint level was still not large. However, if the blockage was to last for 100,000 or a million years, then it was likely that all the powers would come to find trouble for the Bird Clan.
Immortal Realms Crescent Moon Bay. The Dragon Emperor and Ao Woming were still in the Crescent Moon Bay. As the time before the Cyan Emperor ascend to the Divine Realm was only several months away, the two of them decided to stay here and return after the Cyan Emperor ascended. The Dragon Emperor, Ao Woming, and the Cyan Emperor were currently drinking tea and chatting. Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor took his transmission spiritual pearl. He quietly chatted with the other person for a moment. Ao Woming and the Cyan Emperor both looked to him with puzzlement. Imperial Father, who is it?
When the Dragon Emperor placed the transmission spiritual pearl away, Ao Woming immediately asked.
It's Zhong Yan, said the Dragon Emperor while smiling. Pang Demon Emperor Zhong Yan? Why is he contacting Imperial Father Yu? Could it be that this guy is unable to find Brother Qin Yu and want our Dragon Clan to help him find and kill Brother Qin Yu? Ao Woming ridiculed. Because of his relationship with Qin Yu, Ao Woming found the Pang Demon Emperor very unpleasant to the eye. No, that's not it.
The Dragon Emperor shook his head and smiled. It's not regarding this matter but instead about the Bewitching God Temple.
Bewitching God Temple?
I remembered that 20 years ago, a demon emperor from our Dragon Clan have reported that the Pang Demon Emperor had dispatched 72 demon emperors and set up the 8-9 space sealing array there. We have still not gone to him to inquire about that, yet he came to us to talk about this Bewitching God Temple.
Imperial Father, what did he say? Asked Ao Woming.
It's all because of Brother Qi Qing.
The Dragon Emperor shot a glance at the Cyan Emperor. What does this have to do with me? Said the Cyan Emperor indifferently. The current Cyan Emperor, who had already successfully passed his divine tribulation, was very relaxed.
As he is now a person who was waiting to be ascended to the divine realm, he no longer cared much about the affairs of the immortal, devil and demon realm.
The Dragon Emperor said.
Zhong Yan said that the strength Brother Qi Qing displayed this time was enough to threaten us 3 great emperors of the demon realm. He said that the source of your strength is precisely the Bewitching God Temple's treasured divine artifact. Thus, he wanted us 3 great emperors of the demon realm to cooperate and eliminate this hidden danger. What the Pang Demon Emperor said is indeed somewhat reasonable.
We cannot let such a matter occur again, said Ao Woming as he nodded.
Suddenly, Ao Woming came to a realization. He turned to the Cyan Emperor beside him and said,
Senior Cyan Emperor, there's no need for you to say anymore.
I am a person who's about to ascend to the divine realm. The matters of the immortal, devil and demon realm is of no concern to me. There is no need to concern me regarding the matters of you all,
said the Cyan Emperor with an indifferent smile.
As a man who's about to ascend, there was not many things that concerned him.
Ao Woming looked to the Dragon Emperor.
Imperial Father, he said, to eliminate this hidden danger, how do we suggest we do that? As the future Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Ao Woming also didn't want for another person that could threaten the 3 great emperors of the demon realm to appear. Sealing off the channel toward the Bewitching God Temple. As for when to reopen it, it shall be determined by us.
If others do not even have the opportunity to enter the Bewitching God Temple, how would they be able to attain a powerful treasure?
The Dragon Emperor lightly smiled and said. What the Pang Demon Emperor suggested was indeed a bit reasonable.
The Cyan Emperor suddenly said.
Ao Fong, the matter regarding sealing off the Bewitching God Temple cannot be only decided upon by your 3 powers of the demon realm. My immortal realm as well as the devil realm would also have to be included. What the Cyan Emperor said instead startled the Dragon Emperor Ao Fong. If the immortal realm and the devil realm were to join hands, then they would be able to match up against your demon realm. If you all were to really contest over this matter, then your demon realm would also not be able to live in peace, said the Cyan Emperor with a smile.
The Dragon Emperor also nodded.
Indeed, if the 3 big shots of the immortal, devil and demon realm were to join hands and seal off the Bewitching God Temple, the immortal realm and devil realm would definitely be discontent with it.
It was even possible for war to happen.
If the immortal realm and the devil realm were to join hands, then their strength was not much weaker than that of the demon realm.
Furthermore, who knows how strong the hidden experts of the immortal realm and devil realm are? The Cyan Emperor's suggestion was very effective.
The matter regarding the sealing of the entrance to the Bewitching God Temple was rapidly spread to all the big shots of the immortal realm and the devil realm. The Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor, Azura Devil Emperor, Flame Emperor, and all the other big shots all started to proceed toward the Bird Clan's Black Crow Star. However, the Dragon Emperor and them still continued to stay on the Crescent Moon Bay. That was because the time of the gathering was scheduled to be a month or so after the Cyan Emperor ascends.
Crescent Moon Bay.
A whole bunch of people were gathered by the coast of the Crescent Moon Bay.
They were here to see the Cyan Emperor off as he was about to ascend now.
Granny Inhua, who had mysteriously departed from the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation, had also came to the Crescent Moon Bay. Along with her were the Dragon Emperor, Emperor Ni, Emperor Lu, and a whole bunch of people. This Emperor Lu was precisely the newly appointed successor to the Cyan Emperor.
Big brother. Emperor Lu looked to the Cyan Emperor.
His eyes were filled with reluctance to part.
The Cyan Emperor smiled and said, "Second brother, I will be ascending to the divine realm. Everything here would be under your care now."
Actually in the past tens of millions of years, it has always been you who had been looking over my areas.
Emperor Lu nodded. "Carefully train, I will wait for you in the divine realm," said the Cyan Emperor with a smile.
Immediately after, he looked to Emperor Ni, the Dragon Emperor, and them. "Sister Ni Shui, Ao Fong, you're both now level 9 demon emperors now. Quickly have your divine tribulations, I'll be waiting for you two to reunite with us."
The Dragon Emperor and Emperor Ni both laughed.
They and the Cyan Emperor, as well as the then Gold Punishment Lord of the Dark Star Realm, were extremely good friends. The Gold Punishment Lord had ascended, and now the Cyan Emperor was also going to ascend. Emperor Ni and the Dragon Emperor are now both level 9 demon emperors. They too would be ascending soon. The time for the four of them to reunite again in the divine realm is not far away.
Big sister Inhua. The Cyan Emperor looked to Granny Inhua.
At this moment, the Cyan Emperor's expression was very strange. It was as if he was grimacing.
"When would you ascend? When would we be able to meet in the divine realm?" Granny Inhua smiled. "Little brat.
We'll soon be meeting each other in the divine realm.
Crafty little boy, make sure to continue to train in the divine realm.
If you don't, then don't blame me when I punish you."
"Yes, yes." The Cyan Emperor started to laugh.
He then looked to his wife, the woman who had stayed with him close to 100 million years. The final moment before his ascension was precisely the time for them to be with each other.
After a long time. "My wife, it's time," the Cyan Emperor said softly.
He then slowly removed his hands from his wife that's in his bosom.
The Cyan Emperor's wife lightly nodded.
"Everyone, we'll meet again in the divine realm." The Cyan Emperor's body started to slowly fly toward the sky without control. At the same time, his body was radiating a misty light. As the misty light disappeared, the Cyan Emperor had also disappeared. Down below, the Dragon Emperor, Emperor Ni, and the rest of them were all looking upwards. "Wuming, there would also be a day for you to ascend to the divine realm.
Don't continue to stand there and let your imagination run wild. We currently still have important matters to attend to," the Dragon Emperor said to Ao Wuming. And at this moment, Emperor Lu and said, "Brother Ao Fong, I shall accompany you all."
The Dragon Emperor and them were about to proceed toward the Black Crow Star and attend the gathering of the big shots of the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm, and Demon Realm. The meeting this time was regarding the matter of sealing off the Bewitching God Temple. However, the source of this matter, Xinyu, was still training in the Jianglan's realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 46.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 46, The Ninth Stage of Stellar Transformation.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations. Inside a palace within the Black Crow Star's imperial city.
The leaders and big shots from all over the immortal, devil, and demon realms, as well as their important subordinates, are all gathered here.
There are a total of over 20 people.
However, some of the people amongst them are only here to observe and cannot do anything. The ones with the true right of speech was the Dragon Emperor, Peng Demon Emperor, Ox Demon Emperor, the side of the Immortal Realm, and the side of the Devil Realm, for a total of 5 different groups. The side of the Immortal Realm was composed of the Flame Emperor, Emperor Lu, Emperor Yu, and the Mystic Emperor combined. The side of the Devil Realm was composed of the Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor, Azura Devil Emperor, as well as the 2 hidden experts combined. The 20-some people within the palace were separated into 5 different groups.
On the side of the Peng Demon Emperor sat 3 people, Peng Demon Emperor, Aoku, and Lu Tuesday. Everyone.
As the person who proposed this matter, the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan stood up first. As usual, the Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan wore gold from head to toe, and his facial expression was as cold as always. Everyone are the leaders of the numerous powers within the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm, and the Demon Realm. I believe none of you all wish for an unstable factor to appear within your domain. This unstable factor is precisely the bewitching God Temple. Brother Qi Qing had just ascended. However, I believe everyone knew of Brother Qi Qing's strength. If one day, your enemy or subordinate were to obtain a treasure comparable to that of Brother Qi Qing's, I believe everyone would be able to imagine the consequences,"
said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently.
A black-clothed old man that led the side of the Devil Realm said indifferently.
"Brother Zhongyan, it's better for you to go to the main topic. What Brother Mo Luo said is correct." Pang Demon Emperor slightly nodded.
Ever since the Cyan Emperor invited everyone from the immortal, devil and demon realm to come and attend his divine tribulation, the Blood Devil Emperor and them of the Devil Realm discovered that there were actually two exceptional experts in the Devil Realm and immediately decided to get to know them. This time around, they had invited these two great experts to come out and help oversee the matter regarding the Devil Realm.
These two men were respectively Mo Luo and Mo Kong.
They were both level 9 Devil Emperor level experts. As for their true strength, no one knew about it yet.
I shall get to the main topic then.
The reason why I invited everyone today was precisely in hope that everyone would agree to sealing off the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple. The Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan spoke of his aim clearly.
Seal off the entrance to the Bewitching God Temple? A voice sounded.
The person who spoke was a handsome golden-clothed youth. This golden-clothed youth was dazzling with grandeur like the sun.
Brother Zhongyan ought to know that there are two great entrances to the Bewitching God Temple. How do we go about sealing off the entrance in the Dark Star Realm? Pang Demon Emperor said indifferently.
We merely need to seal off the entrance that's located in the Demon Realm.
I do not believe that
there would be anyone in the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm or the Demon Realm that is capable of entering the Bewitching God Temple from the Dark Star Realm's entrance.
Everyone grew silent.
All of these big shots of the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm knew of the hostility the Dark Star Realm had toward their respective realms. If someone from the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm or the Demon Realm were to enter the Dark Star Realm, they would be lucky if they haven't been killed by them directly.
Allowing them to enter the Bewitching God Temple through the Dark Star Realm's entrance? That was without question. Everyone, please speak out whether or not you'll agree to this.
I'll voice my opinion first. My Bird Clan has agreed to this matter,"
said the Pang Demon Emperor directly. My Beast Clan also agreed to this. The Ox Demon Emperor also nodded and said. My Dragon Clan agreed. The Dragon Emperor also spoke his standpoint.
All of a sudden, 3 amongst the 5 parties have agreed to it. The couple Immortal Emperors from the side of the Immortal Realm were currently discussing over it.
As for Mo Luo and Mo Kong, they were not in the slightest anxious.
They were currently waiting for the result of the discussion from the Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor and the Azura Devil Emperor. The only reason why Mo Luo and Mo Kong agreed to come was because the Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor and Azura Devil Emperor had agreed to one of their requests.
Otherwise, why would they possibly bother to show up?
Flame Emperor, Emperor Yu and Emperor Lu discussed about the matter for a moment before Emperor Lu spoke out as the representative of the side of the Immortal Realm.
My Immortal Realm also agreed to this matter. However, after we seal off the Bewitching God Temple, how long would it take before we reopen it? Also, how many people are allowed to enter it every time we reopen it? That is something that I believe we still need to discuss greatly.
That's of course. The Pine Demon Emperor also had a smile on his face.
Mo Luo received a voice transmission from Azura Devil Emperor.
He then nodded and said.
My Devil Realm side also agreed to it.
Merely, we had the same question as the side of the Immortal Realm.
When would the Bewitching God Temple be opened and how many people amongst every side would be allowed entrance every time it's opened? That is something that we still have to negotiate on.
The Pang Demon Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and the Great Ape Emperor actually wanted to shut off the Bewitching God Temple forever.
TL, yes I know, didn't know Great Ape Emperor was here. Who knew?
If they were to shut off the Bewitching God Temple for good, then their superiority was something that none of the other powers would be able to catch up to. However, they also knew that it was impossible to shut off the Bewitching God Temple forever. For one, the Immortal Realm and the Devil Realm would oppose it. Secondly, the other super divine beasts within the Demon Realm, such as the Phoenix, 7-colored Peacock, Purple-Eyed Ox Demon King and the Fire Qilin would all oppose to it. Furthermore, the other clans within the Demon Realm would also be in opposition to it. They would not give up the opportunity to allow themselves to strengthen and expand. Well then, since everyone has agreed to it, then the matter of sealing the Bewitching God Temple is thus settled. Now, we shall discuss how many years between each time the Bewitching God Temple opens and how many people are allowed to enter every time,
said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently. Soon after, all the major powers started to discuss.
From the viewpoint of the Pang Demon Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, the longer the blockage the better, the lesser the amount of people that were allowed in the better. However, the Immortal Realm, the Devil Realm and even the Ox Demon Emperor were not really in favor of that. 3 entire days. After using all kinds of methods, the 5 sides finally agreed to a proposal that all 5 sides could barely accept. Good, since everyone has agreed to it, then from today on, us 5 sides must always be in accordance to this agreement. If any side were to violate the plan, the other 4 sides shall join hand and kill them," said the Pang Demon Emperor coldly. The Dragon Emperor and them nodded. This agreement that is decided upon by the leaders of the 5 different sides, this agreement that would last for countless years, was thus determined like so. The details of the agreement: the demon realm's entrance to the bewitching god temple shall be sealed. In ordinary times, no one was allowed to enter it. Then every 10,000 years, the entrance to the bewitching god temple shall be opened once. And upon opening, each of the 5 sides would be allowed one person to enter it. The side of the Immortal Realm and the Devil Realm possessed numerous powers and were very chaotic. Thus, the person who is to be allowed to enter shall be determined by the powers within the Immortal Realm and the Devil Realm. Opening once every 10,000 years and all 5 sides could only submit a single person to enter, it appeared to be very few. However, this was the result that was obtained after a lot of talks by the Immortal Realm and Devil Realm. According to what the Pang Demon Emperor had originally proposed at the beginning, he wanted the bewitching god temple to be opened once in every 10 million years. The proposal by the Pang Demon Emperor had shocked everyone. It was clear that he did not wish for the Immortal Realm or the Devil Realm to obtain any treasure. Finally, after continuous discussions, the time was reduced to 10,000 years. In actuality, the Pang Demon Emperor also knew that the time that he proposed at the beginning was not something that could happen. Merely, the Pang Demon Emperor knew that the longer the time he proposed, the more leeway there would be in the discussions. The bewitching god temple shall be opened once every 10,000 years. Of our 5 sides, we are only allowed one person per side to enter into the bewitching god temple every time it opened. As this matter has been determined, we shall now discuss about the method of sealing off the entrance to the bewitching god temple. The Pang Demon Emperor brought about a new subject. The Dragon Emperor smiled and said, "Isn't the 8-9 space sealing array very good for the job? I do not believe that there would be anyone that's capable of breaking through it. That's right, just have those 72 demon emperors continue their guard." The Ox Demon Emperor also said while laughing. The Pang Demon Emperor's brows creased. They wanted to have his 72 demon emperors waste their time there till the end of time? The scheme from the other 4 sides was truly too much. The Pang Demon Emperor suddenly smiled and said, "If those 72 demon emperors were to continue to arrange the 8-9 space sealing array, then where would they themselves be at? If they were to stay outside of the entrance, I fear that they might be killed. If the people setting up the 8-9 space sealing array were to die, then the formation array would naturally be broken. Thus, the 72 demon emperors could only stay inside the entrance. What you said is reasonable. It is indeed not safe for them to stay outside the entrance." Emperor, you nodded and said, "Since you all wanted my men to guard the bewitching god temple's entrance the entire time, I too would not have any complaint regarding that. We can just let them continue to guard the entrance," the Pang Demon Emperor suddenly said while smiling. The Dragon Emperor, Ox Demon Emperor, Blood Devil Emperor, Black Devil Emperor and them all came to a realization. To be able to stay inside the entrance meant that they could enter into the bewitching god temple and gather divine artifacts. If the 72 demon emperors of the Bird Clan were to continue to stay there the entire time, who knows how many divine artifacts they'll be able to obtain. "That won't do," said the Ox Demon Emperor as he laughed. "For one, we cannot let you suffer such a loss. Secondly, this would cause embezzlement to be very easy to occur." "That's right." The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "How about this, us 5 sides would all dispatch some Emperor-level experts and set up the 8-9 space sealing array together. In that case, the Emperor-level experts from all 5 sides could monitor each other and thus prevent the matter of embezzlement from occurring." The Blood Devil Emperor laughed grimly and said, "That's hard to say. If they were to come into a mutual agreement, they could still embezzle. Thus, we must strictly order that whoever it is that were to enter the bewitching god temple and seek for divine artifacts while they're on guard duty would be chased and killed by all 3 realms." "Right." Pang Demon Emperor also nodded. Following, this suggestion received the approval from all the other parties. Can the power of the Emperor-level experts we dispatched be different? There's immortal elemental energy, devil elemental energy and demon elemental energy. If they were to blend with one another, would it cause a rejection and cause the formation array to collapse? Emperor Lu said in puzzlement. Pang Demon Emperor laughed and said,
Brother Lu is not familiar with the 8-9 space sealing array. This 8-9 space sealing array is actually stronger the more mixed the energy of the people setting up the formation array are. Oh, it's that peculiar? The Black Devil Emperor of the Devil Realm was also startled. That's precisely the case. You all would come to know it when we display it later. The Pang Demon Emperor said confidently. This 8-9 space sealing array is a great formation array of the Bird Clan, thus he was naturally very familiar with it. Pang Demon Emperor continued. Now we shall discuss about how many people are we each sending out. 72 is a number that's a bit hard to distribute amongst the 5 sides. After another round of discussions, the final result of the discussion, the Bird Clan, Dragon Clan and the Beast Clan would each dispatch 14 Demon Emperors. As for the Immortal Realm and Devil Realm, they would each dispatch 15 Emperor-level experts. This amount to a total of 72 Emperor-level experts. After all, if one were to talk about the Immortal Realm or the Devil Realm as a whole, they are respectively a bit stronger than the Dragon Clan or the Bird Clan. The entrance would be opened once every 10,000 years. The amount of time it would stay open is a single year. If one were to not come out within a single year's time, then they would be chased and killed by all 5 sides. On the year the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and Demon Realm set up the agreement regarding the Bewitching God Temple, each of the 5 sides have all dispatched a single person to inspect the outside region of the Bewitching God Temple. The next time the Bewitching God Temple reopens was to be 10,000 years after. A year later, the 5 people who were lucky enough to be dispatched to search the outside regions of the Bewitching God Temple have all returned. These 5 people were Aoku of the Bird Clan, Aolan of the Dragon Clan, the Ox Demon Emperor himself of the Beasts Clan, Mo Luo of the Devil Realm and Emperor Lu of the Immortal Realm. These 5 people have power on par with each other. On a planet closest to the Bewitching God Temple. At this moment, the Pang Demon Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and the rest were here. The outside regions of the Bewitching God Temple was truly weird. To be regulated to leave within a year's time, I too could only extend my best capabilities to scour the outside regions of the Bewitching God Temple. In this single year, my luck was pretty good. I managed to obtain a single low-quality divine artifact, said the Ox Demon Emperor carefreely. The Dragon Emperor laughed and said, "You've had it pretty good. Of the 5 that went in this time, only you managed to obtain a divine artifact. The rest of them didn't obtain anything. Divine artifacts were very hard to obtain. Back when the Bewitching God Temple wasn't sealed, there would frequently be Emperor-level experts entering it to try their luck. However, trying to test their luck are in the outside regions of the Bewitching God Temple and to the best of the abilities, only one amongst 100 Emperor-level experts would be able to obtain a divine artifact. After the matter regarding the sealing of the Bewitching God Temple had finished, the entire Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm had returned to the dullness of before. Occasionally, a new person would become famous and their name widespread. However, they are incomparable to Qin Yu and his brothers. In merely a couple hundred years, Qin Yu and Hou Fei's strength were comparable to that of level 9 Immortal Emperors, whereas He Yu's approaches that of a level 8 Immortal Emperor. Qin Yu and his brothers had grown equally as famous as the Hidden Emperor and his 2 brothers, people of the peak of the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm. However, for such a miracle-like thing to happen again was extremely hard. Inside the Zhonglan's realm, Qin Yu and his brothers were currently together. Qin Yu was watching Hou Fei and He Yu sparring. Bang! A spear swept across. As if it was penetrating through space, it suddenly appeared in front of Hou Fei. Hou Fei, who was startled by its appearance, was forcefully knocked onto the ground by it. The ground had cracked open. Qin Yu clapped his hands and laughed. Good. Fei, well, wasn't that karma? See how you were always bully Xiao He in the past? Mixed Hair Bird is truly a freak. Hou Fei stood up aggrievedly. While he's fighting against me, he actually learned my stick technique. After changing it and improving it a bit, he's using my stick technique as a spear technique. Stick, spear, the difference between the two wasn't great. One could use a spear to display the techniques of a stick. You can't say it like that. For Xiao He to be able to beat you, it's not merely because of the spear technique and stick technique. What's most important was that his speed is faster than yours and his movement more agile. Furthermore, his defense is stronger than yours. He does not have to care about his body's defense like you do. All he needed to do was attack and didn't have to defend at all. Thus, you'll naturally lose to him, said Qin Yu while smiling. Hou Fei humped lowly a couple times and didn't say anything. He Yu continued to stand there coldly. He held the cloud-piercing spear with a single hand and said coldly, "Monkey, you've trampled upon me for several hundred years, and today, I've only managed to smack you with a single spear technique. This debt of mine has yet to be paid completely." Ho Fei had a blank face. Xin Yu immediately started to laugh. He felt that his two brothers were truly amusing. Man? Xin Yu suddenly had a delightful expression on his face. It's been several hundred years now. After all these years, I've finally managed to absorb enough of my body's energy.
The energy from the flower paste space could finally enter into the 9th stage of the stellar transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 13, Chapter 47.
Book 13 Three Brothers, Chapter 47, Divine Flame.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Translation Nations. Big brother, what's wrong? Hey, you asked in puzzlement.
He had noticed that Xin Yu had a somewhat strange expression on his face.
Ho Fei also looked over, he too was astonished and puzzled. Xin Yu's excited and joyous expression was something that was unable to be concealed. Xin Yu looked to his two brothers and said, Fei, Xiao Hei, the two of you knew that I've been stuck on the 8th stage of the stellar transformation the entire time, right? And now, I'm finally able to enter into the 9th stage. Really? Said Ho Fei and Hei Yu. Xin Yu nodded repeatedly. He said excitedly, That's right, I'm going to train right away. Men, it'll be fine for me to train here.
While I train, it would be good if you two were to not disturb me. I've already reached the boundary between the two stages. I believe that I'll soon be able to reach the 9th stage of the stellar transformation. Xin Yu was unable to care for anything else and immediately sat down cross-legged on the meadow. Afterwards, with an intention, he separated the area 3 meters around him from the rest of the world.
Xin Yu was unparalleled in the Jianglan's realm.
Even if the Cyan Emperor were to come here, he would also become unable to attack Xin Yu.
Monkey, we'll just wait by the side.
Hei Yu also sat down cross-legged and quietly watched Xin Yu from afar.
Ho Fei also nodded and sat down cross-legged.
Likewise, he too was looking at his big brother.
Xin Yu appeared to be very tranquil.
Although his appearance was extremely tranquil, his awareness had long since entered into his Dantian's black hole and through the black hole channel and into the somewhat small stellar space and the flower paste space that belonged to him.
The flower paste space was still filled with an endless amount of flower paste. However, Xin Yu was able to clearly sense the aged and ancient aura that was pervading from the flower paste space.
The stellar space had become more than 10 times larger compared to when I was last here. Xin Yu was inspecting the stellar space from up to down. The more the stellar space absorbed the flower paste energy from the outside, the bigger it would naturally become. And now, the stellar space possessed a spherical shape with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. And within this enormous space with a diameter of nearly a kilometer was countless amount of revolving golden specks. The countless amount of golden specks had formed a nebula. Every part of my energy had absorbed the flower paste energy and successfully transformed.
Now, it's time to proceed on to the next step.
For some unknown reason, Xin Yu was filled with confidence.
Following the control of Xin Yu's intention, the countless amount of golden specks started to rotate faster. Rumble. The entire stellar space started to tremble. It was even giving off a loud noise. It was as if the space was about to collapse. That countless amount of golden specks were rotating with a frightening speed. At the same time, the nebula started to slowly shrink in size. This is the time.
Following Xin Yu's control with his intention, the speed at which the nebula decreases in size suddenly increased by 10,000 folds. Pop! As if there was a leak in the core of the nebula, all of the rotating golden specks began to gather toward the center of the nebula. It appeared to be in merely a blink of an eye but also appeared to be extremely long and endless. All of the golden specks had disappeared. Only that golden sphere remained in the stellar space. This golden sphere was extremely small. Observing with Xin Yu's consciousness, it was only as large as a fist. There was only a fist-sized golden sphere in the entire stellar space with a diameter of a kilometer.
When contrasting the two, it appeared even smaller. That golden sphere was currently spinning around and around.
Around the golden sphere were burning black flames.
Black-colored flames. Black-colored flames, divine flame. Xin Yu was unable to refrain his pleasant surprise. It was exactly as he had anticipated.
Back then when he had reached the dark star realm, the stellar true flame was the blue heavenly flame.
When he reached the black hole stage, the stellar true flame was the extremely silent heavenly flame.
And now, the stellar true flame was the black-colored divine flame. According to what Songshur had said, the true flame of an emperor-level phoenix was also black-colored divine flame.
Phoenix was able to casually use a large amount of extremely silent heavenly flame in attacking others. Would I be able to do that too? Xin Yu questioned himself. Unfortunately, Xin Yu wasn't proficient in the usage of flames.
Back then, he was only able to use flames and attack others through the usage of the Black Flame Lord's ring. And the flames that the Black Flame Lord's ring was merely the blue-colored heavenly flames. As for the blue-colored heavenly flames, they were not at all threatening to top-quality experts like Emperor Yu. Seems like I must also learn about how to use flames sometime in the future. Xinyu understood well in his heart that as his stellar true flame was the divine flame, then he should logically be able to employ a large amount of extremely silent heavenly flames in his attacks. That golden sphere was still spinning unceasingly. Whirl whirl, a very clear sound was heard. The flower paste energy from all over the flower paste space had turned into strip-like shapes and were permeating into the stellar space and gathering toward the golden sphere. The golden sphere was easily absorbing the incoming energies. Xinyu looked over and saw millions of gray-colored strips gathering toward the golden sphere unceasingly. Could it be that I do not need elemental spirit energy now? Xinyu tried to absorb elemental spirit energy from the outside world, however, his golden sphere did not absorb any of the extremely pure elemental spirit energy. Xinyu immediately realized. It would appear that after reaching the 9th stage, if he wants the golden sphere to transform, he could only do so through absorbing the energy within the flower paste space. With an intention, Xinyu withdrew his awareness from the stellar space. After opening his eyes, Xinyu extended his index finger. A golden finger ray was emitting back and forth from his index finger. Xinyu was sensing the power of this golden finger ray. It would appear that it's not really powerful. It's not as powerful as my current body's strength. However, it's not too bad. It's about the same as what I had predicted. From the late-stage black hole realm to the early stage of the 9th stage, the power of the energy had increased by about 10 times. Xinyu was still very satisfied with the amount of increase in the power. What should I call the 9th stage? Xinyu thought about it for a moment. Suddenly, Xinyu remembered the information about the science and technology civilization that was left by his master Lei Wei. He remembered the speculation they had toward the formation of the cosmos, that the cosmos was formed through a singular point. Singular point? In that case, I shall temporarily name this as the origin. The 9th stage of the stellar transformation shall be the origin realm. Xinyu had decided in his heart. He didn't really like the sounding of singular point and thus did not use it. The current Xinyu was merely at the early stage origin realm and his origin energy only possessed the attack power of a level 5 or 6 immortal emperor. The assistance it provides to Xinyu is not great. Only after he reached the mid-stage origin realm would it provide a large amount of assistance to him. Since I've reached the 9th stage, it essentially means that when conditions are right, success will follow naturally for the future cultivation. Although the stellar transformation possesses immense potential, but what truly raises my attack power now is the 9 steps dark gold body martial technique. Xinyu understood in his heart. He reckoned that after a longer period of time had passed or after he ascended to the divine realm, what he would rely the most on would still be the stellar transformation. With an intention, Xinyu removed the space barrier around him. Big brother, how was it? Ho Fei and He Yu asked almost simultaneously. Xinyu stood up, took a stretch, smiled and said, "It's not bad. However, as I've only just stepped into the 9th stage, its strength is currently inferior to that of the 9 steps dark gold body. For now, I still have to train the 9 steps dark gold body." Ho Fei and He Yu both nodded. This was exactly as they had anticipated. The later stage black hole realm possessed merely the strength of a level 3 immortal emperor. Even if Xinyu managed to break through, it was still impossible for the stellar transformation's energy to soar to that of a level 8 or 9 immortal emperor at once. Big brother, how far along are you with the 9 steps dark gold body? Ho Fei asked. I've reached the later stage of the 7th stage. The time before I reach a breakthrough was very close, said Xinyu while smiling. The strength of the 7th stage was only comparable to Emperor Yu's strength. If he were to reach the 8th stage, then adding on the recovery power of the life elemental energy, it was completely possible for him to defeat Emperor Yu. Xinyu suddenly saw a person. It was Yi Chu. He was standing not far away and looking at Xinyu. You've reached the later stage of the 7th stage? Yi Chu once again asked Xinyu. Xinyu nodded. He knew that Yi Chu was about to become depressed again. Yi Chu held up his fists, he stared at Xinyu with his tiger eyes. How many years have I cultivated? Through all those exhausting labor, I've managed to break through the 7th stage and reach the 8th stage. And you've only reached the 7th stage several hundred years ago, less than 1,000 years worth of time. Are you to say that you're going to break through the 7th stage and reach the 8th stage in less than 1,000 years? Yi Chu, do not despair too much. To be honest, your cultivation speed is actually pretty fast. It's merely a trace bit slower than mine.
said Qin Yu with deadly earnest. Yi Chu grew speechless. However, Ho Fei and He Yu both started to laugh. You little scoundrel bastard, I'm done, I've had enough, said Yi Chu grudgingly. As for Qin Yu, he could only smile. Ever since the Peng Demon Emperor and them saw Qin Yu and his brothers again on the Ridge Peak Star, it had already been 100 years without any news regarding the three brothers. As the time passed, Peng Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, and them grew more and more anxious. The longer the time, the more frightening Qin Yu and his brothers would become. In a certain palace in the Black Crow Star's Imperial Palace, the Peng Demon Emperor was currently chatting and drinking with Emperor Yu. Back when Qin Yu had only stepped foot on the territory of the Bird Clan, I tried to kill Qin Yu but was obstructed by the Dragon Emperor. The Qin Yu from back then was without any power to defend himself against me. 100 years later, when Qin Yu showed himself again, he was already powerful enough to be able to kill by phone. His strength was around the level of level 8 Immortal Emperor. And after another 100 years, when Qin Yu appeared once again, his strength was already equally matched with mine. He had attained the strength of a level 9 Immortal Emperor. Emperor Yu had a slightly helpless expression. And now, another 100 years have passed. The current Qin Yu, his strength, might have already surpassed mine. Peng Demon Emperor, who sat to the side, lightly laughed and said, Brother Feng Yu, the further down the road, the harder it is to increase one's strength. While he was able to increase his attack power from that of a level 8 Immortal Emperor to that of a level 9 Immortal Emperor in 100 years, but in this 100 years, I reckon there would not be a major increase in strength. The Bewitching God Temple had also been sealed off by us, so it was impossible for him to enter into the Bewitching God Temple. I believe that there shouldn't be anything unexpected. All these years, we've been unable to find Qin Yu and his brothers. Could it be that Qin Yu and his brothers had been in the Qin Yu Immortal Mansion the entire time? Emperor Yu shook his head and said helplessly. Peng Demon Emperor had also grown silent. Where exactly had they hidden to? Suddenly, Emperor Yu raised his head. His eyes shined. Brother Zhongyan, I had discovered that we had a gap in the method that we had been using to chase and kill Qin Yu. I think it's extremely possible for us to be able to kill Qin Yu this time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 1. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 1, Discovered. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Translation Nations. What did you say? You have a way to kill Qin Yu, He Yu, and Ho Fei? The wine cup in the Peng Demon Emperor's hand rocked. A lot of wine splashed onto the table. However, it appeared that the Peng Demon Emperor did not notice it as he was still staring at Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu nodded, smiled, and said, That's right. If my guess is correct, it's very possible for us to capture those three. Emperor Yu had an extremely confident smile on his face. This also caused the Peng Demon Emperor to believe in it even more. Tell me, quickly, tell me. Emperor Yu took a deep breath and then slowly said, Brother Zhongyan, all these years, we've been trying to chase and kill Qin Yu and his brothers. The major reason for that was because we cannot find out where they are hiding. Although we've ordered our subordinates to pay attention to three extremely powerful youths and report back to us the moment they appear. But, it was very possible that Qin Yu and his brothers had never traveled the Bird Clan's territory together. The Peng Demon Emperor was calmly listening. According to what I know, there are many people who are around Qin Yu. For example, there's He Yu's wife Bai Ling. I think that although it might be possible for Qin Yu and his brothers to willingly stay in the Qin Yu Immortal Mansion for the entire time, but what about Bai Ling? Would they have the hearts to make her stay there too? If they really had such steel hearts and decided to have their entire group stay in the Qin Yu Immortal Mansion the entire time, then we truly would have no way to find them. However, for now, let's assume that the three of them are not in the Qin Yu Immortal Mansion. If that was the case, then how did they manage to escape from Brother Zhongyan's search? Said Emperor Yu while smiling. Peng Demon Emperor slowly nodded. That's right, how exactly did they escape my search? That's very simple. The people carrying out Brother Zhongyan's orders are Brother Zhongyan's subordinates. How would Brother Zhongyan's subordinates be able to investigate who they are? Of course, they would send transmission to some of the ordinary bosses of some ordinary planets. However, if Qin Yu and them became the boss of a planet, then no matter how we search for them, we'll still be unable to find them. That's because we'll be asking them to search for themselves. Said Emperor Yu with a self-mocking smile. I too had only just recently thought of this issue. That's right. Peng Demon Emperor's eyes shined. He immediately turned around and frowned. No, the experts that appeared in the Bird Clan all these years, my subordinates had kept track of all of them.
If Qin and his brothers were to become a boss of a planet, their strength would at the very least be that of an emperor level. However, according to my records, there are no 3 people that fits the condition, but...
Brother Zhongyan, you're mistaken.
At this moment, Emperor Yu's train of thought was extremely free-flowing.
Had you forgotten that this Qin Yu possesses the 10,000 Beasts Atlas? He has a large amount of subordinates.
I reckon there are over 1,000 Demon King level experts. You must know that in some ordinary planets, the bosses there are merely Demon Kings.
If he were to let his subordinate control this planet and hide himself in the back, then how would your men be able to find him?
Once Emperor Yu said these words, the Peng Demon Emperor suddenly came to a realization.
That's right. Ha ha. I understand now. Peng Demon Emperor laughed loudly and said. Qin Yu had arrived in the Bird Clan's territory some 300 years ago. There were about 100 years difference in the 3 times that he showed up. In that case,
I'll order my subordinate to search the newly emerged bosses in the Bird Clan's territory of the past 300 years.
Brother Zhongyan is truly brilliant. Flattered Emperor Yu. Ha, Peng Demon Emperor laughed out loud.
Immediately after, he spread his demon awareness and immediately covered the entire Imperial Palace. He immediately discovered level 8 Demon Emperor Lu Tu and sent a voice transmission to him.
Lu Tu, come over immediately. In a blink of an eye, Demon Emperor Lu Tu had appeared. Lu Tu bowed and said, What might your majesty have for me? Lu Tu, go and search exactly how many planets had new bosses within the past 300 years. After you finished your search, immediately report back. No delay is allowed. Shouted the Peng Demon Emperor. Yes, your majesty.
Upon seeing the tone that the Peng Demon Emperor spoke with, Lu Tu knew that this matter is of extreme urgency. Immediately, he bowed, left the place and started working.
Brother Fengyu, let's continue drinking and wait for the news to come.
At this moment, the Peng Demon Emperor's mood was extremely good. In the past 100 years, there had been no thread leading to Qin Yu at all. Although Emperor Yu's idea might not necessarily work, but it possessed feasibility.
Drink. Emperor Yu also raised his wine cup.
In merely 2 hours.
Your Majesty, this is the information regarding the new bosses of the planets within the Bird Clan's territory within the past 300 years.
Lu Tu had immediately arrived in front of the Peng Demon Emperor and handed over the jade slip in his hand. Your Majesty, majority of the planets are controlled by a family for several 100,000 to several millions of years.
There are not many planets within the entire Bird Clan's territory that had changed hands within the last several 100 years. There are a total of 8 of them.
In the immortal, devil and demon realm that can be said to be boundless, only 8 planets have changed hands in the Bird Clan's territory.
It was truly not many.
The Peng Demon Emperor held the jade slip in his hand.
He swept through it with his demon awareness.
Immediately, he lightly smiled and said, For amongst these 8 are most probable. As he said that, he passed the jade slip to Emperor Yu beside him.
Emperor Yu did not say anything and immediately took the jade slip and looked through it with his immortal awareness.
Soon after, Emperor Yu raised his boss and looked to the Peng Demon Emperor with a smile.
Brother Zhongyan,
Of these 8, 4 of them are likely to be bosses that are changed by the time when Qin Yu escaped. 2 of these 4 had their bosses changed right when Qin Yu arrived at the Bird Clan's territory. 1 of them had their boss changed after Qin Yu killed by Feng. The last of them changed their boss after Qin Yu returned after the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation.
That's right, these 4 planets are the most probable. However, the other 4 are also probable.
The Peng Demon Emperor nodded and said. Merely, both Emperor Yu and the Peng Demon Emperor knew that it was only a possibly. It might be possible that their speculation would not hold up at all and Qin Yu and his brothers had instead stayed in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion the entire time.
Big brother Fengyu, you sought for me? Mystic Emperor Xian Shi suddenly appeared. Emperor Yu nodded and said while smiling.
That's right, Brother Zhongyan and I had came to a speculation. If we are to be correct in our speculation, it is very possible for us to be able to find Qin Yu and his brothers and even kill them this time around.
Really?
Xian Shi's mood had also turned cheerful.
Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan also nodded. Emperor Yu's expression suddenly grew solemn.
He slowly said.
This time around, no matter what, we cannot alert them.
We must certainly be able to kill them with a single strike. If they were to discover us, we must not allow them to escape.
That's right. Peng Demon Emperor also nodded.
He was also able to deeply sense the pressure that the 3 brothers brought upon him. Brother Zhongyan, that's why I believe that this time, when we are to inspect these 8 planet bosses, all 3 of us must set off together. Once we discover them, the 3 of us are to immediately kill them.
A cold light shined through Emperor Yu's eyes. Pang Demon Emperor also nodded. We'll go and personally inspect every single one of them. After all, there are only 8 of them. We'll start off with the most probable 4. Emperor Yu slightly nodded. On a starry sky.
Pang Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku and Lu Tu were all standing in the sky.
Emperor Yu's immortal awareness was spread open.
This planet was their first target. The boss of this planet was someone who had turned into the planet's hegemon when Qin had just stepped foot into the demon realm.
How is it? Pang Demon Emperor looked to Emperor Yu.
Of the 5, Emperor Yu possessed the highest level soul. Furthermore, he had already seen Bai Ling, Yi Chu, Ao Wushu and them before when they were watching the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation on the rich peak star. Thus, he was naturally familiar of their auras.
None. There is no one in this planet that possesses the aura of the people with Qin or that Bai Ling, said Emperor Yu as he shook his head. Pang Demon Emperor's brows creased. He then said, "Let's go, we'll go and try out the next planet."
When the Pang Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, and the other 3 were bitterly searching for Qin Yu and his brothers were still peacefully training in the Jianglan's realm. This time around, it was unlikely for Qin Yu and his brothers to exit the Jianglan's realm until they reach a level where they can handle the Pang Demon Emperor.
Flowing Mist Star. 5 Willows Palace. In the back garden of the Pure Flow Mansion. Bai Ling and her daughter Heitong was sitting beside the cluster of flowers. They were currently looking at the open space in the middle of the garden where Wu Lan was currently instructing Guofan. Wu Lan, unlike Yi Chu and Ao Wushu, did not try his utmost to bitterly train. Instead, he was living a quiet and cozy life on the flowing mist star. Occasionally, he would play with Heitong. Occasionally, he would go fishing or drink tea. And occasionally, he would give some directions to Guofan. Uncle Wu Lan, is this right? Guofan once again threw his right fist frontward. The space where his fist went through appeared to have been compressed instantly and was giving off a frozen repressiveness. In actuality, Guofan's fist did not contain any energy. It was a fist that was thrown with merely strength and muscles. There was nothing that can be done. When training in the garden, if he were to use the demon elemental energy within his body, then it was likely that Guofan would have smashed the entire garden to pieces with a single fist. Thus, he could only train like this. Fortunately, what he was learning was the methods of using one's fist. Therefore, it didn't matter even if he didn't use any energy. Ah, it's not bad. Wu Lan nodded joyously. Afterwards, he looked toward Heitong who sat afar. Little Tong, your husband is truly not bad. His attack technique is similar to my own. He could indeed learn my martial technique. Merely, this is about it for today, I'll teach him again tomorrow. Heitong immediately ran over to Wu Lan, grabbed his arm and started to act coquettishly. Uncle Wu Lan, just teach him for 2 more hours. Up till now, you've only demonstrated 3 times. How would Big Brother Guofan be able to learn your technique that easily? Uncle Wu Lan. Sigh, okay, said Wu Lan as he pampered Heitong. Immediately after, Wu Lan looked to Guofan. Guofan, open your eyes wide. Make sure to also use your demon awareness to carefully observe. As to how I execute my fist, the method of the fist, you must comprehend it yourself in order for it to become yours. After he finished saying that, Wu Lan looked to the front indifferently. He lightly grasped his right fist and struck it out slowly yet fast. At the time when Wu Lan threw his fist out, the surrounding space appeared to have been frozen. Wu Lan's fist had completely pierced through the space. Buzz. A faint air ripple had appeared in the surrounding. Fortunately, Wu Lan had not used any energy with his fist strike. It was merely done with his comprehension of the way of the fist. Even without any energy behind it, it was able to give rise to such a result. If he were to use his energy with the fist, then the might of the fist was something that can well be imagined. Did you manage to see it clearly? Wu Lan looked to Guofan. Guofan frowned and shook his head. Immediately after, he walked to the side and started to slowly throw his fists forward one by one. He was trying to unceasingly experience the new sensation. Wu Lan smiled as he saw this scene. At the same time, he walked to the table on the side, picked up a cup of tea and started to slowly drink it. However, Wu Lan and them were completely oblivious that at this moment, the Pang Demon Emperor and them had already arrived on the flowing mist star. The sudden emergence of the 5 Willows Palace was indeed a matter that had happened within the past 300 years. It was one of the 8 places under suspicion. At this moment, in the sky above the oceans of the flowing mist star stood Emperor Yu, Pang Demon Emperor, Mystic Emperor, Aoku and Lu Tuesday. Brother Feng Yu, check it out, said the Pang Demon Emperor.
Emperor Yu nodded and once again began to spread his immortal awareness. The immortal awareness of a level 9 immortal emperor instantly covered the entire flowing mist star. Naturally, his immortal awareness also covered the 5 Willows Palace. Naturally, Wu Lan, Guofan and them were discovered.
Bai Ling, I've discovered Bai Ling's aura. Emperor Yu said to Pang Demon Emperor with a pleasantly surprised tone. Really? The Pang Demon Emperor also had an ecstatic expression on his face. To search 8 planets, they were already prepared for failure. After all, Xin Yu and his brother's ability to hide themselves had caused Pang Demon Emperor and them to suffer immensely. What about He Yu and his brothers? Pang Demon Emperor immediately asked. Emperor Yu frowned and shook his head. None. I only see Bai Ling and a girl that's very intimate with her. At the same time, there are 2 males.
One of them possessed the strength of level 8 Demon Emperor while the other wasn't even at the level of Demon King.
Level 8 Demon Emperor? Who? Pang Demon Emperor was suspicious. Level 8 Demon Emperor, all of them possessed widespread reputation. I don't know. Emperor Yu shook his head.
Immediately after, he said puzzled. Even during the time on the Rich Peak Star when we were watching the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation, I had also not seen this man.
Wu Lan had indeed not watched the Cyan Emperor's divine tribulation. That was because Wu Lan didn't feel like watching it. Pang Demon Emperor's brows creased. It would appear that he ought to be a Demon Emperor from the 3rd layer of the 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Emperor Yu nodded and said. Although I did not manage to find Xin Yu and his brothers, but let's first capture Bai Ling and them. Furthermore, I sense that girl appears to be very intimate with Bai Ling. Ah, it's her daughter.
Emperor Yu's immortal awareness had covered the 5 Willows Palace the entire time. Earlier, He Tong was chatting with Bai Ling and had called her mother.
Daughter? He Yu and Bai Ling's daughter? An indescribable light was flickering in the Pang Demon Emperor's eyes. Good, let's proceed immediately.
It's a bit hard to capture that level 8 Demon Emperor alive, we'll kill him directly.
As for the rest of them, capture them all alive.
The Pang Demon Emperor had gave the order directly.
Let's go.
Immediately, the 5 of them disappeared from the sky above the ocean and appeared in the sky above the 5 Willows Palace. Wu Lan's Soul Realm's level was not strong, it was merely at a level 8 Demon Emperor level. However, during the moment when Emperor Yu had spread out his immortal awareness and covered the entire flowing mist star, Wu Lan had a foreboding sensation.
However, he was unable to instantly find the reason.
Wu Lan, who had sensed something, immediately raised his head up. What he saw was 5 people suddenly appearing in the sky above them. It was precisely the Pang Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, and them. Upon seeing this group of people's sudden appearance, Wu Lan's expression immediately changed and immediately sent a mind voice transmission.
Xin Yu, Emperor Yu, and them have come.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 14, Chapter 2.
Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 2, Emperor Yu's Death, spoiler highlight if you want to see.
Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Philip and Translation Nations.
I'll take care of that level 8 Demon Emperor,
said Emperor Yu as he lightly smiled.
After he finished saying those words, Pang Demon Emperor, Emperor Yu, Mystic Emperor, Aoku and Lu Tu all turned into 5 rays of light and rapidly shot toward the Pure Flow mansion below them. As for Emperor Yu, he specially shot toward Wu Lan to handle him.
Wu Lan stood up like a spear.
He was calmly looking at Emperor Yu, who was coming toward him from afar.
It's been a long time since I last fought.
A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wu Lan's mouth. Wu Lan retreated his right fist toward his waist and started to slowly emit a black light from his entire body. Looking from afar, Wu Lan appeared to be completely covered by a layer of black-colored liquid-like and flowing matter. A level 8 Demon Emperor dares to take me on, you're courting death. Upon seeing Wu Lan acting like that, Emperor Yu was unable to refrain from being slightly angered. The Great Emperor's sword that he held in his hand shot a sword ray that ripped through the sky and arrived in front of Wu Lan in an instant.
Wu Lan continued to stand there.
His right fist was still beside his waist.
Suddenly,
time appeared to have been stopped, and space appeared to have been frozen. Clearly, Wu Lan's right fist was shot out with a speed that appeared to be very slow. His fist penetrated through the space and collided with the Great Emperor's sword. Wu Lan's fist was very ordinary. However, his fist was covered with a flowing black matter and was thus no longer ordinary. The Great Emperor's sword collided with Wu Lan's fist directly.
Kacha like a frail iron, the Great Emperor's sword instantly broke apart into 7 to 8 pieces.
The fragments of the Great Emperor's sword slowly scattered in all directions. However, Wu Lan's fist was still advancing. Bang! His fist had penetrated through Emperor Yu's abdomen. In the silence, everyone's heartbeats sounded like rolling thunder. Everyone present was looking at Wu Lan with a dumbfounded expression, including the Peng Demon Emperor that had prepared to go and capture Bai Ling. Emperor Yu, a Grand Level 9 Immortal Emperor, was actually unable to even land a single move against a Level 8 Demon Emperor. Furthermore, even his mid-quality Divine Sword, the Great Emperor's Sword, was shattered by this Level 8 Demon Emperor with a single fist.
What exactly was this Level 8 Demon Emperor's fist composed of? Could it be the Dragon Emperor? Or is he the same as the Dragon Emperor? Peng Demon Emperor was dumbfounded.
As for Emperor Yu himself, he was looking at the large hole in his abdomen in shock. And at this moment, Wu Lan was holding onto a nascent soul in his hand. This nascent soul had already been pierced through by the black light that covered Wu Lan's hand.
Emperor Yu was completely speechless. At this moment, a series of scenes had flashed through Emperor Yu's mind in an instant.
There was the time when he first started cultivating. There was the time when he was high-spirited after being renowned as a genius.
There was the time when he confidently and easily wandered the immortal realm.
There was the time when he and Xianxi experienced love with each other. There was also the haughty time when he became an emperor-level expert. There was also the time when he became the Emperor Yu of the immortal realm, the esteemed honorable and radiating moment when he attained the same status as people like the Saiyan Emperor. However, all of this had vanished like smoke in thin air. Regardless of what grand prospect or magnificent aspiration he had, regardless of the longings he had for the divine realm, everything was smashed to pieces by this fist. At the moment before his death, Emperor Yu's gaze fell toward the mystic emperor who stood afar, toward his wife, Xianxi.
No!
That extremely mournful voice came from Xianxi's mouth. Red tears rolled down her face. Emperor Yu felt that his soul, being surrounded by the black light, was slowly dissipating. With his consciousness fuzzy, Emperor Yu seemed to have seen a figure. That man who had knocked him down from his utmost position, that man that had brought him numerous nightmares, that man with a miraculous cultivation speed. Xin Yu, with Emperor Yu's final consciousness, he said these two words. Immediately after, his consciousness dissipated entirely. Boom! Emperor Yu's body heavily collapsed onto the ground. The sound of the impact was something that resounded through everyone's heart.
Only after a short moment had passed did everyone react. And at this moment,
Guofan, Bai Ling, and Heitong had already been taken into the Jianglan's realm.
Xin Yu stood beside Wu Lan. Wu Lan is truly powerful. Xin Yu took a glance at Wu Lan beside him. He was thoroughly shocked.
This Wu Lan who had come from the divine realm possessed merely a level 8 demon emperor level soul. Who would have expected that he was able to smash even a mid-quality divine artifact to bits?
Exactly how hard was his fist? Xin Yu believed that Wu Lan was definitely able to pulverize his body with a single fist.
Even if his 9 steps dark gold body had reached the 8th stage after being in the Jianglan's realm for 1,000 years, even if his body was now comparable in hardness to that of a mid-quality divine artifact, that great emperor's sword that Wu Lan had easily smashed to bits was also a mid-quality divine artifact.
So strong.
Xin Yu felt that even his breathing had turned somewhat difficult. Amongst the people that Xin Yu knew, it seemed that only the Saiyan Emperor and the Dragon Emperor possessed such frightening strength.
Oh, that's right, there was also that mysterious Granny Yinhua.
As for the Great Ape Emperor and the Peng Demon Emperor, it was still difficult to tell whether or not they're able to match up against Wu Lan.
Xin Yu, I've said before that you possess an opportunity to make me fight. This time. Stop.
Xin Yu immediately said stop and break off Wu Lan's speech.
Xin Yu was secretly laughing in his heart.
Even if he didn't continue to listen to what Wu Lan was saying, he still knew about Wu Lan's intention. It was evident that Wu Lan wanted to use this time where he disposed of Emperor Yu as Qin Yu's request so that Qin Yu would no longer had any more opportunity to request him to fight. Holy fuck, his single fist strike was able to smash a mid-quality divine artifact to bits, with a strength that abnormal. How could I let him off so easily?
Wu Lan, remember, my request, was killing Emperor Yu my request? I had never requested you to do such.
You killed him by your own intention. Therefore, this most definitely cannot be considered as a request I made toward you. I still have this request opportunity, said Qin Yu while smiling. At this moment, Qin Yu appeared to have completely ignored the Peng Demon Emperor in them.
Wu Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then this Emperor Yu died for nothing? Died for nothing? Qin Yu was slightly startled.
Following which he realized what Wu Lan meant and then nodded his head as if that was obvious. He died for nothing.
Qin Yu.
Mystic Emperor Xian, she clothed in red from head to toe, stared at Qin Yu with her hatred-filled eyes.
Your subordinate killed my husband, yet you're still here acting all hypocritical. Fine, in that case I'll.
Peng Demon Emperor waved his hand, stood in front of Xianxi and stopped her.
Peng Demon Emperor looked to Qinyu and then to Wulan. Who are you? The Peng Demon Emperor felt threatened.
This Wulan had indeed threatened him. Earlier, Peng Demon Emperor had noticed that this Wulan's point of attack possessed a very fast speed. That was right, very fast. However, what was very strange was that when Wulan attacked, his opponent was able to clearly see the trajectory of his fist. The rate that the time flowed appeared to be very slow and almost frozen. Speaking of it from a certain point of view, Wulan's attack was very fast. Fast to a frightening level. With my speed, am I able to dodge this man's fist? Peng Demon Emperor suddenly discovered that he no longer held certainty.
Who exactly are you? Asked Peng Demon Emperor again after seeing that Wulan did not respond.
Wulan finally shot a glance toward the Peng Demon Emperor and said, Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan, your speed is indeed very fast, unfortunately, your attack power is not strong enough.
You cannot injure me.
It is impossible for you to kill Qinyu when I'm present.
Qinyu was shocked.
Holy, the Peng Demon Emperor who possessed attack power close to that of a high-quality divine artifact was actually being described as being not strong by Wulan and even unable to injure him.
Wasn't this a bit too terrifying?
At this moment, Qinyu suddenly remembered a thing. Fei Fei had said back then that when the Great Ape Emperor was commenting on the Demon Realm's 3 Great Emperors, he had said that the Dragon Emperor possessed a terrifying attack and defense but a subpar speed. As for the Peng Demon Emperor, he possessed a very fast speed, ordinary defense, and also a weak attack.
Indeed, experts of the same level would give the same kind of determination.
Not only do you possess a weak attack, your defense could also only be considered as SOSO.
If you're far from me, it might be possible that I cannot kill you. However, if you were to approach me, that inherited treasure of your Peng clan might have to exchange ownership today. Wulan continued. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the Peng Demon Emperor.
Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan remembered about a matter. What Wulan had said to him was not much different from what the Dragon Emperor had said to him before.
Your Majesty? Aoku and Lu Tu looked to the Peng Demon Emperor.
They were waiting for the Peng Demon Emperor's decision.
Peng Demon Emperor's countless years of haughtiness started to rise. This man in front of him actually disregarded him like so.
Peng Demon Emperor grasped his fists and started to radiate with a golden light.
At the same time,
specks of crimson-colored dots appeared on the body of the Peng Demon Emperor. The crown on the Peng Demon Emperor's head that was originally golden color had turned crimson color. Comparing the mastery of one's movement technique, there are not many people who dare to compare with me. Even if I were to fight you in close combat, I do not believe that you'll be able to hit me. The Peng Demon Emperor's eyes were shining with a crimson light.
Wulan's expression changed. He muttered.
Those seniors of this Peng clan had truly left enough assets.
Seems like I'll have to spend some great effort this time around.
Seeing that Wulan's expression had grown solemn, the Peng Demon Emperor instead grew relaxed. He realized that the man in front of him does not have the assurance of taking him on. Immediately, the Peng Demon Emperor ordered.
Xianxi, Aoku, Lu Tu, the 3 of you go surround Qin and kill him.
I'll take care of this guy.
Yes. Aoku and Lu Tu immediately accepted the order.
As for Xianxi, who was enraged, she had already set off to kill Qinyu.
Qinyu not at all concerned about being surrounded by the 3.
As my 9 steps dark gold body has reached the 8th stage, I shall test out my achievement today.
A smile appeared on Qinyu's face.
His body was comparable in hardness to that of a mid-quality divine artifact. On top of that, he had the recovery ability of the life elemental energy.
Qinyu was confident that he'll be able to fight 1 against 3. Qinyu, die.
The flowing great sword that contained within it the immense hatred of the mystic emperor was the first to arrive in front of Qinyu. Qinyu merely moved his body aside and directly stretched his hand out to catch the sword.
Catching a divine sword one-handed. A faint silver light was radiating from Qinyu's body.
Qinyu grabbed the divine sword with his left hand whereas his right hand came smashing at the mystic emperor like lightning. Mystic Emperor Xian actually decided to take on Qinyu's fist head-on. Her left hand turned into numerous mirages as it rushed forth to attack Qinyu's head.
Bang! Qinyu's fist smashed onto Xianxi's body.
As for Xianxi's finger technique, even though Qinyu had dodged, it still managed to land on Qinyu's forehead. Xianxi's body was merely jolted and not damaged in the slightest. Qinyu was also not damaged in the slightest.
Qinyu took a step back. Prepare to die. Aoku and Lu Tu came with a pincer attack on Qinyu from both sides. Aoku's spiked club and Lutu's machete both came attacking at Shinyu. However, Shinyu merely used his two hands to hit back. Emperor Yu was truly good toward you. Shinyu continuously blocked several tens of strikes from Aoku and Lutu's day. However, he instead started to speak to the Mystic Emperor. Unexpectedly, he was willing to part with his divine armor and gave that to you. Emperor Yu possessed a divine armor. However, when Emperor Yu was killed by Wulan earlier, his divine armor did not appear at all. If he had his divine armor, the result would still not change. After all, even the mid-quality divine sword, the Great Emperor's sword, had been smashed to pieces. Wulan's attack power was obvious. Thus, I must kill you with even more. Mystic Emperor Xianxi's eyes shined with fierceness. Her figure turned red. Once again, she rushed toward Shinyu. I cannot waste any more time. Having been chased to kill the entire time, I shall let them know that trying to kill me would sometimes cause you to pay a hefty price. Shinyu gave rise to a killing intent. Aoku, Lutu, and the Mystic Emperor came attacking at Shinyu almost simultaneously. To the left, Aoku. To the right, Lutu's day. As for the Mystic Emperor, she was coming from behind. At this moment, both Aoku and Lutu had entered their battle form. Aoku's spiked club came crushing toward Shinyu's left arm. Lutu's machete came chopping toward Shinyu's right arm. Without any defense, only focusing on attack. With the 9 steps dark gold body having reached the 8th stage, Shinyu's speed had also become even more frightening. Aoku and Lutu only saw the silhouette of a fist crashing toward their chests. Their chests caved in. Their bones shattered. Explode. The two hands that Shinyu had pieced into the body of the two started to shoot out tens of finger rays. Those extremely sharp finger rays easily pierced through Aoku and Lutu's nascent souls. And at this moment, Mystic Emperor's sword split open a line of blood on Shinyu's back and knocking him forward. Shinyu looked to Aoku with puzzlement. Lutu was killed with a single strike. However, Aoku, he actually split into two at the final moment. Shinyu only managed to kill one of the two. The other one was unexpectedly still alive. Your Majesty, Shinyu is too powerful, said Aoku via voice transmission. When he finished, without waiting for the Pang Demon Emperor to respond nor caring for what he might say, he immediately turned to a ray of light and started to flee. Aoku was able to split into two. In actuality, both of them were his true bodies. It was an ability that he possessed as a variation high-level divine beast. However, one of his true bodies was already killed by Shinyu. If he wanted to cultivate another true body, it'll be extremely hard to accomplish. Shinyu is too powerful? Pang Demon Emperor, who had heard the voice transmission, was unable to refrain himself from glancing over to Shinyu. With a single glance, he had discovered that Lutu's corpse had fallen onto the ground. As for Aoku, he had already fled. As for that Mystic Emperor Xianxi who had hacked Shinyu with her sword, she too had stepped onto her divine sword and started fleeing after being unable to injure Shinyu. They've actually all left. And this level 8 Demon Emperor in front of me is also extremely abnormal. Pang Demon Emperor had discovered a matter upon fighting Wulan. Wulan possessed an extremely powerful defense, powerful to a frightening level. His attack power was also extremely powerful, so powerful that he could seriously injure him. Pang Demon Emperor understood that had he not used the final function of the inherited treasure right away, which increased his defense greatly, then he would be unable to even take on a single hit from this Wulan. Pang Demon Emperor turned into a blur and arrived high up into the sky. He looked to Wulan from afar. You're truly powerful. Your fists are extremely fast. However, your movement techniques are inferior to mine. Your defense is also extremely powerful. I sense that you resemble the Dragon Emperor. Merely, I don't know when comparing your defense and attack with the Dragon Emperor, who would be stronger. However, the Dragon Emperor's fist speed is far inferior to yours, said the Pang Demon Emperor indifferently. Wulan retrieved back his hand, placed them behind his back, smiled and said, the Dragon Emperor possesses an inherited treasure. On top of that, being a 5-clawed golden dragon is powerful by itself. Both his defense and attack are a rank higher than mine. Merely, his attack speed is indeed significantly inferior to mine. Shinyu, I congratulate you on obtaining such a good helper. After the Pang Demon Emperor finished, he directly turned into a blur and disappeared. Pang Demon Emperor also understood this in his heart, that from today on, it was practically impossible for him to be able to kill Heiyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 3. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 3, Bewitching God Temple. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Translation Nations.
Pang Demon Emperor turned to a golden ray of light. At this moment, Pang Demon Emperor's heart was extremely disturbed. His eyes were flickering with light unceasingly. Never had I expected that Heiyu's big brother Qinyu actually had such a powerful helper. It would appear that killing Heiyu is now impossible. With Heiyu's potential and his cultivation speed, he would most definitely surpass me one day. I should try to ascend to the divine realm at an earlier date and find the seniors of my golden-winged great Pang clan. If I were to rely on them and become their subordinate, I believe that I should be able to ensure my safety then. At this moment, the Pang Demon Emperor had no choice but to make the decision to try to rely on the seniors of Pang clan in the divine realm.
Pang Demon Emperor stopped. He was preparing to use greater teleportation to leave. Pang Demon Emperor flipped his hand around and took out a transmission spiritual pearl. With a sweep of his demon awareness, he came to know that this message came from Aoku. Your Majesty, the Mystic Emperor and I are on the Green-Blue Star. Green-Blue Star, that's not far away from here.
Pang Demon Emperor Zhongyan started to use greater teleportation.
After 3 greater teleportations, he had arrived on the Green-Blue Star and saw Aoku and Xianxi. On a wasteland on the Green-Blue Star. Aoku and Xianxi were both standing there. At this moment, Aoku's complexion was somewhat pale.
As for Xianxi, her eyes were somewhat red.
She was giving off an aura of grief. Your Majesty. Upon seeing Pang Demon Emperor's arrival, Aoku immediately greeted him respectfully. Upon seeing Aoku, Pang Demon Emperor Zhongyan was unable to refrain himself from sighing. Aoku, this time around, everything had surpassed our expectations.
Not a single one of us would have thought that Qinyu actually possessed such a powerful helper. Moreover, his own strength had also increased by a lot. Lu Tu had died and you've also lost one of your 2 true bodies. Saying all of this, the Pang Demon Emperor was also unable to refrain himself from feeling disappointed and frustrated.
Aoku smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, over 200 years ago when Qinyu came to save by Xian, I had fought against him. At that time, when I used my 2 true bodies, I was able to slightly push him down. Who would have expected that in such a short period of time, his strength would have surpassed mine by so much that he had become able to kill me with merely a flip of his palm? Zhongyan. Upon hearing this voice, Pang Demon Emperor Zhongyan looked to the side. Immediately, he said, Xianxi, you should stop grieving so much about Brother Fengyu's death. After all, none of us had expected for that black and thin man to be that frightening. Even I am not a match for him. Xianxi naturally knew that the Pang Demon Emperor was unable to match up against that black and thin man. However, she still said coldly, Zhongyan, I merely wanted to know whether or not you're planning to help me with avenging my husband's death? Pang Demon Emperor Zhongyan frowned. He raged in his heart. He tried to kindly advise Xianxi, yet she instead possessed no sense of propriety. With his strength, although he might be inferior to Wu Lan, he was still much more powerful than Xianxi. Xianxi, do not overestimate your own capabilities. In the immortal, devil and demon realm, it's completely impossible for you to kill Qinyu. I would also not mix myself into it. This is all that I have to say, farewell. Said the Pang Demon Emperor coldly. Immediately after he shouted to Aoku. Aoku, return back with me. Good. Good. Xianxi was so angry that her face had turned blue. Her entire body was shivering. Zhongyan, I will avenge my husband myself. Farewell. After she finished saying that, she immediately used greater teleportation and disappeared. Pang Demon Emperor sneered in his heart. After seeing Qinyu's true strength, you're still thinking about trying to avenge your husband? Truly courting death. Immediately after, Pang Demon Emperor and Aoku had also departed from the Green-Blue Star. From this battle, the Pang Demon Emperor had lost a great general in his camp. Even Aoku's strength was cut in half. Furthermore, the Emperor Yu, who had roamed through the immortal realm freely for tens of millions of years, had lost his life in this battle. After such an occurrence, the Pang Demon Emperor would not dare to try to chase and kill Qinyu again. As for the sole person who wanted to kill Qinyu, Mystic Emperor Xianxi, she was of no threat to Qinyu. Flowing Mist Star, 5 Willows Palace. Qinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, Bailing, Guofan, Heitong, Wulan and Dongshui were all in the main hall. Even the 5 demon kings that had constructed the 5 Willows Palace were standing outside the main hall waiting for orders. Ha, delightful. Truly delightful. Wasn't Emperor Yu planning to kill us? He's finally been rid off. Wu Lan, you're truly amazingly powerful. With merely a single fist, you've crushed Emperor Yu to death. Said Ho Fei with excitement. Almost everyone in the main hall was smiling. Uncle Wulan, what's with you two? You've never set off to attack the entire time. If you would have shown your might earlier and taught that Peng Demon Emperor and them a lesson, how would they still dare to come after us then? He Tong was secretly muttering on the side. Guo Fan, upon seeing that He Tong was speaking bad of Wulan, secretly pulled He Tong's hand and said within a low voice, Tong Tong, be more respectful toward Uncle Wulan. At this moment, He Yu and Bai Ling were looking at each other and laughing. Upon seeing this scene in front of him, Xin Yu was also very delighted. Fei Fei, Xiao He, I believe that after this battle, that Peng Demon Emperor Zhongyan ought to not dare to continue to come after us now. It could be said as, we would be able to freely wander the immortal, devil and demon realm. Said Xin Yu to everyone present. When Xin Yu was saying those words, he also shot a glance toward the calm and easygoing Wu Lan. Although he was somewhat prepared for Wu Lan's prowess, but it still surprised him greatly. This flowing mist star is also very boring, where should we go to? He Tong's eyes shined as she asked. From this battle, we had also exposed the flowing mist star. Although we believe that the Peng Demon Emperor would not continue to come for us, but it was also possible for him to be unable to keep his anger down and send subordinates to cause troubles for us. Although Fei Fei, Xiao He, and I would not be afraid of that, but Guo Fan and Little Tong's strength were still pretty weak. Furthermore, that mystic Emperor Xian Shi most definitely possessed an extreme hatred for us as Emperor Yu had also died. It was also possible for her to come for revenge. Xin Yu had a somewhat solemn expression. Xin Yu understood very well in his heart that it was very likely for Xian Shi who had went mad with anger to come seeking for revenge and then target the weaker people like Bai Ling and He Tong. It's very possible. He Yu's expression had also turned solemn. They cannot stay in the flowing mist star. Let's enter the Zhonglan's realm. Guo Fan suddenly suggested. Guo Fan had already married He Tong several tens of years ago. However, Guo Fan had never trained in the Zhonglan's realm before. Unlike He Tong who loved lively places, Guo Fan instead liked to quietly train. He Tong also nodded. She curled her lips and said, in this past 100 years, I've already grew bored of strolling the city. Since it's so boring now, let's return to the Zhonglan's realm. However, eldest uncle, you have to agree to make me a beautiful island in the Zhonglan's realm. At the same time, you must make me some beautiful palaces on that island. Xin Yu smiled and nodded. Everything in the Zhonglan's realm were things that Xin Yu could create with a single intention. Big brother, where should we go to? He Yu asked. Since they cannot stay in the flowing mist star any longer, where should they go to? I've decided to go stroll the bewitching god temple first. Said Xin Yu with a smile. Xin Yu had wanted to go to the bewitching god temple for a long time already. Merely, he did not have the opportunity to go there all these years. Bewitching god temple. Wu Lan's eyes shined. Immediately after he started to smile. Sure. Bewitching God Temple, let's go to the Bewitching God Temple. Ho Fei started to shout excitedly. Guo Fan and his wife He Tong's eyes started to shine. They were also looking forward to the Bewitching God Temple. In the boundless cosmos, Xin Yu used greater teleportation to travel from a planet to another. With Xin Yu's greater teleportation's distance, he had arrived on the easternmost planet on the chaotic star field, the Bewitching Overlooking Star. The Bewitching Overlooking Star was a flourishing planet. Furthermore, it was the most chaotic planet of the chaotic starfield. That was because it was the closest planet to the Bewitching God Temple. It was also the planet with the most Emperor-level experts gathered there. However, not too long ago, after the negotiations of the 5 different powers of the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and Demon Realm sealed off the entrance of the Bewitching God Temple, the chaos of the Bewitching Overlooking Star had also gradually disappeared. The amount of experts that remained on the Bewitching Overlooking Star had also grown smaller and smaller in amount. And today, 3 Emperor-level experts had appeared here. Xin Yu, Ho Fei, and He Yu had just arrived on the Bewitching Overlooking Star. They immediately sensed the particularity of the Bewitching Overlooking Star. What's happening here? How come the entire planet's space is fluctuating? Furthermore, it's an incessant fluctuation. Xin Yu was completely puzzled. It was clear that one cannot use teleportation and greater teleportation on the Bewitching Overlooking Star. Ho Fei and He Yu was also puzzled. Xin Yu spread his immortal awareness outside of the planet to search for the cause of the space fluctuation. However, the further Xin Yu's immortal awareness departed from the range of the Bewitching Overlooking Planet and approached the Bewitching God Temple. Ah! Xin Yu had a completely astonished expression. Having been in the immortal, devil and demon realm for so long, this was the first time Xin Yu had witnessed such an astonishing scene. Big brother, what's wrong? Ho Fei and He Yu both looked to Xin Yu. No wonder one must fly through the Bewitching Overlooking Star in order to reach the Bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu muttered. He then turned to his brothers and said, Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, let's go. Ho Fei and He Yu took a glance at each other. They did not know why Qin Yu was startled earlier. However, they still followed behind Qin Yu and rapidly flew out of the bewitching overlooking star and into the boundless cosmos. They began to proceed to rapidly fly toward the direction of the bewitching God Temple. After Qin Yu and his brothers flew for 2 hours in the boundless cosmic space, they had finally arrived beside the thing that had startled Qin Yu. What is that? Ho Fei and He Yu were completely shocked. Qin Yu smiled. That's the reason why I was shocked earlier. Never had I imagined that the bewitching God Temple would contain such a boundless tear in space. The space here is tearing, tearing, and then restoring incessantly. With such a large tear space, it's no wonder that the space was clearly fluctuating even on the bewitching overlooking star that's so far away from here. Big brother, could this even be considered as a tear? Ho Fei had his eyes wide open as he looked at the enormous tear located several millions miles away. Even though they are located several millions miles away, the three brothers were still able to see that enormous crack clearly. Thus, one could imagine that the enormous space tear was at the minimum several thousand miles wide or even tens of thousands of miles wide. A space tear that's several thousand miles wide? This space tear is too abnormal. The width is one thing, but its length was at the very least 10 billion miles long. Gasped Qin Yu. Qin Yu was able to clearly see that this space tear appeared like a winding great river within the boundless cosmic space. The source of this space tear great river, according to Qin Yu's estimation, ought to be the bewitching God Temple. An enormous space tear that originated from the direction of the bewitching God Temple and continued to extend to a length close to that of an entire starfield. Just through imagining it, one would know how frightening it was. Although the space tear was restoring itself, it could also start to tear in the blink of an eye. A frightening energy was ripping apart the space of the immortal, devil, and demon realm incessantly. The source of this energy ought to be the bewitching God Temple. Qin Yu's brows slightly creased. From merely this tear, one was able to determine how extraordinary the bewitching God Temple was. Ho Fei and He Yu also nodded. To be able to rip apart a crack in space with a length of an entire star field and a width of several thousand miles, on top of that, this space tear was being ripped apart unceasingly. How powerful must this energy be? Come, let's go check it out. Qin Yu's eyes were bright and full of expression. Toward the peculiar and miraculous things, Qin Yu was extremely willing to explore them. And now, he very much wanted to check out what exactly was the bewitching God Temple for it to be able to continuously rip apart space and create such an enormous tear in space. The three brothers flew side by side. Even with the current astonishing speed that the three brothers possessed, they still spent 2 entire days before they managed to approach the bewitching God Temple. Big brother, both Ho Fei and He Yu had an astonished appearance. My estimation was wrong. It's not a single space tear but instead a series of tears. Upon seeing the scene before him, Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from admitting that he had underestimated the frightfulness of the bewitching God Temple. According to the narration written on the interstellar map, the thing before them ought to be the bewitching God Temple. Why was it called a thing? That was because what stood in front of them did not have an appearance of a temple at all. Instead, he had the appearance of an enormous planet. This planet had a size 100,000 times bigger than ordinary larger planets in the cosmos. It was so big and beyond reasonable limits. This is the bewitching God Temple? Ho Fei swallowed a gulp of saliva. His eyes were wide like a ball. That's right. Qin Yu nodded. He was also staring at the planet of extremely terrifying size that stood before him. To be exact, the bewitching God Temple is inside it. A substance covered the outside of it. Only through passing this substance would one enter the bewitching God Temple. Does it require such a large-scale thing to protect the bewitching God Temple? He Yu was also shocked. This planet in front of them, the surface of one half of the planet was black whereas the other half was golden. Qin Yu was able to tell right away that this golden half was composed of a countless amount of cosmic fragmentary golden stream. As for what the other half of the planet, the black specks that composed it, was, Qin Yu was unable to tell. However, Qin Yu knew that it ought to be a substance that possessed the same rank as cosmic fragmentary golden stream. With one half being cosmic fragmentary golden stream and the other half being a stream of black specks, the two halves were both in the shape of a semicircle. When the two of them folded and connected with each other, they took the shape of a sphere. It was likely that once they pass through this layer of protective barrier, they'll be able to reach the bewitching God Temple. So many cosmic fragmentary golden stream, this was the most that I had seen gathered in a single place. This cosmic fragmentary golden stream and that stream of black speck appeared to be truly terrifying. The location where the two of them met was actually rubbing and colliding with each other unceasingly.
Their friction had even give birth to divine flames, their collisions had created space tears.
Terrifying. Terrifying. Qin Yu was speechless.
Indeed, on the ring where the two frightening energies met were numerous black flames. That was the divine flame created by the friction and collisions. Due to the fact that the two energies were too powerful, their collisions had even give birth to space tears. All of these tears were long to a frightening level. There are some on the top, some on the bottom, some toward the north, some toward the south. The space tears that Qin Yu and his brothers had encountered earlier was one of the many.
The Bewitching God Temple has two entrance channels. That ought to be one of the two. Qin Yu pointed to a faraway location, the central part of the golden semisphere. That was because there are the aura of Emperor-level experts gathered there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 4. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 4, Changing Target. Translated by Pumpkin.
Edited by Robin and Translation Nations.
There are indeed quite a lot of people there. Hey Yu also nodded and said. Currently, Qin Yu and his brothers were not far away from the entrance.
Thus, He Yu and Ho Fei were also able to notice the aura of those Emperor-level experts. Immediately after, Qin Yu and his brothers proceeded to fly toward the entrance. Only when they got closer to the entrance did Qin Yu manage to truly sense how enormous that half-planet composed of cosmic fragmentary golden stream was.
It could even be considered as being boundless.
When looking from afar, all they saw was still a sphere. When they flew closer, Qin Yu and his brothers instead managed to clearly sense that it instead appeared like a plane.
A boundless amount of fragmentary gold was covering everything.
With a glance, the entire place appeared to be golden. There was only a single place, a circular hole with a diameter of about 10 meters, that wasn't golden. This circular hole appeared to be black-colored from the distance. Merely, weak lights would occasionally be seen in it. Qin Yu and his brothers flew to the front of that circular hole.
Man? Qin Yu frowned.
According to the information on the interstellar map, the entrance to the Bewitching God Temple should be open. However now, Qin Yu instead found that the entrance tunnel had been sealed. A layer of transparent membrane covered the circular hole. Different kinds of light were circulating through the surface of the transparent membrane. Immortal elemental energy, demon elemental energy, devil elemental energy, there's actually 3 different kinds of energy auras.
Qin Yu frowned. The transparent membrane formed by the barrier actually had numerous different auras flowing through it.
Qin Yu was able to discover, with his immortal awareness, that behind the membrane, or inside the circular hole, was a group of Emperor-level experts.
Suddenly,
the 3 of you are to depart from here quickly. All the major powers within the immortal realm, devil realm and the demon realm came to an agreement to seal off the Bewitching God Temple.
No one is allowed to enter it.
A voice transmission sounded in Qin Yu and his brothers' minds. Qin Yu was even able to see through the transparent membrane and saw the numerous silhouettes located 7 to 8 meters behind the transparent membrane. The person who had sent them the voice transmission was certainly one of them.
Big brother, what's going on? How come the entrance has been sealed? Asked Ho Fei in confusion.
Furthermore, it's a decision agreed upon by all the powers of the 3 realms.
What exactly is going on? Qin Yu shook his head. He was completely ignorant toward this matter. Let me go and ask Ao Wuming. Qin Yu directly took out the transmission secret array from the Jianglan's realm. The transmission secret array was floating in the cosmic space. Qin Yu entered the transmission secret array and sent a transmission to Ao Wuming.
After merely a moment had passed, Qin Yu walked out from the transmission secret array with a frown on his face.
How was it? Hey Yu looked to Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head.
Not long ago, the Peng Demon Emperor, Dragon Emperor and all the other leaders of the 3 realms gathered in one place and came to a common agreement. According to the agreement, the entrance channel to the Bewitching God Temple would be opened once every 10,000 years.
At all other times, it would be sealed off. 10,000 years, how long must we wait for that? Ho Fei said discontentedly. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled disdainfully. No.
Even after 10,000 years, we would still not have the qualifications to enter. According to their agreement, after 10,000 years, only the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm, and the 3 leaders of the Demon Realm are able to send people into the Bewitching God Temple. Furthermore, the opportunity to enter is pathetic.
The entire Immortal Realm only possesses a single seating. He Yu and Ho Fei immediately came to a realization.
The agreement by the leaders of the three realms was set so that they could completely exclude the solitary experts and other not-so-powerful experts, making it so that those people are unable to obtain the divine artifacts in the bewitching God Temple.
Truly despicable. Ho Fei cursed in rage. Xin Yu sneered.
According to what A.O. Wuming said, this barrier is called the 8-9 Space Sealing Array. Its defense is so powerful that even if some level 9 Immortal Emperor level experts were to join hand, they'll still be unable to break through it. However, I instead want to test out whether or not it's truly as powerful as he said.
Xin Yu flicked his leg.
The 9 steps dark gold body had covered through his body from head to toe. His strength had reached its pinnacle.
Ferociously, he kicked at that transparent membrane.
Xin Yu was confident that this kick possessed the power to pierce through a planet.
Bang!
A very light noise sounded. Xin Yu felt as if his kick had landed on cotton. His endless amount of attack power had been completely stripped away.
The transparent membrane merely bounced, it was not damaged in the slightest. Xin Yu was unable to suppress his shock.
His entire body is comparable to that of a mid-quality divine artifact. He was so powerful that he suspected that even among the dinosaur clansmen from the other parallel space, there are not many that are stronger than him. However, his full-strength kick was unexpectedly unable to damage the barrier in the slightest.
Big brother. Ho Fei's expression changed. This barrier's defensive power is indeed astonishing. I suspect only Wulan would be able to break through it. It's best for you all to stop wasting your time here. It's impossible for you all to break through the barrier.
An Emperor-level expert located on the other side of the transparent barrier said to Xin Yu and them via voice transmission. Clearly, they were very confident in the barrier. Before they request for Wu Lan's help, Xin Yu and his brothers decided to first try attacking the barrier together. However, encountering the 8-9 space sealing array, Xin Yu and his brothers were unexpectedly unable to break through it even when attacking it together.
Xin Yu tried every possible method.
He even asked Heiton to help him with his persuasion. Finally, he managed to get Wu Lan to help him open this 8-9 space sealing array.
Afterwards, Xin Yu, Ho Fei, He Yu and Wu Lan attacked it together.
Unfortunately, even when the four of them joined hands and attacked it together, they were still unable to break through the 8-9 space sealing array.
Big brother, what do we do now? Ho Fei looked to the transparent membrane and then looked to Xin Yu helplessly. Xin Yu also found the scene to be hard to believe.
His own attack power was definitely comparable to that of 2 level 9 immortal emperors.
Ho Fei and He Yu's attack powers could both be considered as a level 9 immortal emperor.
As for Wu Lan, he possessed the attack power of 5 to 6 level 9 immortal emperors. However, even with all of them joining hands and attacking the barrier together, they were still unable to break through it.
One last time. Xin Yu clenched his teeth. Have Yi Chu and A.O. Wushu help us out too? I refuse to believe that with all of us here, we'll still be unable to break through this thing. Wu Lan also looked to this transparent membrane in astonishment. He was also unable to believe that this transparent membrane actually possessed such an amazing defense. Yi Chu and A.O. Wushu appeared out of thin air. Brother Xin Yu, is it true? Is this transparent membrane truly as powerful as you have said? Said Yi Chu in astonishment. Xin Yu nodded. He was still completely shocked.
The defensive power of this thing was truly frightening.
If one were to use this thing to surround a person, who would be able to escape from it? However, Xin Yu did not know that the 8-9 space sealing array required 72 Emperor-level experts in order to set it up. To take out so many experts at once, there are not many powers that are capable of doing such. Secondly, this 8-9 space sealing array is extremely complicated to set up. To try to use this 8-9 space sealing array to capture someone, it would be likely that before the formation array even finished setting up, the person they were trying to catch would have already escaped. Thirdly, what was the most important was, the reason why the 8-9 space sealing array in front of them was so powerful, was because the area that it covered was very small, merely the size of a circular hole. If the 8-9 space sealing array were to defend a circular hole with a diameter of several thousand miles, then it would have been broken by merely Xin Yu himself. Other than it covering a small area, there was one more reason, the utmost important reason why it was so powerful. The people who set up the formation array are from the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. This 8-9 space sealing array was very peculiar. The more mixed the energy of the people setting up the formation array, the stronger its defense. Originally, with merely 72 Demon Emperor experts setting up the formation array, they were able to create a powerful enough barrier to block 5 to 6 Emperor-level experts. However now, the 72 Emperor-level experts had came from all three realms. With their energies being all mixed, the barrier's defensive abilities increased by a lot at once. As for exactly how much the defense had been increased by, no one had actually tried to test it out yet. Everyone, be prepared, we'll attack together, said Qinyu via voice transmission. Qinyu, Hofei, Heiyu, Wulan, Yichu and Ao Wushu all began to store up their power. Their power had all been stored up to the extreme. Attack! The 6 of them all attacked at the same time. With the 6 great experts joining hands and attacking together, their attack power was powerful to a frightening level. With a rumbling sound, the full power attack from all 6 of them had landed on the transparent membrane simultaneously. That transparent membrane actually started to vibrate violently. However, after a moment, it returned back to its undisturbed state. Failure. Unexpectedly, even with the 6 of them joining hands, it was still a failure. Qinyu and the rest of the 6 glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with overwhelming shock. The current 6 of them possessed such powerful strength that even if a level 9 immortal emperor were to stand before them, that immortal emperor would have likely be smashed to ashes immediately. However, their combined attack was unable to do anything to the 8-9 space sealing array. Qinyu, let me return to the Jianlan's realm. Ao Wushu took a deep breath. Ao Wushu, who had always been indifferent, proud and aloof, rarely displayed expressions of shock. Yet at this moment, he had even given up. Even with the 6 of them joining hands and attacking it together, they were still unable to break through the 8-9 space sealing array. With that, it was likely that there's no way to break through it. Qinyu nodded and let Ao Wushu return back into the Jianlan's realm. Hell, this thing is truly too abnormal. If we were to fight anyone with such a powerful defense, how would anyone be able to break through it? Ho Fei's eyes were trembling. The defensive power of the 8-9 space sealing array had completely jolted him. Qinyu started to laugh. While its defense is indeed astonishing, who would be able to instantly set up such a formation array while fighting? What you've said is simply impossible. Qinyu had missed one point. In order to set up this formation array, there was also a need for 72 Emperor-level experts. Hey, you looked to Qinyu. Big brother, the entrance has been sealed and we are unable to break through it, what should we do now? Hey, you also didn't know what to do next. While the entrance has been sealed, it is merely the entrance in the demon realm that had been sealed. The entrance in the Dark Star realm has not been sealed. Let's go and use that one, said Qinyu while smiling. Both Ho Fei and Heiyu's eyes started to shine. Qinyu, it's best for you to stop dreaming, said Yi Chu, laughingly. Wu Lan, who stood beside them, also nodded and said, Qinyu, only the people from the Dark Star realm are allowed entrance into the Dark Star realm's entrance. There is no way for you to enter there. Qinyu was slightly startled. He asked, how did that come about? Just think about it. If outsiders were to be able to enter the Bewitching God Temple from the entrance in the Dark Star realm, then what use would there be for the Peng Demon Emperor and them to seal off this entrance? Back then, Immortal Emperor Ni Yang possessed such a great relationship with the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord. However, even he was not allowed to enter through the entrance in the Dark Star realm. You ought to be able to imagine how strict that rule is, said Wu Lan while smiling. Qinyu came to a realization. Had Ni Yang been able to enter through the entrance in the Dark Star realm, then he wouldn't have ended up entering the Bewitching God Temple with Emperor Yu and the Mystic Emperor and finally even losing his life after being careless. Qinyu suddenly had an idea. Wu Lan, Yi Chu, do you know how the people from the Dark Star realm identity whether or not you're from the Dark Star realm? Qinyu asked. From Qinyu's point of view, there ought to be both strong and weak individuals in the Dark Star realm. With his current strength, there shouldn't be many in the Dark Star realm that could match him. Wu Lan smiled and said, I am not very certain about that. However, what I do know is that, no matter how strong a person from the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm or the Demon Realm is, they'll still be easily discovered by those from the Dark Star Realm. I shall try out that Dark Star Realm, Qinyu suddenly said. Wu Lan and Yi Chu were slightly startled. Yi Chu immediately said, Qinyu, going to the Dark Star Realm, if you're discovered you'll be chased to be killed. Oh, that's right. You possess the Blazing Profound Ring. Maybe things would take a turn for the better. However, the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord both possess eccentric temperaments. While they were friendly toward Immortal Emperor Ni Yang, it does not signify that they'll be friendly toward you. Qinyu, however, merely smiled. Currently, he had only trained in 2 different martial techniques. The first was the Stellar Transformation. The energy from the Stellar Transformation was currently inside his stellar space. Qinyu did not believe that the people from the Dark Star Realm would be capable of discovering the energy from a different space. The second was the 9 Steps Dark Gold Body. This was a martial technique of the body. As the people of the Dark Star Realm were also people who trained their body,
it might be possible for him to pretend himself as one.
Furthermore, even if he failed, with Qin Yu's current strength, who would he be afraid of? It'll be fine as long as he doesn't anger the Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord. As for the Gold Punishment Lord? The previous Gold Punishment Lord had already ascended to the Divine Realm, and who knows whether or not a new Gold Punishment Lord had been born. Wu Lan, Yi Chu, you two had also accompanied Ni Yang into the Dark Star Realm. I want to know, if I were to use the 9 steps Dark Gold Body to pretend as a person from the Dark Star Realm, would those from the Dark Star Realm be able to tell who I am? Qin Yu asked.
Wu Lan was slightly startled.
Yi Chu instead responded right away. He started laughing. Qin Yu, I can tell you directly that since you've trained in the 9 steps Dark Gold Body martial technique, it would definitely be impossible for anyone in the Dark Star Realm to recognize you if you were to disguise yourself as one of them. However, you can only pretend as someone who trained in the Gold Punishment Sex martial technique. Oh, that's right, you cannot use the 9 steps force. If you were to use your energy to attack others, you must use the golden energy. Only then would others not suspect you, said Yi Chu carefully. Gold Punishment Sect? Can't use the 9 steps force? What's that all about? Qin Yu was puzzled.
Wu Lan, who stood to the side, explained.
We do not have a deep understanding of the Dark Star Realm. However, we still have a general idea. There are 3 great sects of martial techniques in the Dark Star Realm.
They are respectively the Gold Punishment Sect, the Black Flame Sect, and the White Profound Sect. The leaders of these 3 great sects are respectively the Gold Punishment Lord, Black Flame Lord, and the White Profound Lord, the 3 great sovereigns. Everyone in the Dark Star Realm is certain to train in one of the 3 great sects' martial techniques.
Yi Chu continued on.
My 9 steps Dark Gold Body martial technique focus mainly on the bones and secondly on the muscles. From looking at just the exterior, others could easily tell that it isn't the martial technique of the Black Flame Sect nor the White Profound Sect. That's because those 2 martial techniques both possess a distinct characteristic. As for the Gold Punishment Sect's martial technique, they pay equal attention to both the muscles and bones. However, with your current strength, there is no one that can tell that your body differs from a body that is trained from the Gold Punishment Sect's martial technique, but the only difference is that the martial technique of the Gold Punishment Sect give forth to a golden color force when attacking. However, you've currently reached the 8th stage of the 9 steps Dark Gold Body and your 9 steps force is silver colored. Thus, you must be sure to not use 9 steps force. After Qin Yu heard what Yi Chu said, he started to smile. Golden colored? Now that his stellar transformation martial technique had reached the early stage origin realm, his energy was precisely golden. It just happened to be the one needed for pretending. Ha ha. I've decided. I'll go to the Dark Star Realm and create an identity in the Dark Star Realm and then openly enter the Bewitching God Temple, said Qin Yu while smiling. Editor note. Note left from Robin asking me to say hi from him, figured I'd just leave it in, smiley face. That's right, I'm back, bitches. Sorry for being gone for so long, I hope that you'll say hi from me to the readers on the next release, winky face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 14, Chapter 5. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 5, Gravity Gathered Planets. Translated by Pumpkin. Edited by Robin and Translation Nations. You're really planning to go to the Dark Star Realm? Ho Fei and He Yu were staring at Qin Yu. As for Yi Chu and Wu Lan, they glanced at each other and then started laughing. Yi Chu laughed and said, Qin Yu, if you were to try and pretend to be a person from the Dark Star Realm and wander the Dark Star Realm, then that would be truly interesting. To be honest, I've been curious about the Dark Star Realm the entire time. Back then, when I was following Ni Yang, I did not manage to thoroughly get to know the Dark Star Realm. Ho Fei said helplessly. Big brother, as you're planning to go to the Dark Star Realm. Actually, I also want to go there. Dark Star Realm, that place is truly mysterious. It's making my heart itchy. However, that place is hostile to the people from the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm, and the Demon Realm, and I also do not possess the ability to pretend to be a person from the Dark Star Realm like you. Monkey, we'll just ease ourselves and continue to train in the Jianglan's realm. He Yu was instead smiling. Big brother's cultivation speed is so fast. Even the current me feels like I am unable to catch up to him. And now, since Big Brother wanted go and wander the Dark Star Realm, we should stay in the Jianglan's realm and calmly train ourselves. Haha, with the gap in time being tenfold, we would definitely be able to catch up to Big Brother. Upon hearing what He Yu said, Ho Fei also smiled. Precisely as Heiyu had said, ever since Qin Yu reached the 8th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body, Hofei and Heiyu, who are still both level 7 demon emperors, had been trying hard to catch up the entire time. With Qin Yu being in the outside realm and Hofei and Heiyu being in the Jianlan's realm, they are confident that they'll be able to surpass Qin Yu. Actually, one of the reasons why I am going to the Dark Star Realm is because I wanted to use the entrance in the Dark Star Realm to enter the Bewitching God Temple. The other reason is to check out this legendary Dark Star Realm. Qin Yu was filled with excitement of exploring the unknown. In the eyes of the people from the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm, the Dark Star Realm is of the utmost mysterious. Even the Cyan Emperor and them had never managed to explore it thoroughly.
The most they know is some of rough information about it. Qin Yu.
Wu Lan had a somewhat serious expression. Make sure to not be too careless when you're in the Dark Star Realm. After all, Yi Chu and I only possessed a skin-deep understanding of the Dark Star Realm. It might be possible that the people from the Dark Star Realm might possess some method that we do not know about that could determine that you're a foreigner. Rest assured. Qin Yu himself was instead filled with confidence. He said to himself in his heart, I do not believe that the people from the Dark Star Realm could discover the energy in the stellar space.
Afterwards, Qin Yu looked to the rest of them. Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, for now, the two of you will stay in the Jianlan's realm and train or provide Little Tong and Guofan some guidance.
Okay. Big brother, you also need to make sure to be careful in the Dark Star Realm.
Hofei was no longer laughing and playing.
Instead, he said those words with a serious expression. Merely, Hofei and Heiyu knew of Qin Yu's current strength. To be able to kill Qin Yu, there are not that many people that would be capable of doing that even in the Dark Star Realm. Qin Yu flew in the boundless cosmic space by himself. His brothers had already entered into the Jianlan's realm. And now, as he is by himself, his speed could also now reach the fastest speed. Qin Yu did not use his divine sword Sky Piercer because his body was now comparable to a mid-quality divine artifact. At this moment, he was rushing toward the bewitching overlooking star with a frightening speed. Originally I had planned to go to the Dark Star Realm directly. However, who would have expected those numerous space cracks had actually split up the space between the Bird Clan's territory and the Dark Star Realm, separating them.
Qin Yu had a helpless bitter smile.
Upon thinking of those unceasingly forming enormous space cracks over millions and millions of miles long, then no matter how strong Qin Yu was, he would still have to make a detour around it. It was not a single space crack. Instead, it was a series of space cracks. Qin Yu knew that he could not pass through those directly. From the bewitching overlooking star, Qin Yu had used the interstellar conveying array and reached a planet to the extreme south of the bewitching overlooking star that also bordered the Dark Star Realm. Qin Yu had set off to go toward the Dark Star Realm from this planet. There were no space fluctuations in the surrounding of this planet. Qin Yu had first flown out of the planet and then used greater teleportation twice before he arrived on the region of the Dark Star Realm. On a planet in the Dark Star Realm that was very suited for the living of humans.
There are rivers, flowers, and plants on this planet.
However, there had not been any people living on this planet for numerous years. Today, someone had finally arrived on this planet.
What's going on? Qin Yu frowned as he stood on the meadows.
He used his immortal awareness to cover the entire planet and found out that there was no one else on this planet other than himself.
How could there be no a single person on this planet that is so suited for humans to live on? Majority of the planets in this cosmic space are desolated. There are rarely planets this beautiful. Instead of there being no one here, there should be a lot of people here.
This was Qin Yu's own determination.
However, Qin Yu knew that
the people from the Dark Star Realm ought to be very different from the people from the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. After looking around for a long time, Qin Yu was able to be sure that no one had lived on this planet for a long time. That was because Qin Yu was unable to find the slightest amount of human traces on this planet. Nature had filled the entire planet. I reckon that this planet is most likely to be on the edge of the Dark Star Realm.
Let me continue onward and see.
I do not believe that I would not be able to encounter someone from the Dark Star Realm. Qin Yu used greater teleportation and disappeared from this beautiful planet.
After a month, Qin Yu was standing in the middle of the cosmic space. He was feeling a bit helpless.
Everything was beyond his expectations.
An entire star field.
Qin Yu had explored a starfield located on the border of the Dark Star Realm. However, he was unable to find even a single person on this starfield. This star field was completely empty. I reckon that the Dark Star Realm possessed a territory of 10 or so starfields. So why is it that there are no one in the starfield located on the edge?
Qin Yu was unable to understand.
And now, Qin Yu had already arrived on a new starfield. Upon setting foot on the new starfield, Xinyu had a kind of indescribable sensation. He had a premonition that he'll be soon to discover people from the Dark Star Realm. After merely half a month, after Xinyu had used greater teleportation for dozens more times, Xinyu stopped in the middle of the cosmic space. He was looking at a yellow-colored planet located far away with shock. This yellow-colored planet's size was not big. The entire planet was likely only several hundred thousands of miles in diameter.
You're kidding me.
Xinyu had a face filled with shock. Xinyu had been searching for those beautiful planets that are suited for humans to live on, as he had believed that those planets are the ones where people are most likely to live on. However, never had he expected, the first time he found the traces of people were on such a planet before him. The yellow planet before him, had it been in the immortal realm or the devil realm, would have been a planet that no one would be interested in. No one would want to live on a planet with such an arduous environment. However, Xinyu had discovered with his immortal awareness at least 10,000 people's aura on this yellow-colored planet. Furthermore, his immortal awareness was able to clearly see the appearance of everyone. At the very least, Xinyu had discovered that the people in the Dark Star Realm also possessed a nose, 2 ears, 2 eyes, and a mouth. They were not much different in appearance compared to himself. If a difference must be said, then that would be. It seemed as if every single one of the Dark Star Realm's people were relatively powerful. At least, in the 10,000 people that Xinyu had discovered and examined, the majority of them possessed strength greater than a level 1, Golden Immortal. Even the children that he came across all possessed strength of Dujia level. Some of the children were even at the Heavenly Immortal level. IET forgot some words. He wrote level 1 but not what rank they are. Since the children are at the level of Heavenly Immortal, I'm assuming the adults would be Golden Immortal level. Dujie undergoing tribulation level. From all the things on this planet, it seemed to be an ordinary planet of the Dark Star Realm. Xinyu was able to tell that this planet was very ordinary. The amount of people living there was also relatively few. Whatever, I'll go and check out this planet first. Xinyu had determined to enter the Dark Star Realm through this planet in front of him. Greater teleportation. Xinyu had arrived on this planet. However, at the moment when he first set foot onto the ground, Xinyu had already discovered in astonishment that this planet possessed a very strong gravity, an astonishing level of gravity. How could the gravity be this strong? Xinyu frowned. However, this amount of gravity does not affect him in the slightest. When determining a planet to live on, one must at the very least consider whether or not the babies would be able to live on it. With such strong gravity, would the babies be able to bear it? On the planets of the immortal realm with populations of over 100 million people and numerous other ordinary planets like the flowing mist star all do not possess a strong gravitational force. They merely possessed a gravity several times stronger than the purple mystic star of the mortal realm. However, on this planet that Xinyu had just arrived on, the gravitational force was about 300 times stronger than that of the flowing mist star. The same baby would weigh 23 caddies on the flowing mist star. However, if this baby was to be on the planet that Xinyu was on now, then she'll have to bear on a gravity of 7 to 8,000 caddies. A newly birthed baby would have to bear such a gravity. Xinyu was unable to refrain his shock. There are too few people on this planet. The total amount numbered only 10,000. Although the planet isn't huge, but for there to be only this few people, the majority of the places on this planet are still spacious and empty. There's even ferocious beasts on this planet? Xinyu merely casually checked out the planet before deciding to pay attention to the two people closest to him, a man and a woman. With a movement of his foot. In merely a blink of an eye, Xinyu had traveled a distance of several thousand miles and arrived in a ravine. However, right after he got here, Xinyu discovered an astonishing thing. The gravity had changed. To be exact, the location of the ravine when compared to the location where Xinyu was on previously possessed different gravities. Even though it's the same planet, the different places on the planet possess different gravity? Xinyu was amazed. Suddenly, Xinyu recalled his master Lei Wei. On the cosmos that his master Lei Wei was from, he had once described a type of planet, gravity-gathered planets. The cosmos where Lei Wei was from was extremely progressed in science and technology to a point where humanity had practically covered the entire cosmos. They were even able to leap through the space between star fields. Thus, one could imagine how progressed their science and technology was. A peculiar type of planet was mentioned before in the books that Lei Wei had left behind. Gravity-gathered planets. Gravity-gathered planets possessed peculiar core structures. Unlike regular planets, gravity-gathered planets possessed extremely strange gravitational and magnetic forces that causes the different regions of the entire planet to possess different level of gravity. However, the locations on the gravity-gathered planets with the smallest amount of gravity were still 100 times stronger than those of planets that are suited to live on. Thus, in the cosmic space where Lei Wei was from, the gravity-gathered planets were planets that are unsuited for humans to live on.
Could it be that the people of the Dark Star realm live on gravity-gathered planets?
Truly, the world is full of extraordinary things.
Master had written that the gravity-gathered planets are uninhabitable planets. However, in here, numerous people lived in such planets. There were even babies and children. Xinyu smiled.
Earlier, when his immortal awareness had covered the entire planet, he had already discovered the babies and children. The location where I was before only possessed gravity 300 times that of the flowing mist star. However, here, the gravity is 900 times that of the flowing mist star. Xinyu looked at the two people who were fighting each other with a lightning speed and was unable to refrain himself from complimenting how outstanding the people of the Dark Star realm were. The two people in front of him possessed only the strength around that of a golden immortal.
In front of Xinyu, they were naturally inadequate.
When the two of them are fighting against each other, they were also speaking with each other non-stop.
Xinyu stood there and carefully listened to every one of their words. He gradually came to understand what happened.
This is truly too barbarous.
Consider it your bad luck, I'll choose you. Xinyu lightly smiled and disappeared. The two people fighting each other were a man and a woman.
The woman possessed an sporty black short hair and milky white skin.
Her body was soft like satin.
However, she was vigorous like a leopard. She was attacking with her legs like lightning. As for that male, he possessed a head full of dazzling golden hair. His explosive and terrifying power followed each and every kick as he firmly continued to kick at the woman.
Su Zong, although your attack power is a bit stronger than mine now. But it's still greatly insufficient to kill me. Do not force me to take you down with me, shouted that woman.
The two of them had fought each other for 6 entire hours now.
Su Zong laughed. Ha ha.
Xiaoya, although I had pursued you before and wanted you to become my wife, but you'd best not think that I'll be lenient toward you because of that.
Immediately leave behind the golden core.
I'll spare you if you leave that behind.
In your dreams. Xiaoya angrily rebuked. Had I not fought against that metal beast and injured my right arm when trying to obtain the golden core, how would you possibly be able to injure me?
This golden core is something that I had attained through fighting with my life. Don't you dare dream about obtaining it. You'd at the very least have to be able to survive if you want to use the golden core. Since you're so obstinately persistent in going about things the wrong way, then I shall help you with your death.
That Su Zong's entire body started to shine faintly with a golden radiance.
His attack power had once again increased by a layer. It was evident that this Su Zong had already decided to kill her. Xiaoya's heart was filled with hatred. Had she not fought against that metal beast, ended up seriously injured and even had her right hand broken, how would she be forced to such a circumstance? Yet, in order to her order, she needed time, a sufficient amount of time. Despicable. Xiaoya grew even more hateful of this sunshine like Su Zong. Su Zong's hands and legs turned into a blur and came attacking at Xiaoya with a rapid speed.
Following a kacha sound, Xiaoya flew backwards.
Her left arm had also been broken.
A malevolent smile appeared on Su Zong's face. Bang! A palm casually smashed onto Su Zong's face.
Su Zong's head was twisted around. Immediately after, that palm caught Su Zong's head and grabbed Su Zong up by his head.
Devil technique, soul searching. Dead.
Xiaoya looked to the scene in front of her with shock. She was able to sense that Su Zong's soul had already scattered. His aura was also gone.
It's one thing to try to rob another's possession, but bullying a woman makes you wrong. Especially wrong when you want to rob and kill a woman that you have once pursued. That makes you deserve to die even more. Xinyu's voice sounded.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 14, Chapter 6. Book 14, The New Sovereign, Chapter 6, Metal Beast. Translated by Pumpkin.
Edited by Robin and Translation Nations. Xinyu took a glance at Su Zong's corpse and sighed in his heart. This Su Zong was truly shameless. From the exchange he heard earlier, this Su Zong seemed to have pursued Xiaoya before and wanted her to become his wife. Although he did not succeed, Su Zong still had the face to attack her. Furthermore, with what Xinyu had observed with his immortal awareness, Su Zong and Xiaoya ought to possess a similar level of strength. That young woman called Xiaoya, had she not been previously injured, she would likely not have been forced to such a situation. The tougher and more durable the body, the harder it is to recover. With an arm broken, it'll likely take a long time and energy to recover it. After having an arm broken, her strength had been greatly reduced.
Thought Xinyu in his heart. This is the weak point of almost every expert who trained in the body. Yi Chu had also said before that if the bones within his body break, it'll be extremely hard to recover them. One could easily imagine how hard that would be just by comparing how hard it was to restore a broken divine artifact. Merely, as the bones are part of one's body, when compared with restoring a broken divine artifact, it was still a bit easier. As for the people of the Dark Star Realm that also train in their body, they are no exception. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. Shoya said to Qin Yu respectfully. I was merely passing by, do not care about it too much. Which village from the deep mulberry star are you from? Qin Yu asked very casually as if he understood this planet very well. In actuality, everything that Qin Yu knew about were all obtained through the soul searching of that Su Zong's soul. In fact, Qin Yu had already learned from Su Zong's memories that Shoya was a cultivator from the mulberry receiving village of this deep mulberry star. Shoya instead did not doubt Qin Yu in the slightest. She said respectfully, I am a cultivator from the mulberry receiving village. Mulberry receiving village? It's my first time here on the deep mulberry star. I shall go and check out the mulberry receiving village first, said Qin Yu with a light smile. Xiao Fei was instead pleasantly surprised. I can lead the way for your lordship. You should heal your injuries first, said Qin Yu. Xiao Fei bowed thankfully. She then started to sit on the ground and start to restore her injuries. And at this moment, Qin Yu started to tidy up the information he had obtained from Su Zong. At the same time, Qin Yu had also attained a comparatively thorough understanding of the Dark Star Realm. At the very least, he now knew a lot more than Yi Chu and Wu Lan. So apparently, there are only 3 star fields in the Dark Star Realm that truly possess people. The other 6 are all spacious and empty with barely any people. At this moment, Qin Yu had a complete understanding. From Su Zong's memories, Qin Yu found out that the Dark Star Realm possesses a significantly inferior population compared to the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. In the Dark Star Realm, the planets on which people reside usually merely had a population of over 10,000. Even on large planets, the population numbered only over 100,000. Ordinary planets had a population of 10 to 20,000 and for smaller planets, their population only numbered several thousands. It was a number incomparable with the Immortal Realm, where the population numbered in the hundreds of millions. Furthermore, the people of the Dark Star Realm only live on the gravity-gathered planets. Of course, gravity-gathered planets is Qin Yu's own name for those planets. As for the people of the Dark Star Realm, they address those gravity-gathered planets as origin movement planets. The number of gravity-gathered planets is awfully tiny. An entire galaxy would usually only have several tens of them. An entire star field would usually only have several hundreds of them. The number of people is truly small. An entire star field only has a population of around 10 million. The 3 star fields combined only numbered a population of around 30 million. Dark Star Realm is truly sparsely populated. Qin Yu was unable to refrain himself from gasping in admiration once again. In the Immortal, Devil and Demon Realm, any ordinary planet would have a population of over 100 million. As for greatly developed planets, such as the Blue Flame Star and such, their population numbered several to tens of billions. The population of a single planet easily surpasses the population of the entire Dark Star Realm. However, there are more experts in the Dark Star Realm compared with the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and Demon Realm combined. Qin Yu was still shocked by this discovery. According to Su Zong's memories, there was an elder in every single gravity-gathered planet of the Dark Star Realm, protecting and administering the gravity-gathered planet. As long as nothing major happened, the elder would always remain in the elder's palace and train quietly. There are certain to be an elder on a gravity-gathered planet. There numbered about 2,000 gravity-gathered planets across the 3 star fields. In other words, there are around at the very least 2,000 or so elders. And in order for one to become an elder, they would have to, at the very least, be an emperor-level expert. With merely these elders, they already numbered over 2,000 emperor-level experts. However, the number of emperor-level experts in the Dark Star Realm was most certainly more than merely those elders. That's because in each of the 3 great star fields that the people of the Dark Star Realm lived in was a sacred planet. These 3 great sacred planets were respectively the headquarters of the Gold Punishment Sect, Black Flame Sect and the White Profound Sect. On the sacred planets, the number of emperor-level experts from each of those sects were most definitely numerous to a frightening level. In addition to the sacred planets, there was another mysterious place that was certain to possess a large amount of emperor-level experts. In this place, the emperor-level experts were so numerous that it was estimated that they numbered greater than half of the entire Dark Star Realm's emperor-level experts.
The amount of elders of the gravity-gathered planets and the experts from the sacred planets likely number nearly 3,000. However, this is nearly half of the Emperor-level experts.
So many.
The Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and the Demon Realm, it is likely that even with all of the hidden experts and other unknown Emperor-level experts added to the list would likely not even number 3,000. Shin Yu felt helpless in his heart. The difference between the population was so great.
Yet the amount of experts in the Dark Star Realm was much more numerous. This was something that one couldn't do anything about.
This was something that was determined by the time when the babies in the Dark Star Realm were born.
The babies of the Dark Star Realm possess physiques that surpass those of the Immortal Realm, Devil Realm and Demon Realm's babies.
It was likely to be caused by generations of evolution. At the same time, the gravity-gathered planets are also one of the reasons.
With gravity that frightening, how could the babies possibly be lacking? Ordinarily, the baby's strength would increase rapidly after birth.
Majority of them would have reached the level of Level 1 Heavenly Immortal by the time they reach adulthood at the age of 16.
Of course, in the Dark Star Realm, strength is mainly divided into 3 categories.
Ordinary level, King level and Emperor level. King level was comparable to Golden Immortal and Demon King.
Emperor level was comparable to Demon Emperor and Immortal Emperor.
As for the ordinary level, it was comparable to levels lower than Golden Immortal. In other words, in the Dark Star Realm, there was no such thing as Jin Dan, Nascent Soul, and Heavenly Immortal. That was because as long as one was a person from the Dark Star Realm, even if one were to be lazy and not do any work, one would still easily attain the strength at the level of Heavenly Immortal.
Furthermore, there is no such thing as the 4 in 9 Heavenly Tribulation, 6 in 9 Heavenly Tribulation or the 9 in 9 Heavenly Tribulation for them.
This,
isn't the heavens favoring one and discriminate against the others?
Shin Yu was speechless. When the people of the Dark Star Realm reached adulthood, they're already comparable to Level 1 Heavenly Immortals. This was the difference. Those that are talented were even able to reach a level comparable to Level 1 Heavenly Immortal while they are still children.
Lord, I've finished recovering.
Xiaoya stood up and said respectfully. The years of Xiaoya's training and cultivation were not long. She had not even cultivated for 100 years. However, she was one who stood at the peak of the ordinary people and soon to become a king-level expert. Even in the Dark Star Realm, her cultivation speed was considered to be extremely fast. After all, the people in the Dark Star Realm, as long as they do not encounter any natural or man-made disaster, they would have a near-infinite lifespan. From the moment of birth, they are able to absorb the energy of the heaven and earth, live without air, possess extraordinary strength and a body with a frightening level of hardness.
This was what it meant to be loved by the heavens. Let's go together then. Shin Yu nodded. Shin Yu could only believe that the gap between people was so large.
However, what he did not know was that although the people of the Dark Star Realm are extremely formidable since birth, there are actually people in other spaces that are 10s or even 100 times more formidable than those from the Dark Star Realm. This was the cosmos. Lord, Xiaoya is very grateful that you saved her life. If your lordship has any request in the future, Xiaoya would definitely try her best to fulfill them, said Xiaoya, as she flew beside Shin Yu.
Shin Yu smiled and nodded.
Xiaoya, never would I have guessed that you'd be able to kill a king-level metal beast, when you're not even at the king level yet.
Truly outstanding. After being praised by Shin Yu, Xiaoya's face grew red.
However, she ultimately said helplessly. Had it not been for the king-level metal beast's golden core, that Su Zong would not have used such methods against me.
That's right.
To treat a woman like so, truly shameless.
Shin Yu sighed.
In the Dark Star Realm, the males usually possessed a bit greater talent compared to the females.
Occasionally, there would be powerful women.
However, in general, it was still the males that's more powerful. For example, the previous Gold Punishment Lord, the current Black Flame Lord and the White Profound Lord were all men. From such, one could see the difference between the two genders. It was not that there had never been a female sovereign in the history of the Dark Star Realm, but, in the entire history of the Dark Star Realm, amongst all those sovereigns, only a single one of them was a female.
Thus, the gap between the genders was evident. The people of the Dark Star Realm, the men would usually not bully the women, nor would they ever go so far as to mercilessly kill a woman. What Su Zong had done, even if ordinary Dark Star Realms people were to see it, they would still kill him on the spot. Xiaoya, for you to be able to obtain a golden core, it ought to be able to allow you to save a lot of cultivation time. The current Shin Yu was very familiar with this golden core. Xiaoya nodded. A smile involuntarily appeared on her face. This is a king-level golden core. At the very least, it'll allow me to save 100 years of cultivation time.
Fortunately that metal beast had only reached the early king level.
Otherwise, I would have been the dead one. Lord, could you tell me what level you are? Are you a king-level expert? What star-ranked king-level expert are you? Shinyu knew that in the Dark Star realm, there was a star ranking system for the king level and emperor level. For example, amongst the king level experts, the weakest was an 1-star king level expert, whereas the strongest was an 18-star king level expert. As for the emperor level experts, the weakest was also 1-star, whereas the strongest was 18-star. Compared to the immortal realm, devil realm, and demon realm, the Dark Star realm possessed more ranks for the king and emperor levels. You asked what star king level expert I am? Shinyu was unable to conceal a smile. King level? Even though he had only reached the 8th stage of the 9 steps dark gold body, it was still, at the very least, comparable to a 15-star emperor level. If Shinyu's life elemental energy's recovery ability was to be added onto it, then he would be comparable to a 17 or 18-star emperor level. Shinyu suddenly started to laugh. What level do you think I am? Could it be that you're an 18-star king level expert? Shoya guessed with a low voice. However, when Shinyu heard what she said, he was unable to refrain his laughter. At this moment, Shinyu's immortal awareness discovered some ferocious bird beasts were flying over toward them to attack them. Lord, exactly how many stars are you? Shoya, hearing his laughter, pressed for an answer. Her pure eyes were staring at Shinyu. Shinyu smiled and said, Stop asking. I just discovered 3 bird-type metal beasts flying over here rapidly. Shoya's expression immediately changed. Promptly, she asked, What level? They're all king level. As for how many stars, you should be able to tell once you encounter them, said Shinyu with a gentle laughter. And at this moment, 3 enormous golden-colored vicious birds had flown over. Shoya's complexion turned pale in an instant. At the same time, she looked at Shinyu with an appealing expression. You go first. Rest assured, I'll look after you from behind, said Shinyu while smiling. Upon hearing those words, Shoya's frame of mind immediately turned better. Soon after, she raised her morale and grew excited. With Shinyu behind her, she would not have to fear about anything. Immediately, she shouted and rushed forward. Displaying all the skills that she knew and using her nimble body, Shoya was unexpectedly not defeated instantly. Shinyu stood to the side and watched. However, his mind was still in a state of shock. This Dark Star realm is truly incredible. Metal beast, where exactly did these wild beasts, whose entire body is composed of metals, come from? They possess immense strength, but their intelligence is excessively weak. Shinyu had been puzzled the entire time. The gravity-gathered planets were not something that the immortal realm, devil realm, and demon realm didn't possess. It was just that there are no people on those planets and were considered as desolate planets. No one had ever paid attention to those planets. However, when Shinyu used his greater teleportation, he had also searched through a couple of those gravity-gathered planets with his immortal awareness before. Yet, he had never discovered such a peculiar life form like the metal beast. A metal beast with the strength of a golden immortal yet possessed such low intelligence? And what's the most strange was that even in the Dark Star realm, the other couple star fields also do not have metal beasts. Only on the star fields where the Gold Punishment sect was located at are there metal beasts. Furthermore, these metal beasts were only born on the gravity-gathered planets. As for the gravity-gathered planets of the Black Flame sect, they instead had the blazing fire beasts that are composed of a fire attribute energy crystal. Their entire body was burning with flames. On the gravity-gathered planets of the White Profound sect, there are frost ice beasts whose bodies are composed of cold ice. What exactly is going on? On the star fields of the Gold Punishment sect, the gravity-gathered planets have metal beasts. However, on the star fields of the Black Flame sect, the gravity-gathered planets instead had blazing fire beast. Could it be that the gravity-gathered planets of the two places are different? Shinyu was filled with confusion. He was unable to understand what sort of difference the different star fields' gravity-gathered planets possessed. Currently, Shinyu was unable to understand how the Metal Beast, Blazing Flame Beast and the Frost Ice Beast came to be. Only later when Shinyu actually met the Emperor-level experts of the Dark Star realm did he manage to clear up his confusion. After all, those sort of things were not something that ordinary people from the Dark Star realm like Su Zone would know about. Lord! Shoya only managed to last for a moment before being unable to continue to bear the three metal beasts. Shinyu smiled. Immediately after, his body moved. In front of Shoya's astonished eyes, Shinyu instantly turned into three blurs and appeared before the three vicious metal bird beasts simultaneously. All three blurs outstretched their hand and grabbed. Instantly, the vicious metal bird beasts' bodies were all penetrated through and the core of those metal beasts, the golden cores were all snatched out. Immediately after, the three blurs disappeared. Chinyu had also returned to his original spot. This all happened in a blink of an eye. Had Shoya not been looking at Chinyu the entire time with wide open eyes, she would have thought that he had not moved at all. Lord, Shoya suddenly sensed that the Chinyu in front of her was likely a legendary expert that could match up to the elder of the deep mulberry star. You can have these 3 golden cores. Casually, Chinyu threw the 3 golden cores to Shoya. Chinyu had killed 3 golden beasts in the blink of an eye and then threw the 3 golden cores over to Shoya. The series of events had left her dumbfounded. She stood stunned for quite some time. Ah, golden cores. Shoya immediately dived downward and caught the 3 golden cores that had passed her stunned self and started dropping. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.